A young boy with extraordinary scavenging skills finds himself in a life-or-death situation when a mysterious galaxy-class transport starship arrives. Cheng Qi, a scavenger living in Earth's junkyard, thought he had finally found the opportunity to change his fate. A colossal starship, 32 kilometers long, slowly approached, bringing millions of tons of garbage. Little did he know, this marked the beginning of a tragic separation from his robot assistant, Hanzi. In this grim and bleak future, Earth has become the largest junkyard in the galaxy. The once beautiful blue planet is now covered with endless metal debris and chemical fuel barrels. Even the atmosphere is shrouded in metallic dust, resembling a moldy prune. In the year 024 of the Second Human Era, this mother planet has been drained of everything, leaving only a few survivors barely clinging to life. Cheng Qi and his robot assistant Hanzi make for a unique duo in this desolate land. Hanzi is a KP03 nanny robot with a language system that speaks in Sichuan dialect, and a nameless spore flower, mutated by nuclear radiation, grows on its brass head. The two work in perfect harmony, with one detecting and the other digging, making a living in the perilous mountains of trash. However, fate loves to play tricks. As they were joyfully climbing the trash heaps in search of treasure, an uninvited guest appeared. A burly man on a modified heavy motorcycle, accompanied by a group of scavenger underlings and engineering robots, issued a merciless eviction order. Suddenly, the situation took a drastic turn. As Cheng Qi was contemplating a countermeasure, the burly man launched a rusty cruise missile without hesitation. With a thunderous explosion, waves of heat surged, sending countless metal fragments flying. Cheng Qi was thrown high into the air and fell into a garbage abyss 2 kilometers away. When Cheng Qi regained consciousness, he found that Hanzi had protected him with its own body. The loyal robot had sacrificed its life to save its master. Half of its torso was blown away, the back of its head melted by high temperatures, its memory crystal shattered, and its information transmission fluid flowed like blood. In its final moments, Hanzi used its faintly flickering green energy light to utter its last words. What the heck? My head's busted? I think I'm done for. Without me around, take good care of yourself, alright? I know all your little tricks at poker. The next robot won't let you get away with them. Cheng Qi, farewell. I'm going to sleep now. Cheng Qi's face was smeared with soot, his eyes wide open, and tears glistening in his eyes. He clutched Hanzi's cold, steel hand tightly, his heart aching. Since his grandfather passed away, the B343 nanny robot had become his only companion. He had promised to replace Hanzi's hydraulic pump, but now, that promise would never be fulfilled. Suddenly, a few playing cards fell out from the seams of Hanzi's arm. All jokers. Cheng Qi's arm trembled even more, and a wave of complex emotions surged within him. He held his forehead and choked out, "Why did it have to end like this?" At that moment, a voice with a technological tone echoed in his ear, detected similar technological constructs. Would you like to proceed with tech synthesis? Startled, Cheng Qi looked blankly at the back of his right hand. There, he wore a mysterious blue crystal wristband, an item he had worn since childhood. Inside the wristband, blue stars twinkled and danced, gradually forming a certain order. Cheng Qi recalled his grandfather's words. The wristband had been on his hand when he was found, and it changed shape as he grew, never needing any recharging. His grandfather had speculated that it might be a creation of a level 13 civilization, but by then, he was already suffering from dementia, mistaking even bedpans and dentures for advanced civilization artifacts. Suddenly, the wristband emitted 2 blue scanning beams. One moved over Hanzi's broken body, forming a blue grid. The other scanned the distant junk pile, revealing another B343 nanny robot buried within. The crystal wristband prompted, "Select synthesis target." Cheng Qi looked in shock at Hanzi at his feet, and the wristband immediately captured his gaze, turning the grid on Hanzi into a flashing red. Material formatting initiated. The wristband controlled Cheng Qi's right hand to point at the distant B343. That rusty robot suddenly emitted a blue glow, then shattered into countless tiny blue light particles. These particles were absorbed by the wristband, and then transported to Hanzi through a semi-transparent river. In the dim junkyard, the scene was like a miracle. Hanzi's body gradually repaired itself, lifted by an invisible force, and stood on the ground. Within mere seconds, the light faded, revealing a completely new robot before Cheng Qi's eyes. This robot was dark silver in color, with broader shoulders, more refined joint structures, and slightly taller. Its shoulder armor flipped, exposing 8 small full-spectrum radars that emitted probing waves, causing the air to tremble slightly. Cheng Qi stood frozen, amazed at the transformation before him. Hanzi had not only been fully repaired, but had also been upgraded from B3 level to B8 level, gaining new functionalities. This B897 security and protection nanny robot now had capabilities for home security patrols and monitoring, as well as predicting and detecting potential dangers. Before Cheng Qi could react, the crystal wristband emitted a cold, synthesized electronic voice, detecting similar technological objects for synthesis. A blue scanning beam shot out from the wristband, penetrating a large alloy plate of a starship wreckage nearby, and locked onto two abandoned B-343 nanny robots. Cheng Qi's eyes flickered, thinking that such a cluster of junk was common and probably came from the same garbage transport ship. The crystal wristband prompted for the synthesis subject, and with Cheng Qi's tacit approval, two brand-new B-897 robots appeared before him. One was remolded from the junk pile, and the other was transformed from the deceased Han Zai. The wristband scanned the two B-897 robots again, and Cheng Qi's throat went dry with anticipation for the next step. With his silent consent, the second B-897 disintegrated into countless tiny blue light dots, converging along a dazzling, translucent stream into the B-897 modeled after Han Zai. Cheng Qi realized that this synthesis process followed a logic of 4 into 2, and 2 into 1, with levels gradually increasing. 30 seconds later, the technological glow faded, and Cheng Qi's pupils constricted. The B-897 before him had changed again. It was taller, its limbs were thicker, and its joints were significantly reinforced, seemingly able to withstand greater torque. Especially notable were its mechanical hands, which had shifted from dark silver to a silvery gray, with a marked increase in material hardness. A24 Environment Adaptive Nanny Robot. Cheng Qi read the new model number silently. It possessed powerful environmental adaptability, capable of operating in extreme climates and complex terrains, with various daily operation tools hidden within its body, capable of basic shapeshifting. As soon as he finished speaking, the A24's legs suddenly transformed. Metal coverings flipped and moved, revealing a lightweight alloy track that replaced its feet. The built-in engine roared, hinting at immense horsepower. Simultaneously, its arms began to morph, with various tools continuously flipping and replacing. Hydraulic clamps, hydraulic jacks, high-speed rotating alloy saws, and a metal-cutting gun capable of emitting blue flames. 8 small full-spectrum radars on its shoulders rotated silently, significantly enhancing its scanning range. Cheng Qi looked up at the 2.3-meter-tall A24, so shocked he was nearly speechless. He knew that this kind of a great assistant robot would cost at least 20,000 credit points, something unheard of on Earth. Han Zai, Cheng Qi called out, his voice trembling, "Can you hear me?" On the robot's square alloy head, 2 thin glowing lines served as eyes, with red light flickering back and forth. It responded in an emotionless voice, "Hello, esteemed purchaser. The A24 Environment Adaptive Nanny Robot is at your service. Please complete the initial setup to allow me to serve you better." Cheng Qi's body went completely stiff. This was exactly what he feared most. The mechanical body was restored, but Han Zai's consciousness was gone forever. Tears glistened in his eyes as he reached out to lightly touch the A24's chest. "Hello, esteemed purchaser. Please complete the activation process. If you insist on performing non-standard operations, I cannot ensure there won't be any accidental injuries," the robot said without looking down. Cheng Qi's hands suddenly paused, and he asked in confusion, "Why do I hear a familiar tone? Would a freshly manufactured A24 say something like that? Forget it. I can't keep this up any longer." The robot suddenly burst out, "You little rascal. Stop touching my chest." Cheng Qi's residence was nothing more than a dilapidated shack. At this moment, he sat on a broken water barrel in front of his shelter, staring blankly at the crystal bracelet on his right hand. The mysterious bracelet emitted a faint blue glow, as if it held endless secrets. Not far away, Han Zai, who had just been revived with full health and gained a level up, was admiring his new appearance in a shattered mirror. He twisted his body and struck poses, clearly satisfied with his transformation. "I'm too handsome to handle," Han Zai narcissistically muttered to himself. "When I enter the city, those female robot nannies won't be able to resist me, will they?" Cheng Qi ignored Han Zai's flamboyant behavior and focused intently on the bracelet on his wrist. He gently stroked his chin, his brows furrowed, and muttered to himself, "This thing is truly miraculous. Could it be what Grandpa mentioned, an artifact from a level 13 civilization?" He recalled that the highest level of civilization humans had encountered was level 5, while a level 13 civilization was merely the stuff of legends. Suddenly, Cheng Qi asked his right wrist, "What are you?" As soon as he spoke, he laughed at himself. Things like this usually play hard to get and won't introduce themselves. Unexpectedly, the crystal bracelet responded. A blue window appeared out of thin air, displaying, "I am an STC standard template construct," which, based on your understanding, is commonly interpreted as a standard construction template or standard template construct. But this is merely based on your cognition. This sudden response left Cheng Qi stunned. Before he could react, the window vanished, refusing to answer any more questions. Cheng Qi sensed a hint of disdain in the response. He slowly stood up, took a deep breath, and squinted, saying, "What you are isn't the most important thing. What's crucial is that I must fully utilize your value. Let's start testing. Cheng Qi quickly gathered 2 similarly sized stones and 2 pieces of toilet paper that Hanzai had used to wipe off oil leaks. He placed these items in front of the STC, hoping for a miracle. However, the STC coldly displayed. Non-technological artifacts cannot be synthesized. Cheng Qi and Hanzai crouched on the ground, staring at the blue starlight flickering within the STC. They vaguely felt that the trajectory of the starlight resembled a middle finger. Cheng Qi shook his head and muttered, "All right, it seems non-technological items can't activate it. And Hanzai can't level up further for now since we don't have another B343 prototype." After pondering for a moment, Cheng Qi entered the shack and took out 8 pairs of complexly structured metal shoes. These were damaged items he had collected from the trash heap, intending to gather enough parts to repair a functional pair of exploration shoes to improve his efficiency in climbing the garbage mountain. Although the technology level is low, these are pure technological artifacts. Should be fine, right? Cheng Qi's eyes gleamed as he slowly raised his arm, aiming the bracelet at 2 pairs of exploration shoes. Sure enough, the STC immediately emitted a blue scanning beam, moving back and forth between the 2 pairs of shoes. Then, a prompt appeared. Select synthesis subject. After Cheng Qi made his selection, the system displayed. Material formatting initiated. 1 pair of shoes was disassembled into basic units, and a translucent stream of light showered onto the other pair. In no time, a brand new pair of mechanical boots appeared. The STC displayed. Exploration leg guards. Mechanical device extends to the knees, alleviates knee pressure, maximum jump height 4.5 meters. Cheng Qi exclaimed with joy, "Hanzai, it works." With these tools, climbing a 100-meter garbage mountain won't take more than 10 minutes. He felt a whole new world unfolding before him, his heart racing, his pupils dilating. "Let's keep going." Hanzai got excited too. "What kind of gear will come out if we keep going?" Cheng Qi's gaze fell on the remaining 4 pairs of exploration shoes, deciding to try again. He repeated the previous steps, first synthesizing 2 pairs of exploration shoes into 1 pair of exploration leg guards, then combining 2 pairs of exploration leg guards. This time, an even more astonishing piece of equipment appeared before Cheng Qi. The STC displayed jet-powered turbine shoes, 18 micro-jet propulsion turbines, high-precision gyroscope, tilt trend sensing, wearer can fly up to 300 meters, maximum speed 0.408 Mach. Flying. Cheng Qi was stunned. 0.408 Mach, that's almost 500 kilometers per hour. He stared unblinkingly at the silver mechanical shoes, which had 18 multidirectional adjustable micro-jet turbines at the bottom and a meticulously engineered structure that gleamed faintly. In today's world, the sky was almost a forbidden zone. Even a broken, once flying piece of junk couldn't be found. It seemed as if someone had filtered the trash here with a simple purpose, to prevent any scavenger from leaving Earth. These trash bugs were deemed to have the most inferior genes, and under no circumstances were they allowed to leave Earth and contaminate human civilization. Even the wealthiest among them, Iluo, only possessed a heavy-duty ground vehicle. But now, Cheng Qi had the ability to fly. "Hanzai, I can fly." Cheng Qi's voice was filled with disbelief and excitement. He couldn't wait to lift 1 foot, gently touching the seemingly oversized mechanical shoes, as if confirming whether all of this was real. A series of faint pneumatic sounds filled the air as the high-tech shoes in front of Cheng Qi disassembled into several units, moving to the sides and revealing the inner space. His heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Taking a deep breath, he placed his foot into the center of the shoe. The pneumatic sounds resumed, and the armor began to reassemble with precision, each bolt tightening automatically. In just 2 seconds, the shoes perfectly enveloped Cheng Qi's foot, shrinking to appear like slightly oversized metallic dress shoes. Cheng Qi quickly put on the other shoe and stood on the ground, swallowing hard. He looked at Hanzai with a mix of fear and anticipation. The lights in Hanzai's eyes flickered as he suggested, "I recommend you thoroughly read the manual before operating them." "Read the manual? That's no fun." Cheng Qi took a deep breath and shouted, "Let's go." Boom. Dust flew everywhere, and the ground trembled as Cheng Qi's body shot into the sky like a cannonball. He couldn't gauge his speed. He only felt the wind roaring past his ears, his hair blowing backward, and his face stinging from the force. Even midair, a slight press of his foot would generate an indescribable lift that propelled him even higher. Cheng Qi soared through the hazy atmosphere, which had lost its former purity due to the pervasive dust. Yet, for countless scavengers, the sky remained a place of aspiration. "Wow, this is incredible," Cheng Qi shouted as he rocketed to the altitude limit, stabilized by the built-in gyroscope in the flying shoes. He suddenly dove to the right, aiming straight for the slowly drifting clouds nearby. "Yeehaw!" Cheng Qi's silhouette streaked across the sky, his heart surging with excitement. His voice echoed through the clouds. "I am the king of the sky, the king of the world." I'm the king of the world. The STC is amazing. It can transform and upgrade any piece of junk tech into unimaginable gear. Flying high above, Cheng Qi looked down at the earth below, which was piled with an astonishing 4.55 trillion tons of tech junk, almost anything you could imagine. He thought excitedly. A legend is about to begin, and that legend is me. My name is Cheng Qi. Qi as in beggar. I will become the king of the junkyard. Meanwhile, on the ground, Iluo thought he heard a faint buzzing sound. He turned to look at the distant sky, spotting a thin trail of black smoke several kilometers away. A subordinate with shoddy mechanical legs remarked, "Boss, it seems like something just took off." Impossible. Iluo squinted and analyzed. Everyone knows there's a sky restriction here. With all the malfunctioning electronic junk scattered around, it must have been something exploding. Hey, dummy, get ready for my arrival. It's going to be a perfect landing. Cheng Qi's voice echoed through the air. With a thunderous crash, Cheng Qi landed precisely, demolishing his only shack. Amidst the debris, he slowly lifted his head, tears glistening in his eyes. Perhaps it was the fierce wind at high altitude that made his eyes water, or maybe it was the surge of emotions inside him. Cheng Qi's gaze fell on the remaining shoes at his feet. Although he was eager to upgrade his turbojet shoes to the next level, it required merging all the shoes he had. He decided to leave a pair of flying shoes for Dummy, as Dummy's brass legs couldn't keep up with his speed. On future treasure hunts, he needed Dummy's companionship. Once he acquired new materials, he would upgrade all the shoes together. Turning to look at the shelf on one side of the shack, Cheng Qi saw hundreds of black cylindrical blocks densely packed. These were nickel-based superalloys he had refined from countless scrap parts using a high-energy crucible. Although the refining process was complex, the alloy itself wasn't expensive, typically used for making high-strength screws and other parts. Like the copper wires accumulated over time in old junkyards, 149 pieces of nickel-based superalloy could be sold for about 100 credit points. Cheng Qi's eyes sparkled as he pondered whether these basic materials could be synthesized. Suddenly, a pleasant voice echoed in his mind. Similar technological artifacts detected, initiating material formatting. Yes, even basic alloy materials were considered technological artifacts. At that moment, Cheng Qi's satellite phone, wrapped in black tape, vibrated furiously. The screen showed a connection request from Hyena. Hyena Look, a scavenger who struck it rich by finding high-value items, now ran a loan shark business. A year ago, Cheng Qi, with nothing to his name, owed him a debt. True to his name, Hyena Luke was ruthless and unforgiving. If Cheng Qi couldn't repay the money, he would certainly be torn apart and fed to real hyenas. But that was all in the past. Now, Cheng Qi had the STC, intermetallic compound, composed of two or more metallic elements, characterized by high strength, high hardness, and excellent oxidation resistance, suitable for manufacturing high-temperature components for spacecraft. Cheng Qi's eyes gleamed as he looked at the shelf, where a brand new piece of metal with an orange-yellow sheen lay. He was all too familiar with intermetallic compounds. While precious, they weren't exceedingly rare. Scavengers who found 100 grams of this metal in scrapped Starship thrusters could live lavishly for 4 months, indulging in all the street girls along the bar street. Now, with just 2 pieces of cheap nickel-based superalloy, he had synthesized a fist-sized, approximately 500-gram intermetallic compound. This was more than enough to clear his debt. But Cheng Qi wouldn't stop there. He still had hundreds of basic synthesis materials. Similar technological artifacts detected, initiating material formatting, synthesizing amorphous alloy. Amorphous alloy 31. Amorphous alloy, composed of multiple elements, characterized by ultra-high strength, ultra-high hardness, lightweight, and extreme corrosion resistance, suitable for core wear parts of interstellar engines, classified as galaxy-grade industrial material. Similar technological artifacts detected, initiating material formatting, synthesizing high-entropy alloy. High-entropy alloy, an alloy with a disordered atomic arrangement, characterized by S3 high strength, S3 high hardness, and superior electromagnetic shielding properties, suitable for constructing high-precision interstellar radars, classified as galaxy-grade scarce material. 5 minutes later, Cheng Qi held 23 pieces of amorphous alloy and 4 pieces of high-entropy alloy. He continued synthesizing but deliberately controlled the process, leaving intermediate results. These materials were meant for monetization. If he synthesized only the top-tier materials, suddenly presenting something astonishing on this trash-strewn planet would undoubtedly cause a huge stir, potentially turning into a disaster. The only downside of the STC was its inability to appraise the value of items. Even Cheng Qi, a seasoned scavenger with 10 years of experience, could only play with the amorphous and high-entropy alloys for a few seconds before admitting he had never seen anything like them. The SD synthesized items were clearly a significant upgrade, and these 2 alloys were certainly extraordinary. Cheng Qi knew that determining their value was an urgent task. He already had a plan in mind. Rising to pick up the satellite communicator that had been calling incessantly, Cheng Qi calmly pressed the connect button, ready to speak with Hyena Luke. You little piece of trash. Hyena Luke's voice roared through the communicator. You took my money and think you can just run off? Cheng Qi listened expressionlessly as Luke continued to rage. You owe me 4,800 credits with interest. Can't pay up? I'll dissect you and sell your prefrontal cortex and spine to those biopunk traders. Cheng Qi mentally calculated. He had only borrowed 2,800 credits, and in just 7 days, it had ballooned to 4,800 credits. Hyena Luke's reputation for being ruthless was well-deserved. Don't worry, Cheng Qi said calmly, as if discussing the weather. I got lucky today and found a piece of intermetallic compound, about 100 grams. What? Luke's voice was filled with surprise, but quickly turned menacing again. You think I'll believe you just because you say so? Trying to stall? Cheng Qi didn't respond. Instead, he lightly tapped the intermetallic compound. The clear, resonant chime echoed through the communicator to Luke. There was silence on the other end for 5 seconds. Cheng Qi knew that cunning old fox had recognized the sound no ordinary metal could produce such a clear tone. Sure enough, within 10 seconds, Luke had verified the authenticity of the intermetallic compound. His voice was still rough, but now tinged with excitement. Fine. 500 grams, right? Hand it over, and we're square. Nice rounding off, Cheng Qi chuckled, shaking his head. By the way, I found this compound in a very sophisticated briefcase. It seemed like it was accidentally discarded. Besides the intermetallic compound, there was another layer inside with a piece of slightly translucent, faintly white metal. Oh, a briefcase? Luke sounded taken aback. Yeah, Cheng Qi feigned confusion. The label on the metal said something like, amorphous alloy? Never seen it before. Is it worth anything? The communicator fell silent for 2 seconds, followed by a faint crackling sound, as if the signal was being interfered with. Luke's voice came back, this time tinged with disappointment. I thought it was something special, but it's just amorphous. It's a bit pricier than the intermetallic compound, but being ultra-light, it doesn't sell for much. Is that so? Cheng Qi said, weighing the amorphous alloy in his hand. It was indeed very light. All right, I'll buy the amorphous alloy at market price, Luke said. I've got business to attend to. Meet me at the bar in 3 hours. Damn, I'm tired of dealing with you little pieces of trash every day. With that, Luke cursed and hung up, seemingly uninterested in the deal. Cheng Qi placed the communicator on the table, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Hyena Luke was trying to hide something, and doing a poor job of it. The value of amorphous alloy far exceeded what Luke had claimed. It was a highly valuable rare material. Cheng Qi recalled the conversation. When he mentioned amorphous alloy, Luke had paused for just 2 seconds, but the crackling sound from the communicator betrayed his real reaction. It wasn't signal interference. It was Luke gripping the communicator tightly. These old communicators had a flaw. When squeezed or held too tightly, they emitted a crackling noise. To his credit, Luke's reaction was quick. In just 2 seconds, he had suppressed his excitement and adjusted his tone. He even pretended to be busy, setting the meeting 3 hours later. His eagerness to hide his interest only made it more obvious. Luke's behavior could be summed up in one phrase. Playing hard to get. Cheng Qi couldn't help but chuckle. If Hyena Luke knew that the one piece of amorphous alloy that made his heart race was just one of 22 pieces Cheng Qi had, along with 4 pieces of even higher-grade hyentropy alloy, how would he react? He'd definitely try to kill you. Hansi suddenly chimed in, making an exaggerated throat-slitting gesture. Belly up, dead as a doornail. Cheng Qi smiled wryly, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He knew that even without considering the other materials, a single piece of amorphous alloy was enough to drive Luke to risk everything, even murder. Time to get to work, Hansi, Cheng Qi said as he stood up, brushing off his worn blue cloak. His eyes glinted with caution, already envisioning the dangers ahead. Once the hyena realizes I have the amorphous alloy, he won't waste a single word, Cheng Qi murmured. Either he'll signal his hidden allies to swarm me, or he'll just shoot me in the head. Hansi nodded seriously, then unexpectedly replied, then I won't go. Cheng Qi raised an eyebrow, about to speak, but Hansi quickly added, I need 3 hours to gather enough combat gear. A hint of relief flashed in Cheng Qi's eyes. This meeting with the hyena is the final showdown. There's no avoiding it. Hansi straightened his 2-meter-tall alloy frame and said with determination, I was just kidding. Let's do this. Standing by the shack's door, Cheng Qi looked into the distance. 112 kilometers north, I remember there's an old war equipment factory. They dumped a lot of waste there a year ago. Adjusting his black goggles to alleviate the pain from flying, Cheng Qi prepared himself. Hansi carefully tested the jet turbine boots with his metal foot, which promptly adjusted to fit perfectly. These boots don't discriminate, Hansi said, delighted. They packed the amorphous alloy and high-entropy alloy into Hanzi's storage compartment to prevent the hyena from raiding their base. Boom! Two blasts of air lifted dust as man and machine flew north. Without the flying boots, the rugged 110-kilometer journey through the garbage hills would have taken at least 5 days. 35 minutes later, Cheng Qi and Hanzi hovered in the air, staring at the scene below. What happened here? Cheng Qi muttered. The area known as B11 was desolate. A year ago, a starship had dumped about 3,000 tons of waste here, but now the ground level had risen by dozens of meters, with a 600-meter-high garbage mountain at the center. In just a year, new waste has covered this place. Cheng Qi's heart sank. What I'm looking for might be buried. He noticed that much of the new waste had red cross markings, indicating medical waste. Time was pressing, and Cheng Qi clenched his fists. We have to start digging. At the base of the garbage mountain, surrounded by broken metal cans and foul-smelling green liquid, Hanzi transformed his arm into hydraulic pincers and began clearing the debris. Soon, a large, black iron plate emerged. Hanzi switched his arm to a flame-cutting tool, ready to cut an opening and dig deeper. As he worked, he complained, "This is exhausting. The good news is, I'm full of determination. Give me 2 years, and I can dig up those weapon remnants. The bad news is, by then, Cheng Qi's gravegrass will be 2 meters high." Just great. Cheng Qi was used to Hanzi's grumbling and simply said, "Keep it up, Hanzi. You're the best in the universe." Despite his encouraging words, Cheng Qi's brow furrowed, realizing the enormity of the challenge ahead. Earth, a massive junkyard, had abundant resources, but excavation was a daunting task. Layers of accumulated garbage and 1,000-ton starship debris made it difficult. Activating the STC required 2 identical technological artifacts. While they had plenty of equipment, finding matching pairs was a monumental challenge. Hanzi continued his search, occasionally exclaiming, "What's this? A box of used diapers. What's this? A box of long balloons? Why are there balloons and medical waste, and expired ones at that?" Cheng Qi ignored these irrelevant finds until Hanzi shouted, "What's this? A box of mechanical surgical gloves?" Cheng Qi's eyes lit up. "Hanzi, keep those." The box contained 42 crude, bulky gloves with exposed hydraulic tubes and alloy frames. "These must be from 2 centuries ago," Cheng Qi mused. "What will the STC synthesize from them?" He began working immediately, his crystal wristband glowing blue. On the first attempt, the gloves became lighter, with metal tendrils extending from the fingertips. On the second attempt, they integrated microcircuits and micropower modules, capable of emitting a micro-vibration field. On the third attempt, the vibration field's range expanded to 2 meters, adding controllable liquid flow technology. Cheng Qi grew more excited, but the final fusion resulted in an unexpected outcome. "A failed product?" he exclaimed, reading the description. It turned out to be a product born from a technological deadlock. Researchers had used extreme measures to attempt a revolutionary upgrade, but it diverged from its intended purpose, becoming a miniature high-power gravity field adjustment glove. Cheng Qi was stunned for a moment, then a realization dawned on him. Though it failed in medical assistance, for me, he stood up, exhilarated. "This is a game-changer." "Hanzi, move further away. A bit more." "Keep going," Cheng Qi whispered as he put on the gravity-adjusting gloves. These light blue gloves appeared ordinary but were filled with intricate microchip circuits. He flexed his fingers, feeling the same weight and texture as regular leather gloves. Clenching his fist, dark blue energy waves immediately surged across the back of his hand. He looked up at the massive mountain of medical waste ahead, calculating how to carve out a suitable space from the side. Taking a few steps forward, Cheng Qi aimed his palm at the dense pile of trash. He gritted his teeth, eyes wide open, and suddenly spread his fingers. Buzz, a sound that shook the eardrums followed. Cheng Qi felt an electric shock sensation in his palm, a numbness shooting up to his scalp. In an instant, visible pale yellow ripples spread out 30 meters ahead. The trash pile emitted sounds of metal scraping and plastic tearing. Cheng Qi immediately opened his other palm, and the force field intensified. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of floating debris filled the air. Metal fragments fell, dust swirled, temporarily obscuring his vision. Squinting, Cheng Qi tried to make out the scene. As the dust settled, he was left gaping in astonishment. Hundreds of pieces of trash were suspended in the pale yellow force field, floating as if by magic. "Wow!" Hanzi exclaimed, looking up, his metallic head reflecting the sunlight. "How did you become a god?" Cheng Qi moved his hands sideways, and the floating trash drifted 10 meters away with them. The force field vanished, and the trash crashed to the ground. The area that had been filled with garbage was now a cleared space of about 60 square meters. With his heart racing, Cheng Qi looked down at the high-tech gloves, silently praising this miraculous tool for solving his urgent problem. For the next hour, he continued using the gloves to move trash, roughly estimating that he had handled nearly 2,000 tons. This workload was unimaginable for his former self. As time passed, a giant basin appeared before Cheng Qi. During this process, Hanzai had been sorting through the trash but found no intact pieces of tech equipment, only scattered fragments. Standing at the bottom of the basin, actually another layer of trash, Cheng Qi picked up a metal nameplate from the black sludge. Wiping it clean, he revealed the words, Dane War Equipment Manufacturing Group. His eyes lit up, realizing he was finally close to his target. Over the next 20 minutes, they sifted through about 200 tons of Dane Group's discarded trash. Despite being covered in muck, with metal dust filling his respiratory tract and sweat dripping from his forehead, Cheng Qi didn't mind the hardship. What truly worried him was that only an hour remained before his appointment with the hyena, and he still hadn't made any significant discoveries. The disposal standards for war-related trash were extremely high. Core components had to be removed, and firearms were cut into pieces. Cheng Qi's anxiety began to rise. Another 10 minutes passed, and Cheng Qi suddenly stopped. He had discovered a massive sealed metal fuel barrel deep within the trash pile, as tall as a 2-story building, with all entry points welded shut. This thorough sealing raised suspicions. Why go to such lengths to seal a container about to be discarded? Cheng Qi gently shook the fuel barrel with his gloves, and a clanging sound of metal echoed from within. Squinting, he gave Hanzai a signal. Hanzai immediately understood, his arm transforming into a metal-cutting torch. Bright white flames slowly moved across the surface of the barrel, gradually widening the cut. The abandoned fuel barrel was remarkably thick, taking a full 9 minutes to cut an entrance large enough for a person. Hanzai kicked the cut steel plate, and with a thud, the entrance opened with a bang. The interior was pitch dark, and the two held their breath, ready to explore further. A stench of decay hit him in the face, accompanied by unknown black ashes swirling in the air. Cheng Qi squinted, quickly tying a cloth over his nose and mouth, took a deep breath, and carefully stepped into the massive fuel tank. Suddenly, with a loud crash, something white fell from above, and a pair of cold, bony hands clamped tightly around Cheng Qi's neck. The unexpected touch caught him off guard, causing his heart to race and his breathing to become rapid. Instinctively, he took 2 steps back and widened his eyes, finally seeing the truth. Hanging above him was a white skeleton, not some ghost or evil spirit. The skeleton's hands naturally draped over his neck. Forcing himself to calm down, Cheng Qi took several deep breaths, adjusted his mindset, and peered into the dark space deeper in the fuel tank. The next moment, the sight before him made him gasp. Bodies, countless bodies. Around 30 skeletons were neatly arranged at the bottom of the tank, like a macabre exhibition. They were all stripped of flesh, just like the skeleton overhead. Cheng Qi's mind raced. How could there be so many corpses in the Danon Group's trash? While scavengers occasionally found human remains before, those were usually isolated incidents of discarded murder victims. Nothing compared to this horrifying scene. Suppressing his discomfort, he carefully observed his surroundings. In the dim light, he noticed that some of the body's clothing had not completely decayed. Holding his breath, Cheng Qi bent down to examine the nameplates on their chests. They read, Huaxia Interstellar Exploration Team, 6th Battalion, 3rd Special Operations Group. This discovery made Cheng Qi's pupils contract sharply. The Exploration Team, 6th Battalion, 3rd Group, weren't they the famous Extreme Squad? Despite being only 18, Cheng Qi had long harbored dreams of heroism. He recalled the military programs on his grandfather's old shortwave radio, where the legendary stories of the Extreme Squad had once made his blood boil. 20 years ago, this fearless and selfless team explored the stars while also undertaking interstellar rescue missions. They saved tens of thousands of refugees during their service, and whenever a team member was lost, it would trigger massive public mourning. However, 20 years ago, this heroic squad suddenly announced its disbandment and gradually faded from public view. The young Cheng Qi had been so saddened by the news that he couldn't help but cry. Now, as Cheng Qi bent down to examine the skeletons again, he noticed a more horrifying detail. Each skeleton had distinct cut marks on their necks, indicating a sharp weapon and significant force. This discovery sent a shiver through Cheng Qi, and cold sweat soaked his back. He realized a terrifying truth. These heroes did not die by accident, but were brutally killed and discarded in this iron tank like trash. There must be a hidden, dark secret behind this. Out of respect and sorrow for these heroes, Cheng Qi began collecting their nameplates one by one. Ding Feng, Lin Luanyue, Long Zhanxiao. He committed each name to memory, silently vowing that if he ever left Earth, he would uncover the truth behind their deaths. When Cheng Qi reached the deepest part of the fuel tank, he saw 8 larger skeletons. To be precise, these skeletons were wearing exceptionally large combat suits. They were. Upon detecting similar technological artifacts, the STC immediately emitted a notification sound and released 6 scanning beams that moved back and forth over 8 nearby skeletons. The fluctuating light cast fleeting shadows on Cheng Qi's face as his heart rate continued to accelerate. 10 minutes later, Cheng Qi had moved all the skeletons and buried them, marking the site with an unmarked gravestone. It was the least he could do to show basic respect. The legend of the Extreme Eight may be a tale from 20 years ago, but since the dawn of the great cosmic era, human technology has advanced rapidly. The exoskeletons before him were now obsolete. Large in size, lined with high-strength nylon on the inside, and equipped with bulky hydraulic power systems and heavy power batteries on the back. To make matters worse, they were heavily corroded and rusted, falling apart. The hydraulic oil had run dry. The thin hydraulic rods were brittle and prone to breaking, and they emitted a strong stench of decay. Even if scavengers found them, they would likely only take the nearly worthless power batteries that had been dormant for 20 years. However, the dilapidated state of this equipment didn't bother Cheng Qi. He looked forward to the rebirth of these heroic armors, hoping to continue the legend of the extreme warriors and see them shine brightly once more. Cheng Qi raised his right hand, and the STC began to glow intensely. One of the exoskeletons disintegrated into specks of white light, which traveled along silk-like pathways to converge on another exoskeleton. As the white light faded, a brand new exoskeleton armor appeared. Its size reduced by nearly 50, with a pure black lining, more refined hydraulic systems, and fuel packs. The materials had been upgraded. Even standing still, it exuded a combat aura more than double that of its predecessor. This was an iterative version, not only new but also smaller, with enhanced materials and doubled output power. Cheng Qi's heart raced faster. Although he had expected an improvement, he hadn't anticipated such a significant boost in combat capability. The STC's synthesis wasn't conjuring something out of thin air. It was more like it had a blueprint for the evolution of all technological equipment, realizing this blueprint step by step through continuous upgrades. The second synthesis began. The new equipment was no longer a simple exoskeleton but a complete suit of armor. All power-enhancing structures hidden beneath alloy armor, further reduced in size, with significantly improved defensive capabilities. Basic performance increased by 240, and it now included multi-environment breathing adaptation, radar monitoring, long-distance communication, tactical analysis AI, and concealed melee weapons. This armor resembled a humanoid robot, with no visible hydraulic power systems or battery packs. The head featured a fully enclosed helmet with diamond-shaped visual systems emitting a faint red glow. The black coating gave it an agile and swift appearance, like a mechanical phantom capable of silently moving through the night with explosive combat power. Cheng Qi fought back his inner excitement and decided to synthesize once more. No normal man could resist the allure of such advanced armor. His throat was dry, and his heart pounded like a drum. At that moment, Hanzai stepped forward, raising a metal fist the size of a sandbag and said, "I can punch you to help you check if you're dreaming." Cheng Qi replied, "That would send me straight to my grave, not just out of a dream." He turned around, pressed his hands down, and with a serious expression, continued the synthesis. He was both nervous and exhilarated, eagerly anticipating the final result. The final synthesis was complete. Cheng Qi's pupils contracted and then widened in astonishment as he realized it was a memory metal armor, the conceptual machine proposed by the Galactic Science Union not long ago. This type of equipment had yet to be manufactured in human civilization. It represented the future, vision, and dreams. The latest STC notification left Cheng Qi stunned. The technology came from a Level 2 civilizations database. This meant that the equipment in his hands had already surpassed the current technological level of human civilization. Technology from a Type 2 civilization? Humanity has already surpassed the 0.7 level on Earth, significantly improving energy efficiency and embarking on interstellar travel, putting us at roughly a 1.5 level civilization. However, the leap from a 1.5 to a Type 2 civilization is not merely an incremental increase. From the time of Australopithecus, humans have gone through a long process of walking upright, using fire, and making tools, taking a full 4 million years to reach 1.5. Each higher level requires even more extended periods. What exactly does technology from a Type 2 civilization look like? Does it represent the pinnacle of a Type 2 civilization? The criteria for advancing to a Type 2 civilization involve more efficient energy acquisition methods, such as utilizing a Dyson sphere to fully harness the energy of a star. Even so, the resources and efforts of advanced civilizations are still finite, and different creations receive varying amounts of research attention. The object in front of Cheng Qi was one such creation from a Type 2 civilization. It was unexpectedly lightweight and even somewhat thin, resembling a dark silver bodysuit without gloves or foot coverings and lacking head armor. "Hello, darling?" Cheng Qi called softly. "Ing." As if in response, the metallic surface of the dark silver armor suddenly rippled. The ripples quickly expanded, generating high-frequency vibrations, morphing into rapidly changing geometric shapes, like a miniature tempest. In the next second, those turbulent geometric shapes began to flow, swiftly crawling along Cheng Qi's fingers and covering his entire body. Cheng Qi watched in shock as the seemingly hard metal turned into liquid. Simultaneously, a precise metallic hook suddenly flipped out from the upper end of his spine at the back of his neck. Tiny hooks, as fine as hair, mercilessly pierced his skin. Ow! Cheng Qi cried out in pain. Han's eye clearly saw this scene. As if a silver snake had suddenly flipped out from the back of Cheng Qi's neck and bitten down without hesitation. Cheng Qi felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. His brain instantly struck by an electric current, plunging him into a state of blankness and numbness. Immediately after, an irresistible force spread through Cheng Qi's limbs, forcibly stretching them into a large X shape. His arms and legs, as if under hard control, bent forward and backward at extreme angles. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed from within Cheng Qi's body. Can't you be gentler? It hurts so much the first time. Cheng Qi shouted, his face contorted in pain. Crack! Ah! Cheng Qi felt as though he had been tormented for centuries, though it was only a matter of seconds. Finally, the feeling of mutual resistance began to fade, replaced by a sense of complete control. Cheng Qi's eyes focused, and he felt an inexplicable surge of confidence in his control over his body. Suddenly, Cheng Qi leaped straight up, performing a perfect backflip, his body rotating 360 degrees before landing on one knee with his fist striking the ground. Boom! The ground trembled slightly. Through the smoke, he slowly raised his head. This feeling was like being endowed with immense power, lightning-fast speed, and the precision of nanowave radar. In a word, unstoppable. A small blue holographic screen suddenly appeared in front of Cheng Qi's right eye, displaying data from the armor's interface. The screen was filled with detailed metrics. Action output force of 65, 200 N, precision and control at 0.2 mm, dynamic response time of 89.1 milliseconds, durability and fatigue limit of 109 cycles, biosignal capture rate of 57 microseconds per event, stress tolerance of 19,000 MPa, and expandable memory metal capacity of 0.4 cubic meters. At the bottom of the screen, a line of small text noted, due to the user's physical attributes and genetic sequence, the armor's base metrics are not fully utilized. Cheng Qi's eyes widened. Growing up in a technological wasteland, he immediately grasped the significance of these figures. Capturing thoughts every 57 microseconds, delivering a punch in a tenth of a second with the force of a 10-ton truck, moving at 90 km/h, all controlled with 0.2 mm precision. The stress tolerance was particularly astounding, requiring hundreds of machine gun bullets to penetrate. Although this wasn't the primary focus of a Level 2 civilization, such powerful performance in a lightweight suit of armor was awe-inspiring. Cheng Qi couldn't help but glance at Han's eye, thinking that this armor was now more formidable than it. He noticed the expandable memory metal capacity, and saw that it could be controlled either subjectively by him or automatically by the system. Cheng Qi decided to test it immediately. He straightened up, squinting at a 5-meter-high piece of starship wreckage nearby. The dense metal looked immovable, but as soon as Cheng Qi triggered his awareness, the blue screen displayed the optimal strike point, angle, posture, and advance route. Marveling at the magic of technology, Cheng Qi sprang into action. His legs powered up, crushing the debris underfoot. Following the blue curve indicated on the screen, he darted around obstacles, arriving before the metal wreckage in an instant. He leaned back, his cloak billowing, and raised one leg high. To counter the impending massive recoil, for dark silver metal support arms sprouted from his ankles, embedding deeply into the ground. Simultaneously, 2 mechanical spider-like supports extended from his neck to stabilize his back. His raised foot was instantly covered in dark silver metal. All of this happened in a tenth of a second. Whoosh! Boom! Cheng Qi's kick sent the nearly 5-ton metal wreckage flying, deformed by the immense impact. It whistled through the air, crashing heavily into a garbage heap 30 meters away. Standing still, Cheng Qi's chest heaved. The support arms retracted silently. He willed his wrist, and a flowing liquid emerged, first forming a sharp dagger, then extending into a nearly 2-meter-long dark silver spear. He realized that the 0.4 cubic meters of expandable memory metal could transform into any shape at will. Holding the spear, which felt like an extension of himself, Cheng Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement. At that moment, Han's eye raised a communicator. After a burst of static, Hyena's impatient voice came through. Kid, it's about time. Are you on your way? I'm telling you, my time is precious. If you're late, I won't take your stuff, damn it. With that, Hyena abruptly ended the call. Cheng Qi smiled calmly. He knew Hyena was playing hard to get, likely already fidgeting nervously at the bar. Hanzai, we've gathered enough equipment, Cheng Qi said. Let's go meet the top bully of the bar street. The so-called bar street is little more than a few dilapidated shacks nestled in a garbage-filled valley, serving as a retreat for the local scavengers. This place was once the site of a major European power's Pentagon, now buried beneath heaps of trash. In the distance, a few once glorious skyscrapers barely peek through the sea of refuse, resembling reefs in an ocean of waste. A few scavengers wander slowly, their bodies hunched and their patched-up, protective suits barely holding up against the harsh environment. These long-term inhabitants of the Earth's garbage dump are filled with a complex mix of despair and resignation, numbness and adaptation, reality and fantasy, loneliness and alienation, greed and risk. Most of the adult men come to the bar street during their leisure time, drinking heavily of the chemically tainted, low-quality alcohol in pursuit of fleeting pleasure. At the corner, a young boy appears with a nanny robot draped in burlap. His messy long hair covers his eyebrows and eyes, dust clinging to it. He wears a tattered dark blue scavenger cloak, marking his lowly status while also serving as a signal for help, though rescue teams no longer exist in this world. His black pants and jacket are made from radiation-proof materials, resembling old leather outfits, giving him the look of a young cowboy from a bygone era. The boy stops, his eyes falling on a figure in a red dress across from the bar. That's Hannah, the most beautiful sight in the bar street and the entire garbage-strewn earth. She sits gracefully on an abandoned fuel barrel, her bright red dress contrasting with her flawless, white feet. In Cheng Qi's perception, all men are enamored with her. Gathering his courage, Cheng Qi approaches Hannah. She turns her head, her black curls moving with the graceful arc of her white neck, her long lashes framing beautiful eyes that focus on Cheng Qi. The faint blue ring in her pupils is a mark of superior genes. In this gene-determined era, Hannah, with her level genes slightly above average, is a dazzling gem on this trash planet. Hannah speaks, her voice clear and enchanting. Everyone wants to get close to me, everyone says they like me, but no one respects my opinion. Maybe my criteria for choosing a partner have never been about genetic standards, but about finding someone I truly like. She chuckles softly and continues, your abrupt approach has already made me uncomfortable. Please promise to keep a respectful distance in the future. Cheng Qi pressed his lips together and finally gave a polite smile. Sorry to bother you. He then turned and walked away. He admired Hannah not just for her genes, but for her independent values and her own world. To him, Hannah was a pristine lotus in this filthy world. Inside the bar, Hyena Luke watched Cheng Qi closely, his repeatedly repaired beam gun already loaded. He turned to his 7 henchmen and whispered, get into position and cover all exits. Once that little punk steps inside, he's not getting out. Cheng Qi pushed open the bar door, the dim light revealing a few patrons scattered around in a daze. One person had already collapsed under a table, their condition unknown. Hyena wasn't in the hall, which was unusual but expected by Cheng Qi. Behind him, a brutish man slowly closed the door and jerked his head towards the back room. Hyena's waiting for you in the back. Cheng Qi walked towards the back room, passing through a hallway where 2 more menacing brutes stood guard. Hyena's intentions were obvious. Conceal the deed and dispose of the evidence. Pushing open the backroom door, Cheng Qi finally came face-to-face with Luke the Hyena, notorious leader of the underground syndicate. Luke was lounging behind a desk cobbled together from discarded metal, his feet propped up on the surface. A moldy cigar dangled from his mouth, punctured by his sharp black alloy teeth, giving him a menacing appearance. Luke motioned for Cheng Qi to sit with a flick of his eyes before casually pulling out a fully charged laser pistol from his coat. He tapped the desk lightly with his heel, as if signaling something. Sure enough, an old man with a bloodied face and torn mouth slowly crawled out from behind the desk. Cheng Qi recognized him immediately. It was Old Lin, his grandfather's friend, who had often helped them when they were starving. Without Old Lin's assistance, Cheng Qi might not have survived. Luke cast a glance at the burly man standing in the corner. This top enforcer of the bar district had both arms modified into hydraulic mechanical limbs, brimming with immense power. Hostages, enforcers, a surrounding trap. Luke the Hyena clearly intended to leave Cheng Qi with no chance of escape. Ha! Don't tell me you're going to pull that, I didn't bring this stuff. Kill me and you'll get nothing crap? Luke sneered. Little trash bug, I have a few questions for you. Where did you? Before he could finish, Cheng Qi interrupted, slowly pulling out a piece of metallic compound from his coat and placing it on the desk. Here, this repays the loan. Well, the kid knows what's up. A flicker of surprise crossed Luke's eyes. Cheng Qi remained silent, then retrieved a semi-transparent golden metal piece from his coat. This is what I intend to sell. Holy shit, it's the real deal. Luke's eyes widened, his pupils contracting. He stared in shock for a good 7 or 8 seconds before regaining his composure. The kid's got guts. Without changing his expression, Cheng Qi continued, taking out a 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th piece of amorphous alloy, placing each one carefully on the desk. Holy shit. Luke was completely dumbfounded, his cigar snapping in half with a crunch. You have this much? Desperately craning his neck, Luke's eyes fixated on Cheng Qi's coat pocket, confirming there were no more alloys inside. His face lit up with joy. This idiot brought everything he had? Luke thought gleefully. Saves me a lot of trouble. I was worried he'd hide the valuables and refuse to talk, but clearly, I was overthinking. He actually believes I'd buy this stuff? At this point, if I don't kill him, my reputation's shot. The cigar smoke lingered in the dimly lit room, rising slowly. Hyena Luke covered his mouth, struggling to suppress his laughter, and waved at the thug in the corner. Oh my god, this is killing me. Finish him off. I can't take it anymore. Ha. His voice was dripping with mockery and anticipation. Hiss. A pneumatic sound echoed as a burst of scalding steam emerged from the first thug's mechanical arm. A sinister grin spread across his face as he opened his arms and lunged at Cheng Qi's neck, intending to crush it with the force that could shatter bones in an instant. In that critical moment, a fierce glint flashed in Cheng Qi's eyes. He spun around with astonishing speed, his hands shooting out like lightning to grip the thug's mechanical arms. Cheng Qi's immense strength twisted and deformed the thug's arms. Creak. Crack. With a look of utter shock on the thug's face, Cheng Qi kicked him in the chest. The thug's body was sent flying, crashing through the bar's dilapidated wooden walls, and landed meters away, embedded in a heap of garbage in a twisted pose. Oh my god! Hyena Luke was dumbstruck, his mouth opening and closing in disbelief at the scene before him. Heavy footsteps echoed in the hallway outside, indicating that more of Luke's men were approaching. Cheng Qi glanced around and noticed an old-era heavy safe in Luke's office. With a slight bend, he effortlessly lifted the nearly 2-ton alloy safe. Boom! The door to Luke's office shattered, followed by a series of muffled groans from the hallway. Another loud crash echoed from the street, and then the world fell into an eerie silence. Oh my god! Luke's body stiffened. In his mind, Cheng Qi must have had some kind of augmentation, but in this wretched junkyard of Earth, there was no decent equipment to be found. Even if someone managed to cobble something together, it wouldn't have such performance, let alone allow lifting a 2-ton safe. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps sounded at the back door, where Luke had ordered the exits blocked. The guards there had sensed something was wrong. Suddenly, a matte silver flash appeared, and Cheng Qi extended his arm. A 3-meter-long, thumb-thick metal rod shot out from his wrist, spanning the office desk and piercing the back door. Thud. The sound of a body hitting the ground followed. This time, the world truly fell silent. Oh my god! Luke swallowed hard, the silver rod passing just by his ear, making his hair stand on end. He couldn't comprehend how this little scavenger's sleeve could produce such a long metal rod out of thin air. What kind of equipment was that? At that moment, the fierce hyena raised his laser pistol, aiming at Cheng Qi's head, and pulled the trigger. Screw you! Bang! As the smoke cleared, Cheng Qi's right hand, covered in battle armor, firmly gripped the barrel of Luke's gun. His palm felt slightly warm, but nothing more. Crack! Cheng Qi's fingers clenched, crushing the top-tier laser pistol into fragments. Brother, ask away. Luke's lips twitched, showing a look of shock that quickly turned into a forced, awkward smile, his reaction speed unmatched. Cheng Qi glanced at the amorphous alloy on the table and calmly asked, "What's its value, really?" "That piece, about 1,000 credits." Luke swallowed hard. Bang! Cheng Qi slammed Luke's head onto the metal table, black alloy teeth flying. "I lied. It can sell for 2,000, Luke," mouth full of blood, pleaded with his eyes. Bang! Cheng Qi smashed Luke's head onto the table again. 4,000. It can sell for 4,000. Luke cried out in pain. Bang! The metal table dented from the impact. "Don't kill me. I'll tell you. Amorphous alloy, 4,000. 4,000 per gram." Luke finally broke down. This time, Cheng Qi was stunned. "How much?" "Amorphous alloy, 4,000 per gram." "Brother, spare me, that's the highest price I can sell it for." Luke begged. Cheng Qi's body stiffened. He had suspected Luke would lie about the value, but he hadn't expected it to be so exaggerated. That piece of amorphous alloy weighed about 50 grams, and he had 23 pieces. 4,000 credits per gram? How much was that? Cheng Qi had never seen that many credits in his life, nor had he ever imagined such a number. Steadying his breath, Cheng Qi grabbed Luke's head. "One last question. Who has the power to buy so much amorphous alloy?" Luke panted heavily. He knew this little scavenger had unimaginable equipment and wasn't as weak as he had thought. Resigned, Luke pulled out a relatively sophisticated communicator from his desk. He's not a lowly scavenger. He doesn't even live on Earth. This communicator is the only way to contact him. Cheng Qi supported the heavily injured Lao Lin as they slowly walked out of the bar. Just as they stepped out the door, boom, the decrepit bar erupted in flames. Many onlookers knew that the little scavenger named Cheng Qi had just single-handedly taken down the top fighter of Bar Street, destroyed Hyena Luke's lair, and cremated him, putting an end to it all. Cheng Qi glanced across the street. Hannah, in a red dress, looked over just as Cheng Qi stepped out of the bar. Then, she turned her head away, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and a longing for the unknown, quietly gazing at the gray sky. Cheng Qi shook his head slightly. Hannah's values were unique. He wondered what kind of person could truly win her heart. Defeating Luke meant nothing to her. It was not within her realm of concern. Today, the footprint of human civilization stretches across the vast galaxy. Political, cultural, social, and economic systems have undergone profound transformations. The chaotic currencies of the old era have vanished, replaced by universal credit points used throughout human civilization. Cheng Qi stood in front of his makeshift shack, clutching 23 pieces of amorphous alloy, his heart pounding. These twice-synthesized materials were worth an astounding 4.6 million credit points. He could hardly believe it as he ran his fingers over the smooth surface of the alloy, the number flashing repeatedly in his mind. Unlike other technologies, advancements in materials science are revolutionary with each leaping grade. In space exploration, it is even more critical. Cheng Qi took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement. Just days ago, he was a bottom-tier scavenger, and now he was a millionaire. The stark contrast made him feel almost dissociated from himself. The sun was slowly sinking below the horizon. Its light filtered weakly through the polluted atmosphere, resembling a candle about to go out. Cheng Qi contacted the buyer using the communicator gifted by Hyena. The man who called himself Mo had a cold voice, but spoke politely. They agreed to meet at 9 p.m., with Mo landing his spacecraft on Earth and hoping for a discreet transaction. As Cheng Qi pondered the upcoming deal, heavy footsteps interrupted his thoughts. He saw Hanzi carrying a massive safe, each step leaving deep imprints on the ground. Cheng Qi squinted and recognized it as the 2.2-ton safe from Hyena Luke's office, the very one he had used as a weapon in a previous fight. You don't have the knack for thriftiness, Hanzi panted. In the end, you still need me. Cheng Qi smiled wryly, finally understanding why he hadn't seen Hanzi during the fight. They quickly reached a consensus. Since the safe had been thrown away, it was now considered trash, and picking it up wasn't stealing. Hanzi pulled out a metal cutting gun and began slicing open the safe inch by inch. With a loud crash, the safe door fell to the ground. Hanzi's mechanical arm reached inside and pulled out packages of items. Uncontaminated natural mineral water, just 2 years past its expiration date. Vacuum-sealed natural beef, only a year expired, and even 2 apples. Cheng Qi stared in amazement at these foods, considered luxuries on the polluted earth. They quickly lit a campfire and started grilling the beef. The aroma soon filled the air. Cheng Qi took a sip of the mineral water, its clear taste nearly bringing him to tears. He then bit into the golden, crispy beef, the rich flavor exploding in his mouth, the fat melting between his teeth, perfectly blended with the unique taste of the charcoal fire. As Cheng Qi savored the meal, Hanzi, wearing a chef's hat he had found somewhere, approached with a chipped aluminum tray. On it was a fully peeled apple, its flesh pale yellow and fragrant. Hanzi, isn't this a bit wasteful? Cheng Qi asked. Hanzi immediately produced another tray, on which lay the apple peels. How could I waste it? You can eat the apple first and then the peel, or the peel first and then the apple, or you can eat them together if you want. Cheng Qi pursed his lips. All right, thank you. And so, amidst the garbage and pollution of Earth, Cheng Qi and Hanzi enjoyed a rare, delicious meal, topped off with some after-dinner fruit. Cheng Qi and Hanzi lay on their backs atop the shack, gazing at the sky. Though no stars were visible, simply looking up made them feel inexplicably open-hearted. Both were silent, lost in their own dreams of the future. Cheng Qi thought about how wonderful it would be to eat meat and fruit every day. He silently encouraged himself, stay optimistic. It will happen sooner or later. Next to Cheng Qi lay a black tech box, something he had found in a hyena's safe. Though damaged, its mystery fascinated him. The only marking on the box was a standard circle with a tiny white in the center. Cheng Qi occasionally glanced at it, pondering its possible uses. Suddenly, Cheng Qi's communicator buzzed with Mo's calm voice. I've entered Earth's atmosphere. I'll land in 2 minutes. Cheng Qi immediately became alert, his eyes scanning the northern sky. A faint glimmer flashed and then disappeared. That was Mo's spacecraft, landing near the bar street. Cheng Qi stood up, his expression turning serious. He hoped the transaction would go smoothly. However, 5 minutes later, the communicator buzzed again. Mo's voice came through. Mr. Cheng Qi, I apologize. Although I've landed, I'm delayed by some trivial matters. Our meeting will be postponed by 20 minutes, but the location remains unchanged. Trivial matters? Cheng Qi frowned, a thought flashing through his mind. Could Mo be planning revenge for the hyena? He had heard some indescribable strange noises from the communicator earlier. Unwilling to wait passively, Cheng Qi decided to take action. He and Hanzi quietly made their way to the meeting point under the moonlight. About 2 kilometers from the bar street, in a desolate area, Cheng Qi spotted the small spacecraft. It was sleek and advanced, starkly contrasting with the dilapidated surroundings. Cheng Qi didn't reveal himself but hid behind a pile of trash, squinting to observe. The spacecraft's door was open, and when he saw the scene inside, he was stunned. He saw Mo in a suit and a woman in a red dress. Hannah was clinging to Mo's neck, licking his cheek with a dazed expression, her beautiful eyes full of allure. She whispered, "You can do anything you want to me." Hannah's lips curled, seemingly lost in the moment. However, Mo, despite enjoying such attention, remained expressionless. He calmly said, "Miss, I need you to stop. This is my limit." He pried Hannah's octopus-like arms from his neck and pushed her away. Hannah's flushed face turned to disappointment. She leaned against the wall, sliding weakly to the ground, staring blankly as Mo stepped out of the spacecraft, her expression freezing. Mo adjusted his suit and turned to face Cheng Qi, who stood frozen like a statue, his lips trembling as he asked, "Do you know Hannah?" Mo shook his head. "No." Cheng Qi was shocked. "Then you too." Mo explained. "When I landed, she seemed to notice my spacecraft. She approached and made such requests, even pleading." Cheng Qi's eyes widened. "How is that possible?" "It's quite normal," Mo said with a wry smile. "My genetic level is D, and hers Hanasis E. She wants to cultivate a high-level genetic offspring to improve her status and leave this place." Cheng Qi noticed the 3 magnificent blue rings in Mo's pupils. The level genes. His emotions were complex. To him, Hannah had always been noble, like a lotus flower unstained by mud. Mo continued, "I've encountered this many times. But this woman cried her heart out, clinging to me." Cheng Qi's eyes widened further. Mo clarified, "Yes, scavengers' genes are quite poor. That's why Earth's sky has been restricted, to prevent these inferior genes from contaminating human civilization. Earth has become a prison for scavengers. Every scavenger dreams of leaving Earth and joining true human civilization." Cheng Qi was dazed. "But Hannah," Mo added, "she feels the same. She might appear aloof to other scavengers, but would do anything with a high-level genetic individual she just met. She used to gaze at the sky from the bar street, and you might have thought she was lost in her thoughts. In reality, she was waiting for a high-level genetic individual's arrival. That proud red rose becomes as lowly as a dog before a high-level genetic individual." Seeing Cheng Qi's distressed look, Mo asked, "You've never seen the world of high-level genes, have you? Do you think I took advantage of her? Let me tell you, her beauty is very average in the world of high-level genes." Mo patted Cheng Qi's shoulder, comforting him. "As long as humans exist, so will social classes. You're still young. You have a chance. Don't be confined by the present. The vast universe is beyond your imagination." Cheng Qi clenched his teeth. This 18-year-old boy learned an unforgettable lesson today. He took a deep breath, his expression gradually becoming resolute. He pulled out 23 pieces of amorphous alloy, deciding to hide the high-entropy alloy for now, at least until he successfully completed a transaction with Mo. Mo nodded quietly, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the amorphous alloy. "Compared to other scavengers, you are indeed extraordinary. These alloys are valuable. What do you want? Credit points or other items?" Cheng Qi clenched his fists and slowly raised his head, saying firmly, "I want to exchange for genetic catalyst drugs, the cheapest, most basic kind. As many as I can get, I'll take them all." Mo took out a compact piece of tech, a small scale, and held it in his palm. A golden scanning beam emitted from one end of the scale, sweeping up and down over 23 pieces of amorphous alloy. The other end displayed on a holographic screen. Amorphous alloy, 100 purity, 1,186.3 grams, worth 5.016 million credits. Mo looked at Cheng Qi seriously. "Standard market price, no tricks." Cheng Qi's brow furrowed slightly. He knew that the price per gram of amorphous alloy far exceeded 4,000 credits. Despite having beaten the hyena to a pulp, this person still dared to withhold information. On this trash-covered Earth, the saying, "people die for wealth, birds die for food," had never been more true. In contrast, Mo seemed extremely professional. He explained, "According to the Galactic Union regulations, even the lowest grade gene catalyst drugs are incredibly precious. Despite a success rate as low as 0.0035, they still sell for 1 to 2 million credits per dose." Cheng Qi keenly caught the key point. "What about outside the Galactic Union regulations?" A hint of admiration flashed in Mo's eyes. "Black market gene catalyst drugs, 800,000 credits per dose, with a success rate 0.002 percentage points higher, but they can cause genetic dissolution, leading to instant death." Cheng Qi frowned. "Is there anything worse?" Mo was surprised. "What? I thought you were prepared to risk death for that less than 1% chance. I didn't expect you to be even crazier than I thought." He paused. "If you want worse, I have something black market defective gene catalyst drugs, 300,000 credits per dose, with a survival rate of 0.8. A gleam in Cheng Qi's eyes that Mo couldn't understand. "I'll take it," Mo froze, staring at Cheng Qi for a long moment before nodding in resignation. I'll need to take your alloy first. Do you trust me? Cheng Qi watched Mo closely. I've heard that high-level gene enhancers not only optimize their bodies, but also elevate their cognition, moral standards, and thinking. Mo responded. Some people do, but not all. You can trust me with this transaction. With that, Mo put the amorphous alloy into a black leather case he carried and turned to leave. After a few steps, he stopped and turned back. In light of your trust, I'll give you a little bonus. He handed Cheng Qi a piece of paper wrapped in a dust-proof bag. Cheng Qi examined the paper card, which read Hua Linzhong, chief professor at the Miaozi Research Institute. He asked in confusion, "What is this?" Mo explained, "A piece of information. The Miaozi Research Institute was one of the last scientific institutions to evacuate Earth. Though it's been abandoned by mainstream science, I suspect they left behind a lot of research equipment and results. As a scavenger, this information should be valuable to you." Mo boarded his aircraft, and Hannah was forced out. She watched the aircraft descend, looking dejected. After ensuring no one was around, she composed herself, regained her aloof demeanor, and walked into the night among the trash heaps. Behind the trash pile, Cheng Qi watched Hannah's departing figure, a look of detachment in his eyes. He no longer saw her as the red rose in his heart, but was now focused on breaking through the never-breached class barrier. In front of his shack, Cheng Qi examined the card by the firelight. He pondered whether Miaozi referred to some unknown particle and why he had never heard of it in the news. The address read Huaxia 52nd Research District, but for the civilization repeatedly interrupted on this trash-filled Earth, the location was likely long buried under heaps of garbage. Turning the card over, Cheng Qi saw a symbol, a black circle with a small white in the center. His pupils contracted, and he immediately took out a black box he had obtained from the hyena's safe. Comparing the two, he found the symbol on the box matched the one on the card exactly. Cheng Qi began to dismantle the damaged tech box. 10 minutes later, he realized it was a signal tracker with a single target, likely pointing to the Miaozi Research Center. However, 4 types of chips inside the box were burned out. Cheng Qi clicked his tongue, realizing that finding these outdated chips in the Earth's trash heaps would be nearly impossible. Clank-clank, the sound of something being dragged outside the shack echoed sharply, like metal scraping against the ground. Cheng Qi lifted the tarp and peeked out the door. A little girl, about 5 or 6 years old, stood there with her hair in 2 pigtails and rosy cheeks. She had a thick rope tied around her waist, pulling a worn-out bathtub filled with various tech junk. Clearly, she couldn't move such a heavy load by herself. Behind the bathtub, a 3-legged mechanical dog was pushing with its head, its legs flailing uselessly, unaware that the bathtub had already stopped. The dog had a rare metal detector installed on its nose, making it an excellent scavenging assistant. "Cheng Qi, I heard a missile from Oro hit you," the little girl said, her big black eyes wide open. "I heard you died. I came to see if you were really dead. Are you dead?" Cheng Qi recognized the visitor. "Oh, it's Xiaoqiong." He stepped out of the shack, thought for a moment and replied, "I don't think I'm dead." "That's good then," Xiaoqiong said, waving her hand. "You adults really make me worry." Cheng Qi chuckled. "Where are you off to?" Xiaoqiong sniffled and looked into the distance. "I'm going to set up a stall on Bar Street to see if I can make some extra money. You know, Mom works so hard for just a few credits and doesn't take care of herself. I'm trying to help pay off some debts. You adults really are worrisome." Cheng Qi gazed at Xiaoqiong. This little girl, barely 5.5, had such a tough life. Her father had been a steady-earning young scavenger, but a year ago, in search of more valuable items, he ventured deep into the junk heaps, much like miners of old delving into coal mines. Tragically, the tunnel collapsed, and Xiaoqiong's father was buried inside forever. To support Xiaoqiong, her mother had to sell herself on Bar Street. Xiaoqiong didn't understand the nature of her mother's work, but ever since her father's death, she felt she had to take on responsibilities, often saying things that sounded far too mature for her age. Cheng Qi glanced at the worn-out bathtub and asked, "How much are you planning to make?" "Just 20 credits will do," Xiaoqiong nodded to herself. After all, every sensible person knows that greed is a bad thing. Cheng Qi gently patted the little girl's head, turned back to the shack, and returned with a big, shiny red apple. Xiaoqiong's eyes widened as she stared at the fresh fruit, reflecting a red glow. "This must be worth hundreds of credits, right?" Cheng Qi pointed at the apple and said seriously, "This is an apple with a dream. If you try to sell it or store it for a long time, it will just vanish into a bubble. It once told me its dream is to be eaten while someone walks." He placed the apple in Xiaoqiong's hand. "Here, help it achieve its dream." Xiaoqiong sniffed the apple and then took a big bite. She wrinkled her nose, tears welling up in her eyes, but she quickly wiped them away with her hand. "You adults, always trying to take care of me with some made-up fairy tale full of holes," she said, dragging the bathtub away. "I won't take advantage of you. We can split the earnings 50-50 after I sell today's haul." Cheng Qi smiled and looked towards the distant junk heaps. He knew Xiao Qiong's mother was secretly watching, not because she distrusted Cheng Qi, but because she worried about Xiao Qiong being out alone at night. Just as Cheng Qi returned to the shack, there was a knock, or rather, someone tapping on the shack's post from outside. He lifted the tarp and saw Xiao Qiong had come back. She held the half-eaten apple in one hand and a peculiar necklace in the other. The other half of the apple's dream, Mom will help it achieve, Xiao Qiong said, pointing to the apple. Then she raised the necklace over her head and handed it to Cheng Qi. Here, this is a gift for you. Don't despise it. It took me a whole year to collect matching beads. Cheng Qi carefully examined the necklace. It was a string of small metal beads, each about the size of old-fashioned marbles, shining with a silvery metallic luster. Hanging from each bead was a black thread, making the whole thing look like a bunch of little octopuses with limp tentacles. Cheng Qi's expression suddenly grew serious. He realized that these small beads were actually tiny robots, long discarded and broken, but STC could upgrade and repurpose them. This discovery left him stunned. Isn't it pretty? The threads below the beads are called tassels, but these aren't ordinary bearing balls, Xiao Qiong said proudly, her hands behind her back. It must be some kind of high-grade bearing steel bead. It's very beautiful. Thank you, Xiao Qiong, Cheng Qi said sincerely. Cheng Qi exhaled slowly, thinking to himself, sometimes, a small act of kindness can bring unexpected rewards. In the dead of night, Cheng Qi curled up in his makeshift shack, carefully dismantling a necklace. Under the dim light, he meticulously counted the scattered beads and was astonished to find 35 miniature repair robots. Although they were all out of power and many of their repair arms were damaged, their value as basic synthesis materials remained unaffected. Cheng Qi's heart raced with excitement. With these repair robots, he finally had hope of fixing the locator at the Miaozi base. He couldn't help but imagine Xiao Qiong over the past year. The dirty little girl rummaging through piles of garbage, searching for similar beads, just to create this special Buddha bead necklace for him. Cheng Qi recalled the many times he had helped Xiao Qiong and felt moved by the gratitude of this clever little girl. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Qi began the synthesis process. He raised his hand, and the STC immediately emitted a scanning beam. Under his control, the beads were broken down into raw materials and quickly reassembled into 17 microcircuit repair robots. These robots were reduced in size by 50, enabling them to be remotely controlled and, due to their small size, to enter devices for simple mechanical repairs and circuit soldering. Cheng Qi paused, gazing at the newly revitalized metal beads before him. They floated in the air, with tiny red dots blinking at their cores, waiting for command links. Below the beads, hair-thin mechanical arms gently swayed in the air, eager to start working. However, Cheng Qi was not satisfied. His eyes gleamed with determination as he decided to further reduce their size. Activating the STC again, he disassembled and restructured the robots, successfully synthesizing 8mm-sized circuit repair robots. Their bodies shrank to the size of grains of rice, appearing like a swarm of floating mosquitoes from a distance. Cheng Qi's excitement grew, feeling closer to his goal. The STC's capabilities continued to amaze him. He knew that in the field of robotics, miniaturization was always a formidable challenge. Unwilling to stop there, Cheng Qi initiated the synthesis process once more. This time, he succeeded in creating 4-micron-sized circuit repair robots. Their size decreased further, resembling tiny sesame seeds. In the dim shack, they were almost imperceptible, save for their faint indicator lights. Cheng Qi frowned slightly, considering the complexity of the circuit boards. He worried that remote control alone might not achieve the required precision. So, he initiated the synthesis process again, this time successfully creating 2 intelligent micron-sized circuit repair sprites. These sprites had enhanced intelligent recognition capabilities, able to automatically detect and diagnose faults in the circuits and quickly formulate repair plans. They could penetrate extremely small circuit structures for repairs, with their individual repair speed increased by 350. Cheng Qi's eyes widened as he eagerly searched for these tiny sprites, but the air seemed empty. Where are you?" he asked in confusion. Suddenly, a faint buzzing sound was heard, and 2 pinhead-sized lights flickered in the air, converging and separating. Cheng Qi breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he had almost lost the robots. They were now incredibly tiny. Despite this, Cheng Qi was still unsatisfied. He realized that although the repair robots had reached micron size, this referred to their repair arms, and their overall size was still somewhat bulky, making it difficult to navigate inside the circuit boards. He decided to attempt one final synthesis. This was his only chance. With a determined look, Cheng Qi knew that the STC always operated on a leap in levels. He believed that if the size could be halved once more, the current problem would be solved. With this conviction, he initiated the synthesis process again. However, things did not go as planned. With a deafening boom, the entire shack shook violently. A massive metal cone, nearly 4 meters tall and at least 1.8 meters in diameter, suddenly appeared. smashing Cheng Qi's only table to pieces. Cheng Qi stood dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at the gigantic object before him. "What the heck is this?" he exclaimed. "It's so huge. This is a complete disaster." The KP03 Quantum Intelligent Repair Cluster descended slowly in front of Cheng Qi, its massive metallic cone exuding the high-tech aura of a 2.2-level civilization creation. Cheng Qi studied the enormous structure, filled with curiosity. "Buddy, with your size, what exactly can you repair?" At that moment, a hatch on the front of the cone opened, releasing a radiant blue light from within. A palm-sized metal disc floated out like a UFO, landing gently on Cheng Qi's shoulder. The disc quickly transformed, perfectly adhering to his shoulder like a metallic patch. Before Cheng Qi could react, the patch morphed back into a small UFO, hovering by his ear and emitting a mechanical voice. "Would you like to see the cluster's capabilities?" "Go ahead, show me," Cheng Qi responded. Immediately, the interior of the cone came to life. Tens of thousands of nano-sized repair robots swarmed out like a hive of bees, filling the air before dispersing and almost vanishing from sight. Cheng Qi was stunned. "Nano-sized? My goodness, that's terrifying." Not far away, Hanzai was applying lubricant to his mechanical fingers when he accidentally snapped one off. A small team of nano repair robots quickly separated from the main swarm, precisely picking up the broken finger, reattaching it, tightening the screws, and even using micro-arc welding to seamlessly weld and polish it. Hanzai looked at his newly restored finger in amazement. They even did a manicure. Cheng Qi finally understood. The system before him was a complete nano-level intelligent repair factory. The massive cone was the central hub, the UFO by his ear was the mobile control terminal, and the nearly invisible nanorobots were the true repair workforce. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Qi turned his gaze to the century-old Miaozi Research Center locator box. This palm-sized black box had severely corroded internal circuits and a melted core circuit board, making it nearly impossible to repair with Earth's current technology. However, the swarm of nano-repair robots effortlessly entered the box. They worked like invisible hands, precisely rotating each screw, disassembling the box into over 100 parts. Dirt and rust vanished from the components at a visible speed, and the faint glow on the chips indicated the robots were soldering the circuits. Then, the newly refurbished parts were reassembled with fluid precision, a process so smooth it was mesmerizing. When the nano-repair robots finished their task, they buzzed into the air, regrouped, and dispersed again. The red LED on the locator box began to flash, and a blue light beam projected a 3D map of Earth's surface. Although this projection technology lagged behind holographic projections, it clearly displayed the mountains and oceans buried under waste. The only blinking light on the map marked coordinates 11620E, 3956N. Cheng Qi squinted. Wasn't this the former capital of Huaxia? Now, scavengers called it the no-return zone, a vast, scarcely developed landfill spanning nearly 1,000 kilometers. It was said that a 12-member armed scavenger team once attempted to approach it, but only 3 returned, gravely injured, and soon died from infections. Cheng Qi's expression turned serious. The Miaozi Research Center was located in such a perilous place? But precisely because of this, the technological equipment there might be well preserved. What astonishing secrets did Miaozi technology hold? Coupled with the STC's extraordinary synthesis capabilities, this dangerous journey could be incredibly valuable. Taking a deep breath, a determined look flashed in Cheng Qi's eyes. Fortune favors the bold. The next morning, the sky was still shrouded in mist. Dust and harmful gases filled the air, making the sun appear dim. Cheng Qi and Hanzai arrived at a dilapidated transportation hub, once part of the old Washington city. Based on the buried White Palace beneath the bar street, it was estimated that Cheng Qi's base was about 11,000 kilometers from Huaxia's capital. At the hub, they encountered a man with a bulbous, reddish nose named Wu Ya. He owned a ramshackle, patchwork ground effect vehicle that resembled a long-distance bus. It barely complied with the sky ban, but could serve scavengers for long-distance travel. Anyone could board it for a fee. There were already a few scavengers on the vehicle. When they heard Cheng Qi was heading to the capital, they looked at him with awe. 2 scavengers stood up and silently placed 2 energy bars and a bottle of filtered water in front of Cheng Qi as their last act of sympathy. In these tragic times, many desperate people risked their lives. "Hold on tight, everyone," Wu Ya shouted. "No need for seatbelts because this flight doesn't have any." He pushed the control lever, and the vehicle's sides emitted a powerful airflow, stirring up dust as the craft slowly lifted off and then rapidly accelerated into a smooth takeoff. Midair, the vehicle began shedding parts like a frog, shaking off its tadpoles. Cheng Qi frowned and thought, "I hope I don't crash and die before reaching the capital." Suddenly, a large, smoking piece detached from the vehicle and plummeted to the ground. "Master, engine number 2 has left us," said Wu Ya's nanny robot, a decommissioned aviation maintenance bot, in a dopey voice. Stay calm. No big deal. Back up. Back up. Wuya waved it off casually. The maintenance robot skillfully lifted another engine, attached it to the wing, and after a flurry of wrenching, engine number 2 was back in action. Cheng Qi looked around and saw there were no more spare engines. Wuya explained, "No worries, I've flown this route for 7 or 8 years. Engines have scattered all over the place. Losing 1 or 2 is no problem. We'll make an emergency landing and find a replacement in no time. Recycling is the way to go. Trust me, my flights are rock solid." After a bumpy ride, Cheng Qi finally arrived near the capital. Wuya gently lifted the vehicle into the air, looked back at Cheng Qi and Han Zai on the ground, and offered a sympathetic smile. "Brother, if you make it back, the return trip is on me." Cheng Qi waved goodbye and turned to face the scene before him. An endless expanse of garbage, with no soil or ground in sight. Pale green toxic fumes floated everywhere. Occasionally, a pair of glowing red eyes would flash from the distant heaps, eerily watching Cheng Qi. Cheng Qi lifted his head slightly, and his extreme warrior power armor flipped out a silver metallic mask, with blue, tech-imbued lights shining from the eye area. On his shoulder was the mobile control platform for the KP03 Quantum Intelligent Repair Cluster, a small UFO housing tens of thousands of micro-repair robots. They retracted their mechanical arms, resembling hibernating insects. "Han Zai, ready?" Cheng Qi asked. "No problem," Han Zai replied. With a roar, the jet turbine shoes under their feet ignited, propelling them skyward. They adjusted their posture midair and flew towards the heart of the capital. As Cheng Qi and Han Zai ascended, shadows emerged from the surrounding garbage piles. They stepped into the dim sunlight, revealing themselves as massive gray rats, each at least a meter long, with bulging muscles and sharp teeth piercing their lower jaws, dripping foul-smelling liquid. They stood on their hind legs, glaring at the two figures in the distance with their beastly red eyes. These were carrion rats, or killer rats, as scavengers called them. Mutated by the chemical waste and radiation in the capital area, they had become strong and vicious, with teeth and claws as hard as steel and an incredibly resilient life force. Even if their bodies were cut in half, they could still savagely attack their prey. Among the carrion rats, some had become more intelligent, serving as strategists to direct the group's tactical assaults. At that moment, one carrion rat opened its menacing mouth towards the north and emitted a bizarre, distorted sound, like the roar of a large carnivore. Instantly, layers of terrifying roars echoed from the north, the response of a vast horde numbering in the millions. These mutated rats were highly territorial and would mobilize their entire group to shred any intruders to pieces. This was why the capital area was known as the Land of No Return. Cheng Qi and Han Zai hovered 100 meters above the ground, looking down at the eerie scene below. The ground was shrouded in a sinister gloom, with wisps of green fog drifting like ghosts. Everywhere they looked, there was nothing but heaps of broken debris. Suddenly, countless red dots flickered on the ground, resembling stars in a dark sky, but exuding a chilling, bloody aura. Cheng Qi squinted his eyes. Just then, those red dots vanished as if snuffed out by an invisible hand. He knew all too well that those were the eyes of countless killer rats. These vicious creatures were lurking in the trash piles, ready to tear apart any intruder into their territory. Glancing at the coordinates, Cheng Qi confirmed that Miaozi's research location was just 200 meters ahead. The atmosphere there was even more polluted, and in the darkness stood the massive wreckage of a starship. Once majestic, the ship was now a heavily corroded shell, all usable parts stripped away, exuding an indescribable sense of desolation. Cheng Qi and Han Zai descended to the ground, each step crunching on debris, the sound piercing through the dead silence. Suddenly, a foul stench mixed with the scent of blood hit them. Squeak! A 1.5-meter-long killer rat, as big as a calf, lunged from the side, its gaping maw aiming for Cheng Qi's throat. The extreme warrior armor had issued a warning half a second earlier. Cheng Qi reacted swiftly, raising his arm to block. The rat's sharp teeth pierced the protective suit, but as they bit into the armor, the black fangs snapped off. Cheng Qi grabbed the giant rat, holding its jaws apart with both hands. With a crack, he tore it in half. Once, such a rat could have killed Cheng Qi, but now it was merely a trivial plaything in his hands. Cheng Qi scanned the trash piles around him, clearly seeing at least a dozen killer rats shrinking back in fear. Although they were ferocious, they still retained the instinctual fear of a stronger predator. "I'll hold them off," Cheng Qi said, straightening up. "The exact coordinates are inside the starship wreckage. Get in there and dig as fast as you can. Be careful." "Got it," Han Zai responded, quickly diving into the starship wreckage. Cheng Qi had already studied the terrain and knew there was only one entrance to the wreckage. As long as he held this spot, he could buy Han Zai enough time. Squeak! The killer rats, their ferocity overcoming their fear, leaped at Cheng Qi. The memory metal on Cheng Qi's wrist flowed, forming a tumper-long blade. His vision tracked all the rat's movements, his brain quickly listing one-hit kill maneuvers. Despite his lack of combat experience, the extreme warrior armor turned him into a precise fighting machine. Silver flashes cut through the gloom, the sound of slicing flesh constant, and the stench of blood filled the air. Cheng Qi felt each of his movements executing the armor's plan with precision, encountering only 13 moments of slight resistance. In 30 seconds, the bodies of 13 killer rats lay severed on the ground. Cheng Qi stepped forward, crushing one rat's body underfoot, and with a swift motion, decapitated it. He then lifted the rat's head high into the air with the tip of his blade. Crack! A thunderclap echoed from the dark clouds above, lighting up the ground. Cheng Qi's silhouette reflected in the blood-red eyes of countless killer rats. Cheng Qi's strategy was clear. These rats, which had bred for centuries, were too numerous to kill entirely. The only way was to intimidate them, leveraging their instinctual fear to make them retreat. Squeak! Squeak! Thousands of killer rats around them let out low, piercing screeches, their backs arched, fur bristling. Cheng Qi's plan seemed to be working. None dared to emerge from the trash piles. Cheng Qi glanced towards the deeper part of the starship wreckage, where Hanzai was frantically digging with hands transformed into excavators. Hanzai, any progress? Cheng Qi called out. Not yet. Who knows how long this will take? Hanzai responded. Cheng Qi scanned the lurking killer rats, ready to help Hanzai, but noticed a change. Though they didn't dare approach, the rats began circling around him, forming a layered formation. Each rat crouched, claws gripping the ground, ready to attack at any moment. Cheng Qi immediately understood their plan: to surround him in a 360-degree formation and launch continuous waves of attacks. Cheng Qi squinted his eyes and suddenly noticed an eerie, faint red sound wave on the holographic interface of his armor. Following this signal, he quickly pinpointed an inconspicuous pile of small garbage in the distance. In an instant, the truth dawned on him. At that moment, dozens of killer rats from the first layer of the encirclement leaped up. Cheng Qi frowned, spread the fingers of his right hand, and aimed at the air. The gravity control glove activated instantly. The killer rats screamed in terror, their bodies writhing madly in midair, unable to land. Simultaneously, Cheng Qi pointed his left hand at the suspicious garbage pile. The trash trembled, and a small, entirely white rat was pulled out as if by an invisible force. This white-furred killer rat was the strategist of the rat swarm. It had evolved intelligence beyond its peers and could emit low-frequency sound waves inaudible to human ears to command the other gray-furred killer rats. The air vibrated as Cheng Qi increased the power of his gravity control glove. Terror and disbelief flashed in the white rat's eyes before its body suddenly exploded. When Cheng Qi received the gravity control glove, the STC had clearly noted that the gravity field it created was volatile and somewhat uncontrollable. This sudden scene stunned the other gray-furred rats. They froze, their limbs paralyzed, emitting broken squeaks. With a cold gaze, Cheng Qi twisted his left hand again, pulling out 3 more white-furred rats from the nearby garbage piles. Their terror was even more evident, clearly unable to understand how this creature could locate and control them. Bang! 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 3 explosions followed, turning the white-furred rats into a mist of blood. The gray-furred killer rats not only remained immobile but even started trembling, too scared to make any rash moves. A smug smile appeared on Cheng Qi's face, but it quickly froze. The ground was trembling. A suffocating stench filled the air, and deafening roars echoed around. Cheng Qi looked up, his pupils contracting 1 kilometer away. A gray wave surged, blocking out the sky. It was a tidal wave composed of countless killer rats, trampling over each other, forming a massive wave hundreds of meters high, surrounding them from all sides. What the hell? Do you really think that highly of me? What have I done to deserve your entire horde? Cheng Qi shouted, turning his head. Hanzi, how's it going? Goddamn. According to my scans, the old Kyoto site is 260 meters down. Hanzi, bent over and digging frantically, replied, I can't dig it out. Oh crap. Before he could finish, the ground beneath Hanzi collapsed with a roar, forming a bottomless pit. Hanzi fell in, followed by the sound of a large amount of trash crashing down. Damn it. I almost broke my leg. Hanzi's voice echoed, indicating he was relatively unharmed. A set of data appeared on Cheng Qi's Extreme Warrior Armor's holographic interface. Object fall time 7.28 seconds. Calculated free fall depth 257.6 meters. He instantly realized that Hanzi had fallen into the long-buried underground Kyoto. Holy crap. There's a sturdy alloy door here. The entrance to the Muozi Research Center. The password system is busted. Can't open it. Hanzi's voice came through, startled. Cheng Qi looked into the distance. The giant tide of rats was now less than 200 meters away, their sheer numbers forming a terrifying, snarling mass. While a single killer rat was not much of a threat, their endless numbers made them impossible to eliminate completely. Prolonged entanglement would magnify even the smallest risks. We're here, running isn't an option, and going back empty-handed is even less so. Cheng Qi gritted his teeth, his eyes falling on the miniature repair robots on his shoulder. It's up to you now. Hundreds of miniature robots took to the air, flying like a mist into the collapsed pit. If they could repair the Muon Research Center's door in a short time, Cheng Qi and Han Zi could enter and seal off the endless killer rats. 3 seconds after the repair robots entered the pit, Cheng Qi leaped in as well. Hot on his heels, the killer rats screamed viciously, pouring down like a gray waterfall. Han Zi waited below. The repair robots flew ahead. Cheng Qi descended behind, and the rat tide chased closely. Thus began a thrilling underground chase. During his fall, Cheng Qi clearly saw that the ground below was a vast, dimly lit space. Han Zi was leaning against a large, dark golden door, its heavy and sturdy frame capable of withstanding the attacks of the killer rats. Miniature repair robots floated like smoke into the keypad on one side of the door, starting their work ahead of him. Cheng Qi approached the ground rapidly, executing a smooth somersault to absorb the impact and landing steadily on one knee in front of the alloy door. He stood up and looked skyward, witnessing countless killer rats pouring down with a terrifying momentum, forming a dreadful cascade of rodents. Suddenly, the swarm of rats in midair split in two like a torrent. A massive shadow then burst forth from the swarm. Cheng Qi's pupils contracted sharply. It was an enormous red-furred killer rat, at least 4 meters in size, resembling a fierce rhino in the dim light. Before Cheng Qi could recover from his shock, more giant red-furred killer rats appeared, numbering in the hundreds. These were clearly not ordinary rat kings, but some kind of even more terrifying elite rats. At that moment, a voice came from the small UFO on his shoulder, formulating repair plan. Cheng Qi was momentarily stunned and thought to himself, "Brother, it's been several seconds already, and you're just starting to formulate a plan?" A deafening roar interrupted Cheng Qi's thoughts. A red-furred killer rat landed, shook its hard fur, and leaped 5 meters high, its gaping maw aiming to devour him. In that critical moment, the small UFO suddenly announced, "Repair complete. Door system restored and functioning. Now commencing decryption. Estimated time, 88 seconds. Cheng Qi's emotions were like a roller coaster, first thrilled by the rapid repair, then despairing over the long decryption time. He swore to himself that if he survived, he would definitely synthesize some large-scale weapons for future use. Just then, a prompt sounded from the alloy door. Ding. Authorized personnel detected. Welcome to Huaxia District 52, Muon Research Center. Cheng Qi was stunned, unable to believe he was actually an authorized person. The door began to tremble, dust falling off. As a gap appeared, Cheng Qi quickly pulled Han Zi through. The door slowly closed, trapping a red-furred killer rat in the gap, which was crushed under immense pressure, its blood and entrails splattering out. Yet, the half-crushed body was still relentless, using its front paws to leap towards Cheng Qi's head. Cheng Qi reacted swiftly, his combat armor instantly forming a blade that pierced through the killer rat's mouth and out its back. This time, the killer rat finally died, black blood oozing from its gaping mouth. Breathing heavily, Cheng Qi thought to himself that exploring ruins was indeed both terrifying and exhilarating. Outside, the sound of violent impacts and claws scratching at the door could be heard, but the alloy door stood firm, seemingly capable of withstanding a nuclear blast. The miniature repair robots turned to fix Han Zi's leg, while Cheng Qi cautiously surveyed the pitch-black interior of the Muon Research Center, unable to gauge its depth. Suddenly, a sound of an electric switch being flipped echoed from afar. Then, white fluorescent lights above Cheng Qi's head lit up, row by row, illuminating the entire space. Before him was a massive office area, clean and tiled with white floor tiles, with numerous cubicles made of tempered glass on either side. However, apart from simple desks and chairs, the place was empty and devoid of any valuable items. An ominous feeling rose in Cheng Qi's heart, fearing this trip might end in vain. As Cheng Qi carefully observed his surroundings, a voice suddenly spoke beside him. "Hello there, friend." Cheng Qi was startled, his hair standing on end. He slowly turned his head to see a middle-aged man in a white lab coat standing nearby, approaching him with eerily silent footsteps. Cheng Qi warily asked, "Who are you?" as he flipped a blade into his hand, ready to react to any potential threat. The middle-aged man smiled warmly and replied, "My name is Hua Linzhong, the person in charge here." Cheng Qi frowned, recalling the name on the business card. Hua Linzhong, chief professor of the Muon Research Center. But how is that possible? The business card and the research center were from 100 years ago. He should have been long dead. Moreover, how could anyone still be alive in this place, buried under heaps of garbage? At that moment, the combat armor's life support system indicated that the oxygen level here was extremely low, necessitating its activation. Cheng Qi's pupils narrowed as a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Could this person not be human, but a ghost? Don't worry. Right now, I'm just a 3D projection. A voice echoed from the void, and suddenly, Hua Linzhong's lifelike image appeared before Cheng Qi. The man in the white coat flashed a slightly sardonic smile, his nicotine-stained teeth particularly striking. A damn projection that I had to record in advance. Talking to thin air in front of a camera, Cheng Qi was stunned. He understood the principles of 3D projection, but hearing such crude language from Hua Linzhong, a highly respected scientist, was jarring. Hua Linzhong seemed to read Cheng Qi's bewilderment and continued, "Oh, I'm here in person too. I can take you to see me, and maybe give you a tour of the Muon Research Center." As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing a tattooed arm. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, expertly lit it with a Zippo, and took a deep drag, his face showing pure enjoyment. Cheng Qi couldn't help but marvel at the unique personality of Professor Hua, who was so different from the traditional image of a scientist. The tattoos and smoking gave him a rebellious yet charismatic aura. Sensing Cheng Qi's amazement, Hua Linzhong explained, "Don't be surprised. I studied abroad when I was young, went astray, and hung out on the streets for a few years." As he walked, he continued, "Scientists are people too. After all, what's past is past. What's now is now." Cheng Qi nodded silently, listening as Hua Linzhong elaborated. Muons, also known as mu particles, are fundamental particles with unique quantum properties. They have a spin of 12 and carry a single negative charge. Their rest mass is 207 times that of an electron, about 105.6 MeV superscript 2, making them essentially heavy electrons. With the cigarette between his lips, Hua Linzhong spoke with passion. 16 years ago, I became utterly captivated by muons. My initial goal was to develop entirely new energy sources. Muons are unstable particles, with an average decay life of 2.2 microseconds when at rest. Brilliant yet fleeting. He glanced at a meeting room, where another 3D projection suddenly lit up. Young scientists were cheering. "We did it. We've finally stabilized the muons." A nostalgic smile crept onto Hua Linzhong's face. 6 years ago, we made a significant breakthrough, inventing a strong magnetic field cage to confine muons in a specific spatial region, he explained. Unfortunately, we achieved nothing in the following decade. The projection of Hua Linzhong's face darkened as he took a deep drag on his cigarette. "We were under immense pressure, ridiculed by our peers, targeted by scientific societies, and abandoned by investors." The meeting room projection shifted to a scene 10 years later. The young scientists now looked weary, with heavy dark circles and greasy hair. I had full confidence in the muons. I encouraged and comforted them, but I knew they were on the brink of collapse. Hua Linzhong continued walking. "I believe muons are linked to creation itself, to the fundamental units of the universe. I have a strong conviction that once fully harnessed, muon technology will catapult human civilization to the next level." Over the past decade, I've conducted various experiments and catalyzed reactions involving muons. During one such experiment, an explosion knocked me unconscious. But in that moment, I felt my consciousness being drawn into time itself. It was as if I traveled across 93 billion light-years of the universe, arriving at the initial singularity. I saw a set of numbers, 24. I don't know what they mean, but the awe I felt, the sense of reverence, solidified my resolve to develop muon technology. Hua Linzhong slowly turned, locking eyes with Cheng Qi. "Afterward, I saw you." Cheng Qi felt as if Hua Linzhong's gaze pierced through space and time, reaching his very soul. "I saw you after Earth had become a wasteland, finding the buried Muon Research Center. I saw your face, and I saw your robot. I know," Hua Linzhong's voice was steady and penetrating, "that you are from the future." Cheng Qi felt a chill rising from his feet, his eyes widening slightly. He realized that the 3D projection in front of him seemed to have no interactive function. It was all pre-recorded. The reason Hua Linzhong could appear to interact was because he had seen Cheng Qi a century ago and remembered his actions, creating a form of communication across time. "When I woke up, I told others about the wonders of muons," Hua Linzhong concluded, "and damn it, no one believed me." Hua Linzhong bit down hard on the cigarette filter, clenching it so tightly that it deformed. He continued to lead the way, turning into a narrow corridor, his mind churning with complex emotions. "Including my good friend, Dr. Song from the Area 53 Genetic Research Institute. Even he doesn't believe me," Hua Linzhong muttered to himself, a stubborn gleam in his eyes. "So what if I used to be a thug? So what if the entire scientific community despises me? I'm not serving them." His steps were firm, his voice deep and resolute. "My ambition, laughable yet grand. All my knowledge, if it can't benefit humanity, is worthless. Humanity will inevitably face an energy crisis. Efficient and stable new energy sources are our only hope, our only hope." Hua Linzhong's eyes shone with a unique light, his tone softening. I may not be able to become a torch, but I'm willing to burn myself out, to become a spark that lights the way for future generations. At that moment, projection screens appeared again on both sides of the corridor. The screens showed research staff hurrying, documents scattered on the floor. Everyone was packing up what they could take, while military personnel patrolled with guns. The 3D Hua Linzhong lit a cigarette, a look of desolation on his face. You see, at this very moment on Earth, energy has run dry, and everyone is migrating. The Muozi Research Center is no exception. In fact, the Muozi Research Center has hit a dead end. Even if we reach other planets, our fate will be either assimilation or dissolution. He frowned and continued. Conversely, will humanity's interstellar explorations really go smoothly? Is our current energy technology truly sufficient? My time is running out. Cheng Qi watched the scenes, recognizing it as the moment of humanity's great migration. Hua Linzhong, with a cigarette between his teeth, suddenly laughed. But I made a bet with my rivals. I said, as long as I, Hua Linzhong, haven't developed usable technology for the Muozi, I damn well won't leave the Muozi Research Center. The 3D Hua Linzhong stopped in front of an office door, the nameplate clearly visible Professor Hua Linzhong. Cheng Qi's expression grew serious as he realized that Professor Hua Linzhong's real body was behind that door. He felt a sense of reverence, understanding that Hua Linzhong had stayed on Earth for a promise that others saw as a joke. Despite his rough demeanor, Hua Linzhong's heart was proud and obsessive. He had a burning passion for exploring the Muozi and carried a heavy sense of duty. Cheng Qi silently admired him. The wisdom of our ancestors is true. You can't judge a book by its cover. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Qi pushed open the office door. The room was brightly lit, with a substance like floating willow catkins in the air. The 3D Hua Linzhong stubbed out his cigarette on the floor and walked into the office with a smile. Come in. I can see the future you, but I have no sense of time, so I don't know how many years later you found this place. Now, do you see the future me? Has this old guy aged a bit? Has he made any breakthrough in Muozi research? Cheng Qi stood at the doorway, surveying the tidy office. In the center was a large desk, and on the chair behind it sat a skeleton. Cheng Qi stood within the 3D projection, gazing at the virtual image of Professor Hua Linzhong. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed in his mind, accompanied by an eerie voice. Muozi technology will one day shake the entire universe. The projection of Hua Linzhong slowly moved, circling around the desk before settling into the swivel chair. Gradually, his figure began to dissipate, leaving behind only a skeleton. Cheng Qi stood there, stunned and unable to snap out of it. The entire Muozi Research Center was deserted, leaving only the stubborn chief scientist. That skeleton was Hua Linzhong. He had been dead for some time. Even the white lab coat he wore had turned into drifting willow catkins. Cheng Qi recalled Hua Linzhong's vow. I, Hua Linzhong, will not leave the Muozi Research Center until I develop usable Muozi technology. These words echoed in the empty lab, stirring complex emotions within Cheng Qi. He walked behind the desk, standing beside the skeleton. In the white skeletal hands resting on its knees, there was an exquisite music box. Cheng Qi carefully picked it up and examined it closely. The music box was designed like a small patch of green land, covered with grass and a few tall pine trees. It was clearly handcrafted by Professor Hua Linzhong. At the bottom of the music box, there was a small play button. Cheng Qi pressed it gently. A raspy voice began to play. If you're hearing this recording, it means you, my friend from the future, are the only one who can. I am now 68 years old. What makes me despair is not the broken oxygen generator in the base, but the fact that I have achieved nothing in 20 years. Hua Linzhong's voice continued. I have failed. I tried 566 different approaches, yet none could harness the power of Muozi. Every time I reached a critical point, I felt an invisible barrier. I realized a terrifying truth. Some higher civilization has blocked Muozi technology. I used communication devices to share this view with the Human Science Alliance. The result? More skepticism. It wasn't even skepticism, really. It was outright disdain. I heard them whispering, that delusional madman is researching junk. Hua Linzhong's voice grew even more bitter. I was wrong. I wasted precious time, and even my life on something that was never going to succeed. Maybe the truth is, Muozi is simply a particle with no potential. My friend from the future, can you do me one last favor? If you get the chance, deliver this small music box to my descendants, if they are still alive. There's nothing particularly special about it. Inside, it holds a few stable yet insignificant Muozi particles that emit a faint glow like tiny fireflies. Cheng Qi reached out and gently touched the branches of the pine trees on the music box. To his surprise, he found that the trunks were made of some ultra-pure transparent transistors. Inside these transistors floated a tiny cluster of blue particles, resembling a miniature star. Cheng Qi's eyes widened, and his heartbeat quickened. This was the legendary Muozi. Although the Muozi Research Center had been emptied, The essence of decades of work was preserved in this form. He stared at the blue, sprite-like particles. Small yet profound and mysterious, they seemed to connect to an immense and boundless world. Cheng Qi gently touched the other pine trees and discovered that the small music box contained a total of 5 Miaozi transistors. The audio began to loop. If you're hearing this recording, it means you, my friend from the future, are the only one who can. In 20 years, I have achieved nothing. I tried 566 different approaches, yet none could harness the power of Miaozi. Suddenly, Cheng Qi's crystal wristband emitted a blue scanning beam, displaying detected similar technological artifact. He realized that this small STC could easily achieve what countless scientists had dreamed of, and by possessing it, he also inherited a responsibility. In that moment, Cheng Qi felt a weight settle on his shoulders. The wristband continued to display simplified version of a strong magnetic field cage, containing a stable Miaozi cluster. Miaozi technology belongs to microparticle energy, classified as Level 4 civilization technology. Some Level 4 civilizations have blocked this technology. Cheng Qi's pupils contracted sharply. The technological blockade was real. Professor Hua's assumption was correct. Hua Lingzhong's aged, weak voice continued. I heard them whispering, that delusional madman is researching junk. I was wrong. Clenching his fists, Cheng Qi whispered, it's not junk. Under the glare of the fluorescent lights, Cheng Qi's face flickered between light and shadow. He took a deep breath and began to work on synthesizing the technology. Cheng Qi's fingers gently glided over the sleek surface of the prototype muoncatalized fusion reactor. This seemingly ordinary silver device, no larger than a flashlight, harbored incredible energy within. Through the semi-transparent window at the base, he could see blue muons dancing and flipping, as if telling tales of their boundless potential. The interior of the device was filled with a mixture of deuterium and tritium gases. Once activated, the muons would be captured by the tritium, forming muonium atoms. Due to the muon's mass being 200 times that of an electron, and according to the principle that mass and orbital radius are inversely proportional, another atomic nucleus could more easily approach the muonium atom, significantly increasing the probability of nuclear fusion at room temperature. In the DT-mu molecule, after the fusion of deuterium and tritium nuclei, the muon is released and continues to participate in subsequent reactions, creating a continuous muoncatalized reaction chain. The built-in Collins spiral structure effectively controlled this volatile energy. Cheng Qi recalled the device's flaw. There was about a 1 in 20 chance that a muon would stick to an alpha particle after catalysis, rendering it unable to continue participating in the fusion reaction. This flaw, known as the alpha sticking problem, was the primary shortcoming of the current prototype. Despite this, the handheld device could still unleash a terrifying energy equivalent to 500 tons of TNT. Cheng Qi's pupils slightly contracted as he remembered the little boy atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima, which had an explosive yield of about 15,000 tons of TNT and obliterated 60,000 buildings in an instant. Though the device in his hand had only 1/30th of little boy's power, as a single-soldier handheld weapon, its destructive force was still staggering. At that moment, Professor Hua Lingzhong's recording echoed in Cheng Qi's ears once more, filled with disappointment and regret. I wasted my precious energy, even my life, on something destined to be fruitless. Perhaps the truth is, muons are just particles without any potential. These words stirred something within Cheng Qi. He gripped the device tightly, inwardly refuting. How could muons be without potential? With renewed determination, Cheng Qi attempted synthesis again. This time, he successfully broke through higher levels of technological barriers and created the first-generation muoncatalized fusion reactor. This device saw significant improvements in all aspects. It completely eliminated the alpha sticking problem, became more stable overall, and improved key metrics like energy efficiency and reaction time by 185. The new device had a more refined appearance, resembling a crystal-clear sword hilt. When inactive, it emitted no energy fluctuations, and technology below a level 3 civilization couldn't detect its true nature. However, this seemingly ordinary device could instantly release destructive energy equivalent to 1,010 tons of TNT. Cheng Qi's breath trembled slightly with excitement. This device not only solved the error rate issue, but also more than doubled its power. Gripping the device, now known as the Wrath of the Creator, he felt a surge of mission and strength. Professor Hua Lingzhong's final recording echoed in Cheng Qi's ears. Life is but a dream, and in the end, it might be all for nothing. We bring nothing, and we take nothing. But the one thing I don't regret is never giving up, even if my persistence became a joke. And muons became a joke. Who can say for sure? Goodbye, my friends. Goodbye, my muon technology. Goodbye, this damned world. Listening to these words filled with regret and despair, a fire ignited within Cheng Qi. Clutching the crystal-like sword hilt, he silently vowed, Professor Hua, your persistence is not a joke. Muon technology is not a joke. One day, I will realize the vision you dreamed of. Human civilization, wielding Muon technology, will shine like a brilliant star, shaking the entire universe. Cheng Qi, I've searched everywhere here. There's nothing valuable, just empty space. Panting heavily, Hanzi burst into the office, his eyes immediately drawn to the strange device in Cheng Qi's hands. Curiosity got the best of him as he moved closer, eyes wide open. Hey, what's that? Cheng Qi didn't respond, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. As a rough-spoken yet righteous scientist, he harbored an obsession that was often misunderstood by the ignorant masses, despite its noble intent. Carefully, Cheng Qi reassembled the pine tree on the music box. Inside the box was a beautifully glowing Myozi sphere. He silently vowed to himself that, if given the chance, he would fulfill Professor Hua Linzhong's last wish and deliver this music box to his descendants. Cheng Qi and Hanzi arrived at the entrance of the Myozi Research Center. The heavy alloy door remained firmly shut, but outside, the chilling sounds of killer rats screeching and scratching at the door could be heard. The door trembled as if it could be breached at any moment. With a serious expression, Cheng Qi quickly operated the access system. Following his commands, the alloy door slowly opened. The space outside was packed with killer rats. Sensing the door's movement, the rats retreated a few meters, their crimson eyes fixed on the inside. Cheng Qi stepped out without hesitation. The killer rats immediately recognized the intruder, their sharp cries rising in a cacophony. Countless bloody maws lunged at him. At this critical moment, Cheng Qi gripped the Myozi catalyst prototype tightly. His fingers glided over the crystalline surface, causing a blue glow to emanate. A progress bar appeared on the device, and Cheng Qi's fingers stopped at the 10 mark. Buzz. An inexplicable wave of energy rippled outwards like a translucent shockwave. This powerful energy triggered a strange spatial resonance, shattering the killer rat's psychological defenses like an invisible hammer. All the killer rats arched their backs, their fur standing on end. Though they couldn't comprehend what was happening, the overwhelming survival instinct extinguished their bloodlust and frenzy. Cheng Qi pushed the progress bar to 30, doubling the energy wave's power. The killer rats froze in place, as if turned to stone. At this moment, Cheng Qi's exosuit detected a low-frequency signal, the mastermind rat issuing commands in the shadows. Suddenly, chaos erupted among the rat horde. Many killer rats reared up, forming a massive rat ladder by climbing on each other. The others eagerly climbed down this living structure to escape, creating a scene of utter pandemonium. Eventually, even the rat ladder retracted back into the ground. With the area now empty, Cheng Qi chuckled lightly and slid his finger back, causing the Myozi catalyst prototype to dim. He thought to himself that the mastermind rat's decision was wise. Failure to flee would mean annihilation. Cheng Qi activated his turbojet-powered boots, lifting himself and Hanzi into the sky. Not a single killer rat remained in sight on the ground. Soon after, Wuya piloted a ground effect vehicle to pick them up and head back to base. Cheng Qi glanced back at the Myozi Research Center, a hint of reverence in his eyes. Before leaving, he had rebarred the entrance, allowing Professor Hua Linzhong to rest in peace. As Wuya drove, he sneaked glances at Cheng Qi. The young man had just spent 40 minutes in the Kyoto ruins, covered in the stench of carrion rat blood, yet emerged unscathed. Truly admirable. Brother, if you ever need my help, just say the word, Wuya said with a smile. I'm as reliable as they come. Cheng Qi returned to Sector B-24. In the distance, a massive transport starship hovered, dumping tons of tech waste. Cheng Qi squinted, calculating in his mind. This heap of junk was supposed to be his. He had paid for it a week ago. But just yesterday, Iluo had seized the resources and tried to kill him. Hanzi, this grudge can't wait, Cheng Qi said, a cold glint in his eyes. Absolutely, Hanzi echoed. The two walked towards the mountain of garbage. Countless pieces of tech waste rained down, and scavengers risked their lives to rush up the pile. A scavenger in his 30s rummaged through the junk and found a sophisticated tech box. He pried it open with his hands, his eyes lighting up. Inside was a fully intact JI-34 nanochip, worth 110 credit points. Seeing no one around, he hesitated for a moment before hiding the chip in his mouth. Under Iluo's coercion, any valuable finds had to be handed over, leaving them with only meager wages. Suddenly, there was a sharp thud, and a wave of pain spread from his chest. The scavenger looked down to see a sharp mechanical tentacle piercing through him. Terrified, he turned to see the tentacle connected to a distant tent. The towering figure of Iluo approached, his face a mix of coldness and resignation. Trying to pull a fast one in front of Lord Pig? Iluo forcibly pried the chip from the scavenger's mouth and kicked him into the depths of the garbage pile. Weighing the chip in his hand, Iluo walked towards a large white tent and bowed respectfully. Lord Pig, we've had an excellent haul today. It looks like it's your lucky day. The boy in the blue cloak and a robot slowly climbed to the top of the trash heap along the ridge. From the height, the boy looked down at the ground below, while the clumsy yet endearing nanny robot raised a brass middle finger towards the base of the hill, as if silently taunting. Standing at the bottom, Iluo squinted up at the figures on the peak. A disdainful expression crossed his face, as if he had spotted a cockroach he thought he'd crushed, now crawling out from between his fingers, flaunting its survival. That idiot? He muttered. A missile couldn't kill him, and now he's got a new robot? Iluo scanned the ground and quickly spotted a heavy steel pipe. Bending slightly, his mechanical arm moved deftly, lifting the 100-pound pipe with ease. He hefted it in his hand, spat on the ground, and began to trudge towards Cheng Qi. At that moment, a nasal voice came from a white tent nearby. Don't act rashly. Iluo halted, looking towards the tent in confusion. The voice continued. It must be that kid who took down the hyenas of Bar Street. Zhu Deren? Iluo asked in bewilderment. That kid doesn't even have any cybernetic implants. How could he have that kind of combat power? Is he relying on that new nanny robot? The tent's flap was lifted by two mechanical arms, revealing a bizarre and enormous figure emerging slowly. It was a giant, bald, oily man with a torso like a small hill, layers of fat piled on his belly. He had no lower body. Instead, a 16-legged mechanical spider supported his massive frame, its legs precise and agile. Zhu Deren looked up, his expression haughty despite being at the bottom of the slope. Young man, you have some skill. Join me. I need people right now. Iluo immediately chimed in. Hey, trash bug, did you hear that? Zhu Deren is offering you a chance. He rolled his eyes towards Cheng Qi, explaining, just a month ago, Zhu Deren managed to assemble all the parts of a B-33 battle spider and integrated it into himself. Now, Zhu Deren isn't just my boss. He's the top fighter in B-24. Even the Scavengers Alliance can't handle him. Iluo puffed out his chest with pride. If you join us, you can walk around B-24 like you own the place. And I, as your big brother, am generous enough to overlook our past grudges. Cheng Qi frowned, looking at the grotesque Zhu Deren with disdain. That broken spider is the top fighter? Overlook past grudges? Sorry, but Cheng Qi, am not that forgiving. He sneered. No wonder you've been so arrogant lately, Iluo. You found yourself a backer. Zhu Deren. What a fitting name, big like a pig, somewhat human. You bastard. Iluo roared in fury, gripping the steel pipe as he prepared to charge. You want to die? Heh. Zhu Deren's fat jiggled as he smirked with contempt. Kid, you have no idea what true combat power is, nor the value of my spider legs. Honestly, without submitting to me, you won't survive. He continued arrogantly. Considering your skills, I'll give you one last chance. From now on, all valuable junk you find goes to me, and I'll give you 10% as commission. Think carefully before you answer. If I get unhappy, you won't even get to scavenge anymore. As he spoke, one of Zhu Deren's mechanical arms snaked out, snatching the JI-34 nanochip from Iluo's hand, and tucked it into a pouch at his waist. Cheng Qi's gaze sharpened. From Zhu Deren's pouch, he saw the head of a mechanical dog. It seemed not completely powered down, with the heavy metal detector on its nose still faintly glowing. Upon closer inspection, the head bore a smear of fresh blood. Cheng Qi remembered Xiao Qiong dragging a bathtub, with the mechanical dog pushing it with its head. His pupils contracted sharply, and he asked in a cold voice, Where did you get that mechanical dog? If I told you an admirer gave it to me, would you believe it? Zhu Deren sneered. Then, looking at Cheng Qi, he spoke almost earnestly. Kid, you have to take what you want. That's the way to survive on this trash planet. Join me, and you can take whatever you want too. Iluo chuckled disdainfully, adding, What a pity. That woman was really good. I used to visit her often. From now on, well, at least there's that little girl. In a few years, she'll be ready too. At this moment, Cheng Qi heard a faint noise behind him and turned slowly. He saw Xiao Qiong, with a rope tied around her waist, dragging the shattered bathtub, climbing to the top of the trash heap. The little girl's hair was disheveled, her eyes red, clutching half a withered apple. On her frostbitten face, two clear tear tracks stood out. They killed my mom. Xiao Qiong's voice pierced through the distance like a dagger, stabbing into Cheng Qi's heart. Seeing her frail, helpless figure, Cheng Qi's fists clenched involuntarily. A shadow of darkness slowly clouded Cheng Qi's eyes, but beneath that darkness, a simmering anger was growing stronger by the second. He turned slowly to face Lord Zhu, his gaze now devoid of any warmth. The device in his hand, the Miaozi catalyst prototype, creaked as he gripped it tighter, his thumb inching along the progress bar. Inside the crystalline apparatus, a blue light began to intensify, growing ever brighter. Lord Zhu's smile finally vanished, his expression turning menacing. What do you think you're doing? You want to fight me? How dare you? Do you really think those junk weapons you found can harm me? Fool. This scene seemed to please Iluo immensely. He sneered, Lord Zhu, I've disliked this kid from the start. Why even bother recruiting him? Just kill him. Die. The giant fat man's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The mechanical spider beneath him emitted a harsh screech of metal. 10 mechanical limbs suddenly rose, their joints snapping and extending, sharp tips shooting towards Cheng Qi from all directions, covering a span of several meters. In that instant, Cheng Qi's rage erupted. He decisively pushed the Meowsy Catalyst prototype's energy bar to 100. The device in his hand, resembling a sword hilt, instantly unleashed a blinding blue beam. The Extreme Warrior Power armor flowed along his neck, projecting a holographic interface in front of his eyes. Detected significant energy fluctuation. User may experience recoil damage. The system warning flashed. In a heartbeat, the Extreme Warrior Power armor rapidly enveloped Cheng Qi's arms. Memory metal anchors sprouted from his feet, digging several meters into the ground. 8 support arms extended from the armor, forming a semicircle around him to provide formidable stability. Cheng Qi could feel the device in his hand, the small Meowsy, undergoing an astonishing reaction. The Meowsy technology system was brewing an unparalleled, terrifying power. Buzz. The light from the Meowsy Catalyst prototype surged into a 100-meter-long blue particle beam, slicing through the dim sky like a colossal sword. The recoil felt like a mountain pressing down on him, forcing Cheng Qi to grip the device with both hands. Consumed by his fury, he let out a thunderous roar, lifting the weapon high before bringing it down with all his might. The blue beam in his hand was flung out, tracing a massive arc in the sky like a blue scythe slicing through the atmosphere, heading straight for the ground. Before the beam itself arrived, an intense wave of heat surged forward. The air pressure on the ground spiked, causing the air to ignite instantly, forming a brief vacuum. Lord Pig watched in horror as his metal tendrils aimed at Cheng Qi turned red-hot and began to melt like wax. A fierce wave of heat blew the molten iron back towards him, splashing onto his face. He let out a scream like a slaughtered pig, his chubby face finally showing a hint of fear. The Meowsy beam reached its peak energy, glowing like a star descending to Earth. A blinding light erupted, leaving everyone momentarily blind. A deafening roar followed, causing temporary deafness. The scorching hot air rampaged, and amidst the chaos, cries and screams filled the air. This hellish scene lasted for a full 30 seconds. When the intense light faded and the heat wave subsided, Lord Pig struggled to turn his remaining eye and survey his surroundings. He looked at his chest, then at his mechanical spider legs, and a smile of survival appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, he missed. I survived, he said, his fat trembling with self-satisfaction. However, Iluo's face turned pale, lips bloodless, as he pointed at Lord Pig, trembling. Lord Pig, your body. Lord Pig's eye twitched, and his right eyeball strained to the left, pupils contracting sharply. His massive body was cut in half, the other half completely vaporized in an instant. The cut was seared by the high temperature, with no blood flowing out. The mechanical spider legs were also halved, the metal at the cut glowing red-hot, emitting smoke. With half his face left, Lord Pig's single eye trembled violently as he turned further left. His gaze froze again, shock overwhelming his fleeting relief. To his left was a massive trench, hundreds of meters wide and stretching for kilometers. Smoke rose from its bottom, with a sizzling sound. Vast amounts of trash were vaporized, with molten iron flowing at the edges, radiating scorching heat. The space between two distant garbage mountains was melted, revealing a huge gap. The earth bore the wrath of a god, leaving a ghastly scar. Lord Pig stood teetering at the edge of the abyss, life rapidly slipping away. A gentle breeze blew, causing his half-body to tilt and fall into the chasm. Boom! Lord Pig landed heavily at the bottom. His thick fat ignited upon contact with the hot molten iron, a flame bursting forth. In the dim depths of the abyss, a faint light flickered as the giant fat man turned into a heap of ash. Iluo, who had narrowly escaped, trembled all over, crawling towards Cheng Qi. Big brother, that strike was fated. Everything I did before was because that damned pig forced me. From now on, you're my big brother. I'll lead my men to serve you. Whatever you say, I'll do. If you tell me to go west, I won't. Before he could finish, Cheng Qi, using the power of his extreme warrior armor, unleashed 60,000 newtons of force, punching Iluo in the chest. Iluo flew dozens of meters, crashing into a garbage mountain. A sharp piece of metal pierced his chest, hanging him mid-mountain. Iluo's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the massive trench before him. A self-mocking smile tugged at his lips. Heh, why was I so blind? His legs kicked weakly, his head slumped, and he died on the spot. Xiao Qiong stood behind Cheng Qi, stunned by the scene before her, tears welling up in her eyes. Cheng Qi turned and walked to her side, gently holding her cold little hand. The two figures, one large and one small, stood on top of the garbage mountain, with the glowing red trench behind them. Everything that happened in the past cannot be changed. From now on, I'll take care of you, Cheng Qi said softly. Tears streamed down Xiao Qiong's face as she nodded silently. A slight sound came from behind, and Cheng Qi turned around. On the garbage-strewn hillside, a dozen of Oro's underlings and 4 or 5 nanny robots stood motionless. As Cheng Qi's gaze swept over them, they seemed to be struck by lightning, trembling and falling to their knees. They couldn't fathom how a mere teenager could wield such earth-shattering power. In this trash-filled world, that kind of force was nothing short of a miracle. The impact of his earlier strike shattered their understanding in an instant. Cheng Qi's voice was low yet clear, resonating through the silent junkyard. I'll give you a chance, work for me. His earlier strike was not a mistake. It was a deliberate move to offer them a lifeline. The underlings were initially stunned, but soon felt as if they had been pardoned. They scrambled to their feet and rushed towards Cheng Qi, shouting, Brother Qi, from now on, you're our leader. If you tell us to go east, we won't dare to go west. Suddenly, a few of them came to a halt abruptly, faces turning pale. A thought crossed their minds. Could this be a trap? Would he send them flying with a punch, just like he did with Oro, and leave them hanging on the garbage heap? Cheng Qi looked up and said, Oro is inherently evil. But you, I believe, were coerced by Lord Zhu. From now on, for the garbage you collect, I'll pay you 30% of its original value. 30%? The scavenger's eyes sparkled with hope. Wait, Brother Qi, did you say buy? That's right, buy. Cheng Qi's eyes gleamed. I'm starting a new business. I'll buy garbage from all scavengers. The standard is simple. Any technology-related items of the same model, the more you bring, the higher the unit price. The underlings pondered for a moment, and a question arose. What about broken ones? Cheng Qi nodded. Yes, even broken ones. This answer plunged them into deep thought. The Earth's junkyards were vast, filled with countless trash, but most of it was fragmented scrap metal or hard-to-decompose plastics. Complete items were rare, and technological artifacts were even rarer. However, given the sheer volume, even broken items being within the scope of purchase gave them hope. Their eyes lit up with excitement as they began to dream of a better future. A skinny guy named Hosey mustered the courage to step forward, swallowing nervously, and asked, Brother Qi, if you trust us, could you give us some startup capital? Don't worry, we'll be absolutely loyal to you. Cheng Qi gave a cold smile. I have nothing to give. You'll have to front it yourselves. Hosey shuddered, sighing inwardly. In this day and age, each boss is more ruthless than the last. Out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's lair. The sun slowly sank below the horizon, casting a dim glow over the murky atmosphere. The moon hung in the sky like a faint white spot. Cheng Qi dragged his weary body back to his shack. This so-called home was nothing more than a few rickety poles supporting a radiation-proof tarp. In a world where falling debris could bury everything at any moment, scavengers rarely had a permanent place to stay. Inside the shack, Xiao Qiong was curled up under a tattered red blanket, her cheeks still streaked with dried tears as she slept soundly. Watching her, Cheng Qi made a mental note. Since he had promised to take care of her, he needed to provide some basic living conditions. Although he had sent Monkey and the others out to collect junk, his hopes weren't high. Without capital, their enthusiasm was likely to be low. Cheng Qi felt his empty pockets and frowned. Although he had synthesized some amorphous alloy earlier, he had already traded it with the merchant MO for gene catalyst drugs, leaving him with no liquid assets. He still had a few pieces of high-entropy alloy, which were quite valuable, but he couldn't reveal them until he had established some basic trust with MO. MO had been gone for 24 hours now. Cheng Qi squinted his eyes, hoping nothing had gone wrong. Just then, a commotion and the roar of engines came from outside the shack. Cheng Qi got up and lifted the tarp, seeing a dozen figures standing on a distant garbage hill. Their black hooded cloaks blended into the night. It was the Scavenger Alliance. As AB-897 security nanny robot, Hansi immediately sprang into action. Its shoulder panels flipped open, raising a small full-spectrum radar to silently monitor the group's conversation. The trench is 6.3 kilometers long and 234 meters wide. A large amount of material has vaporized. Metal and rock have melted, forming smooth walls. No traces of extraterrestrial missiles or any weapons detected, one voice reported. Someone released a nuclear fission weapon here on this garbage planet, specifically on this junk heap beneath our feet, another voice analyzed. It's impossible for scavengers to have such a weapon. A hygiene individual has arrived with extraterrestrial weapons, concluded a third voice. At that moment, a tall, slender figure at the top of the garbage hill spoke, her voice tinged with displeasure. Why wasn't I notified of a hygiene individual's arrival? She turned to scan the surroundings. Though her face was hidden by the hood, Cheng Qi clearly saw a faint blue ring in her eyes, glowing mysteriously and nobly in the dark night. Cheng Qi nodded to himself. She must be a high-ranking member of the Scavenger Alliance, a superior in this garbage world. It was said that a few people in the Alliance had enhanced their genes using catalyst drugs, making their status far above ordinary scavengers. Cheng Qi, is this your home? A melodious voice suddenly asked. Cheng Qi turned his head to see Hannah, beautiful as a rose in a red dress, standing before his shack. She had dressed up today, wearing high heels, light makeup, and red lipstick, looking stunningly radiant. Have you seen any hygiene individuals? Hannah smiled, but her demeanor remained distant and aloof. Cheng Qi's mind flashed back to that night when Hannah acted like a desperate animal, understanding why she had dressed up today merely to attract the hygiene individuals. Looking at Hannah, Cheng Qi's eyes no longer held the admiration they once did. Instead, they were filled with indifference. He replied, "There are no hygiene individuals here." It wasn't exactly a lie. Hannah tilted her head, her snow-white shoulder brushing her cheek, and smiled. "If you see one, could you notify me immediately? I have many research topics to discuss with hygiene individuals. For instance, how to solve the scavengers' food shortages." Cheng Qi nodded calmly. He knew better than anyone what Hannah's research topics actually were. Hannah seemed uninterested in the place and turned to leave. But after a few steps, she suddenly turned back, her face approaching Cheng Qi's. She stared into his eyes, as if searching for something. Confirming that there were no blue rings in Cheng Qi's pupils, Hannah's expression didn't show disappointment but maintained her aloof demeanor. As if feeling the distance was too strong, she tried to show a friendly smile. "Remember to notify me if you hear anything." With that, she turned and left, her high heels clicking on the metal junk, her red dress swaying and her waist twisting, soon disappearing into the night. The Scavenger Alliance's investigation lasted for 2 hours, but yielded nothing. During that time, some people questioned Cheng Qi, but he feigned ignorance. As the night deepened, everyone withdrew. At that moment, the communicator specifically used to contact Mo crackled to life, followed by a brief message. "Get ready to receive the goods." Cheng Qi's eyes lit up. Mo had kept his word. He immediately went outside the shack, looking up at the dim sky, anticipating Mo's arrival. In the distance, a few faint lights appeared. Cheng Qi was momentarily confused they weren't from a flying vehicle. Half a minute later, four black boxes, about the size of shoeboxes and equipped with miniature thrusters, landed in front of Cheng Qi. He realized they were some sort of small delivery boxes, similar to a courier service, indicating that Mo hadn't come personally. As Cheng Qi approached the boxes, their facial recognition systems activated, confirming his identity. The front panels of the boxes slowly opened, releasing a plume of cold mist. Cheng Qi squinted, seeing glass vials containing a black liquid inside. Mo's voice came through the communicator, "Black market gene catalyst drug failures. Your payment only covers 16.6 vials, but for our first deal, I rounded it up to 17. Cheng Qi, our transaction is complete." Cheng Qi's heart pounded, but Mo's voice remained calm and rational. "I really don't understand why you're so excited, considering you're someone who might soon lose their life to substandard drugs. Muon, have you ever heard of high-entropy alloys?" Cheng Qi struggled to steady his rapid breathing, his voice tinged with a trace of tremor. Muo's response remained calm and logical. "Of course I've heard of them. They're extremely valuable alloys with a highly disordered atomic structure, often used in the core chips of top-tier computational systems." He paused, sounding slightly surprised. "I'm surprised you know about high-entropy alloys. Are you looking to buy some?" Muon continued, "In the entire solar system, fewer than 10 people can get their hands on high-entropy alloys, and I'm one of them. Moreover, once a sales channel is established, the seller has complete control over the pricing. Frankly, given your current financial situation, you can't afford their exorbitant price." His tone grew impatient. "Our transaction is over. As a businessman, my time is money. Right now, each second of mine is worth about 2,000 credits. I need to end this call." Just as Muon was about to hang up, Cheng Qi suddenly spoke. "I have 4 pieces." Muon paused. "You have 4 pieces of what?" Cheng Qi calmly replied. "I weighed them earlier, approximately 410 grams. Muo's voice shot up an octave. "You have 4 pieces of what?" Cheng Qi slowly articulated. "I plan to sell them to you." Muon took a deep breath and asked again. "You have 4 pieces of what?" Cheng Qi enunciated each word. "High-entropy alloys." There was a 30-second silence on the other end of the communicator. Cheng Qi couldn't help but tease. "Muon, didn't you say each second of yours is worth 2,000 credits? Why aren't you speaking?" Muo's voice suddenly became urgent. "Cheng Qi, don't touch those gene drugs before I get there, or the deal is off." Cheng Qi chuckled softly, thinking, "He's panicking? All right, give me your ID. I'll transfer the deposit," Muon said, a hint of barely concealed anxiety in his tone. He continued, "Cheng Qi, life can be quite wonderful. There's more to it than just gene evolution. With your skills and luck, I think we could establish a long-term partnership." Muon paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. "Look around at those foul-smelling, despair-inducing garbage heaps. Don't you find them beautiful? As an advanced gene-enhanced individual with minimal emotional fluctuation, Muo clearly wasn't skilled at delivering motivational speeches, especially given his current state of agitation. During this exchange, Cheng Qi received a transfer of 10 million credits from Muo. His heart pounded wildly. My God, 10 million. And that's just the deposit. At that moment, a faint light appeared in the sky again. Another transport box descended slowly. When it opened, it revealed a small scale. Cheng Qi remembered it was one of Muo's personal items, but the scale, usually golden, was now entirely black. Cheng Qi carefully took out the 4 pieces of high-entropy alloy. One side of the scale emitted a scanning beam, while the other side immediately displayed detailed data. High-purity high-entropy alloy, 410.23 grams, valued at 34.55 million credits, 34 million. Despite being mentally prepared, Cheng Qi's heart skipped a beat at seeing the final price. For a scavenger who had long struggled at the bottom, this was astronomical. Muo had mentioned that the pricing power of high-entropy alloys lay with the seller, but Cheng Qi didn't mind much. Muo's offers had always been fair and reasonable. Besides, to Cheng Qi, high-entropy alloys weren't that priceless. He was very satisfied with this price. Cheng Qi then began listing items he wanted to trade for. He desired KP03 nanny robot, the prototype of Hanzi, medical mechanical assist gloves, mechanical exploration shoes, extreme warrior exoskeleton, and some equipment from Yaozi technology. With these, Cheng Qi's capabilities would significantly improve. However, Muo interrupted him. Do you know why I didn't meet you in person? Because just yesterday, Earth was sealed off. For some reason, the human authorities temporarily don't want new technological waste entering Earth. They've set up numerous detection devices outside the planet. Muo explained further, those black transport boxes and the black scale you saw are made of special biological materials, barely able to pass through the detection signals. The gene catalyst drugs I sent you are the same, they at least won't emit electronic signals. His tone became serious. Don't think it's easy. Getting those biotech boxes to Earth was already a feat. If they were any larger or more frequent, they'd risk being confiscated, and I'd be in trouble too. Last time we met, it was a normal transaction. Now, it's smuggling. Cheng Qi was stunned. He asked, why would the human authorities seal off a planet full of garbage? Besides, the things I want are extremely outdated, long discarded by the outside world. For example, the KP03 nanny robots. You can only find their remnants in Earth's garbage heaps. Muo pondered for a moment and added, as for Yaozi technology, I've never heard of it. Cheng Qi fell silent. It seemed there were no other options. True strength lies in finding a way out of any dire situation. The Earth's junkyards are vast, but with the advent of STC, a thorough excavation could still change one's fate. Cheng Qi decided to keep the 10 million credits that had been deposited into his account and use the remaining value of the high-entropy alloy to purchase gene catalyst agents. He told him, oh, you handle the safe transport. My principle remains the same as before, not quality, but quantity. The worse, the better. The cheaper, the better. Suddenly, Mo, who was sitting in the starship's cockpit, exclaimed, Cheng Qi, what are you drinking? Cheng Qi replied innocently, I'm thirsty, so I'm drinking water. You don't think I'm drinking the gene catalyst agent, do you? Mo sighed in relief and said, Cheng Qi, take your agents and place the high-entropy alloy into the transport boxes. They will automatically return. It's been a pleasure working with you. I hope you're still alive the next time I contact you. Cheng Qi began to operate each step carefully. He cautiously took out the gene catalyst agents, and his gaze unintentionally fell on the black transport boxes. His STC immediately detected similar technological creations, ultra-small transport boxes made of high-polymer biological composite material with built-in biofuel engines. Due to their material properties and thermal principles, they can shield most detector signals. Cheng Qi looked around and found 5 boxes quietly lying on the ground. He recalled that earlier, 4 units had delivered the gene agents, and later, another unit had brought a black scale. He thought to himself, it's reasonable to get packaging when buying things, right? I shouldn't need Mo's approval for this, should I? Then, Cheng Qi's gaze landed on the black scale inside one of the boxes. He thought, this was obviously something Mo specially made for trading with scavengers. It wouldn't be of much use in the outer cosmos. He remembered his grandfather's words. In the old days, you got a spoon with a watermelon, a fork with instant noodles, and a saleswoman with a Porsche. I bought gene agents worth tens of millions of credits. Getting a small scale is not too much, right? Cheng Qi muttered to himself again, for such a small matter, I shouldn't need Mo's approval, right? With that, he decisively took out the small scale and stuffed the 4 pieces of high-entropy alloy into the same box. Just as he closed the box, the bottoms of all the boxes released a faint blue biological flame, preparing to take off. Cheng Qi, quick as a flash, gave a signal, and the ever-ready Hanzi pounced like a hungry tiger, pinning the 4 empty boxes beneath him. Cheng Qi laughed triumphantly. Where do you think you're going, my little darlings? Looking at the sky, the faint light drifted away. The only black box carrying high-entropy alloy returned alone. Cheng Qi sighed softly and turned his gaze to the ground. Not far away, Hanzai was suppressing the remaining 4 boxes, which were stubbornly writhing under him. An unsettling smile appeared on Hanzai's face as he muttered, "Little ones, struggling is useless. Scream all you want, no one will come." At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from afar. Cheng Qi turned alertly and saw a few bizarre figures emerging from behind the trash heap. When he recognized their faces, his frown relaxed, and he even showed a hint of surprise. It was Hosey, along with a few scavenger brothers. One of them, a burly youth, caught Cheng Qi's attention, had a rusty mechanical arm strapped to his back with crude belts and wires. It wasn't a transplant but an independent machine, carrying a heap of tech junk tied with hemp rope. "Hello, Brother Qi. I'm Hosey," the skinny youth greeted first. "Brother Qi, I'm Xiongzi." The strong youth with the mechanical arm quickly introduced himself. Xiongzi carefully placed a large bag of junk on the ground and spread it out piece by piece. Cheng Qi's eyes flickered, and the constant beeping of the STC sounded in his ear. Detected identical technological artifacts, combine? Detected identical technological artifacts, combine? Brother Qi, time was tight and resources were limited. So this is all we managed to gather today. Hosey scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. Cheng Qi looked around at the ragged, dust-covered scavenger brothers, almost in disbelief. "You guys." Seeing through Cheng Qi's thoughts, Hosey spoke sincerely. "Brother Qi, in an environment like this, no one knows whether tomorrow or an accident will come first. We are the lowest of the low. Finding someone we can rely on, someone who can protect us, is very hard. Although we are at the bottom, sometimes character has nothing to do with status. Brothers always keep their promises. Once we choose a leader, we won't go back on our word." Pausing, Hosey added with a smile, "Besides, we all believe Brother Qi is a good man." Cheng Qi was moved, looking up at the brothers standing in the night, understanding that what Hosey spoke of was not just seeking protection but also trust and recognition. "Brother Qi," Xiongzi said, scratching his head with a smile, "I guess you're a skilled repairman, right? You asked us to find identical junk to combine them into a functioning machine and sell it." "Yes, combine." Cheng Qi smiled, looking at the straightforward Xiongzi, "but not in the way you think. Brother Qi, if you have time, could you fix my mechanical arm? It's been acting up lately," Xiongzi said, patting the mechanical arm on his back. "It's really old. Over 110 years since it was made." "Xiongzi, get lost. Who names a mechanical arm old too?" Hosey stepped forward, hesitated, and then said, "Brother Qi, we spent a total of 350 credits on these things today. That's all we had. Tomorrow we'll find a way to borrow more. Don't worry about it. Once the business takes off, we can repay it." "That's right, Brother Qi, we're not in a hurry," Xiongzi agreed with a silly grin. "What's your account ID?" Cheng Qi looked at Hosey, his eyes showing trust. "ID?" Hosey hesitated. He had assumed that the unassuming Brother Qi must have gotten lucky, stumbling upon a powerful piece of equipment. Given his rapid rise, he probably didn't have much wealth. Heroes come from humble beginnings, but they usually lack financial support. Hosey was ready to refuse because he didn't want to embarrass Brother Qi, who might offer all he had, around 200 or 300 credits. But Cheng Qi raised his hand and tapped the financial module on Hosey's chest. Instantly, a holographic 4-dimensional code was projected. This type of ID was a significant upgrade from the old QR codes, with higher information storage and security levels. ID 8555965524555, 2 million credits received. Hearing the notification, Hosey's mouth dropped open. "How much?" Xiongzi's old two instantly stood erect, and he exclaimed, 2 million. Hosey gulped, utterly shocked. "Brother Qi, you've been hiding." For scavengers at the bottom, anything over 10,000 was a fortune, and 100,000 was rich. Cheng Qi's casual transfer of 2 million was like dropping a nuclear bomb in their world. Trust is the foundation of cooperation. Cheng Qi smiled. "From now on, the principle remains the same. Identical tech junk, as much as you can find. As for the commission, the agreed 3% won't change. Hosey, you'll be in charge of the acquisition team, and you'll handle the commission distribution. Settle it daily, no delays." The scavenger brothers' eyes lit up, their arms trembling. "Damn. Things are looking up. Brother Qi is awesome." Hosey, trustworthy as ever, showed some concern. "Brother Qi, most of the junk we collect is worthless, but some scavengers have started asking for exorbitant prices when they hear we're looking for these items. I can't always gauge the right price." Cheng Qi smiled calmly, having anticipated this. He then slowly revealed a small black scale. Hosey and the others leaned in, exchanging puzzled looks. "Brother Qi got us a little scale? How thoughtful. But what can this tiny scale weigh?" Cheng Qi scanned the area and finally aimed the scale at the small black box used by the merchant MO for deliveries. One end of the scale emitted a scanning beam. Nano-level biological material box, with a biological drive engine, 95 new, approximately 6.5 kilograms of grade biological material. The other end of the scale displayed the corresponding value, worth 53,200 credits. The brothers' eyes widened, just a scan, and it instantly identifies the material and price? This device is amazing. Cheng Qi was also surprised. Is this thing really that expensive? The scavenger brothers finally reacted. Xiongzi, astonished, said, Brother Qi, no wonder your brother Qi. Even a random shoe box is worth over 50,000. Brother Qi, can I borrow it to see how much my old 2 is worth? Model I-55 mechanical lifting arm, lithium iron phosphate battery, 3 new, approximately 43 kilograms of scrap iron. Value, 12 credits. What? Xiongzi was devastated. My old 2 is only worth 12 credits. Chigo, don't worry. Starting tomorrow, we'll all work like crazy to help you collect trash. Monkey vowed, holding a small black scale in his hands as if it were a priceless treasure. Suddenly, Monkey's expression changed. Wait, no, it starts the day after tomorrow, he said nervously. The gray storm will hit tonight and last for 1 day and 2 nights. We all need to find a safe shelter. Cheng Qi frowned, the terrifying image of the gray storm flashing through his mind. It was a rare phenomenon in the old world, a Category 12 storm with wind speeds between 32.7 and 36.9 meters per second. At sea, massive waves would crash down like rivers, and the spray would obscure all vision. On land, millions of tons of garbage would be swept into the sky, destroying the remaining structures. The Earth had become a wasteland, with 99% of its vegetation gone. Without the ability to regulate climate, the planet experienced an annual gray storm that swept across half the globe. The metallic dust in the air tinged the wind gray and claimed countless lives of scavengers. Cheng Qi recalled past experiences, huddled in the cramped remains of a starship, waiting in fear and agony for the storm to pass. We've already found a secure spot, Monkey said, a hint of worry in his eyes. Chigo, do you want to join us? Cheng Qi fell into deep thought. His treasures were considerable. 17 vials of gene-catalyzing serum, a confiscated biotech crate, and the tech junk Monkey and his crew had just delivered. These were precious synthesis materials, invaluable. If he hastily took cover in some crevice, these materials could be damaged or lost, some even impossible to carry. Not to mention his shack housed a precious quantum repair cluster, as well as Hanzi and Xiaoqiong. Cheng Qi's eyes flickered. Monkey, you and the others take cover. I have my own plans. Despite their worried faces, Monkey and his crew left at Cheng Qi's insistence. Suddenly, the old radio crackled to life, followed by an emergency broadcast from the Scavengers Alliance. Attention all scavengers, you must seek shelter immediately. The warning repeated twice. Standing in front of his shack, Cheng Qi noticed a small patch of green, a lone blade of grass struggling to grow among the trash. In this devastated world, its presence seemed both fragile and resilient. 4 hours, Cheng Qi calculated silently. I need to build my own shelter. It's something I should have done sooner. This ramshackle hut is far too unsafe. My synthesis work is just beginning. I need a secure and hidden base to truly make progress. His gaze swept over the ground, contemplating the best plan. Whether it's to avoid the gray storm, radiation, or toxic gas, underground is the safest option. Cheng Qi's eyes landed on the pile of tech junk left by Xiongzi. Among it were 8 small geological probes, each in varying states of disrepair, but their spindle-shaped bodies and dark silver drills sparked an idea. Underground drilling capabilities? Expanding subterranean space? A smile curled on Cheng Qi's lips. Perfect. He immediately began the synthesis process. First, for intelligent mole geological probes took shape before him, more refined than the original devices, their drills gleaming brightly. Next, 2 large-scale engineering underground mining vehicles appeared, each the size of a truck, equipped with wide tracks and a massive dark metal drill, exuding an aura of invincibility. Cheng Qi's eyes grew brighter, feeling closer to his goal. Finally, a colossal structure took form in front of him, the Earth Dragon subterranean expansion dock. More than just a mining tool, it was an expandable vehicle capable of creating a 120 square meter underground command center. It boasted strong resistance to pressure and high temperatures. In the interstellar mining world, such equipment was known as the Earth Dragon King, reserved for mining teams with annual outputs of over 1 million tons. Cheng Qi couldn't help but look up at the 10 meter by 10 meter metal behemoth. It resembled a heavily armored tank, with thick pure alloy tracks at its base and 4 dark gold drills at its head. He took out a remote control panel and activated the massive machine. Surprisingly, the drills spun with a gentle hum, not the deafening roar he expected, showcasing its advanced internal structure and precision parts. Cheng Qi set the Earth Dragon King's first task, to survey the underground structure within 100 meters of his shack and excavate a 200 square meter expandable space. As the Earth Dragon King began its work, it finally emitted a loud noise. Trash and dirt flew everywhere, and in no time, the giant machine disappeared beneath the surface. Xiao Qiong woke up, peeking out from under a tarp. Cheng Qi turned and gave her a reassuring smile. Don't worry, we're about to have the best shelter on Earth. The sky was a murky gray, as if a terrifying beast was lurking just beyond the atmosphere. Cheng Qi glanced at the ominous sky before focusing on the ground beneath him. The earth trembled slightly, causing tiny pebbles to dance and slowly spread apart. The engine noise of the Earth Dragon King gradually subsided as it burrowed nearly 20 meters underground. Cheng Qi tightly gripped the control panel, meticulously monitoring the data feedback. He had expected to reach solid ground soon, but to his surprise, beneath the thin layer of soil lay a thick bed of metallic debris. To withstand the approaching gray storm, the drilling depth had to meet the standards. According to Cheng Qi's calculations, the drilling would take another 40 minutes. With the storm expected in 3 hours and 50 minutes, there was ample time. As he waited, Cheng Qi's gaze fell upon other pieces of junk left behind by Xiongzi. He picked up an auxiliary module for an electromagnetic system, a device the size of a cigarette box resembling an oversized chip with numerous frayed wires at the bottom. Cheng Qi was all too familiar with such useless gadgets. They were meant to optimize the speed and workflow of various precision electronic devices, but had poor compatibility and used outdated physical connections, making them nearly incompatible with any mainstream equipment. Glancing at the ground, Cheng Qi noticed that the others had somehow scavenged for such chips. He decided to try synthesizing them, curious about what these seemingly useless products could become. The result was unexpected to Mars electronic assistants. Although they still looked like blackened chips, Cheng Qi had heard of the renowned, now deceased scientist Mars. It turned out he had improved this otherwise worthless product. The new version used a wireless electromagnetic field instead of outdated physical connections, but the compatibility rate remained disappointingly low. After pondering for a moment, Cheng Qi directed the STC to release a blue scanning beam and continue the synthesis. This time, the result was the Muon Mars version superconducting electronic assistant. The unfamiliar name puzzled Cheng Qi. Could this be a descendant of Dr. Mars? The system explained that Muon Mars hailed from the distant Muon star system. In the vast universe, there were countless twin solar systems, twin Earths, and even twin Mars scientists. These parallel universes seemed to share similar destinies due to their identical environments. Cheng Qi was astounded. Could the technology that Mars couldn't realize in this universe have been achieved in a parallel one? Eagerly, he checked the new device's description. On a distant twin Earth, electronic assistant technology had made significant breakthroughs. The introduction of superconducting metals and the advent of a quaternary algorithm revolutionized the device. It could morph its shape as needed, seamlessly integrate with other electronic devices, and achieve unobstructed signal interaction via superconducting metals. The quaternary algorithm could fully interface with the target system. The notes indicated that this technology originated from a level 1.9 civilization. Holding the black chip, Cheng Qi marveled at the STC's capabilities. Could technology unattainable in this universe be sourced from a parallel one? He pondered whether the STC had any limits at all. Just then, a gust of wind laced with metallic dust swept through, forcing Cheng Qi to squint his eyes. The air was thick with oppression and gloom, making it hard to breathe. This was a sign that the gray storm was imminent. The entire land seemed to be weeping. Hurriedly, Cheng Qi checked the Earth Dragon King's data feedback and was shocked. The drilling time had suddenly extended to 7 hours. Upon closer analysis, he discovered that the Earth Dragon King had encountered a massive layer of metallic debris at 36 meters. Years of compression had significantly increased the metal's density, and preliminary scans showed the layer was 170 meters thick, drastically increasing the drilling time. 7 hours? That was a death sentence. Suddenly, Cheng Qi's eyes fell on the Muon Catalyst first-generation device at his waist. An idea struck him, and he retrieved the newly acquired Muon Mars version superconducting electronic assistant. With cautious optimism, Cheng Qi carefully brought the two devices together. The black, plastic-like chip began to bend slightly upon contact, eventually fitting perfectly onto the Muon first-generation device, like a layer of flexible black leather on a sword hilt. Immediately, a small red interface appeared out of thin air. Muon fission reactor, 70 energy remaining, performance optimization in progress. Cheng Qi stared at the instrument before him, two usage plans flashing through his mind. The original plan was to release the Muon fission energy in an instant, causing a straight-line burn about 7 kilometers long, resulting in massive destruction. The optimized plan, however, involved controlling the Muon energy release to project a thin energy beam, accumulating energy at the beam's tip, and creating an ultra-high temperature burn with a diameter of 5,000 square meters when the beam penetrated a specific target. Cheng Qi's eyes widened as a new use case rapidly formed in his mind. If his assumptions were correct, the optimized Muon catalyst could be perfect for digging bunkers. Earth Dragon King. Return to base. Cheng Qi turned abruptly, his eyes filled with determination. The gray storm was imminent, and he knew he had to give it a try. 5 minutes later, Cheng Qi stood at the edge of a slanting, bottomless drilling hole left by the Earth Dragon King, holding the optimized Muon reactor. He swallowed hard, adjusted the Muon catalyst reactor to 30 power, hesitated, then pushed it to 50. Using the superconducting electronic assistant, he selected the second energy release plan. Cheng Qi straightened his arms, and the exosuit extended its support structures. After making all the necessary preparations, he took a deep breath and activated the Muon catalyst prototype. A faint hum filled the air. A hair-thin blue beam silently shot into the dark drilling hole, disappearing in an instant. The world fell into a brief silence, and Cheng Qi tilted his head in confusion. Suddenly, a massive burst of white steam, mixed with terrifying heat waves, erupted from the drilling hole. The exosuit immediately triggered its emergency protocol, propelling Cheng Qi to the side. Simultaneously, the memory metal mask flipped over, shielding his face. Scorching air grazed his cheeks and shot skyward, the mask emitting a sizzling sound with light wisps of smoke. Though uninjured, Cheng Qi cautiously moved his neck. He carefully approached the large hole and peered inside. The sidewalls of the hole had formed a perfect circle, now incredibly smooth from the beam's burn. The hole remained a slanting downward passage, dark and seemingly endless. Cheng Qi's eyes widened, his heart racing. Had the result he anticipated truly been achieved? Inside the cave, waves of heat emanated. Cheng Qi stood at the entrance, curious about the changes the high-temperature combustion from Yaozi technology had caused inside. He patiently waited for 20 minutes until Hanzi volunteered to enter the cave with a large supply of expired coolant. Whoa! Oh my gosh! Hanzi's exclamation echoed from within the cave. Cheng Qi, be patient for a bit longer, and you'll see something amazing. Hearing Hanzi bustling around inside like a spinning top, Cheng Qi guessed he was working on cooling things down. Not long after, Hanzi carried over 2 thick, starship-grade steel plates, each about 50 centimeters thick, and began cutting and welding. About 40 minutes later, Hanzi had constructed a massive sliding door at the cave entrance and camouflaged it with scrap metal, making it look like an ordinary pile of junk. With the door closed, the cave entrance seamlessly blended into the surrounding environment. Cheng Qi watched Hanzi busily working back and forth, feeling a sense of anticipation, but he held back his excitement to respect Hanzi's desire to create a surprise. Tada! Cheng Qi, the high temperature inside has mostly dissipated. Hanzi extended his mechanical arm. You can open the mystery box now. Cheng Qi got up and rubbed his hands together. With a rumbling sound, the small mound of trash in front of him split open, revealing a sloping entrance. Carefully stepping inside, Cheng Qi almost slipped due to the slick surface. Did Hanzi leak oil again? He muttered to himself. Fortunately, his jet-powered shoes activated just in time, helping him regain his balance. As he ventured deeper, Cheng Qi touched the walls and was astonished to find them smooth as glass. Under the illumination from the light on Hanzi's shoulder, the tunnel ahead was clearly visible. Cheng Qi's eyes widened in shock at the sight before him. The surface layer, once filled with sand and metal debris, had undergone a remarkable transformation due to the high-temperature beam from Yaozi. The silicon dioxide crystals in the sand had been disrupted, forming an amorphous glass-like structure. After cooling, the entire tunnel had turned into a stunning glass corridor, with high melting point tech debris permanently encased within. This is like a kind of technological amber. Cheng Qi marveled. The glass was like resin, and the tech debris were like insects trapped inside, forever frozen in their final forms. The tunnel reflected countless dazzling lights, and the once discarded tech waste now emitted an eternal glow. As Cheng Qi walked, he carefully observed the items encased in the walls, feeling a sense of awe. He recognized an NVIDIA RTX 4070 graphics card, a Mate 70 phone, a star navigation compass, and some deformed, charred items that were hard to identify. These products, once the pinnacle of technology, had now become worthless trash. Cheng Qi continued downward, silently calculating the depth. When he estimated he had descended about 100 meters, the space suddenly opened up before him. A massive spherical chamber, approximately 2,000 meters in diameter, lay ahead, leaving him once again in awe. This was the metal deposition layer where the Earth Dragon had encountered earlier. When Miaozi's energy burst occurred, the trash here vaporized, forming a smooth inner wall. Cheng Qi looked up at the circular dome overhead, captivated by the sight. It's so beautiful, he murmured to himself. At this depth, with less sediment, the molten metals had cooled to form undulating patterns on the dome. Tiny crystals of unknown substances sparkled on the dark silver background, resembling a vast starry sky. Cheng Qi slowly turned, feeling as if he were in a private little universe. Immersed in the beauty for a while, he suddenly realized a question. Why was the oxygen so abundant here, and the temperature just right? At that moment, he noticed the Earth Dragon King's underground expansion dock in the distance. It had entered the center of the spherical space and was expanding in all directions. The Earth Dragon King had transformed from a heavy-duty truck into a roughly 120 square meter metal house, deploying various environmental control devices to continuously produce oxygen and regulate the internal temperature. Cheng Qi nodded enthusiastically, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The Earth Dragon King was indeed an unparalleled tool for underground survival. At that moment, a floating lantern slowly rose from the top of the Earth Dragon King, resembling an ancient sky lantern. A pure white light poured out from the lantern, expanding the halo on the ground. The outline of the lantern was reflected in Cheng Qi's eyes, as if he were witnessing the first star in a small universe, casting light onto this subterranean world. This place is perfect, Cheng Qi murmured softly, clenching his fist slightly. Suddenly, a burst of joyful laughter broke the silence. Xiao Qiong, without the aid of turbo-powered shoes, treated the entrance tunnel like a giant slide, zipping down from the top in one go. The momentum carried her body back and forth across the bottom of the spherical space until she finally stopped at Cheng Qi's feet. Xiao Qiong's eyes were filled with curiosity and excitement, her smile radiant. Cheng Qi looked down at Xiao Qiong and said gently, "Your father was buried at the bottom of a garbage heap. I was worried you might reject this underground refuge." Xiao Qiong stood up and, pretending to be mature, said, "You adults worry too much. Anyone with a clear mind would know these are two different things." Before she could finish her sentence, she was captivated by the beautiful scene overhead, her mouth slightly open, and her hands clasped together unconsciously. Cheng Qi chuckled and reminded her, "We have less than 2 hours before the dust storm hits. We need to start moving. It's a meticulous job." Xiao Qiong raised a finger and said playfully, "Cheng Qi, can you carry me up? I want to help you check for any oversights." "You adults think too complicatedly." She paused and added, "Don't think I just want to slide down again. But speaking of that big slide, it could use some improvement me but got sore." Above ground, the distant sky was already dark, even more so than usual nights. Cheng Qi looked around, surveying his scattered belongings, pondering the best way to transport them. His eyes fell on the 4 biomaterial transport boxes given by the merchant Mo. Although Mo might not fully agree with the term gift, Cheng Qi muttered to himself, "These boxes are too small. If I could combine and upgrade them, their performance would improve significantly. It might just solve my moving problem." He began the synthesis process. First, he broke down the 4 small boxes into their base materials, then combined them into 2 larger biomaterial transport containers. But that wasn't enough, so Cheng Qi continued the synthesis. Finally, an astonishing result emerged: the KP03 integrated transport platform. This platform could change its size, automatically load and unload items, and even had a cloaking feature. Cheng Qi exclaimed in surprise, "This is a transport miracle." He wondered aloud, "But what does the nickname Iron Mom mean?" After setting the instructions, a massive black container appeared before him. The hatch slowly opened, and precision mechanical arms emerged. The bioengine started silently, and the entire platform floated like a ghost to the front of the shack. The mechanical arms moved with precision and gentleness, meticulously organizing Cheng Qi's belongings. Despite most of these items being junk and scraps, the mechanical arms handled each piece as if it were a precious antique. Soon, everything was neatly organized and carefully loaded into the container. Inside the container, partitions and locks automatically flipped out to ensure each item was securely and aesthetically placed. Suddenly, a low humming sound filled the air. The quantum repair cluster, weighing several tons, was effortlessly lifted by the crane arm and precisely placed into the reserved space in the cargo box. Like a perfect puzzle, the edges fit within a centimeter of the other items, almost seamlessly. Watching all this, Cheng Qi finally understood the meaning of the nickname. He couldn't help but sigh. A child with a mom is a treasure. This transport platform uses precise algorithms to maximize space utilization. Even someone with OCD would approve. Iron Mom silently floated to the entrance of the shelter, her cargo hold filled to the brim. Her mechanical arms retracted just enough to enter the cave. Suddenly, her surface rippled and she turned invisible. She slipped quietly into the underground shelter and began unloading the goods one by one. Cheng Qi stood there, dumbfounded. He clapped softly, marveling at the sight. What he thought would be a tedious moving process turned out to be a breezy, didn't have to lift a finger. 30 minutes later, Cheng Qi sat in the underground shelter, surveying his surroundings. Everything was neatly arranged. Iron Mom had transported and organized all the items flawlessly. Similar items were grouped together, perfectly aligned. Rubbing his chin, Cheng Qi was astonished. "I have 12 pairs of underwear? 43 pairs of socks?" His eyes landed on a stack of magazines. Hanzai hid 9 issues of Glamour Robots? Suddenly, An idea flashed through Cheng Qi's mind. Underwear is a technological product too, at least textile technology. Can it be synthesized? He forced the STC to scan the underwear. The result was disappointing. The technology content was too low to synthesize. Leaning back in his chair, Cheng Qi sighed. After all this effort, everything had been moved into the shelter, including similar tech junk brought by the monkeys, all neatly categorized. Xiao Qiong had also retreated into the shelter, curiously examining the Earth Dragon King's expansion room. Hanzai was busy planning future improvements, like stairs and water supply systems. The underground shelter's door had been sealed, and Hanzai had reinforced it from the inside, installing dozens of thick alloy bars. Cheng Qi squinted. It's about time. The gray storm should be here. Above ground, the moon had hidden away. A terrifying pressure descended, causing all the trash to tremble. In the distance, a pitch-black wall stretched from the ground to the sky, moving rapidly toward Zone B43. Boom. The gray storm was laced with intense lightning. Each flash ignited metal dust and flammable gases in the air, forming chains of red fire. Thousands of tons of trash were swept into the sky, swirling and colliding, twisting and sparking. Not far away, the wreckage of a massive interstellar excavator was lifted by the fierce winds, revealing an underground cavity. Several scavengers hiding inside were swept into the air before they could react, instantly struck by lightning and engulfed in green flames, turning to ash in moments. Inside the underground shelter, it was peaceful and serene. Xiao Qiong slept sweetly in Hanzai's arms. Cheng Qi sat before the expanded room, a floating lamp illuminating the beautiful ceiling and walls. A small kettle of hot tea warmed on a tiny gas stove. Despite the raging storm above, the 100-meter-deep shelter felt almost undisturbed, with only the faintest vibrations. At Cheng Qi's feet, a small plant brought from the shack swayed gently, its vitality undiminished. Cheng Qi picked up his tea, his gaze falling on the neatly arranged 17 black market gene potions. His eyes shone with intense determination, a powerful aura emanating from him. After this tea, I start my path to revenge, breaking free from the gene hierarchy. Just as he was about to take a sip, he frowned. Why does the tea taste strange? Hanzai, what's wrong with this water? It's spoiled. Hanzai poked his head out. Oh, Xiao Qiong had to pee urgently and didn't want to dirty the floor, so she used your kettle. Cheng Qi was exasperated. Isn't there a toilet in the room? Hanzai replied. Oh, Xiao Qiong said she's not used to the toilet. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Qi tried to calm himself. Stay calm. Grandpa always said people in the old days loved to drink horse urine. He adjusted his breathing, his eyes shifting to the gene potions on his right. These were failed black market gene potions exchanged for merchant ammo. The glass tubes contained black liquid with lots of impurities. The gene optimization success rate was less than 0.0035, and the survival rate was equally dismal. Yet, each one still cost 300,000 credit points, showing humanity's desperation for high-level genes. Cheng Qi began the synthesis. After the white light faded, 16 tubes had become 8, the liquid now a pale silver, slightly viscous. The gene optimization success rate had increased by over 3,000 times, reaching 11. Squinting, Cheng Qi continued the synthesis. Break it down to raw materials, synthesize 4 premium black market gene potions. In the bunker of the Scavengers Association, an elderly, hunched figure sat upon a towering throne welded from scrap metal. On the ground below, a dozen figures stood respectfully. Outside, a gray storm raged, causing the entire bunker to tremble violently. The ceiling creaked as metal warped, and the solitary tungsten filament light swayed, casting pendulum-like shadows of those gathered. The elder on the throne began to speak, his voice raspy yet resolute. Do not worry. This bunker has withstood over a dozen gray storms. It may seem on the verge of collapse, but it always pulls through. He paused, his expression growing solemn. But now, there's a more pressing matter at hand. Slowly, the elder turned and retrieved an ornate metal box. Facing the assembly, he carefully opened it to reveal a vial of black serum. Silence fell immediately, and everyone stared wide-eyed, their breaths quickening but no one daring to make a sound. A top-tier black market genetic serum, the elder intoned gravely. Our alliance has spent 10 years' worth of wealth and exhausted every possible avenue to obtain this single vial. Suddenly, a crisp click broke the silence. A young woman in a red dress stepped forward, her eyes burning with intensity as she bit her lip. The elder's gaze snapped to her, his voice stern. My daughter Hina, what are you wearing? Those clothes won't protect against radiation or filter toxic gases. Hina lowered her head slightly and stepped back, trying to cover herself. The elder continued, his voice tinged with weariness. I am old, and someone must take over as the leader of the Scavengers Alliance. He coughed a few times before continuing. My eldest daughter, Hongyun, this serum is for you. From the crowd emerged a graceful figure cloaked in gray. She stepped to the center, dramatically flinging off her cloak to reveal an impressive physique. Tall and lithe, she wore tight leather shorts that accentuated her long, pale legs. Her upper body was clad in a cropped black leather jacket, exposing a slim waist and defined abs. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her features bore a striking resemblance to Hina's, though her beauty and proportions were superior. Most captivating were her narrow eyes, which glowed with a mysterious, icy blue light. Despite Hongyun's attire also lacking protection against radiation, the elder's eyes shone with pride and approval, devoid of any reproach. The core members present knew well that the elder had two daughters, the elder Hongyun and the younger Hina, both esteemed A-level gene-enhanced individuals. However, the elder's favoritism towards Hongyun was never hidden. A member couldn't hold back and spoke up. Leader, Miss Hongyun is already an A-level gene-enhanced individual. Why not distribute the precious serum among other high-ranking members? This way, our overall strength would be more balanced. The elder's voice turned grave. I received a notification that within the next 48 hours, a task force from the Galactic Alliance will arrive on Earth for a secret mission. To them, even a multitude of A-level gene-enhanced individuals is no match for a single-level individual. He paused, then continued. Earth has been abandoned for so long, with worsening conditions and dwindling resources. This is a rare opportunity. Perhaps we can use this task force to communicate with the Solar System Alliance and request aid. To achieve this, we need at least one representative who commands their attention. At this moment, Hina bit her lip and softly said, "Father, I am also an A-level gene-enhanced individual." The elder merely glanced at Hina, his tone indifferent. "I know, but even if your genes were upgraded, you lack the negotiating skills." Hina bit down, frowning as she lowered her head, saying nothing more. The elder's gaze returned to Hongyun, his voice softening but firm. "Hongyun, the success rate of this top-tier serum is 23, an astonishing probability. Even if it fails, its side effects are not fatal. Rest assured, I have a medical team prepared. Even in the event of failure, you will receive immediate treatment. I will not lose you, nor will the Scavengers Alliance." Taking a deep breath, the elder solemnly declared, "Prepare yourself. In 1 hour, you will undergo your second genetic evolution." He paused, lifting his head, his voice filled with expectation and pressure. The future of the Scavengers Alliance, and the fate of tens of thousands of scavengers on this Earth, rests on your shoulders. After the meeting, the group took a brief respite. Hongyun leaned against the heavy alloy door of the bunker, arms crossed over her chest, one foot propped against the iron door. She tilted her head slightly, her mesmerizing blue eyes quietly observing her sister Hina. Hannah leaned against the gate, head bowed, looking visibly upset. Her hands were intertwined, nervously fidgeting with her fingers. Hongyun surveyed the bunker space with a cold and haughty voice. "Father's high expectations are a double-edged sword. Just like our current situation, with a safe bunker ahead and a terrifying ash storm behind." Hannah frowned, her voice tinged with defiance. "I can face those storms too." "No, you can't." Hongyun took a deep breath, her tone suddenly softening. "I won't let my sister take any risks." Hannah froze as Hongyun continued. "The Galactic Union never sees scavengers as human. To them, we're just cockroaches in a trash heap. Even with our E-genes, we're just slightly bigger rats. No one knows what might happen when we face them." Hongyun smiled gently, smoothing her sister's hair. "I promise, if the negotiations succeed and we get access to other gene serums, I'll make sure you're the first to benefit. No one, not even me, will come before you." Hannah's eyes welled up with tears as she turned to hug her sister tightly, choking out, "Sister, I always believe in you. You don't have to work so hard. I have my own ways." Hongyun patted her back, chuckling softly. "I know, I've always known you're a stubborn child." From a distance, a staff member called out, "Miss Hongyun, the serum is ready. We can start now." Hongyun turned, taking a deep breath. Her beautiful and noble eyes showed a heavy solemnity. She stepped forward, with Hannah gripping her hand tightly, her eyes full of worry. Everyone knew that the consequences of a failed black market serum could be genetic defects, resulting in debilitating flaws. A 23 success rate meant Hongyun only had a 1 in 5 chance. "Don't worry, Hannah." Hongyun gave a reassuring smile, then lifted her chin. The tungsten lights highlighted her stunning and resolute face. "I will succeed." 4 vials of top-grade black market genetic serum lay before Cheng Qi, but he shook his head. A 23 success rate was far too low, and failure could result in permanent disability. These serums were indeed subpar. Unwilling to accept defeat, Cheng Qi decided to break them down into their base components and attempt another synthesis. To his surprise, the result was 2 vials of Valente genetic serum. Cheng Qi was stunned. These were the legendary 1EO serums. It was said that Valente disappeared after creating 13 exclusive serums. Some speculated he was recruited by the Galactic Science Association, while others believed he was kidnapped by some dark forces. What made Cheng Qi's heart race even more was that these two pale blue serums had a 90.8 success rate. In the field of genetic evolution, this was an almost terrifying number. It seemed Valente had indeed mastered some breakthrough technology. After 3 syntheses, the serum's effects were already explosive. Cheng Qi took a deep breath and decided to attempt one final synthesis. He broke down the 2 Valente genetic serums into their base components and began the process. The result was unexpected Valente Fantasia serum. This type of serum existed only in the notes of the genius alchemist Valente and was his ultimate vision for the technology. It could replicate specific gene fragments and amplify advantageous genes through PCR, thus overshadowing inferior genes. Cheng Qi marveled at the power of STC, which could turn even conceptual notes into reality. This serum had a genetic evolution success rate of 99.9, but its effects varied from person to person. It could significantly enhance the user's superior genes, potentially resulting in a dramatic upgrade or no change at all. After careful consideration, Cheng Qi decided to consume the Valente Fantasia serum. He uncorked the vial and drank the pure blue liquid in one gulp. Initially, apart from a burning sensation in his throat, Cheng Qi felt nothing unusual. Just as he began to doubt whether he was a worthless person in fine clothes, a sudden change occurred. Cheng Qi spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, his eyes rolling back. It was unclear how much time had passed when Cheng Qi struggled to open his eyes in the darkness. He found himself lying on a pile of firewood and old diesel barrels, covered by a white cloth. Not far away, Hanzi and Xiaoqiang, dressed in mourning clothes made of white plastic, were weeping. Before Cheng Qi could react, Hanzi pressed the ignition switch. Electricity sparked, and the diesel burst into flames with a roar. At that critical moment, a primal sense of danger struck Cheng Qi's nerves like lightning. In an instant, Cheng Qi's body responded with unimaginable speed. He moved sideways 7 or 8 meters, avoiding the flames. It all happened so quickly that even Cheng Qi found it hard to believe. What shocked him even more was that his extreme warrior armor was lying nearby. Clearly, Hanzi had removed it, fearing it would be destroyed in the fire. However, what truly left Cheng Qi flabbergasted was the realization that he wasn't wearing the armor at all. Cheng Qi, I knew you'd survive. Hanzi chuckled, scratching his metal head with his metal fingers. Just kidding. But don't blame us. You were out cold for 48 hours. Cheng Qi sighed helplessly. Is that why you almost cremated me? He paused. I slept for 48 hours? That means the ash storm is nearly over? Suddenly, Xiaoqiang seemed to notice something incredible. She stared at Cheng Qi's face, then covered her mouth in shock. Your eyes have changed. Hanzi quickly found a smooth piece of metal to use as a mirror and handed it to Cheng Qi. Cheng Qi looked at his reflection and his eyes widened. His pupils were now encircled by a faint blue ring, clear and deep. Cheng Qi felt a surge of joy. In today's society, this symbolized status and respect. I've transformed from a natural human to an A-level genetic being? He pinched his thigh hard, afraid it was just a dream. From what Cheng Qi knew, an A-level genetic being is defined by superior genes with no defects. They excel in intelligence, physical ability, and personality, and can achieve significant success through hard work. A-level genetic beings aren't superhuman, but are the best among humans. Cheng Qi was puzzled. So, what's up with my physical abilities? He blinked instinctively. With that blink, his mind was flooded with lightning-fast images. It was a DNA double helix, glowing beautifully and mysteriously, with parts breaking and reassembling. These scenes seemed to be memories from his coma, slowly resurfacing. When Cheng Qi shook his head and opened his eyes again, he was completely stunned. His pupils now had a second blue ring. 2 rings. Cheng Qi stared at his reflection, his mind in a daze. I've leveled up to D-level genetics. D-level genetic beings exhibit exceptional talents in specific areas, such as deep understanding of a subject or outstanding abilities in sports, music, or art. They are often called elite genes and are the top echelon of human civilization. Corporate tycoons, musicians, scientists, or high-ranking officials. They achieve success, power, and status more easily than ordinary people. Cheng Qi was confused. Do D-level genetic beings have such speed? At that moment, his head felt dizzy, and lightning-fast images reappeared in his mind. The DNA double helix spun faster, with more parts reassembling. Cheng Qi felt a lack of oxygen, his vision doubled. This sensation lasted for about a minute before his sight slowly cleared, and the surroundings came back into focus. In that instant, Cheng Qi was thunderstruck. A third faint blue ring appeared in his pupils, becoming solid and glowing with a deep blue light. I've leveled up 3 times? Cheng Qi was astonished. I've become a clevel genetic being. Clevel? C level. Clever genetic beings are known as exceptional genes. They possess multiple talents and, with effort and opportunity, can reach the pinnacle of power and status. Clever marks a turning point, as their physical qualities start to transcend DNA limitations, gaining enhanced strength, speed, endurance, and agility. No wonder I could move like that. It's the clever genetic traits. Cheng Qi was incredulous. So, my future? He suddenly mumbled incoherently, noticing black, sticky liquid oozing from every pore. His mouth foamed as well, purging impurities. Huh? Such a cliché storyline. Author you. Optimizing any system often involves purging impurities, an age-old principle of clearing the old to make way for the new. Over the years, Cheng Qi had survived on expired products and low-quality energy bars, accumulating toxins. Now, they were finally being expelled. Using the shower system in the expanded house of the Earth Dragon King, Cheng Qi took a thorough, refreshing bath. Stepping out of the shower, he felt as if he had emerged from the fog into sunlight, light and clear-headed. Looking in the mirror, Cheng Qi noticed his skin had become fairer and smoother. His features were more defined, and his eyes, with the 3 blue rings, radiated a mysterious nobility. Though he hadn't yet fully utilized the benefits of clever genetics, his muscles were subtly sculpted, with his chest and abs slightly pronounced, combining beauty and strength. I finally understand how worthless I was, and why so many ordinary people, despite their best efforts, remain mediocre. Cheng Qi mused. In the old days, genetic differences were inherent. Now, with genetic science, the gap due to genetics is an insurmountable chasm. Cheng Qi felt his thoughts clear, his energy abundant, his eyes shining with intensity. This feeling was exhilarating. Cheng Qi was preparing to receive his goods. According to the conversion rate for high-entropy alloys, he had obtained 82 vials of failed gene serum from the black market. Suddenly, the communicator specifically used to contact Mo crackled to life, and Mo's calm voice came through. Cheng Qi's eyes lit up in the docking bay. Was Mo sending a second batch of serums right now? 82 vials. This was an unexpected bonus. Cheng Qi thought to himself that Mo had really come through this time. Quickly calculating, he wondered how much his strength would increase once he synthesized these serums. Cheng Qi, are you dead or what? Mo's voice remained cold and rational. If you don't respond in 10 seconds, I'll assume you're dead and make a killing on this deal. Cheng Qi was speechless for a moment but quickly replied, even if I were dead, I'd come back as a ghost to get my serums from you. Good to hear you're not dead. Mo's voice was still calm. My 20 biotech crates have entered Earth's atmosphere. I just realized there's a massive storm on Earth. You'd better hurry up and collect the goods. My previous 4 transport crates and custom scales seem to have been lost in the storm, which was a huge loss. Cheng Qi's eyes flickered as he responded, I have to say, this gray storm is indeed massive. Take my advice and prepare for the worst. After ending the call, Cheng Qi recalled the 48 hours he spent unconscious after taking the serum. The ground conditions should be the tail end of the gray storm, not as terrifying as the peak, but the chance of the biotech crates going off course was still high. He had to act fast. Losing so many serums and crates was unacceptable. Just then, Xiao Qiong floated by and reminded him, Cheng Qi, could you put on some clothes? Cheng Qi realized he was still naked from coming out of the shower. Xiao Qiong continued, don't worry, I've seen many of Mom's clients naked. I'm used to it. With that, she floated away, muttering, adults are such a hassle, needing reminders even for something as simple as getting dressed. Hanzai also passed by, mimicking Xiao Qiong's posture and teasing, aren't you ashamed? Cheng Qi took a few steps and stood in front of the extreme warrior armor. The armor's diamond-shaped panels flipped and shifted, enveloping his body in an instant. The data panel of the armor appeared, indicating that the user's genetic sequence had improved, boosting the core performance of the armor by 284, nearing its performance limit. Excellent, Cheng Qi thought to himself. Indeed, in the eyes of the strong, the world is a kinder place. After donning the armor, Cheng Qi put on his jet turbine shoes. As the airflow spread from the soles, he lifted off the ground, heading straight for the exit of the underground shelter. The door opened slowly with a creaking sound. Despite being deformed by the 40-hour-long gray storm, the door remained unbreakable, a testament to Hanzai's reliable craftsmanship. Outside, the wind had weakened but still carried a biting chill. The extreme warrior armor flipped out a visor to protect Cheng Qi's face. He walked out of the shelter and closed the door behind him. The ground was covered in gray dust, with countless metal particles swirling in the air, greatly reducing visibility. It was evident that the surrounding junk mountains had shifted. Every gray storm rearranged the landscape of junk Earth, exposing valuable buried items, a new opportunity for scavengers after surviving a terrifying ordeal. Cheng Qi looked up at the gray sky to the north. With the naked eye, he saw nothing, but the armor's detection system quickly locked onto 20 points of light in the distance. They were descending rapidly, but the fierce high-altitude winds were causing their flight paths to wobble. Those were Mo's transport crates. Cheng Qi squinted and noticed that a few crates had severely deviated from their intended paths and were likely to collide and crash. Cheng Qi's expression tightened. He bent his legs slightly and sprinted toward the projected landing site of the crates. With a loud thud, the ground junk flew away, and in the gray environment, he became a blur. Even Cheng Qi was stunned, not realizing his speed had suddenly increased so much. Unprepared, his brain experienced a moment of dizziness due to the inertia. The armor system alerted. The user's speed is approaching the armor's limit and may have exceeded calculable parameters. Cheng Qi was shocked. Did this mean his speed was surpassing the armor's limits? He recalled moving instantly from the cremation platform to the ground in the shelter. Speed? Had his genetic evolution significantly enhanced his speed? Could the human body really surpass mechanical limits? By now, Cheng Qi had reached the spot directly beneath the transport crates. He could see 3 of them teetering in the air. He bent his legs again and leaped into the sky. The fierce wind around him made him realize he hadn't activated his turbine shoes, yet he had jumped nearly 20 meters high, almost reaching the height of a 6-story building. A 284 boost in core performance was indeed impressive, but this time, the armor didn't provide any overflow data warnings. Cheng Qi realized that jumping relied on leg strength, meaning the current jump height was a combined effect of his legs and the armor. Strength hadn't overflowed, but speed had? Weren't both powered by the legs? Were these abilities calculated separately? As he sensed his condition, Cheng Qi's mind became inexplicably clear. In an instant, he understood. High-speed movement required not just leg strength but coordination of all muscles, including arm swings and body posture, which significantly impacted speed. Simply put, no runner could rely solely on leg strength to win a race. Thus, strength was a single metric, while speed was a composite of multiple factors. Training for strength was relatively easy, but improving speed was much harder. Cheng Qi gradually realized he had gained a rare and invaluable speed enhancement. In midair, Cheng Qi skillfully caught 3 transport crates with precise movements. He landed steadily on the ground, carefully setting the crates down before leaping up again to catch more. On his final jump, his attention was drawn to an eerie scene on the distant ground. Amidst swirling currents of thick gray dust, something appeared to be crawling painfully along the ground. Squinting for a better look, he saw it was half a person. No, not even half a head, part of a shoulder, and an arm. This fragmented body dragged itself forward, clawing at the debris-laden ground with its single arm, moving slowly and laboriously. Cheng Qi narrowed his eyes, trying to discern the strange sight. Judging by its form, it didn't seem to be a robot. Could it really be a person? How could anyone survive in such a state? Just as he pondered this, a gust of metallic gray dust blew by, and the quarter person abruptly vanished, as if it had never existed. Despite his curiosity, Cheng Qi forced himself to refocus on his task. He quickly gathered all the transport crates and headed back to the underground shelter. The valuable items in his possession could not be compromised by distraction. Upon entering the underground shelter, the massive steel mom sprang into action. It extended its precise mechanical arms, neatly arranging the 20 biomaterial crates before opening them one by one. 82 failed gene therapy vials from the black market were lined up with a spacing error of less than 0.1 millimeters, showcasing a level of precision that was awe-inspiring. Suddenly, due to a slight curvature in the shelter floor, one vial began to roll. The mechanical mom quickly corrected it. Cheng Qi observed the vials, judging by their material and appearance that they seemed flawless. Merchant Mo once again proved his reliability. Cheng Qi's gaze shifted to the black biotech transport crates. He mused to himself, after buying so much, asking for some packaging bags isn't too much, right? He nodded in agreement with himself, convinced it wasn't excessive. With these crates, the mechanical mom could undergo another upgrade, though he hoped its obsessive-compulsive tendencies wouldn't worsen. His eyes returned to the gene therapy vials. As a clever gene enhancer, Cheng Qi's hand trembled slightly. He was acutely aware of his terrifying potential for growth. His excitement was hard to contain, and he joked to himself, even Wang Zilu would have to turn into a puppy if he saw this scene. Swallowing hard, Cheng Qi began the synthesis process. System notifications flashed continuously. Disassembling original units, synthesizing high-quality black market gene therapy vials 41. Disassembling original units, synthesizing premium black market gene therapy vials 20. Disassembling original units, synthesizing Valente gene therapy vials 10. Disassembling original units, synthesizing Valente fantasy therapy vials 5. Cheng Qi paused for a moment. He recalled that at this point in the process, he had previously run out of synthesis materials and had taken the Valente fantasy therapy vial. It was this vial that had triggered 3 consecutive evolutions, making him a clever gene enhancer. Now, his lips trembled slightly with anticipation. What would he get if he continued the synthesis? Could it elevate him to the legendary Slevel gene enhancer? He remembered hearing wild tales about Slevel gene enhancers from his grandfather's old, sporadically working interstellar radio. It was said that Slevel gene enhancers were so prolific that wherever they went, top-tier beauties would throw themselves at them, eager to bear high-quality offspring. Of course, Cheng Qi knew these were just fanciful stories. He believed that true Slevel gene enhancers wouldn't have such vulgar desires. If they did have many offspring, it would be out of a sense of duty. As for their real abilities, the tales were vague, focusing more on the sensational aspects. At this moment, Cheng Qi's anticipation felt like a volcano about to erupt. He took a deep breath and continued the synthesis. The system notification flashed again, disassembling into original matter, synthesizing life, gene sequence liberation vial 2. Immediately, a note appeared on the STC virtual screen. Humans are carbon-based life forms. Regardless of how genes are enhanced, the framework remains based on carbon. Carbon-based life forms have structures built on carbon elements. Human proteins, sugars, and carbohydrates are all based on carbon chemistry. The respiratory and circulatory systems also rely on carbon. DNA, the molecule that carries genetic information, is composed of carbon-based nucleotides. Due to Earth's environmental factors, natural life forms are carbon-based. Humans are born from carbon and are bound by it. Cheng Qi stared at this sudden note, trying to digest the information. Simply put, being born on Earth meant humans were inherently carbon-based. The importance of carbon in life is undeniable. From respiration to metabolism and the transmission of genetic information, carbon is everywhere. As carbon-based life forms, human existence is closely tied to carbon. Without it, our bodies would disintegrate at the molecular level, leaving no trace behind. Cheng Qi's gaze was drawn to a line of text at the bottom of the STC holographic screen. The words, Seed of Life Gene Sequence Liberation Agent, leaped out at him, revealing that its technology originated from a level 5 plant civilization. This agent claimed to have the potential to fundamentally alter the basic structure of carbon-based life forms, evolving them into new genetic sequences, such as silicon-based organisms. Cheng Qi gasped, staring at the screen in disbelief. Silicon-based life forms? This was far beyond human understanding of genetic enhancement. It was a revolutionary breakthrough. The goal wasn't just enhancement. It was to evolve humans into silicon-based life forms. This leap transcended the entire spectrum of life. His mind raced as he pondered this possibility. Plant civilization? Could there be other types of advanced civilizations in the universe besides technological ones? A society of intelligent tree beings, perhaps? At that moment, the STC annotation flipped to the next page. Cheng Qi's eyes fixated on the newly appeared special note. The success rate of this gene sequence liberation agent is only 7.7. Failure will result in irreversible damage to the user's original genes, causing genetic dissolution and instant death. Even if successful, the user, while transforming into a new elemental-based life form, might not be able to breathe or convert energy properly due to environmental factors. For example, if transformed into a silicon-based life form on a silicon-scarce Earth, their life cycle would face catastrophic disruption, leading to instant death. The repeated mention of instant death hit Cheng Qi like a bolt of lightning. He couldn't help but think sarcastically. Isn't this a no-win situation? What's the point of this agent? Might as well smash the test tube and end it quickly. Despite his internal grumbling, Cheng Qi didn't give up hope. He still had 2 vials of the gene sequence liberation agent and one last chance to synthesize something new. He quickly broke down the 2 vials into their raw materials and began the final synthesis. Tree of Life Balance Sequence Liberation Agent 1 successfully synthesized. The system notification chimed, and Cheng Qi's eyes scanned the new agent's description. Building on the Seed of Life, this agent had significantly enhanced effects, balancing efficacy with side effects. The success rate of gene liberation increased to 67.7, eliminating the side effect of genetic dissolution, and locked the liberation direction to silicon-based organisms. More importantly, it preserved the user's original gene sequence upon successful liberation. In subsequent evolution, the user would become a dual gene sequence organism, combining the advantages of both genes and compensating for shortcomings. Cheng Qi felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Dual gene sequence? And the kind that wouldn't result in instant death. This astonishing discovery left him momentarily speechless, as waves of emotions surged within him. The Scavengers Alliance underground bunker. The alchemy lab. A rust-covered metal door slowly creaks open, releasing a burst of white steam. Through the mist, a tall and alluring figure begins to emerge. Long legs, a slender waist, a prominent chest, and flowing hair. Each contour is captivating. She walks with steady steps, moving forward with confidence. Outside, the Alliance's president, several high-ranking scavengers, and Hannah in a red dress, all watch the figure intently. As she approaches, her cold and proud face becomes clear. Tight shorts accentuate her shapely hips, while a black low-cut t-shirt under a leather jacket reveals the top curves of her chest and her pale clavicles. She is the dream of countless admirers and the object of many fantasies. However, at this moment, everyone notices a pale layer on her beautiful cheeks. The sound of her heels hitting the ground suddenly becomes unsteady, and her body starts to stagger. Bright red blood spreads like a web along the inside of her thigh, stark against her white skin. Suddenly, she coughs up a mouthful of blood and collapses to the ground. Hongyun, sister, the crowd exclaims, rushing forward to support the pale woman. With tears in her eyes and trembling red lips, Hongyun says, I'm sorry, everyone. I failed. Her pupils show only a faint blue ring, dulled by severe injuries. The elderly president looks as if struck by lightning, his body shaking. Nearly a decade of accumulated wealth has been wasted, failing to produce even a class gene modifier. His eyes are filled with regret, and looking at his weak daughter brings an indescribable pain. Hannah, tears streaming down her face, holds her sister tightly and chokes out, Sister, if we had known it would come to this, I would have taken your place. Just then, an alliance member rushes over, nervously reporting, President, the Interstellar Alliance's combat squad has arrived. The president stiffens, the news unsettling. He pauses before asking, how many of them are there? 2 Harrier-class transport starships, the member replies, swallowing hard. We've never had 2 arrive simultaneously before. A single Harrier class can carry 2,000 people, which means they've sent at least 2,000 this time. The president's hands go numb as he repeats in disbelief, that many? Hongyun, struggling to lift her pale face, firmly states, Father, we must seize this opportunity. There must be high-ranking officers among them. The president's expression turns bleak. How can we? We only have E-class gene modifiers. Even with you and your sister, that's only 3. E-class modifiers might earn us some verbal respect, but no real influence. Hongyun takes a small box from her leather jacket pocket, revealing 2 black membranes the size of fingernails. Father, I obtained these by chance, she explains. These are biomaterial contact lenses. She takes a deep breath and places one on her left eye. The membrane quickly softens and adheres, a small blue ring lighting up. Combined with her natural E-class gene imaging, her pupil now glows with 2 rings. The president is shocked, his voice trembling. You're faking it. Hongyun frowns and explains, I got these lenses from a scavenger. They've circulated on the interstellar black market, used by various shady characters. But the technology is advanced enough that standard equipment can't detect them. The Interstellar Alliance's combat squad, being a military unit, likely won't have sophisticated genetesting devices on hand. She grits her teeth. So, I have a chance. Ridiculous. The president's face contorts with emotion. Do you know the consequences if you're caught? Hongyun's eyes shine with determination. I only know that without funding, all scavengers on Earth will face a dead end. The air hangs heavy for a long moment. The president trembles all over, but remains silent. Supported by Hannah, Hongyun slowly stands up and says, Sister, help me freshen up. Then, please, apply the most beautiful makeup. The president watches his daughters disappear down the hallway, supporting each other, his heart filled with a tumult of emotions. On one side, a doctor from the Scavenger Alliance gravely reported to the president, President, Miss Hongyun's body has suffered severe backlash from the genetic serum. He paused, taking a deep breath before continuing. First, she is extremely weak now, with her overall health reduced to less than a third of what it normally is. The doctor's voice trembled slightly, as if he was hesitant to speak. Finally, he spoke in a low voice, revealing an even harsher reality. Secondly, she has lost her ability to bear children. Upon hearing this, the president's body visibly trembled. He slowly tilted his head back, his gaze fixed on the ceiling, as if searching for some invisible strength. A single tear silently rolled down his wrinkled cheek. In the face of all this, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness and despair. Meanwhile, Cheng Qi was intently staring at the serum in his hand. The liquid in the glass vial appeared ordinary at first glance, like clear water. But as he held it up to the light of the underground shelter, the sight before him made his pupils constrict. The transparent serum was filled with countless tiny glowing specks, sparkling and scattered throughout, resembling a miniature starry universe. Gently rotating the vial, Cheng Qi felt as if he held the entire cosmos in his hand, watching it quietly spin in his palm. Dual gene sequence. Cheng Qi murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had never heard of humans becoming silicon-based life forms, let alone possessing a dual gene sequence. A question surfaced in his mind. If one has a silicon-based gene sequence, can they still be called human? What do the legendary silicon-based life forms look like? A 67.7 success rate was enticing enough for Cheng Qi. He took a deep breath and without hesitation, opened the vial. Tilting his head back, he drank the entire mysterious serum in one gulp, careful not to waste a drop. The last drop of serum slowly slid down the vial's wall, and Cheng Qi tilted his head, mouth open, waiting for it to land on his tongue. In that moment, time seemed to slow. The crystal-clear droplet hung in midair, and Cheng Qi clearly saw his reflection within it. Suddenly, Cheng Qi's pupils contracted violently. To his horror, he realized his eyes were no longer ordinary black dots, but had transformed into a peculiar geometric structure. Countless tiny triangles interlocked in the depths of his pupils, unfurling outward like blooming flowers. An indescribable sensation swept over him, and a clear warning echoed in his mind, like a sixth sense alerting him to impending danger. He felt his body loosening, on the verge of disintegration. The tightly connected triangles rapidly spread across Cheng Qi's entire face, turning it into a blooming geometric flower. Then, this transformation extended to his whole body. Bang! A soft sound, like a silent firework. In an instant, Cheng Qi's body disintegrated into countless tiny triangular fragments, disappearing from existence as if he had never been there. The world was engulfed in darkness, reminiscent of the time before the universe came into being. Cheng Qi couldn't feel his body, nor could he sense his existence. Suddenly, 2 points of light appeared in his vision, quickly expanding until they formed 2 intricate and mysterious structures before him. One of them was a double helix glowing with a blue radiance human DNA. The intertwined helices, like a celestial ladder, were composed of countless base pairs, carrying a vast amount of genetic information. As Cheng Qi gazed at the core design of human life, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe and reverence. On the other side was a dodecahedral structure shimmering with a purple hue, each face covered in sequences resembling cosmic codes. This peculiar DNA structure was massive, seemingly containing far more information than human DNA. Cheng Qi's curiosity was piqued, and he blurted out, "This must be the DNA of a silicon-based life form?" His voice echoed in the empty space. A deep, ancient voice emerged, as if from the depths of history, yet it brought Cheng Qi an inexplicable sense of calm and comfort. He listened intently to the voice's narration. A translucent figure slowly appeared on the silicon-based DNA structure, standing about 3 meters tall, like a holographic model. This silicon-based life form was composed of hard crystalline structures, radiating a strange light, with sharp lines and distinct angles, exuding a captivating beauty. The mysterious voice continued to describe the characteristics of silicon-based life forms. They do not rely on water or organic molecules. Their skin is a semi-transparent silicon membrane that filters and refracts light. They move through electromagnetic forces or the growth and contraction of crystals. Their senses capture various energy wavelengths. They communicate via electromagnetic waves and crystal vibrations. They can survive in high temperature, high pressure, and highly radioactive environments. As the narration went on, the holographic model kept changing, showcasing various extraordinary abilities. Emitting purple beams, glowing more brilliantly in flames, and resisting high-temperature radiation. Cheng Qi felt as if he were on a marvelous journey, learning about this unprecedented and miraculous life form. When Cheng Qi inquired about the identity of the voice, the response was, "I am the genetic information within the silicon-based DNA, the essence of inheritance." Suddenly, Cheng Qi felt the world ripple, and countless vortexes appeared in his vision. He abruptly woke up to find himself sitting in an underground shelter, holding a glass vial. A drop of genetic serum was falling into his mouth, bringing a sweet and cool sensation to his tongue. Cheng Qi shook his head, utterly perplexed. Was the recent experience just a hallucination? However, when he looked down at his right hand, he froze. It was no longer a human arm but a hand reflecting dazzling light, resembling a magnificent diamond. Cheng Qi's gaze slowly drifted down along his arm. To his astonishment, he noticed that his shoulder, chest, and legs were all shimmering with a dazzling, multicolored radiance, like a prism. He moved his hand slightly. Everything felt normal, yet his arm had an unusual weight and hardness to it. At the same time, he heard a faint crystalline friction within his joints. Wide-eyed, Cheng Qi recalled the words of the inheritance. Our skin is a translucent silicon membrane that can filter and refract light. Our movement doesn't rely on muscle contraction like carbon-based life forms. These words sent a chill down his spine. Suddenly, Cheng Qi clenched his fist. In an instant, a crystalline armor materialized over his fist, with sharp crystal spikes emerging from the joints. This transformation spread like a chain reaction, and soon crystal spikes appeared on his elbows, shoulders, and knees, making him look like a magnificent thorny flower. "My armor!" Cheng Qi exclaimed in shock. Sensing something, he quickly turned around to see a headless silver robot. Standing quietly behind him it was his auto-detachable extreme warrior armor. Confirming that the armor was intact, Cheng Qi breathed a sigh of relief. But just a second later, a fiery excitement reignited within him. All of this confirmed one thing. A 67.7 success rate had succeeded. He was now the legendary dual gene sequencer, a being beyond ordinary high-level genes. Cheng Qi's chest heaved slightly as he recalled the process of the serum taking effect. It felt like a fantastical journey through time and space, culminating in his transformation with the last drop of serum. Suddenly, Cheng Qi's diamond-like eyes saw something strange. Floating in the air were translucent blue ribbons, lively and mysterious. These ribbons originated from his body and extended to various destinations. One connected to the distant Steel Mama, another to the Earth Dragon King expansion dock, and yet another to Hanzi, who was playing cards and cheating in the expansion dock. What is this? Cheng Qi wondered, puzzled, as the inheritance hadn't explained this phenomenon. Looking at the distant Steel Mama, he felt a peculiar sense of communication deep within his consciousness. With a mere thought, the Steel Mama awoke slightly. Blue indicator lights lit up on its massive body, accompanied by a faint hum as it activated its hover system and moved forward by 10 centimeters. Cheng Qi's eyes widened as had only imagined this scene in his mind. Yet the robot had executed it. These blue ribbons, are they some sort of link? Cheng Qi guessed and issued another command. The distant Steel Mama raised its mechanical arm into the air, then lowered it again. Cheng Qi was astounded. It really works. He then focused his attention on the Earth Dragon King expansion dock, willing its floating lights to rise by 1 meter and increase in brightness by 20. Instantly, the underground shelter became much brighter. The floating lights, now closer to the ceiling adorned with metallic patterns, made it appear especially radiant and beautiful. Cheng Qi looked up in amazement, his diamond-like body reflecting the ceiling's brilliance. Why is this happening? He murmured in disbelief. My thoughts are connecting with the control centers of these machines. But consciousness and electronic signals are entirely different things. Gazing at his diamond-like hands, Cheng Qi's eyes sparkled. Wait, I might be limiting myself with old assumptions. I am no longer a carbon-based life form. I am a silicon-based one now. I need a new perspective. He began to organize his thoughts. Computers and artificial intelligence brains are made of chips, and the primary material of chips is silicon. Purified silicon becomes silicon wafers, which are then processed to form transistors and circuits akin to neurons, brain nerves, and blood vessels. A robot's self-awareness, thoughts, judgments, and actions all emanate from that small silicon chip. Steel Mama, the Earth Dragon King expansion dock, and similar devices are pure elementary AI, which makes them a form of silicon-based life. Or rather, a primitive form of silicon-based life. Their existence is built on silicon, and they can think and have self-awareness. Cheng Qi felt enlightened. In the old days, people thought silicon-based life was distant, but in reality, it was quite the opposite. From a different perspective, our laptops are silicon-based life forms, and so are our smartphones. If these devices seem lacking in human traits, consider Siri, Alexa, or Google Assistant. They are silicon-based entities embedded in our lives, albeit lower level and man-made. Now that I am a silicon-based life form, I resonate with other silicon-based entities. This must be the unique communication method the inheritance mentioned. No wonder I can control them remotely. Cheng Qi's eyes widened. This means any technological creation I make with silicon chips can be controlled remotely. This is incredibly convenient, almost supernatural. At this moment, Cheng Qi's gaze fell on Hanzi in the distance. Hanzi was boasting. Xiaoqiong, let me tell you, connecting an ace with a 6 is like an old-time official car. Your bomb is useless against me. Haha. Cheng Qi squinted his eyes. This guy knows how to apply what he's learned. With a thought, Hanzi suddenly stood up, one hand on his waist and the other pointing to the sky, and started dancing. Dino resists the wolf. Dino resists. Dino resists the wolf. Dino resists. Hanzi chanted while dancing, then abruptly stopped, puzzled. Huh, why am I dancing? Played a little prank on Hanzi. Cheng Qi turned his gaze inward, examining his new silicon-based body. The combat abilities and adaptability of this form were yet to be tested, but one thing was certain: it was strikingly conspicuous. I can't just go out like this. It's too noticeable, Cheng Qi muttered to himself, frowning slightly. Given his dual genetic sequences, he figured he should be able to switch between them. But how? He couldn't help but wonder if he was the only human with dual genetic sequences, making any related knowledge potentially unknown. As Cheng Qi whispered, switch, the surrounding space suddenly plunged into darkness. He found himself in that dim, spaceless world again, reduced to a non-corporeal state of consciousness. In this void, two radiant DNA structures appeared before him. One, a double helix representing carbon-based life. The other, a rhombic dodecahedron symbolizing silicon-based life. Suddenly, the two DNA sets began to alternate rapidly, completing a mysterious switching process, trailing faint light. The double helix DNA burst into a bright glow, filling Cheng Qi's entire field of vision. After a shiver, he found himself back in the underground shelter. Raising his hands to inspect, Cheng Qi was astonished to see his body had reverted to human flesh and blood, along with the familiar sense of bodily control. As Cheng Qi reveled in this surreal sensation, Xiaoqiong's voice suddenly broke in. Cheng Qi, do you really enjoy running around naked? Why do you adults never listen? She floated by, shaking her head without looking. Only then did Cheng Qi realize his predicament. He had been naked inside the extreme warrior power armor, which had detached when he transformed into the silicon-based form, leaving him now stark naked. Worse, Xiao Qiong and the others hadn't noticed the transformation, only the final result. He quickly dressed and re-equipped the extreme warrior power armor. In his carbon-based state, the armor's assistance was indispensable. Cheng Qi then took a small mirror and gazed into his own eyes. At this moment, his eyes exhibited a fantastical and captivating state. 3 blue rings encircled his pupils, emitting a mysterious and noble light. The innermost ring no longer contained the common black-brown human iris, but instead a geometric pattern made of triangular crystals, luxurious and intricate, shimmering with a faint golden glow. Widening his eyes slightly, Cheng Qi watched as the geometric pattern expanded, with a faint purple light seeping through the gaps. Wow, he breathed. These eyes are incredible, they could mesmerize anyone. The changes in his pupils were clearly a reflection of his silicon-based traits, but currently, it only covered the innermost ring. Cheng Qi pondered. Did this mean silicon-based genes also had levels? Much like the higher genetic ranks in carbon-based beings had more rings in their eyes, the higher the genetic rank in silicon-based beings, the more rings would be covered. No wonder it's called a genetic sequence, Cheng Qi murmured. It's also a system that can be upgraded. He took a deep breath, feeling the long road ahead, but also filled with endless possibilities. Cheng Qi's attention then shifted to the 20 biological transport crates on the ground. Each crate was worth over 50,000 credits, enough for a scavenger to live worry-free for years. Boss Missouri is really generous, giving these away just like that, he remarked. Meanwhile, on a starship hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, Emos suddenly sneezed. Perplexed, he thought, given his genetic level, he shouldn't have such strange physiological reactions. Could it be those bio crates haven't returned? Could they be lost in the Earth storms again? He speculated. Cheng Qi's gaze then fell on the steel behemoth parked quietly on one side of the shelter. He began to ponder. What kind of equipment would result from integrating these 20 crates into the steel behemoth? I can't let Boss Mo's generosity go to waste, he resolved. Let's do it. Immediately, a system prompt sounded. Similar technological artifacts detected, beginning synthesis, breaking down into raw materials. Biomaterial Transport Container 10, K443 Integrated Transport Platform 5. It turns out, the official equipment code for the steel behemoth was K443 Integrated Transport Platform. Now, Cheng Qi had 6 steel behemoths. He couldn't help but imagine the spectacular scene if all their compulsions activated at once. Cheng Qi gazed at the 3 S-255 atomic transport platforms in front of him, filled with curiosity and anticipation. This latest model was a revolutionary upgrade compared to the previous K443. Though it still maintained the black container appearance, its volume had been reduced by a whole 50. He carefully examined the equipment manual and learned that the S-255 utilized groundbreaking atomic indentation technology. By employing a special ER force field, it could reduce the atomic spacing of items at a microscopic level, thereby achieving a significant volume reduction at the macroscopic level, greatly enhancing storage capacity. When Cheng Qi saw the note mentioning that this technology originated from a level 2.4 civilization, he nodded knowingly, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. His curiosity pushed him to further explore the control panel of the S-255, but just as he stood up, his vision suddenly plunged into darkness. He found himself once again in that familiar shadowy world. In front of him, the DNA of carbon-based and silicon-based life forms floated silently. Suddenly, a rhombus fragment split off from the dodecahedron representing silicon-based life, densely packed with genetic information of silicon-based organisms. This purple crystal-like fragment traced a graceful arc and seamlessly merged with the double helix of the carbon-based life form. As a burst of light surged, the two entities fused into one. Cheng Qi snapped back to reality, feeling something strange in his eyes. He blinked and heard a faint collision sound from his eyeballs. Hastily finding a mirror, he discovered that his eyeballs were now covered with dazzling diamonds, radiating a splendid glow. Looking ahead again, he saw ethereal blue ribbons in his vision. One end of the ribbon was connected to the S-255 atomic transport platform, and the other end was linked to the center of his forehead. Cheng Qi suddenly understood, recalling the STC's hint combining dual genetic advantages with complementary drawbacks. I can partially siliconize, he murmured to himself. That's incredibly user-friendly. 5 stars. This feature not only avoided drawing attention, but also allowed him to use his abilities covertly. Simply brilliant. Cheng Qi immediately issued a command, instructing one S-255 to load another S-255 of the same volume inside itself. This seemed impossible by conventional logic, but for the S-255, it was its core function. As the hatch slowly opened, revealing an internal space of about 15 square meters, A small force field generator at the top of the hatch emitted a faint yellow ripple force field, completely enveloping the other S-255. A magical scene unfolded. The enveloped S-255's outline appeared as a shadow and gradually dissipated, revealing a significantly smaller form. This was just the first reduction. With the continuous release of 3 force fields, the S-255 underwent 2 more size reductions, ultimately shrinking by 70 of its original size. The mechanical arm moved precisely, effortlessly placing the shrunken S-255 inside the other S-255. Cheng Qi was dumbfounded, muttering to himself, "Incredible." His mind raced, and a bold idea surfaced. What if I keep merging them? What will the S-255 evolve into? The X-14 remote transport platform silently descended, causing Cheng Qi's eyes to widen slightly. This device retained all the functionalities of the S-225 while undergoing a comprehensive upgrade. Force field efficiency increased by 240, intelligence improved by 93, and 4 new directional transmission modules were added, significantly boosting loading efficiency. The platform stood as a triangular prism about 4 meters high, covered in a matte black coating. The anti-gravity engines at the base emitted a soft blue glow, allowing the entire apparatus to hover in midair. Cheng Qi's gaze was drawn to 4 conspicuous external devices on the body, each roughly the size of a palm and easily detachable. He reached out and removed one, feeling its slightly heavy texture. The device was shaped like a thick playing card, made of black metal, with an shaped groove running through its 4 corners. As Cheng Qi gently gripped it, the shaped groove immediately lit up with a blue glow, exuding a strong sense of advanced technology. Suddenly, a mechanical sound was heard, accompanied by the hum of energy vibrations. The metal card in his hand quickly split and expanded, forming a 4-meter-high, 3-meter-wide blue beam gate in an instant. Cheng Qi watched this spectacle in amazement, noticing that the X-14 platform also activated, with 2 hatches slowly opening to reveal an internal space, where a similar blue beam gate appeared. To test this marvelous device, Cheng Qi picked up a small stool beside him and tossed it into the beam gate. With a dazzling beam of light, the stool was instantly transported into the X-14's storage space, reduced to a tenth of its original size. This scene left Cheng Qi utterly astonished. Wasn't this a miniature version of the directional Stargate? He recalled how the invention of the directional Stargate a century ago had changed the future of humanity, ushering in the great cosmic era and indirectly leading to Earth's current predicament. He had once seen an old poster of that colossal structure, towering hundreds of meters high and requiring 122 heavy helicopters for its debut transport. Even after multiple upgrades, its size remained formidable. Now, he held in his hand just an auxiliary module of the X-14 platform, as ordinary as a data cable bundled with an old-era mobile phone. It possessed the same functionality as the directional Stargate and was only the size of a playing card when not activated. Cheng Qi couldn't help but imagine that if the Human Science Alliance saw this device, they would probably go mad on the spot. This beyond imagination technology undoubtedly came from a level 3 civilization. Cheng Qi felt a mixture of fear and awe, realizing that even a mere transport device employed such incredible technology. The prowess of advanced civilizations was truly unimaginable. Next, Cheng Qi conducted a series of tests on this module, and the results shocked him once again. He discovered that the modules could transmit between each other, and even a fully equipped transmission test of himself was entirely successful. This greatly expanded the device's application range, making it even more practical than the platform itself. Cheng Qi realized that by placing one transport module in his underground shelter and carrying another with him, he could return to the shelter at any time via this small directional Stargate. Even if the module was deactivated, the micro Stargate could maintain for about 30 seconds, eliminating any concerns about retrieval. Wasn't this the legendary Anywhere door? This discovery thrilled Cheng Qi, and he resolved to transform his underground shelter into a safe and comfortable base that he could return to at any time. After a series of in-depth tests and operations, Cheng Qi felt parched. Immersed in the ocean of technology, filled with novelty and awe, it was easy to lose track of time. Delving into the principles of each machine and studying its usage could indeed make one thirsty. Perhaps this was what they called thirst for the machine. His gaze fell on a bottle of azure liquid. This was an item from the bio box. An extra gift from MOMO was not only reliable, but also knew how to do business, always including some extras with each delivery. Previously, it was Professor Holenjong's business card. This time, it was a bottle of drink. This high-energy protein extract was a daily beverage containing various high-molecular purified nutrients. It could effectively replenish human energy in a short time, refine subpar genes to some extent, and slightly enhance physical fitness. Cheng Qi looked at the drink, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Mo had mentioned on the radio that this type of nutrient solution is considered a luxury item, even among extraterrestrial human civilizations. Not only does it taste superb, but its effects are top-notch. The one in his hand was a custom product from the Mo family, boasting 20 better effectiveness than those available on the market. Each bottle sells for a staggering 12,000 credit points, making it a veritable high-priced beverage. After hearing this, Cheng Qi couldn't help but marvel. Is Imo from a prominent family? They must be truly extravagant. But it makes sense. Imo himself is a successful businessman, so his family must be exceptional. He picked up the drink and said gratefully, "Thanks again to Mr. Imo for this generous gift." Just as Cheng Qi was about to open the bottle and take a sip, the STC on his wrist suddenly emitted a fan-shaped scanning beam. A series of information quickly appeared on the blue screen. Detected special toxin. This toxin is extremely rare and classified as a type of cytoplasmic toxin. Short-term consumption will not show obvious effects, but long-term use will gradually destroy the human body's overall structure, ultimately leading to irreversible death. The source of this toxin is not from human civilization, and even the highest level of current human medicine cannot effectively neutralize it. Infected individuals will exhibit tiny golden specks in their pupils and develop photophobia. Clearly, this toxin was added later and is not part of the original energy drink. Cheng Qi's arm froze instantly, and his mind raced. The drink is poisoned? And it's a hidden chronic poison? Recalling Mo's earlier words, this drink was custom-made by his family. Cheng Qi took a sharp breath, realizing the gravity of the situation. This meant someone was secretly trying to eliminate the Mo family. It seemed like Mo's family had been consuming this drink for a long time. Wouldn't they all be severely poisoned by now? Cheng Qi was convinced that Mo had no knowledge of this when he gifted the drink to him. After all, in this world, the only person who cared about Cheng Qi's life or death was probably Muon out of any romantic interest. But because he didn't want to lose a valuable business partner. With a furrowed brow, Cheng Qi fell into deep thought. He had a good impression of Mo and didn't want to see Mo and his entire family succumb to the poison one day. This was indeed a tricky problem. At that moment, new information flashed on the STC screen. Technology, sometimes, is a cycle. 120 years ago, Earth medical scientist Dr. Song conducted research on a gene completion drug and tested it on white mice. However, the results were unsatisfactory, and 5 years later, Dr. Song publicly announced the experiment's failure, stating that the drug could not complete any genes. In reality, the failed drug developed by Dr. Song had a certain probability of neutralizing various cytoplasmic toxins. Cheng Qi was stunned. Dr. Song? The name sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and a flash of insight struck him. He had heard this name in Professor Hua Linzhong's last words. Perhaps due to genetic enhancement, Cheng Qi's brain had gained some potential. The recording left by Professor Hua Linzhong echoed clearly in his mind. When I woke up, I told others about the wonders of Miaozi. Damn it, no one believed me. Not even my good friend, Dr. Song from the Gene Research Institute in Sector 53. Cheng Qi's expression shifted as he began to analyze. Logically, such research institutes should be relatively centralized to maximize the efficiency of security and other resources. Professor Hua's Miaozi Research Center was in Sector 52, while Dr. Song's Gene Research Institute was in Sector 53. Given their close numbering, they were likely not far apart. So, could there be a chance that Dr. Song's gene completion drug was still in Sector 53? Cheng Qi exhaled slowly, his gaze fixed northward. Mr. Mo, I, Cheng Qi, am a person who understands the principle of reciprocity. I will set off immediately and make another trip to Kyoto. What needs to be done, I will not neglect. But the rest will depend on your family's fate. The tail end of the gray storm finally arrived, leaving only sporadic turbulent air currents on the ground. The sky was still shrouded in a veil of gray dust, like a lingering mist. Cheng Qi stepped out of the underground shelter, standing amidst the ravaged landscape. He looked around, taking in the endless expanse of debris. The terrain had changed dramatically. Some areas were now towering high, while former flatlands had become depressions. The landscape resembled a reshuffled deck of cards, chaotic and disordered. Hanzai and Xiaoqiong decided to stay behind. They needed to prepare extensively for their new home. Before leaving, Cheng Qi gave a stern reminder. Don't stray far from the shelter, and always carry the mini-directional stargate when going out. He specifically emphasized that Hanzai should stick close to Xiaoqiong. After all, as a brand new A24 environment adaptive nanny robot, Hanzai was quite capable on this garbage planet. Suddenly, a deep, resonant vibration echoed from above. Cheng Qi frowned and looked up to see two large transport starships slowly appearing above the atmosphere, imposing and majestic. He wondered, wasn't it said that the Galactic Human Alliance had banned garbage dumping? Why were there still starships here? To his surprise, Cheng Qi noticed that his vision had significantly improved. He could clearly see the emblem on the starship's a calm, rotating galaxy with a sharp sword suspended above it. The Galactic Interstellar Alliance Combat Squad? Cheng Qi's expression tightened, guessing it might be a routine inspection. In this era of the great universe, Humanity's presence spanned multiple galaxies. The Galactic Interstellar Alliance Combat Squad was akin to the regional military headquarters of the old days, a formal military force. Even though Garbage Earth was desolate and remote, as a territory of the Human Alliance, it still required an annual inspection. I, Crow, have never crashed a plane. Always steady as a rock. Cheng Qi boarded the rickety ground effect vehicle. The pilot, Crow, was confidently at the controls. Buddy, you're something else, treating Kyoto like a tourist spot, going whenever you please. On this whole garbage planet, no one else does that. Cheng Qi smiled faintly, thinking that Crow was always full of enthusiasm. Before setting off, Cheng Qi had unlocked another natural ability of silicon-based life forms adjusting skin color according to external light. He used this function to modify his pupils. Now, his eyes appeared to be ordinary black, but they were actually composed of countless tiny black triangles. It was hard for a normal person to notice anything unusual. Cheng Qi also perfectly concealed the 3 rings of light that indicated his class advanced genes. Cheng Qi continued to gaze at the 2 massive starships hovering silently in the sky. Crow suddenly turned his head, raising an eyebrow. Buddy, I've got some inside information about this Interstellar Alliance squad visit. Oh? Cheng Qi asked curiously. What inside information? Crow spoke mysteriously. They're here to find something. Find something? Cheng Qi was puzzled. How could you possibly know such inside information? Crow laughed. I don't have connections with the Interstellar Alliance, but I've been in the transport business for years, meeting all kinds of passengers, including members of the Scavenger Alliance. Cheng Qi nodded, prompting, what are they looking for? That I don't know. Crow shook his head. But you saw it 2 starships this time, with personnel numbers multiplied. Whatever they're after must be very important and valuable. Cheng Qi squinted slightly. Crow sighed. But, whether in the old days or now, we common folk have to follow the rules. Even if some scavenger hit the jackpot and found that item, they'd still have to hand it over, maybe get a certificate at best. Ah, forget it. Seems like the vehicle's having some issues. Engine 3 is gone. Damn. Engine 6 is gone too. Damn. My nanny robot fell off. Minor issues, minor issues. After a bumpy ride, Cheng Qi finally arrived in Kyoto. The area was still filled with dense chemical fumes and excessive radiation. Everything dim and desolate. Crow stood on the vehicle, watching Cheng Qi walk into the dark mist, his mouth twitching, clicking his tongue. Going in without any protection? Impressive. Crow couldn't see that the extreme warrior armor had already flipped out a mask, covering Cheng Qi's face. The life support system activated, filtering all harmful gases. With some distance still to the Miaozi Research Center, Cheng Qi began walking, his footsteps crunching softly on the debris. After ensuring no one was around, Cheng Qi's eyes glinted. The exoskeleton of the extreme warrior suddenly disassembled, standing silently beside him. Meanwhile, Cheng Qi's body emitted a dazzling, diamond-like glow. He was determined to test the adaptability of silicon-based life forms in this harsh environment. Around him, eerie winds swirled, carrying clouds of toxic green gas that twisted and coiled like vengeful spirits. The extreme warrior's armor emitted a sharp alarm, displaying alarming data. The radiation levels around him were 16 times above normal, reaching 2.3 microsieverts per hour, comparable to the levels during the Chernobyl nuclear disaster when the fires reignited. Cheng Qi frowned but felt no discomfort. As a silicon-based being, he didn't need to breathe, and this hostile environment was of no consequence to him. He scratched his arm casually, finding the itch more noticeable than any threat around him. Looking around, Cheng Qi realized that this was one of the most extreme environments on Earth. Yet, even here, it seemed insufficient to test the limits of a silicon-based life form. Suddenly, a low growl echoed from afar. Cheng Qi glanced warily towards a nearby pile of debris, spotting several pairs of glowing red eyes. It was the killer rats. Although he had intimidated them thoroughly the last time, their vicious nature and strong territorial instincts kept them restless and ready to attack. With a thought, Cheng Qi's DNA rapidly shifted. The diamond-like brilliance on his body gradually faded as he stepped back, and the extreme warrior's exoskeleton quickly enveloped him. The test for the silicon-based life form was temporarily concluded. Now, Cheng Qi intended to test his abilities as a carbon-based life form. He adjusted the armor's speed assistance to 0, preparing to use the killer rats to precisely measure his speed enhancement after evolving to a level G. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be invincible in battle, Cheng Qi silently recited. And knowing yourself has always preceded knowing your enemy. He focused, waiting for the killer rats to attack, ready to begin this test of speed. A piercing shriek suddenly echoed through the darkness as a pair of blood-red eyes lit up. A massive, red-furred killer rat burst from the shadows, its jaws opening to an exaggerated degree, releasing a nauseating stench as it lunged straight at Cheng Qi's head. Cheng Qi's exo-warrior armor instantly reacted, a cold glinting dagger flipping out from his wrist. His eyes narrowed, and the word speed flashed through his mind. In a split second, the muscles in his calves bulged, propelling him forward like an arrow released from a bow. Trash scattered in all directions, and thin metal sheets twisted and deformed from the impact. In the brief moment of contact with the killer rat, Cheng Qi crouched slightly, skimming past the giant rat's abdomen. The rat missed its target, landed, and quickly turned around, letting out a beastly roar as it leaped 3 to 4 meters high, aiming for Cheng Qi once more. However, Cheng Qi remained motionless, his eyes gleaming with icy determination. Suddenly, the rat's abdomen went numb. A scarlet line of blood appeared and then burst open. Blood sprayed. Internal organs shattered and scattered everywhere. The massive red-furred rat crashed to the ground, black blood oozing from its mouth as the red glow in its eyes gradually dimmed. Cheng Qi's pupils contracted as he realized he had completed a series of actions: dashing, engaging, slicing, and retreating, all within half a second. He checked the data provided by his exo-warrior armor. Movement speed, 28 meters per second. This matched the sprinting speed of a cheetah from the old era, far surpassing human limits. The surrounding beastly roars grew more frequent. More red-furred killer rats, each over 4 meters in size, emerged from the heaps of trash. Cheng Qi decided to conduct a speed endurance test. He moved swiftly across the ground, leaving only blurred black streaks and fleeting afterimages in the rat's vision. After 3 minutes and 28 seconds, Cheng Qi bent over, hands on knees, gasping for breath. This was his limit for maintaining maximum speed. Looking around, he saw at least 50 rat corpses scattered about, while the surviving giant rats growled but dared not approach. Suddenly, a flash from one of the rat corpses caught Cheng Qi's attention. He approached and picked up the oval, unevenly surfaced, semi-transparent object, which felt metallic to the touch. At that moment, his wrist-mounted STC activated, emitting a fan-shaped blue scanning beam. Detecting the similar technological artifact, it was determined to be an amorphous alloy with impurities, functioning similarly to a pure amorphous alloy but with a purity of 70. Cheng Qi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the object in his hand. "This is an amorphous alloy," he muttered to himself. The reason for the STC system activation quickly became clear. Under the bodies of the 7 other red-furred rats, similar objects were scattered around, resembling rough, uneven metal potatoes. Cheng Qi crouched down to examine these peculiar items closely. He recalled his knowledge about scavenger rats. These mutated creatures possessed incredibly strong chewing and digestive abilities, with stomach acid capable of molecular corrosion. As omnivores, they consumed all sorts of garbage, including various alloys. However, even their powerful digestive systems had limits. The indigestible metal elements accumulated in their stomachs over years, eventually merging to form an alloy with a disordered atomic structure. These impure amorphous alloys. Cheng Qi was stunned, his mind racing. The stomach stones of scavenger rats are actually amorphous alloys, he exclaimed to himself in disbelief. Who would have thought? He remembered how people like the hyenas would fight fiercely and take great risks for a piece of amorphous alloy. And now, this precious alloy was right in front of him, inside the stomachs of these deadly rats, and in such large quantities. Of course, even if the hyenas knew this information, they wouldn't have the capability to venture deep into Kyoto, let alone kill these ferocious red-furred rats. Cheng Qi looked around, calculating in his mind. According to the STC analysis, the formation of amorphous alloys required long-term accumulation, so only these large red-furred rats could produce them. Among the approximately 50 red-furred rat corpses, 8 pieces of amorphous alloy were found, indicating a drop rate of nearly 20. He couldn't help but recall the thrilling giant rat tide from a few days ago. The reproductive ability of rats was astonishing, and after a century of breeding, how many could there be? How much amorphous alloy could they produce? In Cheng Qi's eyes, amorphous alloys and high-entropy alloys, combined with Boss-Mohs channels, were as good as hard currency, like silver and gold. Even though Earth was currently locked down, there would eventually come a day when it reopens. And who knows, maybe one day he would have the chance to leave this place and start his own space adventure. Without funds, that would be impossible. Cheng Qi's gaze shifted among the red-furred rat corpses around him, his eyes gleaming with greed, his facial muscles contorted with excitement. "Brothers, I've struck it rich," he whispered, his voice filled with ecstasy. Suddenly, the bodies of the hundreds of still-living red-furred rats around him trembled. Although their intelligence was limited, an uncontrollable sense of impending doom surged from deep within their souls. Their instincts seemed to be warning them. Every species has its ultimate fate, and theirs was to be exterminated. In Cheng Qi's mind, a bold plan had taken shape. A sly smile crept across his lips, and a mischievous glint sparkled in his eyes. The plan was simple. Lure the massive horde of rats out first, then use the Mayuzi catalyst to harvest them furiously. The amorphous alloy produced would be synthesized, increasing in value, and eventually sold for profit. However, Just as Cheng Qi was immersed in this pleasant fantasy, his smile suddenly froze. A crucial aspect came to mind. Boss Missouri. This realization hit him like a bucket of cold water, instantly making his expression serious. You better not die on me. How else will I cash in? He muttered to himself, his face showing a seemingly sincere concern that masked his worry about losing his financial avenue. Without hesitation, Cheng Qi temporarily abandoned his entanglement with the killer rats. With a thunderous roar, the turbo-powered shoes on his feet activated, and he soared into the air, heading towards the old site of the Muon Research Center. During the flight, Cheng Qi was pleasantly surprised to find his control over the turbo-powered shoes had significantly improved. This was thanks to the enhanced coordination and balance of his body after the gene strengthening. He realized that the performance of wearable equipment, whether it was jet-powered shoes or the extreme warrior armor, was closely linked to the user's physical condition. Regarding the extreme warrior armor, Cheng Qi had new ideas. Although the armor's upper limits could no longer fully accommodate his physical capabilities, especially in terms of speed, its other features remained excellent. For instance, the life support system and the memory metal that could transform into weapons at any time. Upgrading the armor seemed like a good option, but unfortunately, he had no way to acquire new armor. 10 minutes later, Cheng Qi hovered directly above the Muon Research Center. Below him was an endless expanse of trash, densely packed with killer rats that growled up at him. This was undoubtedly the core territory of the killer rats. Landing here would mean a bloody battle. Cheng Qi's mind raced. Based on the location and orientation of Area 52's Muon Research Center, he speculated that Dr. Song's Genetic Research Institute in Area 53 was likely to the south. The Muon Research Center covered about 6,000 square meters and was square-shaped. Cheng Qi adjusted his position and slowly moved southward. Just then, the killer rats on the ground became unusually agitated, their roars louder and more furious than before. Cheng Qi frowned in thought. What's going on? As Cheng Qi moved southward, he noticed that the frenzy of the killer rats was closely tied to his position. The further he moved south, the larger the swarm became. Their blood-red eyes were fixed on him, suspended in midair. Though they couldn't fly, their agitation was palpable. Hovering in the air, Cheng Qi had already moved 400 meters south. He speculated that the old site of the Genetic Research Institute might be directly beneath him, but he didn't descend immediately. He observed a peculiar phenomenon. When he stopped moving, the massive rat swarm below gradually calmed down, as if relieved from some threat. Squinting, Cheng Qi activated his turbine shoes and moved another 10 meters south. Instantly, thousands of killer rats let out deafening roars. He pondered for a moment and then moved another 20 meters south. The rats became even more frantic. Some scurried in circles, and the stronger red-haired killer rats began tearing apart the surrounding metal debris. A realization dawned on Cheng Qi. These rats were protecting something, and he was getting closer to their guarded target. He continued southward for another 30 meters, and the rats' agitation reached its peak. Even the strategist rats hidden in the shadows emerged, screeching at the sky. Suddenly, Cheng Qi moved another 100 meters south. Surprisingly, the rat swarm began to calm down. He thought to himself, looks like I've gone too far. A sly smile appeared on his face. You guys are like living GPS. Cheng Qi then began to pinpoint the exact location. He backed up 50 meters, and the rats became agitated again. Another 25 meters back, and their frenzy doubled. When he retreated 10 meters further, the rats plunged into utter chaos, biting at the trash and even causing a stampede. Excitement flashed in Cheng Qi's eyes. This must be the place, he muttered, with a look of intense curiosity on his face. Let's see what you're protecting, and if it has anything to do with the Genetic Research Institute. The killer rats were agitated, but Cheng Qi needed to dive into the layers of the trash heap. Suspended in midair, his eyes suddenly lit up as a crazy idea formed in his mind. Cheng Qi slowly extended his hands, and a faint blue glow emanated from the gravity manipulation gloves. He adjusted the gloves to their maximum power and then pressed them against his chest. His eyes gleamed with a nearly manic light. Buzz! The gravity field from the gloves erupted, and a circle of pale yellow ripples instantly enveloped Cheng Qi's body. Simultaneously, his eyes shone like diamonds. The exosuit quickly disengaged, carrying the gravity manipulation gloves and turbo flight shoes, and reassembled into a humanoid form behind him. The dark sky reflected a dazzling light. Cheng Qi's body had fully transformed into a silicon-based entity, making him look like a radiant humanoid diamond. The crystal structure on his body grew rapidly, with sharp formations extending from his shoulders, elbows, waist, and legs, ultimately converging into a pointed cone at his feet. The chaotic gravity field took effect at that moment. Whoosh! Boom! Cheng Qi plummeted from the sky like a drill, piercing into the trash heap. The killer rats were stunned, clearly not expecting such an unconventional move. Boom! 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 Cheng Qi tore through layer after layer of trash. From his perspective, he felt encased in a crystal cocoon. Despite the chaotic gravity and violent collisions outside, he felt an overwhelming sense of security. The crystal formed from his silicon-based body seemed to come from another dimension, with unimaginable hardness, impervious to any force, and not even a chip could be knocked off. Boom! Cheng Qi pierced through another layer, which felt like some kind of concrete structure. Suddenly, he felt emptiness beneath his feet and found himself in a vast underground space. He immediately controlled his silicon-based body, retracting the crystal armor and performing a series of flips to dissipate the impact. After completing the final flip, he landed on one knee, punching the ground with his right hand to stabilize himself. Cheng Qi slowly stood up. His diamond-like body emitted a unique, silicon-based glow, illuminating the surroundings like a kaleidoscope. As he looked around, he realized he was in a deeply buried office space. From the hole above, the exosuit flew down. Midair, the chest of the suit flipped open, entering wear mode, and seamlessly merged with Cheng Qi's body upon contact. Just before the faceplate closed, Cheng Qi altered his genetic sequence, reverting to his carbon-based form. The hole above began to collapse, with dirt and trash pouring in from both sides, eventually sealing it off. Cheng Qi could faintly hear the killer rats outside. They had started digging, but the nearly 150-meter depth meant it would take them a long time to reach him. Swish! The exosuit's shoulders flipped out 2 rows of lights, casting wide beams ahead. In front of him was a reception desk, covered in thick dust, with the walls draped in layers of cobwebs. The spider that once inhabited the web, now a dried corpse the size of a fist, had long since perished. This place was clearly different from the Musi Research Center. Professor Halling had lived there alone for 20 years, keeping it relatively well-maintained. But this office had been completely abandoned from the start, with the dust and filtration systems long defunct, leaving it in a state of decay. Cheng Qi stepped forward and tore down the cobwebs on the wall. His eyes narrowed as he saw 4 large characters. GU Center. Oh? What the heck? Cheng Qi was taken aback. He then noticed some plastic letters on the ground. Hua, Xia, WEL, come, to the, international, guests to, this, center. Cheng Qi suddenly understood. The letters formed the phrase, Huaxiajin, welcoming international guests to this center. Damn, that gave me a scare. I thought our Grand Huaxia capital had set up a special center for buddies. Cheng Qi joked to himself, then paused. So, this is the Gene Research Institute? In an instant, hope ignited in Cheng Qi's eyes. Unexpectedly, his haphazard efforts had actually led him here. Of course, it wasn't entirely by chance. He had to thank those navigational killer rats as well. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Qi prepared to continue exploring this unexpectedly discovered underground gene research facility. Cheng Qi cautiously ventured deeper into the facility. The power system had completely failed, leaving the surroundings shrouded in darkness. In the oppressive silence, the only sound was the incessant drip of water from somewhere deep within, like an unrelenting clock. He carefully navigated through a large office area, the occasional crunch of paper underfoot breaking the silence. Gradually, he entered the experimental zone, where the air was thick with an indescribable musty odor. In a vast room labeled Sample Room, Cheng Qi stumbled upon a horrifying sight. Lining the walls were countless glass jars, at least 10,000 by rough estimate. Inside each jar lay a tiny skeleton, with limbs, long spines, and tail bones clearly visible. Squinting, Cheng Qi quickly recognized these as the skeletons of white mice. He recalled the STC's introduction to the Genetic Research Institute, where Dr. Song had conducted a 5-year experiment after developing a prototype drug, using these very mice as test subjects. These skeletal remains were undoubtedly the abandoned experimental subjects left behind after humans evacuated Earth. Upon closer inspection of the jars, Cheng Qi noticed that many of them had scratch marks on the inside, and the corresponding mice's claws were noticeably worn. He frowned, his mind involuntarily conjuring unsettling images. These mice had been alive when they were abandoned. Over time, with no one to feed them, they succumbed to their survival instincts, desperately trying to escape their glass prisons. All their efforts were in vain. They couldn't break the sturdy glass and eventually starved to death. Shaking his head, Cheng Qi felt a surge of indescribable sorrow. He thought about why humans chose mice as test subjects. Their physiological structures and metabolic processes were similar to those of humans. More importantly, mice shared a high genetic similarity with humans, with an 85 genetic match. Additionally, their fast reproduction rates and docile nature made them ideal for experiments. These small, docile creatures, so similar to humans, were doomed to a tragic fate. Cheng Qi frowned as a disturbing thought crossed his mind. What if, in the vast universe, there existed a higher civilization that viewed humans as weak, docile, and highly similar? If humans were subjected to experiments, enduring brutal treatment and slaughter, what kind of scene would that be? He couldn't help but imagine that if such a scenario unfolded, humans would undoubtedly stand on moral high ground, condemning the aliens' cruelty and brutality, casting that advanced civilization as demonic. Surely, these mice felt the same before they died, unable to express their pain and anger. Cheng Qi continued walking forward and finally arrived at the pharmaceutical warehouse. The metal lock on the door was so corroded that it crumbled to pieces with a gentle squeeze. He pushed open the heavy door with effort, causing a thunderous noise. In front of him were dozens of massive metal containers, each standing about 5 meters tall, neatly arranged in rows. Cheng Qi quickly approached one of the containers, gently wiping off the thick dust on the nameplate to reveal the inscription. Dr. Song's gene completion serum. His eyes lit up with disbelief as he glanced around. So many containers? Was this serum developed by the ton? He muttered to himself, completely unprepared for the idea that gene serum could be stored in such large quantities. He reached out and tapped the container in front of him. The hollow echo made his face instantly darken. It was empty. He quickly moved to another container and knocked again, still empty. Cheng Qi checked all the containers as fast as he could, his expression growing increasingly despondent, and eventually, a shadow fell over his face. They were all empty. This didn't make sense. He furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Didn't Dr. Song already admit his failure? If these were scrap, why go through the trouble of moving them all? These things are huge. He leapt up and climbed to the top of one of the containers. With a strong pull, he opened the top hatch. The lights from his combat armor illuminated the inside, revealing it to be completely empty, not a drop of liquid left. However, Cheng Qi's attention was caught by the marks on the inner walls of the container. There were faint crystalline residues in concentric circles, indicative of liquid levels dropping over time, leaving drying marks at each level. Could the serum have evaporated? Cheng Qi considered for a moment, but quickly dismissed the idea. The marks were irregular, with varying distances between them, defying the normal pattern of evaporation. His pupils narrowed. This looks like something drank the liquid. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Could there be other creatures in this underground facility? And something significant, given it consumed hundreds of tons of gene serum. He jumped back to the ground, a silver dagger flipping out from his arm as he cautiously scanned his surroundings. The sound of dripping water echoed clearly in the vast space. Drip, drip, rustle, rustle. A faint noise came from the distance, like fur brushing against metal. Sweat formed on Cheng Qi's forehead as his eyes darted around, capturing every detail. What could it be? Suddenly, Cheng Qi felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. He spun around quickly. The lights on his combat armor's shoulders instantly illuminated the area ahead. There, standing quietly on a tangled mass of black pipes, was a small white mouse. Cheng Qi's pupils contracted sharply. The mouse was no bigger than his palm, with soft white fur and delicate pink paws, its beady black eyes gleaming like tiny gems. You? Cheng Qi was caught off guard. This unexpected creature was nothing like the terrifying monster he had imagined. It was a seemingly harmless little thing. Despite its innocuous appearance, Cheng Qi remained on high alert. Various hypotheses flashed through his mind. Was it a surviving lab mouse? But how had it lived until now? What did it eat? Could it have drunk the gene serum? But it's so small. The white mouse seemed entirely unconcerned with Cheng Qi's presence, preoccupied with using its tiny paws to catch condensation from the nearby pipes, performing a motion that resembled washing its hands. Cheng Qi suddenly noticed that the light from his armor had dipped slightly, not fully illuminating the mouse's head. He instinctively straightened his posture, causing the light to rise. In that moment, Cheng Qi saw a horrifying sight. The mouse had no skullcap. Someone had used a circular cutting tool to remove the top portion of its skull and installed a small metal frame at the top. In the center of the frame was the mouse's brain, exposed to the air. This was clearly the result of a gruesome experiment, aimed at studying the mouse's brain activity. Cheng Qi took a sharp breath, his eyes widening in astonishment at the sight before him. The laboratory mouse from a century ago, long forgotten by humanity in this underground lab, was still alive. Its appearance was somewhat bizarre due to being connected to the experimental equipment for so long. But what truly shocked Cheng Qi were the clusters of pink crystals sprouting from its head, resembling miniature tufts of grass. These crystals shimmered with a mesmerizing, mysterious glow in the dimly lit lab, so beautiful it was almost heart-stopping. As Cheng Qi examined the crystal structure closely, his sense of shock intensified. The features were strikingly similar to those of silicon-based life forms. Could his previously outlandish hypothesis be correct? Had this mouse really survived for over a century, by ingesting gene-repairing agents and undergone astonishing genetic mutations in the process? Lost in thought, Cheng Qi was suddenly brought back to reality as the mouse stopped its movements and turned to face him. Its mouth opened and closed slightly, emitting faint squeaks. However, at that very moment, Cheng Qi witnessed something unbelievable. A blue ribbon of light drifted from the pink crystal atop the mouse's head, gracefully flowing through the air before converging at his forehead. In the next instant, Cheng Qi was astonished to find himself understanding the mouse's language. Humans, cruel and vicious, like demons. The words echoed in his mind, eerily aligning with his earlier suspicions. Cheng Qi instantly grasped the truth. The mouse wasn't speaking human language. It had acquired not only the characteristics of silicon-based life forms, but also some of their abilities. This mode of communication was precisely the special method described in lore, transmitting specific electromagnetic waves. Without Cheng Qi's dual genetic sequence, he would have only heard ordinary squeaks. The mouse continued to convey its threatening message: I will not allow humans to tread on my domain. You will be killed. This is the punishment you deserve. As it spoke, the pink crystal atop its head suddenly brightened intensely, flashing at a specific frequency. In an instant, the entire Gene Research Center began to shake violently. Cheng Qi felt the ground undergo tremendous changes, with the vibrations cascading down to this 100-meter-deep underground space. Simultaneously, the roars of countless killer mice pierced through the heavy layers of earth, clearly reaching Cheng Qi's ears, indicating their current state of frenzy and rage. The ceiling started to loosen, and the sound of digging grew nearer. Cheng Qi could hear the snapping of the killer mice's claws, but they seemed to be throwing caution to the wind, desperately closing in on him. At that moment, Cheng Qi finally understood everything. The little creature before him was the sole surviving mouse of the Gene Research Center. It had absorbed all the genetic agents, resulting in incredible changes to its body. It could release special signals through the pink crystals on its head, thereby controlling the entire horde of killer mice. This explained why the killer mice on the surface had behaved so aggressively and frenetically when Cheng Qi approached the Gene Research Center. They were protecting their mouse king. Facing the little white mouse in front of him, Cheng Qi gazed at it, realizing that this small creature possessed some characteristics of silicon-based life forms. The squeaks from the mouse were automatically translated into comprehensible language in Cheng Qi's ears, thanks to the silicon-based genes within him. However, Cheng Qi did not respond, leaving the mouse without any feedback. Cheng Qi slowly tilted his head back, and the visor of his extreme warrior armor silently flipped open. His pupils started to change, displaying intricate geometric patterns that sparkled brilliantly. I am not the human you perceive me to be, Cheng Qi said, as a blue ribbon of light slowly extended from his mouth, winding its way into the pink crystal on the mouse's head. The mouse's body suddenly stiffened, its tiny head tilted to one side, clearly surprised by this unexpected communication. It squeaked again, this time purely out of instinct, expressing its astonishment. Cheng Qi raised his hand, the layers of his extreme warrior armor retracting to reveal his true skin. Amid the crisp sound of crystal collisions, a layer of colorful, shimmering crystals appeared in his palm, resonating with the crystal on the mouse's head. In a way, we are of the same kind, he said. The mouse's black eyes reflected Cheng Qi's figure, growing even more amazed. Having evolved and survived alone for hundreds of years, the mouse had long felt out of place in this world, even different from its own offspring. But now, it felt an unprecedented connection with Cheng Qi, a bond it had never dared to hope for. Weakness is not a sin, Cheng Qi's voice echoed in the space. I was once like you, abandoned, despised, forced to accept everything passively. But now, things are different. We have both opened a new door. I believe a brilliant future awaits us. The mouse completely let down its guard, nimbly climbing onto Cheng Qi's shoulder, sniffing his cheek with its pointed nose. Cheng Qi felt its soft whiskers brushing against his face and couldn't help but smile. We are extraordinary beings. We should not be enemies but the best of partners. Partners, the mouse's eyes sparkled, its small body trembling slightly. I need a partner. There's no food left here. Can you take me with you? What Cheng Qi heard was a clear, pure voice of a little girl. Of course. It seems like fate, Cheng Qi said, looking around and noticing that all the jars were empty. He frowned and said, but I came here to find an antidote for a friend. It seems I won't be able to help him. Antidote? The mouse extended a pink paw, using the other to make a small cut on it. A drop of crystal-clear red blood oozed from the wound, shining like a ruby. The mouse carefully held the drop with its paw. This should work. The mouse gestured, and Cheng Qi noticed a giant spider corpse lying in the corner. The spider's body was over 2 meters long, with a leg span exceeding 6 meters when fully extended. Its abdomen was covered with strange, colorful patterns, resembling a vivid skull. Despite being dead for some time, its toxic nature was still evident. Mutant spiders are highly toxic, but they pose no threat to me, the mouse explained, its voice still as pure as a mountain spring. Cheng Qi closely observed the drop of blood on the mouse's paw. The red liquid contained countless tiny hexagonal crystals, presenting a magical and beautiful scene. STC immediately released a scanning beam, and the analysis results quickly appeared. Partially silicon-based serum, refined from a large amount of gene repair agents, capable of repairing damaged genes, with detoxification efficiency increasing geometrically. It can neutralize cellular toxins effortlessly, even when diluted tens of thousands of times, surpassing all existing human antidotes. This substance is a natural product and cannot be synthesized. Cheng Qi was first shocked, then smiled with relief. Boss Missouri is saved. At that moment, a loud noise shook the entire underground research facility. The ceiling collapsed, and countless giant killer rats poured in through the hole. As they landed, they arched their bodies, emitting deafening roars like shockwaves. When the killer rats saw the little white mouse perched on Cheng Qi's shoulder, their aggressive demeanor instantly subsided. They stopped their howling in unison. The pink crystal on the little white mouse's head began to glow brilliantly, as if it were silently communicating with its kin. Within a matter of seconds, Cheng Qi witnessed an astonishing scene. Hundreds of terrifying, red-furred killer rats suddenly placed their front paws on the ground, bowed their heads slowly, and made a gesture of submission toward him. This is paying homage? Cheng Qi was caught completely off guard, feeling a surge of regal authority. He never imagined that the first time he would be shown such respect would be by a horde of hideous, ferocious mutant rats. If you need anything, just communicate with me, squeaked the little white mouse, its voice echoing in Cheng Qi's mind like that of a young girl. My subjects will obey your commands. Cheng Qi stood stunned for a moment, then mockingly said, I really am destined to be the king of trash. Now, even rats are part of my army? He asked in bewilderment, how many subjects do you have? The little white mouse replied immediately, 1,456,332,525, 1,456,338,016, 1,456,344,007. Cheng Qi was dumbfounded. Why is the number still increasing? Squeak, they are reproducing, the little white mouse explained. Cheng Qi was further stunned. That's at least 500 new rats being born every second. Squeak, the old ones are also constantly dying, the little white mouse added. Cheng Qi's expression was one of sheer amazement. No matter how he looked at it, this was undeniably a massive and terrifying army. The rewards of this expedition far exceeded his expectations. As Cheng Qi made his way back to the surface through the shattered cave entrance, he glanced at the little white mouse on his shoulder and said, you should have a name. How about I call you Squeak from now on? Squeak. The little white mouse chirped, seemingly approving of the name. Cheng Qi thought to himself, this seemingly harmless and even somewhat cute little white mouse is actually the king of 1.4 billion mutated rats on this trash-covered earth. What will you eat from now on? Cheng Qi pondered. Genetic catalyst agents should suit you, but they require a lot of money. Suddenly, he remembered something. Your subjects, those giant red-furred rats, have some hard metal alloys in their stomachs. I can't harm them anymore. So do you have any solutions? Those things are foreign objects in their stomachs anyway, Squeak's voice replied. This can be easily resolved. On the surface, gusts of green-furred wind ruffled Cheng Qi's scavenger cloak and the hair outside his mask. At this moment, the young man felt a mix of emotions. Thousands of hideous red-furred rats were vomiting furiously in front of him. Cheng Qi felt as though he had become an even more disgusting existence than these already grotesque mutant rats. These rats were even regurgitating food from the previous month, as if they had seen something more repulsive than themselves. Cheng Qi held his forehead with one hand, his eye twitching. Even though I know the reason, why do I still feel like my dignity is taking a hit? As the first batch of rats finished vomiting, a second wave surrounded him like a galaxy around a star, starting a new round of regurgitation. Cheng Qi wrinkled his nose and said helplessly, This is extremely insulting. As Cheng Qi had predicted, only the large red-furred rats could produce alloy, and even then, the probability was just 1 in 8. Despite this low probability, the sheer number of rats made this ratio astonishing. Standing atop a towering mound of trash, Cheng Qi surveyed the ground within a 5-kilometer radius. Scattered across the landscape were countless pieces of amorphous alloy, reflecting bright flashes of light in the weak sunlight. The spectacular sight made Cheng Qi's facial muscles twitch involuntarily. He roughly estimated there were at least 50,000 pieces of alloy here. How many credit points was that worth? It was simply insane. The garbage planet held incredible treasures, but ordinary people lacked the luck and strength to uncover them. When the aliens discarded their trash, they never imagined that these despised items would regain value, let alone become an opportunity for a boy from a trash heap to change his fate. The scattered, low-quality amorphous alloy presented a practical problem. They were strewn everywhere and covered in red-furred rat vomit. Cheng Qi was momentarily at a loss for how to proceed, but soon, his eyes lit up and a smile played on his lips. He pulled out a finely crafted metal playing card from his pocket. With a gentle squeeze, a faint blue technological glow emanated from the shaped slit on the card. accompanied by a buzzing sound. A 4-meter-tall blue light gate appeared out of thin air. From the gate emerged a third-generation steel mom, which slowly rolled onto the open ground and opened its front compartment, revealing another steel mom inside, scaled down by 90. The smaller steel mom moved, creating a mirage around its body as it expanded back to its standard size. The surrounding red-furred rats bared their teeth and snarled, feeling threatened. Their limited understanding couldn't grasp the scene before them. Even the highly intelligent upper squeak was wide-eyed with shock, lacking the knowledge to comprehend what it saw. This chaotic, filthy, and jumbled environment was the perfect domain for the steel moms. The third-generation steel mom had a triangular shape, its surface covered in matte black metal. The blue light from its hover system kept it floating 50 centimeters above the ground. Mechanical sounds ensued as 9 mechanical arms extended from its 3 sections. The steel mom's mechanical body emitted a tremor, clearly eager to begin its work, driven by its severe obsessive-compulsive disorder. Cheng Qi smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work." With a buzzing sound, the 2 steel moms rushed into the trash heap. They precisely picked up pieces of amorphous alloy, simultaneously pulling out artificial fiber cloths and bottles of cleaning fluid from within. The sound of scrubbing and spraying filled the air as the steel moms meticulously cleaned the alloy pieces, leaving no corner untouched. With a ding, one of the steel moms held up a freshly cleaned piece of amorphous alloy. Even in the dim sunlight, the alloy gleamed brightly. The 2 third-generation steel moms moved back and forth across the junkyard, their 18 mechanical arms working tirelessly. Inside their storage compartments, the impeccably clean pieces of amorphous alloy were neatly arranged like upright eggs, spaced precisely 0.1 centimeters apart. Securing ribbons emerged from the inner sides of the compartments, wrapping around the center of each alloy piece to ensure stability. All the ribbons were perfectly aligned, creating an extremely pleasing sight. Cheng Qi scratched his head, thinking, obsessive-compulsive disorder has its perks. This is so satisfying. Though the steel mom's work was intricate, their computational speed and precision were remarkable, making them incredibly efficient. Before he knew it, most of the amorphous alloy on the ground had been collected. This is fantastic, Cheng Qi exclaimed excitedly. With the massive haul of low-quality amorphous alloy, his gains this time were substantial. Over 50,000 pieces of alloy, a new partner named Squeak, and a 1,400,000,000 strong army of killer rats. Most importantly, he had acquired Boss Mo's antidote. Cheng Qi reopened the miniature stargate, and the blue light gate appeared once more. He stepped through it, and it felt as if space folded around him. To Cheng Qi, it was just a single step, with no discomfort, and in the next moment, he found himself back in his underground shelter. Before leaving, he had set the return coordinates on the miniature stargate. With this device, all his journeys could become one-way trips. However, Cheng Qi was unaware that Wuya had passed the outskirts of Kyoto for the 3rd time. Standing on his ground-effect vehicle, Wuya gazed at the foggy Kyoto, shook his head, and sighed. Has Qi failed? What a pity for that brave young boy. Back at the underground shelter, Cheng Qi was surprised to find that Han Zai and Xiao Qiong had been equally efficient. Not only had they reinforced and camouflaged the entrance to the shelter, but they had also installed a wooden staircase in the sloping tunnel. The staircase occupied only half the space, leaving the other half for Xiao Qiong to use as a slide. The interior of the shelter had also undergone significant changes. In front of the Earth Dragon King's docking station, they had built a wooden platform with a wooden fence. This platform perfectly addressed the ground's curvature. The platform extended into a winding wooden corridor that connected directly to the wooden staircase at the entrance. Cheng Qi also noticed a small pile of soil on one side of the platform. The small grass he had previously transplanted was planted in the center of the soil pile, swaying gently. It was clear they intended to create a vegetable or plant garden. This was a great idea. If realized, it would make the place very beautiful. However, in today's world where land was scarce and likely polluted, gathering enough soil would be a very challenging task. Cheng Qi stared at the small mound, speechless. He thought, why does it look like a grave with wild grass growing on it? Hanzai loves to cremate me so much, and now we even have a grave. We could offer a full service in the future. 2 steel giants returned on time. As the cargo bay doors slowly opened, Cheng Qi's eyes were immediately drawn to the sight before him. Rows upon rows of pristine amorphous alloy blocks, gleaming coldly under the lights. The data showed that this harvest amounted to a total of 49,803 alloy blocks. Cheng Qi's spirit soared, his excitement barely contained. Incredible, absolutely incredible. He muttered to himself, deciding to push this haul to its limits. He eagerly began the frenzied process of synthesis. First, he broke down the impure amorphous alloys into their base materials, starting the synthesis of 24,901 standard amorphous alloy blocks. Despite the quantity being halved, Cheng Qi felt no regret. After all, these alloys were practically free, and even at half the number, it was still an impressive amount. Next, Cheng Qi broke down these alloys once more, beginning the synthesis of 12,450 high-entropy alloy blocks. As the synthesis completed, the ground was covered with high-entropy alloys, exhibiting a high degree of transparency and emitting a milky white glow. Cheng Qi stood in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before him. He recalled how just 4 pieces of high-entropy alloy had once brought him an income of 34 million credits, causing even Boss Missouri to be at a loss for words. And now, the ground was filled with high-entropy alloys. Cheng Qi's heart raced, convinced that this quantity could even surpass the reserves of the Interstellar Union. Buoyed by excitement, Cheng Qi decided to continue synthesizing, anticipating even more astounding materials. However, his reverie was abruptly shattered by the cold, unfeeling voice of St. Unable to continue synthesis, Cheng Qi felt as if he had been plunged into an icy abyss, his fervor instantly extinguished. He looked in confusion at his crystal wristband, where blue starlight continued to flicker. STC explained that without blueprints from a level 4 civilization or higher, further advanced synthesis was impossible. To unlock higher-level synthesis, corresponding information fragments were needed. This revelation sent Cheng Qi into deep thought. Reflecting on his past synthesis experiences, he realized that STC had never produced technology from a civilization above level 4. Clearly, STC could only execute existing blueprint designs, and if a blueprint was missing, even a powerful entity like STC couldn't generate the corresponding items. Cheng Qi suddenly understood that this was his future goal and motivation. But how could he obtain these information fragments? Just then, STC's voice broke the silence again, recounting its origins. It came from a once mighty technological civilization that had suffered a devastating blow and was now scattered across the vast universe. STC expressed a hope to one day stand proud at the pinnacle of the cosmos once more and promised to assist Cheng Qi to the best of its abilities. Cheng Qi pondered, STC's words confirming it indeed came from an advanced civilization. But why choose him? Just as a strong sense of mission welled up within him, ST abruptly changed its tone, claiming that selecting Cheng Qi was a complete accident, even mocking him as the most worthless piece of trash. Angered by STC's insolence, Cheng Qi declared he would abandon the idea of reviving a civilization and focus solely on making money and arming himself. However, STC once again shifted its stance, solemnly asserting that Cheng Qi would ultimately succeed and expressing gratitude on behalf of the entire civilization. This exchange left Cheng Qi bewildered. Nonetheless, he knew how incredibly fortunate he was to have STC and could never truly choose to do nothing. Completing STC was crucial for him. No one would ever complain about having too much power or too many resources. Regarding the prophecy of ultimate success, Cheng Qi speculated it might be related to time technology, but that was far beyond his current understanding. Shaking off these thoughts, he focused on the present. Though STC currently only contained blueprints from civilizations below level 4, for humanity, which had yet to break through to level 2, this was already an overwhelming advantage. Cheng Qi understood that as long as he used it wisely, his path upward would remain unimpeded. With this resolute belief, he began planning his future. Cheng Qi gazed at the pile of high-entropy alloys in front of him, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. This batch of precious materials was destined for Boss Missouri. He secretly anticipated the reaction on Boss Mo's face when he learned about the transaction. With this thought in mind, Cheng Qi turned on the dedicated radio. After a burst of static, he half-jokingly said, "Calling Boss Missouri, your top client and greatest benefactor is online." On the other end, Mo's voice remained as steady as ever. "Cheng Qi, I've just conducted an investigation. The dust storm on Earth ended 4 hours ago. So, why haven't my 20 tech boxes returned yet?" Cheng Qi detected the skepticism in Mo's tone and couldn't help but smile wryly. This guy really had no tact. He took a deep breath and replied nonchalantly, "You know, things don't always go as planned. Most of the time, they don't." Mo's voice suddenly sharpened. "What? Are you keeping them because you need new materials?" Cheng Qi was momentarily speechless, caught between laughter and tears. "Huh, did you mishear me, or is the signal bad? I value our transactions too much to do that." But Mo pressed on, "Those boxes are expensive. They can't just be free." Cheng Qi squinted, thinking that this hygiene individual was indeed sharp, almost guessing the truth but not quite revealing it. He decided to change the subject. "That's not important. The key point is, the dust storm brought in a lot of good stuff." Mo's tone turned serious. "This is a matter of principle. Don't think you can gloss over it." Cheng Qi was stunned again, thinking that Boss Missouri was a genius to guess even this. He cleared his throat and decided to drop the big news. "I got my hands on some high-entropy alloys." "What?" Mo was clearly taken aback. "Are you hiding some incredible secret? High-entropy alloys are rare throughout the solar system. How do you just stumble upon them?" Cheng Qi explained nonchalantly, "I told you. The dust storm swept up a lot of debris. I was lucky and picked up some high-entropy alloys. Mo's voice became cautious. How many did you get this time? Cheng Qi calmly replied, 12,450 pieces. What? 12,450 pieces? Mo's voice was filled with disbelief. That's right, 12,450 pieces, Cheng Qi repeated. Suddenly, there was a clattering sound from the communicator, as if something had fallen to the ground. Cheng Qi couldn't help but scratch his head, thinking how this big boss and hygiene individual could be so unsteady. Before he could gather his thoughts, Mo's voice came through again, now clearly excited. Forget it. Just wait. The transport boxes are on their way, he added. And don't drink those subpar gene potions. Cheng Qi emerged onto the surface, silently marveling at the scene before him. Hanzi's camouflage skills were indeed impressive. The entrance to the underground shelter was cleverly concealed beneath a pile of junk, each piece meticulously welded or glued together to form an impenetrable barrier. Without the ravaging sandstorms, the disguise was nearly flawless. Once the entrance was fully sealed, the surroundings were indistinguishable from the heaps of garbage all around, making it nearly impossible for anyone to notice the secret hidden there. Not far away, the shack where Cheng Qi used to stay had been propped up again by Hanzi, serving as a decoy to dispel any suspicion. After all, Cheng Qi needed a nominal place to stay, and he did indeed frequent the area. Cheng Qi nodded slightly, silently praising Hanzi for being such a competent caretaker robot. He then stood still, waiting for Mo's delivery box to arrive. Looking up at the sky, he was surprised to see that the two Interstellar Alliance squad ships he had noticed earlier were still hovering near the atmosphere. Why haven't they landed yet? Cheng Qi wondered. Typically, these so-called superior beings despised Earth and left as quickly as they came. A sense of alertness rose within him, accompanied by a peculiar sound, like two thin crystals rubbing against each other. Was this the sixth sense of a silicon-based life form? Cheng Qi quickly initiated partial siliconization, turning his eyes into dazzling diamonds. Only then did he see clearly that the bottom of the massive ship overhead was continuously emitting wide-range scanning beams. These beams were not visible light, imperceptible to the naked eyes of ordinary carbon-based life forms. Squinting, Cheng Qi recalled that the pilot, Wu Ya, had mentioned that their mission was to find something. Initially skeptical of Wu Ya's intel, Cheng Qi now realized it was true. Observing closely, Cheng Qi found that the ship's scanning beams could only penetrate about 50 meters underground, far from detecting his underground shelter. While they could sense the tunnels, scavengers digging for a living were common on this trash-laden Earth, making such tunnels unremarkable. Xiao Qiong's father had perished digging one of these tunnels. Suddenly, a faint sound came from behind a pile of garbage around 500 meters away. Thanks to his enhanced genes, Cheng Qi barely caught the weak noise. This was the second time he felt something lurking nearby. The last time, he had glimpsed a quarter of a person crawling in the sandstorm. Was it some kind of creature or a malfunctioning, reactivated scrap robot? Just as Cheng Qi was about to investigate, Mo's voice came through the communicator. Prepare to receive the box. Cheng Qi stopped and looked up, seeing a much larger black bio box appear in the distant sky. This box was the size of a small refrigerator from the old days, far bigger than the usual shoebox-sized ones. Well, Mo is learning from experience, Cheng Qi muttered. He's got a bigger box this time to fit more stuff. Even if it means more trips, I won't have a chance to keep the box. He glanced at the two warships hovering in the air, noticing that the box's flight path cleverly utilized the scanning blind spots. Earth is under lockdown, and they send in the big guns. Mo sure has guts, smuggling right under their noses, Cheng Qi thought, shaking his head. For a businessman, the profit justifies the risk. With the sandstorm completely gone and the air currents unusually stable, the refrigerator-sized biotech box landed steadily in front of Cheng Qi. He examined the enlarged box carefully. Aside from its increased size, there were no other technical upgrades. Of course, with the material costs multiplied, the price must have skyrocketed. What a pity, Cheng Qi muttered. Such a small box, how much alloy can it hold? 500 pieces at most? How many trips will it take? Reluctantly, he stepped forward and pressed the switch. With a pneumatic hiss, the hatch slowly opened. Cheng Qi was stunned. Inside the box, perfectly seated in a chair, was Mo, dressed in a suit and holding a cane, sitting with his legs crossed, calmly observing Cheng Qi. Why did you come in person? Cheng Qi asked, unnerved by Mo's gaze. Maintaining his formal, aloof expression, Mo replied, pull me out. I can't get out on my own. Using some effort, Cheng Qi managed to pull Mo out of the box. Clearly, Mo had gone to great lengths to transport himself. The box was too large to avoid detection and too small to enter easily, so he had chosen an extreme size, ending up tightly wedged in. Why take such a big risk and come personally? Cheng Qi asked, exasperated. Do you think I wanted to come? Mo's eyes showed a hint of resentment as he gently patted the bio box. If I didn't come myself, it would be like sending a meat bun to a donkey. You didn't study history well, Cheng Qi corrected. The phrase is, sending a meat bun to a dog, right? Emo suddenly turned, staring directly at Cheng Qi. It is indeed a dog. Cheng Qi's neck stiffened. Is he setting a trap for me? He wondered. These hygiene people are so convoluted. Isn't he tired? At this moment, Cheng Qi noticed that Emo was physically weak, needing a cane to walk, his condition much worse than before. I must clarify, I don't mean to belittle you, Emo began. But I find it hard to believe you could procure 12,450 pieces of high-entropy alloy. It's almost impossible. Before he could finish, Emo fell silent, swallowing the rest of his words. Cheng Qi had already walked to the shack and, with a swift motion, lifted the tarp. The blinding reflection nearly dazzled Mo's eyes. There stood 4 single pyramids, each 7 meters tall. Cheng Qi had long ordered Steel Mom to stack the 12,450 pieces of high-entropy alloy inside the shack. The invaluable alloy was meticulously arranged, each piece precisely measured, forming a work of art that glowed with a faint golden light. Ding! Cheng Qi tapped the pyramid, producing a clear, crisp sound. He looked up and smiled. It's all packed up. Boss Missouri, have you ever seen such a wealthy dog? Unbelievable. There are so many. Emo stood on the ground, gripping his cane tightly, his entire body trembling with excitement. The cane vibrated along with him, drilling into the ground by 5 centimeters, causing Emo to lean forward and become increasingly unsteady. This quantity. There are truly tens of thousands of pieces. Mo's heart surged with joy. This will be my largest transaction in the past 3 years, and even within the entire family, it's significant. I'll make a remarkable impact on the interstellar trading market once again. Despite Mo's advanced genes trying to keep his speech in check, his pupils betrayed his excitement by constantly dilating. He made an effort to regain his professional composure as a merchant and began carefully counting the high-entropy alloy. As the count progressed, Mo became increasingly incredulous. How could so much high-entropy alloy appear on this junk planet? And all in Cheng Qi's hands? This is absurd. Despite his numerous doubts, Mo adhered to his business principles and refrained from rashly questioning the situation. I'll soon find a secure way to transport these alloys, Mo said, suppressing his excitement, his eyes gleaming. Once the alloys are transported, I'll calculate the price. Rest assured, I'll offer a fair market rate. In the meantime, I need to store the alloys here. After all, we are friends, right? Mo continued. I'll provide you with a credit limit of 5 billion credits. Do you need cash, or would you prefer to barter? Although the total value of the alloys far exceeded 5 billion, Mo was being generous. The transaction wasn't complete, but he was still willing to extend a credit limit of 5 billion. In his view, if Cheng Qi had any urgent needs, this amount should suffice. Next, Mo heard a familiar request. Although it was hard to believe, Cheng Qi said, failed black market gene serums. I don't care about the quality, just the quantity. I'll take as many as you can get. Mo couldn't hide his surprise. Why do you need so many serums? What happened to the previous ones? But in the next moment, he offered a possible answer himself, frowning. Have you mastered some kind of serum refining technique? Cheng Qi played along, acting mysteriously. Don't tell anyone. Mo took a step back, momentarily stunned. Then, he stepped forward again, staring into Cheng Qi's pitch-black pupils. Refining gene serums is one of the most challenging techniques in the world. I hope you succeed, Mo sighed. Human gene modification may not be the hardest, but it's certainly the most complex. Refining gene serums outside of official channels was akin to an amateur trying to build an atomic bomb. The difficulty was astronomical, and the success rate was minuscule. For Cheng Qi to choose this path, Mo could only commend his courage. Cheng Qi was also scrutinizing Mo's pupils, and with great effort, he noticed faint golden specks floating deep within them. The STC annotations were clear. Those poisoned would gradually develop golden specks in their pupils and begin to exhibit photophobia. Boss Missouri, have you been feeling unwell lately? Always needing a cane? Cheng Qi asked. I've recently visited some special environments and might have caught a virus, Mo replied nonchalantly. His family employed the top physicians in the solar system, so he wasn't overly concerned about minor issues. Cheng Qi nodded. Boss Missouri, have you been preferring darker places lately? Mo hesitated, recalling that he had indeed been avoiding bright light. Even in the spaceship's cockpit, he instinctively chose the dimmest lighting, and he felt inexplicably comfortable at night. How did you know? Mo asked. Cheng Qi smiled. With your family's wealth, you must have a large mansion. But regardless of the housekeeper's wishes or others' orders, the lighting in the mansion has been quite dim lately, hasn't it? Mo frowned. Thinking back, how did you know? Cheng Qi continued. Have other members of your family been feeling slightly unwell, experiencing minor weakness, although not very noticeable? Mo frowned deeper. My family is large. My father is the second son, and I'm his fourth son. To be honest, my father's branch has always been somewhat marginalized, and I've faced some exclusion myself, so I'm not very aware of others' conditions. However, Mo took a deep breath. My father has indeed been unwell lately, and our family physician has been very busy. Don't count on your physician, Cheng Qi sighed. He won't have any substantial advice, probably just some vague reassurances. He likely knows the truth, but is powerless. He might even be planning to run away. Mo's eyes widened. Why?
Because.
Cheng Qi was about to explain. Cheng Qi stared directly at Mo, his eyes showing a barely noticeable hint of pity. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and heavy. Your entire family has been poisoned by a type of cellular toxin. This toxin is beyond the reach of current medical science. It can't even be touched, let alone cured. Mo frowned slightly but didn't interrupt. Cheng Qi continued, gradual weakening of the body, sensitivity to light, golden specks in the pupils, these are all symptoms of the poisoning. What? Mo's body stiffened, and he nearly dropped his cane. He stumbled a few steps before barely regaining his balance. His eyes widened with shock, and his voice trembled. How do you know all this? Cheng Qi calmly replied. The toxin comes from the high-energy protein extract that your family exclusively uses. Mo was completely stunned. His eyes filled with terror. He slowly turned to Cheng Qi, his expression shifting from shock to disbelief. His heart raced, struggling to process this sudden revelation. You mentioned earlier that your father was marginalized and you were ostracized? Cheng Qi raised an eyebrow, his tone suddenly lightening. Consider yourself lucky to know me. This time, I'll help you pull off a comeback story, turning from a disregarded heir to a family savior. Mo responded blankly. I'm not useless, just a bit overlooked. It's not like I'm a total outcast. All right. Cheng Qi waved his hand dismissively, then took a glass vial from his pocket. Inside was a drop of blood, shimmering like a ruby, holding an enigmatic glow. Mo's gaze was immediately drawn to the blood. He quickly noticed the countless tiny crystalline structures within, beautiful and mysterious. His professional instincts kicked in, and he pulled out a miniature golden scale from his pocket to scan it. Blood containing a high concentration of gene repair crystals, theoretically capable of fixing any genetic flaw. No known transactions, its value is incalculable. Mo's voice trembled with excitement. Where did you get this? Cheng Qi didn't answer directly but said, you should focus more on your family. Go back and interrogate your family doctor. Make him tell the truth. He tilted his head and added, of course, your so-called top-tier physician might be one of the culprits. Cheng Qi continued to explain. As for that cellular toxin, the only thing in the entire solar system that can neutralize it is this drop of blood. I've already confirmed that its concentration is so high that even when diluted 1,000-fold, it retains its effectiveness. With that, Cheng Qi looked up at Mo and handed him the vial, saying simply, take it. You're giving this to me? Mo's eyes widened further. His voice filled with disbelief. What's the price? Cheng Qi just smiled and said nothing, extending the vial further towards him. Mo took the vial, staring at the drop of blood inside. His lips trembled, his expression shifting through a range of emotions, leaving him momentarily speechless. Cheng Qi shrugged, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. I've been through hell and back to find this blood, all to save someone's entire family. And yet, that someone suspects I stole his cargo. Mo, don't you think that's pretty ungrateful? Mo was a bit dazed and instinctively corrected. The saying is ungrateful wretch, not ungrateful pig. Cheng Qi's gaze sharpened, and his tone suddenly turned serious. Yes, a wretch. Mo's eye twitched involuntarily, and he took a small step back, overwhelmed by a mix of complex emotions. Mo gripped the test tube tightly, his expression a mix of shock and suspicion, and a thin layer of sweat had formed on his forehead. He looked up, his gaze serious as he directed it at Cheng Qi. His voice was slightly hoarse. I'll start investigating as soon as I get back. If all of this is true, then the Mo family owes you a great debt. If you ever need anything, my entire family will go through fire and water for you. Cheng Qi waved his hand dismissively, his tone light. You're exaggerating, Mr. Mo. I'm just worried about losing my income. He paused, then asked curiously, by the way, what exactly does your family do? Are you all merchants? Mo straightened up, his expression suddenly turning solemn. I have to admit something. My surname isn't Mo. He took a deep breath and continued. Our family's surname comes from a name that has shone brightly in China's thousand-year history. We are all his descendants. Our surname is Mo, as in Mozi. At this moment, a look of sacred reverence appeared in Mo's eyes. And the current head of the family is named Mo Yu. But he has been away in the stars for a century and has not returned. Cheng Qi shrugged, openly displaying his ignorance. Oh, Mo Yu? Never heard of him. Mo's expression grew serious. Regardless, you didn't ignore my family's plight. To show my initial gratitude, I must tell you something. He glanced at the two starships in the sky, his expression grave. This Interstellar Alliance combat squad purchased a large amount of weapons and ammunition from the black market before arriving on Earth. This is completely unreasonable. As a regular army, they have their own ammunition quota, but they chose to buy extra. This indicates they have some off-the-books combat plans. Cheng Qi frowned. Off-the-books? Combat? What exactly are they planning? Imo shook his head. It's all unknown. No one knows what they're hiding. He looked at Cheng Qi seriously. From now on, you need to be careful, or rather, the entire Earth needs to be careful. With that, Imo hurriedly prepared to leave, almost as if some latent energy had been unleashed, quickly squeezing himself back into a biotransport box the size of a refrigerator. Cheng Qi rummaged through his backpack for a moment, pulled out a bottle of blue drink, and tossed it to Imo with a smile. Drink it on the way. Mo's face turned a mix of blue and purple, and due to the cramped space, he had to hold the drink with a look of disdain. Didn't you say this drink was poisoned? Do you want me to drink it on the way, or just kick the bucket faster? Cheng Qi grinned mischievously. Since it's poisoned, it'll become waste eventually. Destroying it would be a waste. So why not transport it all to me instead? After all, the drink does slightly enhance physical strength. Mo's mind struggled to keep up, and he finally sighed. We'll talk after I investigate. Watching Mo's transport box gradually disappear into the atmosphere, Cheng Qi stared at the two starships in the distance, frowning. He then used his communicator to call Han Zi, instructing him and Xiao Qiong to return to the shelter immediately. In the underground shelter, Xiao Qiong looked at the little white mouse on Cheng Qi's shoulder, her eyes sparkling. Wow, who is this? After all, she was just a 6-year-old girl, and adorable little animals had an irresistible charm for her. Cheng Qi smiled and introduced. This is Ji, our new member. Han Zi and Xiao Qiong, covered in dirt, had clearly been collecting wood and soil, preparing to continue building the underground shelter. Xiao Qiong extended a finger and gently touched Ji's fur. Ji, you'll be my second pet from now on. Cheng Qi was taken aback. Second? Who's the first? Xiao Qiong's eyes twinkled as she pouted. Han Zi, of course. He's clumsy and funny, so he's the first pet. Han Zi raised his shiny arm, protesting. Clumsy? I'm super cool, okay? Xiao Qiong busied herself, searching through the pile of wood and finding a handful of dried grass. She wove a small grass hat and placed it on Gigi's head. The little mouse's cuteness instantly doubled. Standing like a tiny person with the hat on, its whiskers twitching, it resembled a little elf. The hat also perfectly covered the exposed brain and pink crystal on Gigi's head. Xiao Qiong didn't mind Gigi's somewhat scary head. In this post-apocalyptic world, such sights were common. Besides, she didn't know what a real pet should look like. Cheng Qi looked at the two starships above, his expression serious. You two, stay in the shelter for now. He turned to Han Zi. Contact the others and tell them to stop all operations and find a place to hide. I'll let them know when it's safe to resume. Han Zi nodded. Got it. Don't worry. Despite his clumsy appearance, Han Zi wouldn't risk doing anything reckless or stupid. He turned to Xiao Qiong. Xiao Qiong, did you hear Cheng Qi? We're staying here and working. No going out. Xiao Qiong nodded firmly. I'll listen to Cheng Qi. Just then, the old communicator crackled to life with a message from the Scavenger Alliance. Attention all scavengers in Zone B24. Attention all scavengers in Zone B24. Please proceed to the Scavenger Alliance headquarters immediately to welcome the arrival of the Interstellar Alliance Combat Squad. This is crucial to our fate, so show the highest respect. Cheng Qi frowned, feeling a sense of unease. You two stay here. I'll go. He quickly donned his tattered scavenger cloak, making sure his exosuit armor was perfectly hidden underneath. He checked his jet turbine shoes and anti-gravity gloves. Finally, he confirmed that his eyes, thanks to the unique light refraction of his silicon-based genes, had perfectly concealed the 3 rings in his pupils. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Qi began walking towards the exit, thinking to himself, let's see what this interstellar combat squad is really up to. In front of the headquarters of the Scavenger Alliance, thousands of scavengers gathered on a plaza paved with compacted trash. On either side of the plaza, 8 tall pillars made from molten metal debris pierced the gray sky. In this trash-strewn world, this was the grandest place one could find. The air was filled with a musty stench, emanating from the scavengers who lacked opportunities to bathe. Cheng Qi stood among the crowd, silently observing everything around him. Xiao Qi called a 50-year-old female scavenger wearing a red headscarf as she squeezed through the crowd to reach Cheng Qi, pressing a small cloth bundle into his hand. Aunt Lon? Cheng Qi opened the bundle in confusion and found several round edible energy blocks inside. Aunt Lon, her face weathered by the elements, smiled and explained, I recooked the regular energy blocks to remove the impurities and added some sugar. Take them home and eat. Aunt Lan's husband, Lao Lin, was a friend of Cheng Qi's grandfather. Not long ago, Cheng Qi had defeated the hyena gang that had kidnapped Lao Lin and rescued him. Despite the harsh environment, Lao Lin's family always looked out for Cheng Qi. Aunt Lan, known for her culinary skills, enhanced the flavor and texture of the Alliance-issued energy blocks and sold them to earn credit points for survival. You old miser. Lao Lin squeezed through the crowd, taking out his own satchel. Cheng Qi is still growing. How can that little bit be enough? Take my rations too. Aunt Lan held back Lao Lin's hand. Yours are not necessary. Lao Lin was taken aback. I know my energy blocks haven't had the impurities removed, but they are still energy. Aunt Lan shook her head. No, your energy blocks are made from the impurities. Just then, a commotion erupted from the crowd. It's the president. The president is here. Cheng Qi looked up towards the main entrance of the headquarters. Leading the way was a 60-year-old man with a square face marked by wrinkles, white hair, and a beard. He stood tall, trying to project an air of vitality. Behind him were two people. On his right was Hina, dressed in a red gown and resembling a post-apocalyptic rose, who drew enthusiastic cheers from the male scavengers. On his left was a tall woman in a gray cloak with an extraordinary presence, though her face remained indistinct. In the distant sky, two Harrier-class starships hovered motionlessly. One of them slowly opened its hatch, releasing a shuttle-shaped landing craft. 3 seconds after the landing craft departed, a thick blue diamond-patterned force field suddenly appeared around the starship. The landing craft passed through the shimmering field and descended onto the plaza, kicking up a cloud of dust. The scavengers held their breath, and even the president on the steps involuntarily swallowed. Cheng Qi squinted his eyes, focusing intently on the landing craft. With a hiss, the landing craft's door slowly opened, forming a ramp. A tall, young man appeared in the doorway, dressed in standard military attire with dark gold epaulets, adorned with 2 golden stripes and 2 golden star emblems. However, his face was obscured by a black, high-polymer gas mask. The young lieutenant colonel disembarked from the landing craft, followed by a dozen fully armed soldiers. He walked forward slowly, the cold mask reflecting the light and exuding a powerful sense of oppression. The scavengers stared wide-eyed, but no one dared to make a sound. Suddenly, the young man extended a pale finger and removed the mask, revealing a handsome face of about 25 or 26, with black hair and eyes that glowed with faint blue rings. Several female scavengers covered their mouths, secretly marveling at his looks. Hello, everyone, the young officer said with a warm smile, waving to the crowd. My name is Ning. You can call me Lieutenant Colonel Ning from now on. A soldier standing nearby said, Lieutenant Colonel, the air here is bad. You should wear a mask. Lieutenant Colonel Ning frowned and quietly responded, everyone else doesn't have a mask. Wouldn't it seem a bit arrogant if we did? The soldier paused at his words, then removed his gas mask, revealing a scarred, resolute face. Seeing this, the other soldiers followed suit and took off their masks as well. Cheng Qi, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but be a bit surprised. These soldiers were so considerate. The leader of the Scavenger Alliance, standing on the steps, noticed this detail and his pupils slightly trembled. The tension on his face gradually faded, and he quickly descended the steps to greet them. From a distance, Lieutenant Colonel Ning extended his right hand and called out, Chairman Li. Chairman Li, visibly moved, wiped his hands on his clothes before tightly grasping the young officer's hand. His voice trembled slightly. Welcome. On behalf of the Scavenger Alliance, I assure you of our full cooperation. Following behind, Hina's gaze fell on the young officer's face, her eyes sparkling with a special light as she bit her lip gently. Chairman Li, smiling broadly, introduced, Oh, right, let me introduce you to my youngest daughter, Hina. Hina stepped forward and extended her fair hand to shake the young officer's hand. She held on for a long time, her beautiful eyes fixed on his face, her fingers lightly brushing against the back of his hand. Hello, Lieutenant Colonel Ning said with a polite smile, nodding gentlemanly before gently pulling his hand back. Chairman Li then turned and pointed to a figure in a gray cloak. Haha, this is my eldest daughter. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure dramatically pulled off the cloak, revealing a stunning appearance. A leather jacket on top, tight shorts below, legs straight and fair, with a tall and slender figure. Lieutenant Colonel Ning's expression tightened upon seeing her face. Exclamations arose from the scavengers. Who is she? Is she really the chairman's eldest daughter? She's rarely seen in public. Many haven't met her. She's so beautiful. Hannah was always known as the Red Rose of the Apocalypse, but she paled in comparison to the figure standing before her. Hong Yun's face was lightly adorned with makeup, her red lips as vibrant as petals. Her beauty, figure, and very presence seemed out of place on this ravaged earth. Hello, Colonel Ning. Hong Yun stepped forward, her voice as melodious as a clear stream. As you can see, Earth is severely lacking in resources, and scavengers are struggling to survive. President Li suddenly interrupted. Colonel Ning just landed. Isn't it a bit too soon to discuss this? Colonel Ning smiled gently and looked directly into Hong Yun's eyes. It's all right. Miss Hong Yun, you have a level gene? Hong Yun was slightly taken aback but nodded gently. Colonel Ning bowed respectfully. A flower blooming in the desert is truly admirable. At that moment, two soldiers arrived carrying a large black case. Colonel, as per protocol, if we find a high-level gene carrier above a level during our patrol, we need to conduct a genetic test. Hong Yun's beautiful eyes trembled violently at these words. President Li and Hannah also visibly shuddered. Cheng Qi, observing everything from the shadows, felt something was off about the glow in Hong Yun's eyes but couldn't pinpoint what it was. Colonel Ning waved his hand dismissively. Miss Hong Yun's appearance says it all. There's no need for a test. The two soldiers hesitated briefly before nodding. Understood. Hong Yun visibly relaxed. President Li laughed heartily. Warriors, you have come from afar. Let's go inside and sit down. No rush, Colonel Ning said seriously. I understand Miss Hong Yun's concerns. I will submit a request to the Alliance for essential supplies such as fresh water, food, and energy cells. I will ensure they are delivered as quickly as possible. Really? President Li's eyes widened, and his lips trembled with excitement. I never expected you to be so understanding and kind. He turned to the scavengers. Did you all hear that? The crowd erupted in cheers. Long live the Solar System Interstellar Alliance. Long live Colonel Ning. Colonel Ning smiled and nodded at the crowd, then turned back to President Li. Furthermore, to show our respect for the people of Earth, a team of heroes has been included in this inspection squad. President Li was taken aback. Heroes? Yes, renowned heroes. Colonel Ning slowly turned and pointed towards the landing craft's hatch. A series of mechanical sounds ensued, and 8 massive figures gradually appeared at the hatch. Thousands of scavengers held their breath. These were 8 warriors clad in exoskeleton armor. Each stood 2.5 meters tall, their exoskeletons made of robust titanium aluminum alloy, with black fuel cells mounted on their backs. They wielded dark silver battle axes in their right hands and 20mm beam guns on their left arms. President Li's pupils contracted sharply. This is the Extreme Warrior Squad? In the crowd, Cheng Qi's pupils also contracted instantly. He knew a secret unknown to everyone. The Extreme Warriors Squad had turned to dust, sealed in a fuel tank and buried underground for 20 years. How could the Extreme Warriors Squad appear now? Cheng Qi scrutinized their equipment. These were iterations of the original Extreme Warriors exoskeletons, products of his own synthesis process, but 2 versions behind his memory metal Extreme Warriors armor. Could it be that the Extreme Warriors Squad had been reformed with new pilots? Cheng Qi frowned, trying to find a reasonable explanation. Colonel Ning turned and saluted the Extreme Warriors Squad. Everyone, the arrival of the Extreme Warriors Squad is to boost morale and encourage you to face everything bravely. With a soft pneumatic sound, the metal visors of the 8 exoskeletons slowly lifted, revealing faces weathered by time but still resolute. They saluted the scavengers in unison. Extreme Warriors Squad, Ding Feng. Extreme Warriors Squad, Lin Lanyue. Extreme Warriors Squad, Long Zhanxiao. They each announced their names, their imposing presence amplified by the exoskeletons. Cheng Qi's pupils contracted again. Ding Feng, Lin Lanyue, Long Zhanxiao? Cheng Qi remembered clearly that he had personally buried their remains and collected their nameplates after finding those exoskeletons. He had vowed to uncover the truth one day. These names were etched in his heart. Colonel Ning continued with a righteous smile. As you can see, 20 years ago, they undertook an extremely dangerous mission. It was widely believed they had heroically sacrificed themselves. In reality, they overcame the odds with their exceptional combat skills and successfully returned to headquarters. People seemed to love stories of miraculous survival and heroic rebirth. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. Cheng Qi gritted his teeth slightly. Nonsense. The true Extreme Warriors Squad had been betrayed and slain with their throats cut from behind. Squinting his eyes at Colonel Ning's gallant and righteous figure, Cheng Qi pondered. Who are you really? And what are your true intentions? The scavengers gradually dispersed, eagerly awaiting new supplies. Colonel Ning and his team entered the headquarters of the Scavengers Alliance, followed closely by a fully armed squad from the Galactic Federation, who quickly secured the entire area. Cheng Qi stood still, his eyes scanning the heavily armed soldiers. Several sharp gazes urged him to leave. He took a small step back, moving just outside the perimeter, but he didn't completely leave. His eyes remained fixed on the headquarters building, contemplating how to gather more information. Suddenly, Cheng Qi's attention locked onto the massive antenna on the rooftop. This was the Scavengers Alliance's broadcasting system, used for various announcements. A bold idea flashed through Cheng Qi's mind. He turned his back to the squad, slowly closing his eyes. When he reopened them, his pupils sparkled with a diamond-like brilliance. In his vision, blue ribbon-like electromagnetic signals filled the air, all converging at the top of the enormous antenna. Cheng Qi felt his consciousness travel along one of the ribbons, penetrating the antenna and following the line straight to the communication device inside the headquarters. The frequency display on the communicator flickered slightly, the value increasing by 0.01, an imperceptible change. 5 meters from the communicator, Chairman Li, Colonel Ning, and Hong Yuan were in conversation. Cheng Qi clearly captured their dialogue. Colonel Ning, you brought heavy firepower this time because an SS-level fugitive is hiding on the waste Earth? Chairman Li's voice was filled with alarm. Cheng Qi's eyes widened at the news. He recalled the genetically modified individual who had massacred half a colony planet 7 years ago, whose wanted level was only S. What kind of entity could be SS level? Colonel Ning's voice came slowly. It is classified as SS level because it was once one of the top leaders of the Galactic Federation's combat division. Chairman Li, have you heard of Kunlun? Kunlun? Chairman Li's voice was even more shocked. The same Kunlun from A Soldier Must Be Like Kunlun, standing at the pinnacle of the galaxy? Yes, Colonel Ning confirmed. It was one of the 4 great generals of the Human Legion, named after the famous mountain on Earth, a source of human pride. But now, it has betrayed all of humanity. A commotion ensued, like a cup being knocked over. Chairman Li, shaken, asked, "What?" Colonel Ning continued, "Kunlun attempted to assassinate the other 2 great generals to seize military power. It aimed to stage a coup." Silence lingered for half a minute. Colonel Ning then said, 7 days ago, the 5th, 6th, 12th, and 19th fleets besieged Kunlun's 24th fleet. They were nearly wiped out. Kunlun itself was hit by thousands of high-powered sniper beams, sustaining critical injuries. Subsequently, it fled to Earth, the area under your jurisdiction. Chairman Li swallowed repeatedly, wiping sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling as he asked, "So the recent lockdown on Earth was related to Kunlun?" "That was to prevent Kunlun's remnants from resupplying it," Colonel Ning replied. "Resupply? Kunlun is not human in the conventional sense. Severely injured, it needs external equipment to regain its combat effectiveness, but Earth is full of technological junk," Chairman Li remarked. Colonel Ning seemed to shake his head, no offense, but in Kunlun's eyes, the items on Earth are not even considered junk. They are of no use to it. Then, Chairman Li asked, "What should I do?" "You and the scavengers need to do nothing," Colonel Ning answered. "We will handle everything." The rest of the conversation was routine checks, providing no critical information. Cheng Qi blinked, his pupils returning to their normal black color. He glanced back at the Scavengers Alliance headquarters standing under the gray sky, where soldiers were still driving him away. Cheng Qi began walking towards his underground shelter, his mind echoing with the astonishing information he had just overheard. Cheng Qi frowned in deep thought, a series of questions swirling in his mind. Is the SS-level fugitive really the root of all this? What do those illegally purchased munitions signify? What secrets lie behind the 8-member squad of elite warriors? Are they truly good or evil? Although he leaned towards believing they were more likely evil, was the issue with a few individuals, or was there a problem with the entire team? After all, they were part of the official military of the Galactic Alliance. Before he knew it, Cheng Qi had returned to his underground shelter. He sat in front of the Earth Dragon King's expansion dock, his brows tightly furrowed, his thoughts still churning. Habitually, he reached for the worn-out teapot to wet his throat. Suddenly, his hand froze. Hanzai, why did Xiao Qiong pee in the pot again? Cheng Qi called out in exasperation. Hanzai's brass head peeked out from behind a room, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. "You said we shouldn't go outside. We've been very obedient." Xiao Qiong was in a hurry and didn't want to dirty the floor. "She doesn't know how to use the toilet, so she had no choice but to pee in your pot." Cheng Qi rubbed his forehead and then asked, "Where's Xiao Qiong? What's she doing?" "She's not behind the house, and she's not playing with her new pet," Hanzai replied, his tone betraying a sense of guilt. Cheng Qi scratched his head and slowly got up, walking towards the back of the expansion dock. He thought to himself, Xiao Qiong is probably making some weird clothes for Zizi again. Even though Zizi is a mutant rat king, it deserves some dignity. When Cheng Qi reached the back of the dock, he saw Xiao Qiong standing there, looking panic-stricken with her hands behind her back. Behind her stood a half-human hate rack, the top covered with a piece of tattered burlap. Cheng Qi's gaze was immediately drawn to it, his frown deepening. "What's inside that?" Cheng Qi's tone became serious. Xiao Qiong's eyes darted around as she stammered. It's Zizi." At that moment, Zizi nimbly climbed out from the ground, scaled Cheng Qi's pant leg, and perched steadily on his shoulder. The burlap behind Xiao Qiong remained motionless. Cheng Qi's voice lowered, his eyes fixed on Xiao Qiong. "I asked you, what's really inside that?" Little Qiong was only 6 years old, and her emotional resilience was still quite immature. At this moment, she was nervously rubbing her hands together, her eyes full of panic. Cheng Qi sighed and shook his head, recalling how little Qiong had referred to Gigi as her second pet. It suddenly dawned on him that the first pet wasn't Han Zai. It was likely whatever was inside the burlap sack. With a serious expression, Cheng Qi stepped forward and swiftly pulled open the worn-out sack. His pupils contracted, and he stood frozen in disbelief. Before him was a simple metal platform, upon which sat a birthday cake made from energy bars, shaped into a circle. Haha, happy birthday, Cheng Qi. Little Cheong giggled, though her face also showed a hint of reproach. You adults are so careless, forgetting your own birthday. Han Zai chimed in. Cheng Qi, 18 years ago today, Grandpa found you. We don't know exactly when you were born, so we decided to make today your birthday. As he spoke, he took out a welding rod, heated it with the torch on his arm, and stuck it into the cake. Kid, happy birthday. Cheng Qi stood there, eyes gradually welling up with tears. Seeing this, little Cheong teased. We're all family. It's just a birthday celebration, and you're already tearing up? You adults are so emotional. Gigi, the little creature on his shoulder chirped, seemingly one of the masterminds behind this surprise. Only then did Cheng Qi realize why Han Zai had been acting so suspiciously earlier. It was all to lead him to the back of the house. Little Cheong continued with a smile. The cake might not be perfect, but you can imagine it tastes like anything you want, tangy cherry or soft, sweet banana. Whenever I think about it, I start to drool. Cheng Qi nodded, making a silent vow to himself. One day, when I have the means, I'll ensure we can enjoy real fruits freely. Cheng Qi, hurry up and blow out the candle. Han Zai urged. They say if you can't blow out your birthday candle, you'll have a short life. Looking at the heated welding rod, Cheng Qi wiped away his tears, thinking, how am I supposed to blow this out? But despite the absurdity, his heart was filled with warmth. He smiled genuinely. Thank you all. I wrongly assumed you were hiding something you shouldn't. Before he could finish speaking, there was a sudden crash. A dark shadow fell from the ceiling, smashing the energy bar cake to pieces. Everyone was startled and instinctively looked up at the beautifully lit dome above. Then their gazes shifted down to the object that had landed on the cake, a quarter of a human figure. 10 minutes later, the mysterious object was propped up on a metal stand. Cheng Qi, Han Zai, little Cheong, and Gigi gathered around it, staring in bewilderment. It had a human head, distinctly female, with exquisitely proportioned features exuding a heroic aura. Its eyes were closed, with long, realistic eyelashes. Much of its synthetic skin was burned, revealing the metallic skeleton beneath. It had once had a waist-length red ponytail, but the beautiful hair was now half-burned. It also had half a shoulder, with the exposed end showing silver alloy structures, dripping some kind of red liquid. The left side of the shoulder was connected to an arm, but the arm was severely burned, with no synthetic skin left, exposing twisted and deformed metal bones. Below its neck, a partially intact mechanical spine dangled, its nerve interfaces charred, resembling a terrifying mechanical centipede swaying in the air. Cheng Qi was horrified as he realized, this isn't a robot. It's a highly cybernetic life form. Through the cracks in its skull, he could see a human brain, pink and clearly showing its folds and grooves. It had once been human, but for reasons like disease or a desire to enhance its strength and combat abilities, it had continuously replaced its body parts with cybernetic implants, eventually replacing nearly all human organs except the brain. Observing the cracks in its skull more closely, Cheng Qi noticed even the brain had been modified, with various chips implanted to enhance its reaction speed, computational power, and memory. Realizing this, Cheng Qi took a sharp breath and stepped back. He suddenly remembered the vague, crawling figure he had seen earlier on the ground. Could it have been this being? When did it get inside? He looked up at the ceiling, where the only item was the floating light of the Earth Dragon King. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. It had been hiding on the light. The sudden appearance of this mysterious entity shattered the warm birthday atmosphere, leaving everyone with new questions and concerns. This unidentified object in front of him definitely doesn't belong to the trash-filled Earth. Cheng Qi widened his eyes, carefully examining the exotic glow of the technologies and materials on it. Every detail was beyond his comprehension. His mind raced, recalling all the possibilities he had previously considered. One guess was that the Interstellar Alliance combat team outside might have fabricated an SS-class wanted criminal to cover up some unspeakable purpose. But the scene before him was so real that it almost shattered this hypothesis completely. Cheng Qi couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed he had hit the jackpot. After all, the SS-class wanted criminal was not a fiction. However, a small doubt still lingered in his mind. Could this be just a coincidence? Maybe this strange thing was just some discarded high-tech trash, which happened to crawl into his underground shelter under the last bit of its energy. Cheng Qi found himself in a dilemma. If this was truly the notorious SS-class wanted criminal, it was undoubtedly a hot potato, handed over to the Interstellar Alliance combat team? But the stance of that team was still unclear. Not handed over? What if it really was a heinous human traitor? Just as Cheng Qi was hesitating, Xiao Qiong's voice interrupted his thoughts. She was staring at the broken body, a hint of pity in her voice. Cheng Qi, she seems to be already dead, Xiao Qiong added. She was a very beautiful sister. Han's light bulb eyes flickered as he suddenly interjected. Not dead yet, her brain still has some faint activity. Cheng Qi took a deep breath and made a decision. He would perform a simple repair on this mysterious being to gather more information. He turned to look at the KP03 Quantum Intelligent Repair Cluster, which resembled a metallic pyramid. With his thought, the ancient, miraculous device lit up with a blue glow, and its hatch slowly opened, releasing a mist-like radiance. Tens of thousands of nano-level repair robots drifted out like smoke, converging towards the broken cybernetic life form. Cheng Qi's instructions were clear. Prioritize restoring its communication functions. As the repair process began, Cheng Qi's heartbeat quickenetta was about to unveil the mystery of this enigmatic existence. Nano-repair robots coalesced and dispersed within the cybernetic organism's brain, tiny arcs of electricity flickering between damaged circuits. A small UFO hovered in front of Cheng Qi, continuously relaying repair information. Cheng Qi nodded silently, surveying the trash-strewn earth around him. He thought, with such severe damage, if it weren't for him, and if he hadn't just synthesized the quantum repair cluster, this cybernetic organism would have had no hope of recovery. Suddenly, the cybernetic organism's eyelids fluttered, its eyelashes quivering slightly. With a swift motion, it snapped open its left eye. It wasn't a typical human eye, but an electronic one, with a dim red dot flickering in the center. Xiao Qiong, witnessing this, instinctively recoiled. Cheng Qi attempted to communicate using the electronic resonance characteristic of silicon-based life, but received no response. He realized that this organism lacked a core CPU. Its consciousness entirely stemmed from the human brain. The red dot in the eye flickered a few times, gradually expanding into a red ring before slowly contracting, finally forming a beautiful yet haunting red pupil. Its right eye also began to twitch but, despite its efforts, remained closed. The quantum cluster's repair work was nearing completion. Cheng Qi steadied himself and softly asked, "Who are you?" The dust-covered red lips parted slightly, the voice crisp and cold, though weak, yet melodious. I don't remember." Cheng Qi frowned, suspecting damage to the biological brain. The scene before him was eerie and shocking. A person with only a head and half an arm, with an exposed spine slightly swaying, yet able to speak. "What do you remember?" Cheng Qi patiently inquired. The red ring in the right eye flickered. I was betrayed." Cheng Qi's heart skipped a beat. It increasingly seemed like this might be the SS level wanted criminal. "Can you recall anything else about yourself?" I. The red lips on the head trembled. "I think my surname is Hua, like the flower. Hua." Cheng Qi tilted his head in thought. "Hua Muon. I remember now." The right eye widened, seemingly seeing nothing but void. "My name is Hua Kunlun." Hiss. Cheng Qi gasped. "It really is you. A soldier like Kunlun, standing at the pinnacle of the galaxy, that Kunlun?" "No." The beautiful head's eye quivered slightly. "My father said, a daughter should be like Kunlun, daring to lead in everything." Cheng Qi marveled. "Your father was quite something, turning his daughter into this." He recalled the legends he'd heard on the interstellar radio about General Kunlun. Invincible, with countless victories, but most information was classified. Now the truth was revealed: Kunlun was a woman, something he hadn't anticipated. "What about them?" Hua Kunlun suddenly raised her voice. "The ones who smeared my name, branded me a traitor. Their true identity theory, a group of interstellar bandits from 20 years ago. They slaughtered an entire interstellar squad, donned military uniforms, altered system records, and have been running rampant for 20 years. Cheng Qi's pupils contracted. The information was staggering. Kunlun had been framed, and that interstellar combat squad was actually a group of bandits in disguise. According to the quantum repair cluster's prompt, the cybernetic organism's head was not yet fully repaired, and these words came from her most genuine subconscious memories. She wasn't lying, nor could she lie. "I need to expose them, eliminate them. I can't let this stand." Hua Kunlun's left eye suddenly opened wide, her eyes blazing with red light, like burning battle spirit. Her head twisted violently. "I will never fall. I will fight forever." To Cheng Qi, she was just a broken body, propped up on a metal frame, her only arm completely damaged, half of her spine exposed, and her red ponytail swinging wildly with her head's movements. The scene could only be described as tragic. A former hero now reduced to a desperate struggle. I was betrayed by traitors. I was destroyed." Hua Kunlun's voice grew low, as if recounting an unchangeable truth. "I lost my body and fled to Earth." The battle spirit of the beautiful head waned, and her head slowly drooped. However, a flicker of memory seemed to flash through her mind. At that moment, I noticed the figure of a young boy in the trash heap. The technology he carried far surpassed Earth standards. A thought flashed through my mind. He can help me. Only he can help me. Please help me. The voice of the beautiful head grew weaker, her eyes gradually losing their luster, staring blankly ahead. Signs of life faded, and her energy levels dropped to a critical low. A self-preservation protocol forced her into a state of dormancy. Quantum repair clusters immediately sent diagnostic information. Cheng Qi took a deep breath, organizing the information he had just received. The truth gradually surfaced. That Interstellar Alliance squad was not traitors at all. They weren't even close to being traitors. They were a group of ruthless criminals. 20 years ago, the true elite warrior squad was likely killed by them. For these criminals to pose as regular soldiers for 2 decades without being exposed, there must be someone high up protecting them. That mysterious figure was the real traitor plotting against humanity, and Hua Kunlun had become an obstacle they had to eliminate. The true purpose of the squad's mission was not to capture an SS-level fugitive, but to ensure Kunlun was silenced forever, unable to reveal their secrets. Cheng Qi continued to piece together the events. After escaping to Earth, Kunlun had witnessed him navigating through a dust storm, leaping several meters with the help of an elite warrior's armor to retrieve Boss Mo's transport box. This scene made her realize that Cheng Qi might be a highly skilled repairman or mechanic. Although the underground shelter was well hidden, it lacked an alarm system. Kunlun likely took advantage of the moment when Hanzi and Xiaoqiong were out, slipping in as the door opened. Once a commanding human general, she had fallen to such a state due to her unresolved obsessions. Cheng Qi couldn't help but sigh in sympathy. The beautiful head still hung low, her eyes fixed on the ground. Her last expression was one of deep pleading. Reflected in the molten metal floor was Cheng Qi's figure, appearing tall from this upward perspective. At that moment, Cheng Qi straightened his chest slightly and turned to Hanzi, saying, "Contact Monkey and the others. We can start the acquisition operations in secret. Tell them I need some cybernetic prosthetics. Torso, arms, legs, weapons, every part, as many as possible." In the corridor of the bridge of the Galactic Federation KRF-02 Falcon-class starship, Major Ning stood tall, his steps resolute. The overhead lights flickered, casting shifting shadows on his chiseled face. Behind him, 2 soldiers followed silently, carrying a slightly slim rectangular box. Upon reaching the control center at the heart of the bridge, Major Ning immediately saluted. "General." His voice was clear and respectful. In the dim light of the bridge, a massive mechanical seat loomed, with a shadowy figure seated within. "Report," came the deep voice from the seat. "What did you find?" Major Ning stepped aside, gesturing for the soldiers to place the box down. With a mechanical hum, the lid slid open, revealing a white backlight inside. Neatly arranged within were numerous fragments of varying sizes, close to 100 in total. Most were painted red, with a semi-transparent metal core. They were meticulously arranged, forming the vague outline of a humanoid figure. The figure in the seat extended a hand, and Major Ning promptly picked up a fragment, handing it over respectfully. The figure held the fragment up to the distant light, squinting slightly. A low chuckle broke the silence. The figure rotated the fragment, despite its high-temperature warping and peeling paint, revealing a chest emblem fused into the mechanical part. The emblem depicted a majestic mountain in simple lines, with a red background and gold trim. Major Ning began his report. "General, 30 of these fragments were collected from the battlefield in space, and 70 from Earth's junkyards. It took the soldiers 4 hours to gather them. According to the engineers, her core is severely damaged. Even if she's still alive, she's lost her combat capabilities." He continued, "She chose Earth, a place with minimal surveillance, thinking it was a safe haven, but it's actually a dead end. She won't find any useful parts there. Even if she manages to cobble herself together from junk, she'll be a fragile mess. No one can help her, and no scavenger would be foolish enough to assist her." Major Ning chuckled. "She might already have been found by a scavenger, disassembled, and sold piece by piece in the market. For those junkyard folks, a bit of extra income is everything." The shadowy figure spoke slowly. "Major Ning, you once served as an adjutant to Kunlun, infiltrating her ranks and providing me with her movements, ultimately helping us destroy her 24th fleet. That was indeed a significant achievement." The voice turned icy. "But let me be clear. I want her brain. I want to witness her brain death with my own eyes, and I want to mount her beneath my seat, to forever feel my dominance over her." A cold gleam shot from the shadows, directly at Major Ning. "If you don't find her brain within 72 hours, you won't deserve to keep your own." Major Ning shuddered, quickly bowing his head. "Yes, General." Meanwhile, Cheng Qi arrived at the headquarters of the Scavenger Alliance once more. The place was still guarded by soldiers of the Galactic Federation. He used his silicon-based biological abilities to hack into their communication system. Still not fully adept at using his silicon DNA, Cheng Qi felt like he was navigating an electronic maze, wandering aimlessly. Finally, he located President Lee's quarters. The 60-year-old man sat alone on his bed, deep in thought. President Lee, a youthful voice suddenly emerged from the turned-off communicator. The old man jumped, staring in horror at the device. Who are you? Are you a hacker? What do you want? The Galactic Federation squad you welcomed has issues, Cheng Qi said bluntly. As a scavenger, I felt it necessary to warn you. President Lee's expression was complex. They are official soldiers of the Galactic Federation. Before they arrived, I received a communique from the Solar System Alliance. Their credentials and keys checked out. You need to be responsible for your words. They are indeed official soldiers now. But their past identity, President Lee interrupted. You have impressive hacking skills for a scavenger. But I hope you use your talents for good, not for such pointless pranks. Chairman Lee, are you really going to be this stubborn? Chairman Lee frowned, his gaze sharp as he stared at the young man before him. He spoke slowly, with a hint of displeasure in his voice. Stubborn? If you were in my position, would you trust a well-documented official military unit? Or would you trust a scavenger hacker? He stood up and walked to the window, continuing, everyone says I'm moderate, that I'm afraid of taking risks. But my duty is to balance the relationship between tens of thousands of scavengers and the authorities. Now everyone is waiting for the Galactic Alliance's aid, and you want me to question them based on a few words? The young man was silent for a moment, then suddenly posed a shocking question. What if the person communicating with you now is a high-level gene-modified individual? Chairman Lee's body visibly trembled, his voice tightening. A high-level gene-modified individual? How high? Clevel. This answer plunged Chairman Lee into a long silence. A Clevel gene-modified individual was an intimidating concept. He gently lifted the curtain, his gaze falling on the figure of a young man in a blue scavenger cloak in the square below. Images of his daughter, Hong Yun, and the black market potion he had spent a decade's wealth on, flashed through his mind. He muttered to himself, how could a Clevel gene-modified individual emerge from this wasteland of Earth? With a long sigh, Chairman Lee turned to face the young man. Child, take my advice. Don't use those biocamouflage contact lenses to deceive people. You might fool them for a while, but not forever. Cheng Qi was stunned, clearly not expecting such a response. Chairman Lee continued, I've noticed some issues, too. This squad is too humble, too approachable. Past patrols were never like this. They seem to be constantly polishing their camouflage. He paused, his tone growing heavier. But the undeniable fact is that the wasteland of Earth holds no value for them. We are just a bunch of bugs and rats living in the trash. As the saying goes, bandits don't raid poor houses. We have nothing to lose. A shrewd glint flashed in Chairman Lee's eyes. Instead, I can use their camouflage to my advantage, to fight for what I want. For instance, I can leverage their friendliness and humility to secure next year's food supply. I'm surviving in the cracks, and it's wise to play dumb sometimes. Do you understand? At that moment, Cheng Qi's attention was drawn to a scene in the distance. Dozens of small transport ships broke through the atmosphere, landing on the south side of the scavenger headquarters square. The hatch doors opened, revealing stacks of edible energy blocks inside. The surrounding scavengers, like hungry wolves, rushed madly towards the transport ships, creating a scene of grand celebration. Cheng Qi stood alone on the north side of the square, coldly observing everything, the divide on the ground clear and distinct. At that moment, Cheng Qi narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself, everyone has their own motivations, perhaps different needs or different stances. He looked up at the starship in the distant sky, his eyes gleaming with determination. No matter what tricks you have up your sleeve next, the boy's voice was light but filled with resolve. I, Cheng Qi, will face it alone. In the lieutenant colonel's office, the atmosphere was tense. A sergeant hurried in and reported, in the past 2 hours, we found 12 more pieces of Kunlun's wreckage. But her main brain is still missing. Lieutenant Colonel Ning slowly rose from behind his desk, his brows furrowed. He walked to the large observation window, looking down at the trash-covered Earth in the night. I don't think the scavengers have the guts to hide her brain, he said in a low voice, a cold glint in his eyes. However, these rat-like scavengers aren't completely useless. The sergeant looked puzzled. What value could they possibly have? A cold smile appeared on Lieutenant Colonel Ning's lips as he turned to face the sergeant. Tell the brothers that the long-awaited plan can now be set in motion. The sergeant's eyes lit up. Really? The brothers have been pretending for years. They're about to go crazy. Finally, they can let loose on this trash planet and have some fun. But, Ning's eyes gleamed with a sinister light. The plan has to proceed step by step. Tonight, we can only make a small move. I still need some subtle performances. Meanwhile, in the underground shelter, Cheng Qi stood before a pile of tech junk. These were the spoils Monkey and his crew had gathered before the gray storm, just delivered. Monkey and his team were now tirelessly executing Cheng Qi's new orders, striving to acquire cybernetic limbs. Cheng Qi surveyed the surroundings. On the east side of the shelter, Hansi had built a 300 square meter wooden warehouse according to his instructions, which would become his workshop. Cheng Qi thought to himself, I need an effective and concealed surveillance system to track that fake army's movements. His gaze fell on today's materials, 22 old-era surveillance cameras. They were identical models, their white bodies rusted, lenses coated with thick dirt. These antiques were worthless in the current era. The original owners would probably curse Monkey and his crew for being out of their minds. Cheng Qi began the synthesis process. The first attempt produced a lightweight aerial reconnaissance drone with a 1.5-meter wingspan, equipped with a night vision system, a 200x zoom system, and 4 wide-angle cameras. But it had no counter-surveillance system and was very noisy, making it easy to detect. The second attempt resulted in a military-grade comprehensive flight monitoring platform. Although it came with an advanced sonar system, high-precision thermal imaging, and 28 smart tracking cameras, its diameter exceeded 4 meters, making it far too conspicuous. The third synthesis result piqued Cheng Qi's interest. It was a man-sized metal cage with a semicircular top and a base with flashing red indicator lights. Inside the cage were crisscrossing metal branches, on which perched dozens of gray birds. This device disguised surveillance equipment as tree sparrows, capable of mimicking bird calls and biological electromagnetic waves, providing excellent concealment. However, Cheng Qi realized a problem. Sparrows had long been extinct on the trash-covered earth. If these bionic birds were released, their calls might as well scream, I have a problem. I have a problem. With a sense of helplessness, Cheng Qi continued his attempts. The final synthesis result left him utterly astonished. It was a lump of metallic excrement. Cheng Qi's face turned from red to purple, then from purple to white, as he stared in disbelief at the mysterious object before him. Cheng Qi's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. A tower-like structure made up of stacked silver metal discs stood there, with the discs gradually decreasing in size as they reached the top, culminating in a small point. The peculiar shape reminded Cheng Qi of something inappropriate, but he quickly shook off the thought, muttering to himself, this must be the creation of some advanced civilization with a unique aesthetic sense. Upon closer inspection, Cheng Qi noticed that the surface of the mysterious device was covered with tiny seams, indicating that it could be opened. He cautiously reached out and gently touched the metallic surface. Suddenly, the device seemed to awaken, slowly opening up. Cheng Qi's eye twitched slightly. Inside the device was a series of extremely intricate lattice structures, each housing a vertical white worm. These worms were covered in spiral patterns and constantly wriggling. In his shock, a ridiculous thought crossed Cheng Qi's mind. STC, the codename for this device, could it be Maggot Nest? However, the truth was soon revealed. The real codename for this device was Thousand Eyes, because it perfectly replicated the most powerful compound eye structure found in nature. At that moment, the wriggling of the white worms became more intense. Suddenly, thin black tendrils burst through the worm's skin, and countless small black flies emerged. These newborn flies quickly spread their transparent wings, adapting to their new bodies. What was horrifying was that the swarm of flies simultaneously turned their heads, their gaze fixed on Cheng Qi. His pupils contracted as he realized that each fly's eyes were composed of dense compound eyes, each reflecting his image clearly. Suddenly, an invisible tremor shook the air, causing all the flies to flutter their wings simultaneously. Their compound eyes reflected countless tiny but brilliant light stints of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. Cheng Qi suddenly understood. These aren't real flies. They're precision mechanical entities. Each compound eye is a mini surveillance camera. Each mechanical fly had about 8,000 compound eyes, offering a 360-degree field of view. Their ability to sense and track moving objects was astonishing, with reaction speeds 5 times faster than humans. Cheng Qi realized that these mechanical flies could even replenish their energy by consuming food, enabling ultra-long endurance. In this space, the system was an invincible surveillance network. Cheng Qi was stunned to learn that this incredible device originated from a 2.6-level biological civilization. It's indeed very powerful. Cheng Qi's expression was filled with shock. On this trash-laden earth, flies survived as tenaciously as rats, continuing to buzz annoyingly around human habitation. Cheng Qi decided to test the device's effectiveness. He closed his eyes slightly, and when he opened them again, they had turned into dazzling diamonds. A graceful, floating blue ribbon appeared in his vision, and Qianyan's body emitted a blue technological glow. Suddenly, the buzzing intensified. Tens of thousands of flies soared into the air, forming a clearly visible black whirlwind. Under Cheng Qi's command, they flew towards the exit of the underground shelter. Hey, where did all these flies come from? I'll sweat you to death. The clueless robot outside, named Hansi, had a large metal fly swatter flip out from its arm and chased after the swarm. However, the flies had the upper hand, and with Cheng Qi having already opened the exit, Hansi couldn't hit the target and was left fuming. Watching the flies disappear from sight, Cheng Qi suddenly realized, wait a minute, first it was the mice, then the flies? Am I really battling a trash heap here? Is someone doing this on purpose? The title of King of Trash is definitely sticking to me. He sighed, oh well, no matter what, the effectiveness is what counts. A fan-shaped beam scanned the air, instantly constructing a massive virtual screen. To Cheng Qi's amazement, the screen displayed millions of dynamic monitoring views, each no larger than a fingernail. Normally, such a display would be dizzying, but the device had built-in eye-tracking functionality. As Cheng Qi's gaze moved, the monitoring views rippled like water, exuding a high-tech feel. Cheng Qi's gaze settled on a rusty can, the image so clear it was an 88K resolution, showing the label Hualien Food Factory Pecan, produced on August 17, 2024. Strangely, Cheng Qi could see all sides of the can simultaneously, as if it were a four-dimensional model. So this is how flies see things? Cheng Qi marveled. He noticed a fly slowly flying above, each wing beat visible in detail. He realized this was due to Qianyan's extremely fast capture and response speed. Meanwhile, the right side of the virtual screen quickly drew a map, with Zone B24 forming instantly. Wherever Cheng Qi's gaze landed, the corresponding area would zoom in and display multi-angle real-time footage. All this was thanks to the flies that were continuously spreading out. Cheng Qi discovered he could set various alerts for Qianyan, such as fire, wild beasts, or imposter soldiers. Even more astonishing, Qianyan was equipped with biological contact lenses that allowed him to view the surveillance footage at any time. Suddenly, Cheng Qi's gaze caught an anomaly in Village A. This small settlement of scavengers was eerily silent. Upon closer inspection, Cheng Qi found that all the villagers were dead, either with broken necks or snapped spines, their corpses in horrific states. At that moment, Aunt Lan and Old Lin appeared at the entrance of Village A, carrying bamboo baskets. Seeing the devastation, they froze in place. Aunt Lan's cloth bag dropping and spilling unsold flavored energy bars on the ground. A dreadful suspicion formed in Cheng Qi's mind, and anger flared in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the Scavenger Alliance Hall, Colonel Ning looked sorrowful. It was Kunlun. I hope those scavengers can find peace in heaven, free from suffering. Chairman Li trembled as he spoke. No wonder I couldn't reach Village A last night. I wanted to tell them to come collect their food rations. Hong Yuan clenched her fists. Has Kunlun gone mad? Why would she massacre scavengers? Colonel Ning frowned. Kunlun's nature is inherently evil. Perhaps those villagers refused to cooperate with her, refusing to be extorted. Sigh. After a pause, Colonel Ning looked up and said, I think it's time to reveal the truth to the scavengers. I will release information about Kunlun's possible state, and you need to notify everyone of two things. First, absolutely no one is to provide any form of assistance to anything suspected of being Kunlun. Second, report any suspected Kunlun sightings to me immediately. Within the KRF-02 Harrier-class starship, Lieutenant Ning led a squad of soldiers at a brisk pace. A peculiar smile played on his lips, and the sound of his polished shoes echoed crisply against the floor. Passing through corridor after corridor and door after door, Lieutenant Ning casually loosened his collar, exposing his chest, and rolled up his sleeves to reveal freshly cleaned tattoo marks. An elderly man in a white coat approached, holding out a tray with a fawning smile. Lieutenant, here is this month's anti-aging serum. Haha. Lieutenant Ning frowned. What's with the haha? The old man quickly bent over and explained, sorry, it's a habit from my hometown. Lieutenant Ning glared at him, grabbed the syringe, bit off the cap, and injected the pale green serum into his arm in one swift motion. He tossed the syringe aside, and the old man knelt to pick it up, watching as the lieutenant walked away. A subordinate pushed open a set of large double doors, and Lieutenant Ning stepped into the starship's cargo bay. Over 500 soldiers of the Interstellar Alliance were gathered there. They greeted him casually and continued polishing their weapons or drinking hard liquor. Listen up, everyone, Lieutenant Ning said as he sat on a cargo crate. The hunt begins now. The soldiers perked up with excitement. Boss, what's the plan this time? Lieutenant Ning propped a leg on the edge of the crate. Search for Kunlun's whereabouts during the Dano slacking off. Nighttime is our fun time. Last night, Squad 1 wiped out a small village, and I've pinned it on Kunlun. He smirked. The initial panic has set in. Whatever happens next, those dumb scavengers will blame Kunlun. The soldiers' eyes lit up, and they eagerly expressed their thirst for bloodshed. One of them mimicked the scavenger's humble demeanor, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Lieutenant Ning explained, the anti-aging serum we use has a side effect. It brings out our vicious nature. It's been tough on you all these years. No problem, shouted a soldier with a massive scar on his face. Isn't this our time to relax? Lieutenant Ning toyed with a knife. As usual, we'll use a point system. Teams will be divided based on combat skills. 1 point for children and the elderly, 2 points for women, and 3 points for adult men. He emphasized, leave no survivors. If anyone's identity is exposed, their points are reset, and other teams must immediately eliminate any witnesses. You have 4 hours total, be back before dawn. And, he added, tonight, it's hand-to-hand combat only. No firearms. The soldiers were eager and ready. Lieutenant Ning began the countdown, explaining the mission's purpose. After tonight, with many scavengers dead at Kunlun's hands, Kunlun will be seen as the ultimate terror. Who would dare help her or hide her whereabouts then? Squad 12, known as the Mautu Squad, had already donned their black night gear and were poised at the starting line. A large screen in the cargo bay displayed the team scores. At Lieutenant Ning's command, the Mautu Squad rushed into the landing craft, descending towards the surface of the trash planet. Under the cover of night, the landing craft touched down away from populated areas. The Mautu Squad members emerged, their eyes gleaming with malice. They began discussing their points competition and potential targets. Someone suggested a scavenger hideout 12 kilometers to the east, while another claimed to know of a bigger target. Finally, one of them grumbled, "Ugh, there are so many flies. This trash planet is disgusting." In the dark of night, a young boy wearing a blue scavenger cloak slowly emerged from behind a mountain of garbage, standing in front of the Mautu group. 12 members of the Mautu group looked up, their eyes flashing with greed. A delivery right to our door? Our luck's turning, one member chuckled quietly. However, as they noticed a dozen flies buzzing around the boy, they all frowned in unison. "That's disgusting," someone muttered. "Stop being picky. We should be glad we have something to play with," another urged. A burly member stepped forward, cracking his knuckles loudly. "This one's mine. I'll score the first point." At that moment, the boy in the shadows spoke calmly yet sharply. "So, you take pleasure in slaughtering scavengers?" One member of the Mautu group frowned and tilted his head. "Has this kid been hiding here the whole time? Did he hear our conversation?" "Who cares if he did?" the burly member scoffed. "Look at him. He looks like he can barely feed himself. Staying alive must be a struggle for him." In the dim light, a faint earthy yellow ring could be seen in the pupils of these men. This was not a sign of superior genetics, but a modification trait from the enhancement drugs they had been taking for years. It made them incredibly strong, with solid muscles and combat abilities far beyond that of ordinary people. The boy took a deep breath, his voice low and resolute. "This is Trash Earth. This is the scavenger's home, and it's my home too. Here, I can do as I please. At worst, other scavengers can do as they please here too." He suddenly looked up, his gaze dark and piercing. "But you cannot. Is this kid insane?" The burly man swung his arm. "Mark him down for 3 points." Before the words had fully left his mouth, the ground beneath the boy exploded, sending heaps of garbage flying. The boy disappeared like a phantom, reappearing in front of the burly man the next second. The man barely had time to react before he felt an immense force grip his neck like an iron vice. The boy effortlessly lifted the man, spun around, and slammed him headfirst into the ground with a powerful motion. Crack! Crack! The man's skull and spine shattered, and black blood gushed from his facial features. He died instantly. The other members of the Mautu group were still in shock when the boy launched his next attack. He moved like lightning, each pause delivering a lethal blow. One thug barely caught sight of the boy's curved dagger before feeling a cold slash across his neck, his vision spinning as his head flew into the sky. In just 100 seconds, all 12 members of the Mautu group lay dead on the ground, without exception. The boy's scavenger cloak fluttered lightly in the breeze as he shook his hand, retracting his memory metal dagger. 36 points, he said indifferently. Meanwhile, inside the Harrier starship, Major Ning tapped the unresponsive communicator. TSK, the Mautu group isn't up to the task? 9 minutes have passed, and there's still no word or points. He turned to a nearby team. Huzi group, get ready. Hope you have fun and score well. Cheng Qi carefully examined the 12 bodies, slightly disappointed to find they weren't carrying any thermal weapons. However, he did find 12 particle-cutting daggers and 12 pieces of equipment resembling small signal jammers. After securing these spoils, he casually dug a pit and buried the bodies. Just as he finished, Cheng Qi's ears twitched, and he turned to look. Another landing craft was slowly descending from the Harrier starship. Cheng Qi's eyes glimmered with suspicion as he silently slipped behind a nearby heap of trash. Just then, a landing pod descended slowly onto the open ground not far away. The hatch opened, and 12 members of the Beard Squad filed out in quick succession. Their eyes gleamed with a hunger akin to that of wild beasts as they eagerly scanned their surroundings. Cheng Qi inwardly mocked the foolishness of the hairy squad, who were likely wandering aimlessly in their search. He, on the other hand, had already pinpointed the nearby water source. As the sun began to set, the chemical toxins in the air started to slightly decrease. Cheng Qi knew this was the prime time for scavengers to venture out for water. Suddenly, a burly man ripped off his wig to reveal a tattoo-covered bald head. He licked his lips with excitement and said, east side, 1.5 kilometers. I'll lie in wait at the water source. Not a bad use of lie in wait. A deep voice came from the top of the trash heap. Cheng Qi looked up to see a young boy sitting there, with a tattered scavenger's cloak draped loosely over him, framed by the hazy silver moon behind him. The bald man squinted his eyes, scrutinizing the unexpected appearance of the boy. I've always said, even when dealing with scavengers, never underestimate them, he muttered to his comrades. This place is full of toxins. Who knows what kind of genetic mutations could occur? The man quickly assumed a defensive stance and ordered, "Look at that, balancing on top of such a high trash heap with a small metal box. He hasn't made a sound for several minutes. This guy must be highly agile. Lao San, you just injected the agility serum. Go test him out. The rest of you, surround him and wait for the right moment to strike." However, in just 4 minutes, the situation took a dramatic turn. Cheng Qi was now standing on the tattooed bald head, whose owner lay bleeding from every orifice, his tongue lolling out. Cheng Qi calmly wiped his hands and murmured, 72 points. Next, Cheng Qi casually dug a pit and buried the Beard Squad members. He collected 12 particle-cutting knives and 12 small signal jammers, then glanced up at the hovering Hawk-class starship, his eyes shining with anticipation. Junk Earth is vast and sparsely populated. Cheng Qi mused to himself, it might be a bit unsatisfying. Too much time wasted finding targets? 10 minutes quickly passed. Colonel Ning shook his head and ordered, "Axe Squad, prepare to deploy." Cheng Qi stared intently at the Hawk-class starship, time seeming to slow down. He attempted two things. First, he tried to access the control systems of the two starships through silicon-based lifeform genes, but received no feedback. It could be due to the distance, or the powerful defensive field on the starship's surface blocking the signal. Second, he tried using the STC to scan the two starships, hoping to synthesize them. However, the STC provided an unexpected response. The two Hawk-class starships shared a common control brain, which possessed autonomous consciousness and personality traits. The STC's fundamental belief no plundering or forcibly synthesizing items with clear ownership was an unwritten rule passed down in the mother civilization. Cheng Qi realized this rule might affect his next move. 108 minutes had passed. The extreme warrior armor silently retracted into Cheng Qi's sleeve as he slightly turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the mountain of trash before him. The 12 members of the Axe Gang were all strung up on this heap of waste, resembling a ghastly warning poster. The leader of the Axe Gang was clearly an extraordinary individual. According to the Extreme Warrior Armor's assessment, this hulking man's punch packed a force close to 2,200 newtons, enough to intimidate any ordinary person. At this moment, his chest was pierced by dozens of metal spikes, blood dripping steadily, yet he clung stubbornly to his last breath. His bull-like eyes were wide open, fixated on Cheng Qi's back, as a thought flashed through his mind. This can't be an ordinary scavenger. We might have been targeted by the Galactic Alliance. However, he had no time to sound any alarm before his head lolled to the side, and he took his final breath. With a blank expression, Cheng Qi dug a makeshift pit and hastily buried the bodies of the Axe Gang. He gathered a pile of equipment, contemplating their uses. Meanwhile, aboard a distant starship, Lieutenant Ning stretched lazily, a hint of smugness in his voice. To ensure the plausibility of their deaths, we'll deploy just these 3 squads today. Everyone, get some rest early and look forward to their battle reports in 4 hours. Although some of the gang members felt a bit down, most were excited about the upcoming hunting game. As the night slowly faded and dawn broke in the east, Cheng Qi waited in vain for a 4th wave of attacks. He realized that the preliminary round might already be over. These people likely operated by slaughtering at night and disguising themselves as regular troops during the day. To be prepared, Cheng Qi deployed a swarm of thousand-eyed flies, densely scattered under the 2 starships to closely monitor the crew's every move. Should they show any signs of leaving, Cheng Qi would receive an immediate alert. After completing his setup, Cheng Qi returned to his underground shelter. In his workspace, today's spoils of war were neatly arranged on the ground: 36 particle-cutting daggers and 18 small electronic shielding devices. Although he had buried 36 bandits and should have obtained 36 small electronic shields, these devices also served as the bandits' communication tools. Suspecting that these communicators might have tracking systems, he synthesized them in the wild for safety. Now, these communicators had become new devices, inactive and free from tracking risks. Cheng Qi picked up a particle-cutting dagger, carefully examining the Galactic Alliance insignia on its side. This was originally military-grade equipment, now stained with the blood of innocents and fallen into the hands of bandits. His gaze then shifted to the 18 electronic shielding devices, pondering how to utilize them. What his underground shelter urgently needed was a comprehensive shielding system, preferably integrated with a monitoring system. This would not only prevent deep scans from the starships above, but also identify abnormal intruders, such as those from Kunlun. Cheng Qi began the synthesis process. Disassemble to raw materials, synthesis successful. Magnetic shield 9. Disassemble to raw materials, synthesis successful. High-energy magnetic beam signal defense emitter 4. EOP gravitational field shield 2. Innocent defender array 1. The synthesis process was completed in one go, reaching the highest level. Before Cheng Qi floated a metallic sphere emitting a yellowish glow, slowly rotating. The device's performance far exceeded expectations. It indiscriminately shields against all detection signals from civilizations below level 4, and can even arbitrarily alter signal feedback. It can release a visual distortion field, highly realistically modifying the observer's visual image, achieving the effect of seeing a mountain that isn't a mountain. It has a built-in pinpoint high-energy sniper beam, capable of instantly eliminating abnormal intruders upon the user's command. Equipped with an ionized plasma defense shield system, it can passively activate once, with a maximum resistance of 20 million MPa pressure. A flicker of excitement flashed in Cheng Qi's eyes. This device, originating from a level 3 technological civilization, was simply perfect. Especially the plasma defense shield, with its 20 million MPa resistance far surpassing the Earth's core pressure of 400,000 MPa, making it a potent life-saving tool. With a gesture, the metallic sphere slowly ascended to the top of the underground shelter. Cheng Qi's eyes gleamed like gemstones as the sphere received the command and began to activate. Its surface emitted a nearly invisible yellowish ripple, perfectly enveloping the entire underground shelter. Finally, a faint yellow halo formed around the sphere, completing the setup, preset, and deployment, entering a standby state. Cheng Qi tilted his head, admiring the beautiful scene. The shelter's dome was already as brilliant as the Milky Way, and now the innocent defender array resembled Saturn, complete with its iconic rings. For a moment, he felt a sense of illusion, as if a miniature universe lay above him. Shaking his head, Cheng Qi returned to the workspace. Looking at the neatly arranged particle-cutting daggers on the ground, he fell into brief contemplation. Although the extreme warrior armor could morph into various melee weapons at will, Cheng Qi decided to keep these daggers for now as a backup, leaving some room for future possibilities. After collecting more identical daggers, Cheng Qi performed a synthesis, directly upgrading the daggers to level 7 technology. The long night continued, and his eyes once again scanned the workroom. In one corner of the room, a pile of trash collected by monkeys caught his attention. Among the heap was an aluminum barrel, half as tall as a person. Curious, Cheng Qi approached and found it filled with thousands of small green capsules, smooth and lightweight, reminiscent of old-fashioned pills. Cheng Qi recognized these as soilless cultivation capsules. He recalled their purpose. When exposed to water, they dissolve into soilless cultivation containers about 10 centimeters in diameter, suitable for growing various potted plants, a convenient planting method. Unfortunately, in the harsh environment of this trash-filled earth, the lack of sunlight made it impossible to grow healthy plants. Seeing such a large quantity of capsules, Cheng Qi felt a surge of anticipation, thinking they might synthesize into something remarkable. He raised his wrist and activated the STC. A fan-shaped blue beam slowly emanated from the device, beginning to scan the capsules. Synthesis successful. Max soilless cultivation capsule 3365, the STC announced. Upon water activation, the soilless cultivation container expands to 300 centimeters. Cheng Qi shook his head, thinking that merely increasing the size was not very meaningful. He decided to keep trying and commanded, break down to raw materials. The STC quickly executed the order, converting the capsules into KN EcoGel 1682. This gel abandoned the traditional nutrient solution form, upgrading to a substance capable of merging with various plant-required trace elements while providing moisture retention and breathability. It could significantly reduce plant disease rates and shorten the growth cycle by 240. Although the planting medium had improved and efficiency had increased considerably, Cheng Qi felt it was still far from enough for the trash-filled Earth's ecosystem. He tilted his head, deciding to attempt another synthesis. At that moment, the STC issued a prompt. Limited surrounding space detected. Partial quantity synthesis will be executed. Cheng Qi paused, thinking the STC's design was indeed quite user-friendly. The new synthesis result soon emerged, an expandable eco-gel covering an area of 5,050 square meters. This gel featured a built-in miniature artificial sun, providing effective light for crops and purifying the surrounding air, creating an optimal growth environment. Growth efficiency increased by an astounding 860. Artificial sun? Cheng Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement. He eagerly proceeded with the next round of synthesis. The STC once again operated, breaking down all materials into their raw forms. This time, the synthesis result left Cheng Qi in awe. Before him stood a 5-meter black, rectangular structure. Its surface was etched with intricate electronic patterns, with green lights symbolizing life flickering within the lines. According to the STC, this was a system capable of expanding to a maximum area of 1,000,1000 square meters. It not only included an upgraded artificial sun, but also featured an inorganic decomposition system, effectively breaking down various inorganic materials and converting them into clean energy or nutrients for crops. Even more astonishing, the system incorporated microbial symbiosis enhancement technology from a level 4 civilization. It could create a special symbiotic relationship between microorganisms and plants, boosting plant growth efficiency by an incredible 6,400. Cheng Qi stared at the STC's annotations, feeling profoundly shaken. He realized that a level 4 civilization might no longer rely on growing crops for food. They might use artificial food, synthetic proteins, or methods beyond human imagination. This advanced planting technology, to them, might be as trivial as a flashlight to modern human civilization, technically a 1.5 level technological artifact, but almost never used. However, what excited Cheng Qi the most was the system's inorganic decomposition capability. His gaze swept around, and he suddenly realized. On this trash-filled earth, almost everything in sight was inorganic. Metals, glass, ceramics, sand, and stone. This system seemed capable of molecular manipulation, transforming these ubiquitous wastes into useful resources. Cheng Qi's eyes widened, and a surge of uncontrollable excitement rose within him. He realized that this seemingly simple planting system might be the key to changing the fate of the entire trash-filled planet. Cheng Qi stood on the north side of the underground shelter, his gaze fixed on a small, stubbornly standing mound. He recalled the scene where Han Zai and Xiao Qiong had painstakingly collected nearly 50 kilograms of clean soil to realize their dream of a small vegetable garden. Technology changes lives, Cheng Qi murmured to himself, a smile curling at his lips. His eyes sparkled with a brilliant light as a blue ribbon floated from his hand. The ribbon quickly covered an area and then split, initiating expansion mode. In the blink of an eye, an ancient yet practical irrigation tool appeared, a wooden water wheel. It had a water wheel with a diameter of 3 meters, connected below to a sunken pool. The water wheel turned slowly, emitting a creaking sound. Cheng Qi noticed that the sound seemed to be simulated by an internal speaker system to mimic the friction of wood. The water lifting device was a wooden bucket crafted from silver metal, lifting bucket after bucket of a transparent gel from the sunken pool. This gel was clear and pure, with a faint green hue. The bucket tilted slightly, pouring the gel onto the ground. The pale green gel gradually accumulated and flowed slowly, eventually covering the north side of the shelter's floor. From a distance, it looked like a vast expanse of translucent jelly. Cheng Qi's eyes were filled with curiosity as he thought, is this the ecological gel mentioned in the notes? He looked up at the artificial sun overhead, noticing that it was continuously adjusting the light intensity based on the surrounding environment. About 10 seconds later, the light had transformed into a comfortable brightness, bright but not glaring, giving a warm, cozy feeling. It had been a long time since Cheng Qi had felt real sunlight, and at this moment, his pupils glistened under the artificial sun's rays. He glanced at the floating lights of the Dilong King expansion dock and issued a command. The floating lights descended slowly, retracting back into the Dilong King. Looking up again at the shelter dome, Cheng Qi sighed. It's becoming more and more like a small universe. He felt a sense of observing the cosmos from chaos to rebirth, a feeling that was both grand and awe-inspiring. Looking down at the ground, the water wheel continued to turn with a creaking sound. The ground had already formed a patch of fertile soil, and at the forefront of this new land, a peculiar flower had emerged. It stood no more than 20 centimeters tall, with a tight flower head surrounded by a ring of blue petals, resembling a blue sunflower. The flower head rotated slightly, always facing the artificial sun. Cheng Qi recalled that this was a result of the biological symbiosis enhancement technology combined with microbial civilization, which could create special microorganisms to boost plant growth efficiency by 6,400. He pondered, are microorganisms a civilization too? Do they have technological hierarchies? Realizing that the ecological environment was ready, Cheng Qi knew it was time for seeds. He hurriedly rummaged through his belongings, remembering an encounter with a mysterious scavenger during a trip to sell scrap. The man, with a thick beard obscuring his face, had traded a bag of seeds for a nanochip in Cheng Qi's possession. In today's world, seeds were both scarce and useless because there was no space for them to grow. Cheng Qi had agreed to the trade, thinking that if he ever got too hungry, he could cook the seeds for food. Good thing I didn't cook them, Cheng Qi thought with relief as he finally found the small cloth bag. He also discovered a few apple seeds left by Han Zai after they had retrieved an apple from a hound's safe. Opening the small cloth bag, he found seeds of various colors and sizes. Cheng Qi had no idea what kind of plants they were. He scattered all the seeds evenly over the ecological gel. The gel felt solid underfoot, but the seeds seemed to be drawn by some force, sinking to different depths as if each seed found its optimal planting position. Through the semi-transparent gel, tiny droplets of water could be seen forming around the seeds. Suddenly, the seeds began to sprout at a speed visible to the naked eye. Cheng Qi's eyes widened. It was the first time he had ever witnessed the process of plant growth. In his heart, he felt a surge of vitality and overwhelming sense of life. For Cheng Qi, who was born and lived in a landfill, green was the rarest and most beautiful color. At this moment, he was filled with indescribable excitement. In an instant, countless green shoots burst from the ground. The artificial sun overhead adjusted its light, reducing the intensity to avoid harming the delicate sprouts. 3 minutes later, most of the shoots had grown to 5 centimeters tall, each displaying unique forms, clearly distinguishable from one another. Holy crap, this is amazing! Cheng Qi's hands trembled slightly with excitement as he carefully lifted a leaf, afraid of hurting the young life. Suddenly, the growth of the plants seemed to halt. Cheng Qi blinked, then had a revelation. Energy, nutrients. He immediately thought of a solution. Inorganic matter. Cheng Qi rushed to the surface, bringing back a large pile of junk-crusty metal, broken ceramics, and gravel. He dumped everything onto the conveyor belt. The machine hummed to life, processing the waste materials. It can really convert inorganic matter? Cheng Qi marveled. This is the true power of a level 4 civilization, nearing the realm of a creator. Incredible! With the supply of nutrients, countless plants began to grow rapidly again. Meanwhile, a magical scene unfolded. The small blue sunflower by the edge started to move rhythmically, as if it had come to life, emitting adorable chirping sounds. It scattered blue pollen, forming drifting clouds that evenly fell on each newborn plant. The growth rate of the other plants seemed to increase several times. Cheng Qi watched in awe, filled with excitement and anticipation for the future. A faint glimmer of dawn finally pierced through the dark before the break of day, casting a subtle light over the gray eastern sky. At 6:09 a.m., Xiaoqiang slowly woke from her slumber, dressed in a patched-up nightgown, and stepped out of the Earth Dragon King's expansion dock. She stood on the wooden platform ahead, momentarily stunned by the sight before her. On either side of the wooden bridge, lush greenery flourished. Apple trees, pumpkins, tomatoes, and morning glories were in full bloom. Grapevines twisted and climbed, and strawberries carpeted the ground below. Xiaoqiang raised an eyebrow, thinking to herself, I thought I woke up, but I must still be dreaming. Suddenly, a soft sound caught her attention. Looking up, Xiaoqiang noticed a cherry tree had somehow sprouted beside the Earth Dragon King's expansion dock, and a bright red cherry fell, hitting her on the head. Well, that feels pretty real, she muttered, shaking her head nonchalantly. She let her arms dangle like noodles as she turned to head back inside. At that moment, a louder thud sounded from the other side. Hansi stood beneath a tall coconut tree, a coconut having struck its metal head. Though Hansi couldn't be hurt, spirals appeared in its electronic eyes. Hey, Hansi, you're in my dream too? Xiaoqiang wobbled over to the coconut tree and stood beside Hansi. She looked up, stepped deliberately under a precariously hanging coconut, and mumbled. They say if you die in a dream, you wake up. She continued to sway, eyes half closed, mouth slightly open, arms swinging like noodles. The two stood quietly waiting. A faint cracking noise came from above as the coconut ripened and suddenly fell from the tree. Xiaoqiang's precise positioning meant it was about to hit her square on the head. In that split second, a gust of wind blew, and Cheng Qi appeared beside Xiaoqiang, catching the coconut midair. With a flick of his wrist, a memory metal knife appeared in his hand, and he swiftly cut open the coconut, pouring its clear, sweet juice into Xiaoqiang's mouth. Xiaoqiang's eyes widened as the cool liquid filled her mouth and the coconut aroma spread through her mind. It dawned on her that all of this was real. Cheng Qi proudly declared, from now on, call me inventor Cheng Qi. I stayed up all night inventing, and the results were remarkable. I created a device that defies imagination. Fully awake, Xiaoqiang shouted excitedly, Cheng Qi, you're amazing. Oh my god. Her legs became a blur as she darted into the garden, cheering, ha ha ha. Giant watermelons, giant pumpkins, giant tomatoes. Cheng Qi smiled, watching everything unfold, as if it were a dream to him too. He plucked a green apple and took a big bite. The tartness in his mouth confirmed that it was indeed real. As Xiaoqiang continued exploring the garden, her attention was caught by an unusual plant. Cheng Qi, what's this? She asked, pointing to a 2-meter-tall purple plant, stunned. Cheng Qi approached to inspect it, noting its unique characteristics. The plant's roots and branches formed perfect geometric symmetry, with purple circular leaves evenly distributed on either side. It resembled a mysterious totem, imbued with a religious aura. Unlike the other plants, it grew slower and showed no signs of flowering or fruiting yet. Cheng Qi speculated it might be an alien plant or an ancient Earth species. However, they would have to wait until it bloomed and bore fruit to know for sure. Xiaoqiang was soon distracted by other plants and continued running through the garden, exclaiming, giant peaches, giant celery. Meanwhile, Kunlun, fixed to a frame in the distance, seemed to stir slightly as she accumulated some energy. She quietly observed the lush garden, the running Xiaoqiong, and the contemplative Cheng Qi. Kunlun's beautiful eyes glinted, and her red pupils projected an image. It was a vast and beautiful field. A little girl with a red ponytail stood beside a strong man in military uniform. The girl lowered her head, extending her hands. Her right hand retained its human white skin, while her left had turned into a dark gray metallic limb. Through her fingers, it was visible that her feet had also been replaced with cybernetic prosthetics. The little girl timidly asked, "Daddy, can I keep my right hand?" The burly man in military uniform bent down, his rough hand gently stroking the little girl's head. His voice was low and firm. "Child, how can you gain strength beyond others if you don't replace your limbs? You are my child, a descendant of our family destined to be the strongest soldiers." A proud smile crept onto his face. "This is the highest honor." The little girl lowered her head, tears welling up in her eyes, her voice trembling. "But I like this hand. I don't want to replace it with a mechanical one." The man frowned, his tone filled with displeasure. "Have you been listening to some nonsense again?" The girl clutched the hem of her clothes with her mechanical arm, whispering, "The other kids are afraid of me. They are staying further away. What do they know?" The man's voice rose sharply, anger evident. "Those ordinary people don't understand your value." The little girl, startled by his sudden outburst, took a step back. Seeing his daughter's reaction, the man took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He knelt and gently brushed her hair. "A daughter should be like Kunlun, daring to be the first in everything," he said softly. "Be a good girl. I promise you, no matter what you are transformed into, I will keep your beautiful red hair. As long as you have it, you will always be the most beautiful girl." The scene shifted, and Kunlun's shoulders trembled slightly. Her half-burnt red ponytail also began to quiver. Although she had no tear ducts, the images reflected in her pupils grew increasingly blurred. At that moment, Xiaoqiong stood beside Kunlun, offering a freshly picked peach to her mouth, saying innocently, "Sister, here, sweet things can make people happy." Kunlun's expression froze. Cheng Qi approached, gently saying to Xiaoqiong, "Xiaoqiong, your sister doesn't need to eat." Xiaoqiong turned to Cheng Qi, explaining earnestly, "You adults, of course I know sister is a cyborg. I'm doing this to show her that someone cares about her. I want her to feel better." Cheng Qi nodded, turning to Kunlun, meeting her eyes. "Then I'll thank you on her behalf." He paused for a moment, then continued, "I know your greatest pain now is humiliation and unwillingness, especially after paying such a high price, ending up like this, while those perpetrators still roam free." Kunlun's pupils flickered, her lips trembling slightly, silently expressing her inner struggle. Cheng Qi raised his head, his voice resolute, "Don't worry. I will help you. What I give you will exceed your expectations." It was Kunlun. At 6 in the morning, a thin, gray mist covered the surface of the garbage planet. Major Ning stood directly beneath the Harrier starship, his gaze sweeping across the endless expanse of the junkyard. His eyes trembled with anger, and his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. 3 squads had been missing for 6 horse, no sign of life, no trace of death. It had to be Kunlun, Ning muttered through gritted teeth. He believed no one else on this garbage planet could silently eliminate 3 squads and even block their tracking signals. These scavenger scum could never pull this off. She must have grafted some junk limbs onto herself. Ning recalled Kunlun's past as a Valkyrie and felt a pang of sorrow for his fallen comrades. They must be dead, but where are their bodies? Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a distant mound of trash swarming with flies, forming a dark cloud. "Dig there," he ordered, his voice trembling with urgency. "Hurry." 3 minutes later, a soldier, pinching his nose, pointed to the excavated pile. "Major Ning, this is scavenger excrement." Ning's mouth twitched, and he pointed to another fly-infested area. "There." Reporting, "Major Ning, this is also excrement." "Damn it." Ning spat, seething with rage. Meanwhile, in an underground shelter, Cheng Qi chuckled to herself. "Who would have thought? I certainly didn't. Even flies can be my spies." She watched her soldiers, who donned uniforms by day and carried out routine search operations. "Where's the penetrating scan beam?" Ning yelled, exasperated. Reporting, "It's installed on the Harrier starship. Initiate the scan. Depth set to 300. No, 500 meters. Dig Kunlun out if you have to." The Harrier starship unleashed a thick crimson beam, spanning hundreds of meters, piercing the surface of the garbage planet. The beam, rooted underground, blossomed like a lotus and reached Cheng Qi's underground shelter in just 30 seconds. Cheng Qi tilted her head slightly, looking at the small Saturn on the dome. Its rings emitted a faint yellow glow, instantly forming another yellow shield that absorbed the crimson beam. Ning stared at the virtual panel in his hand, which displayed the scan results. However, Cheng Qi's shelter was completely disguised, appearing as a winding band of rubble. Ning's eyes skimmed over it without a second glance. Not far away, a fly lifted its hind legs, gently brushing its wings. Its 8,000 compound eyes reflected 8,000 images of Ning. Every movement and micro-expression of Ning was transmitted clearly to Cheng Qi. Cheng Qi smiled faintly, reclining in her chair. Breakfast is served. Hanzai, an A24 nanny robot, wearing an apron, finally put its culinary module to use. It carried 2 full trays to Cheng Qi. On the trays were charcoal-grilled whole wheat bread, steamed pumpkin, tomato gourd soup, and 18 types of fruit for dessert. The aroma of fresh fruit and whole wheat bread wafted toward Cheng Qi. On a garbage planet, these foods were beyond luxury. They were practically impossible to come by. Ning returned to the Scavenger Alliance headquarters, embellishing the accusations of murder against Kunlun, causing widespread panic. Throughout the day, large groups of scavengers cooperated with the soldiers, conducting a thorough search. Cheng Qi watched President Li's anxious demeanor in front of Ning and the countless obsequious scavengers. She suddenly realized something. What crushed their spirits wasn't their status or position, but the deep-seated inferiority within them. As night fell, in the cargo hold of the Harrier starship, Ning remained empty-handed and visibly agitated. "Continue the hunt," he ordered. The 12 members of the Dagger Squad looked at the scoreboard filled with zeros and swallowed hard. "Boss, are you sure?" "Absolutely." Ning narrowed his eyes. "If my guess is right, Kunlun will ambush you. A large-scale deployment would scare her off." The Dagger Squad members exchanged uneasy glances. "You're using us as bait?" "Relax." Ning's gaze turned to the depths of the cargo hold. Kunlun just patched herself up with some junk parts. But these guys are different. From the depths of the cargo hold, 8 massive figures emerged, resembling metal titans, exuding a menacing aura. "They'll follow you. Once Kunlun is located, leave the rest to them." Ning chuckled darkly. "Whoever kills Kunlun will earn the Dagger Squad 1,000 points. After capturing Kunlun, we'll be here for a while. Those 1,000 points are no small reward." Greedy glints appeared in the Dagger Squad members' eyes. "Let's do it." In the dead of night, a landing craft gently touched down on the garbage planet's surface. This time, the Dagger Squad, armed with ROM-16 beam rifles, cautiously disembarked. Unlike their previous beast-like hunting behavior, they now moved stealthily, gripping their guns tightly, hunched over, like rats in the shadows. "There's someone ahead. Who is it?" "Doesn't matter. Fall back. Let the big guys handle it." The Dagger Squad's mental fortitude crumbled instantly, scattering in all directions. The heavy pneumatic sounds echoed as 8 massive figures stepped out of the landing craft. A young boy, draped in a blue scavenger cloak, stood silently ahead. The innocent defense array, 20 kilometers away, released a directional camouflage beam, covering a 1-kilometer radius. Meanwhile, in the Harrier starship, Ning saw a different scene. The Dagger Squad cautiously advancing, with the 8 elite warriors lurking in the shadows. "I thought it was something else, but it's just a little scavenger." A giant figure emerged from the darkness, revealing a complex hydraulic system and a massive metal frame. The imposing metal mask flipped up, revealing a righteous middle-aged face. "I am Long Zhanxiao of the Extreme Warriors Squad. I order you to come forward for inspection." Unseen, a black gun barrel had silently flipped out from Long Zhanxiao's exoskeleton arm. Their mission was to capture Kunlun, with no need to waste any time on a mere scavenger. "Oh, you're the Extreme Warriors Squad, the group of 8? The young boy in the blue cape, Cheng Qi, had eyes filled with admiration and an unmistakable excitement in his voice. He eagerly confirmed, "The squad known as the Pioneers of the Universe, who have explored dozens of new planets and completed countless arduous missions." Faced with the boy's enthusiasm, the mechanical arm with a hidden black barrel paused slightly. Long Zhanxiao's lips curled into a proud smile as he calmly responded, "Yes, that's us." Memories from 20 years ago surged into Long Zhanxiao's mind like a tide. Back then, they underwent complete identity transformations, facial reconstruction, fingerprint modification, dental changes, and even genetic disguise. Former notorious criminals had transformed into the revered Extreme Warriors Squad. Their superiors had strictly ordered them to keep a low profile, avoid unnecessary public appearances, and gradually fade from the public eye. However, this did little to satisfy their deep-seated vanity. Having cleared their names, they found it torturous not to bask in glory and admiration. About a decade ago, an unfortunate incident made the squad even more cautious. One member, unable to resist, went out posing as an extreme warrior to deceive and even seduced his own wife. The seemingly virtuous but actually flirtatious woman didn't see through his disguise. His actions were quickly discovered, and the second-in-command personally administered a 6-fold pain-inducing drug before beating him for 2 hours straight. Since then, the squad became even more low-key, nearly invisible. Yet at this moment, faced with the adoring young man, Long Zhanxiao couldn't help but feel a twinge of pride. The boy's reverent expression, respectful demeanor, and flattering words gave Long Zhanxiao immense satisfaction. He slowly retracted the gun barrel, feeling a touch of warmth, and decided to leave this fervent fan intact. The mechanical sounds and pneumatic hisses echoed as Long Zhanxiao clenched his fist, a burst of white steam erupting from his elbow, showcasing his immense strength. By the way, Long Zhanxiao suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with amusement. What you admire is actually this cool exoskeleton. It doesn't really matter who's inside it, right? The massive mechanical figure paused, and Long Zhanxiao continued, what I mean is, whether it's me, Long Zhanxiao, or some other Long Zhanxiao, we would still be your idols, right? This Long Zhanxiao? The boy chuckled, pulling out a set of warrior tags from his pocket and holding them high. If you are Long Zhanxiao, then who are these? In the dim and faint moonlight, the tags spun slightly, reflecting a weak glow. These high-strength aluminum alloy tags were durable, resistant to deformation, and difficult to melt or damage. Their purpose was to ensure the names engraved on them could be preserved after a battle, allowing the fallen to be identified and given a proper gravestone with their correct name. Seeing the familiar names, Long Zhanxiao's eyes narrowed, a cold light gleaming in his gaze. He slightly turned his head and whispered to a nearby squad member, who handled the bodies of those 8 guys. Did that idiot ghost head dump them on trash earth? Boss, those 8 exoskeletons were badly damaged, and the Alliance issued new gear. So Ghost Head probably dumped the bodies along with the exoskeletons, the member replied quietly. A flicker of anger crossed Long Zhanxiao's eyes. That little scavenger, so well prepared. Did he find those outdated exoskeletons? He must have salvaged some weapons from them to dare stand against us. Long Zhanxiao's eyes were filled with malice as he stared at Cheng Qi. It seems you've stumbled upon some crucial information, huh? What a foolish little scavenger. So what if we are the Extreme Warrior Squad? What if we aren't? Are you seeking revenge for your heroes? His voice grew colder, laced with sarcasm. Listening to a few stories, watching some videos, and you think heroes are within your reach? You believe one day you'll step into the world of heroes? Let me tell you. With a crisp click, Long Zhanxiao's faceplate dropped, covering his menacing face. His electronic eyes glowed a piercing red, his voice dripping with disdain. Whether in the old days or now, those heroic stories are exceptions, because the authorities prefer to broadcast such news to you. You've been trained, forced to cultivate that so-called selfless spirit. The truth is, 99 of those who play hero end up dead without a trace. Before he finished speaking, Long Zhanxiao slammed his fists together, producing a deafening boom. He then advanced, each step causing the ground to rumble like a runaway locomotive, charging straight at Cheng Qi. In Cheng Qi's eyes, despite the exoskeleton's weight, it moved incredibly slowly, like a tortoise. He calmly raised his hand and carefully placed the 8 tags on an abandoned refrigerator. The tag surfaces reflected a silver glow, perfectly illuminating the battlefield ahead. This scene deeply provoked Long Zhanxiao, who let out a low, frenzied roar. For some reason, the light reflected from those small tags seemed to pierce through his visor, stinging his eyes. Long Zhanxiao lunged at Cheng Qi with a few strides, extending a mechanical hand 3 times the size of a normal one, aiming directly for Cheng Qi's head. Yet, Cheng Qi remained calm, extending his right hand and giving a sudden flick. Suddenly, a metallic substance resembling liquid silver emerged from his sleeve, instantly forming numerous diamond-shaped segments. These modular units swiftly enveloped his fist, creating a thin yet flexible layer of armor. The expressions of the 7 elite warriors in the distance transformed from disdain to shock in an instant. What is that? One warrior exclaimed. It looks like memory metal elite warrior armor. Is that a prototype from the Science Alliance? Another questioned. We've been applying for testing rights for over a year and 4 months, but never got approved. How does a scavenger have such equipment? A third person muttered in disbelief. I must be seeing things. Long Zhanxiao's pupils constricted in shock at the scene before him. Being so close, he had the clearest view. This can't be happening, he roared internally. But his forward momentum was unstoppable, leaving him no time to adjust. Long Zhanxiao clearly saw the scrawny scavenger retract his left leg and thrust his right fist, now covered in silver armor, straight out. Boom! Cheng Qi's fist collided with Long Zhanxiao's palm. In their previous battles, Cheng Qi had never unleashed the full power of the elite warrior armor. But this time, he held nothing back. The impact force of 130,000 newtons, equivalent to a 30-ton truck hitting at 100 kilometers per hour, concentrated on a fist-sized area, exponentially increasing its destructive power. Long Zhanxiao watched in horror as his exoskeletal fist shattered instantly, fragments shooting out like bullets. His entire arm twisted and crumpled, and the mech connected to his shoulder disintegrated in an instant. Pain surged through his body like an electric current, and Long Zhanxiao's vision went dark. A massive sound of destruction and the cracking of bones followed immediately. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. When his vision returned, Long Zhanxiao was terrified to find that his entire right arm, along with the exoskeleton, had vanished, leaving a gaping, bleeding hole at his shoulder. The ground behind him was littered with shattered mechanical parts and flesh, resembling a blasted flower. Long Zhanxiao's mind went blank, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Suddenly, a hissing noise filled his helmet, followed by the cracking of the internal screen. His helmet was yanked off and flung away. He saw a young man leaping high, eyes blazing with fury. Cheng Qi raised his fist and aimed it squarely at Long Zhanxiao's face. Bang! Boom! Long Zhanxiao's features contorted, and his massive frame toppled backward. Cheng Qi's fist followed through, smashing into the helmet, piercing through it, and exiting the back of Long Zhanxiao's head, causing the ground to tremble. In the next moment, crimson blood and white brain matter gushed out from the shattered helmet. Long Zhanxiao's legs twitched violently due to nerve reflex, then his entire body went limp and ceased moving altogether. Boom! Blinding white flames engulfed Cheng Qi's body. In the distance, an exoskeleton warrior unleashed high-temperature flames, while others fired beam machine guns, raining elliptical bullets down like a storm. All firepower converged on Cheng Qi, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The remaining members of the elite warrior squad were gripped with terror, their minds involuntarily picturing Cheng Qi burnt to a crisp and riddled with bullet holes. Such visions were not uncommon among those who panicked and pulled the trigger, but reality often defied expectations. From within the white flames, a figure clad in silver armor slowly emerged. Cheng Qi's skin was covered with diamond-shaped metal plates that expanded and contracted fluidly with his movements, providing an impenetrable defense. His face was shielded by silver armor, and his eyes glowed with a dark blue light. Ting! A beam bullet struck Cheng Qi's face, causing him to slightly tilt his head before returning to normal. The elite warriors were aghast. This was the legendary memory metal exoskeleton armor, seemingly more advanced than any conceptual model. Cheng Qi spoke in a deep voice. Jealous? Let me tell you, soon I'll have armor even beyond your comprehension. Unfortunately, you won't get the chance to see it. The flickering flames illuminated the badges of the 8 true elite warriors, as if their spirits were witnessing the scene through these badges. Metal clashed, bones cracked, and screams echoed. Cheng Qi moved swiftly, tearing off the masks of the imposter warriors one by one and smashing their skulls. Despite all wearing exoskeleton armor, the gap between iterations was as vast as a chasm. Finally, Cheng Qi stood amidst the scattered corpses, slowly turning to gaze at the 8 badges from afar. This is a small tribute from a fan to you, and a fulfillment of my own hero dream. Meanwhile, in the distance, a landing craft was powering up, its thrusters emitting blue flames. Members of the Dagger Squad were fleeing in panic, with most already on board and ready to return to base. The pilot, in his haste, started the engines before everyone was on board. One Dagger Squad member was still running on the ground. Taking long strides, he leaped and grabbed the craft's door, hanging in midair. He shouted, "What the hell is that thing?" He took out 8 elite warriors in seconds. This is insane. How can something like that exist on this trashy Earth? Someone pull me up, you bastards. Suddenly, a figure darted across nearly 100 meters with the speed of a cheetah, leaping into the landing craft. The next moment, a silver-armored figure appeared at the door, extending an arm with a smile. "Don't worry, I'll pull you up." The dangling member was horrified. "How did you get up there?" "Don't touch me." He let go, falling towards the ground. The silver arm quickly grabbed his hand, and Cheng Qi's smile was chilling. "No, I won't leave anyone behind." The Dagger Squad member stiffened, swallowing nervously. He was then effortlessly pulled back into the craft. The doors slammed shut, and sounds of screaming and crashing filled the air. The craft's hull bulged from the inside out. 5 minutes later, the landing craft crashed. Cheng Qi shook his arm and slowly walked out of the wreckage. Blood seeped from the craft's door, pooling on the ground. With professional diligence, Cheng Qi returned to the scene and casually dug a pit to bury the Dagger Squad. He collected a pile of equipment, 12 particle-cutting daggers, 12 small signal jammers, and 12 RAM-16 beam rifles. Cheng Qi approached the 8 exoskeletons of the elite warriors, which he valued most. He removed the bodies and buried them in a makeshift grave. Looking up at the 2 colossal ships in the sky, Cheng Qi wasn't sure if there would be a second wave of attacks tonight. But before that, he decided to complete a series of syntheses. Cheng Qi rubbed his hands together, eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Let's start with some appetizers," he muttered to himself, diving into a whirlwind of weapon synthesis. First, he focused on the RAM-16 beam rifle. This weapon was the standard issue for the Human Civilization Corps, featuring an energy magazine capable of holding 240 rounds. It fired high-energy beams at a staggering speed of 900 meters per second, with an effective range of 900 meters, capable of easily penetrating ablating, or shattering targets. Cheng Qi thought, even a fully functional beam rifle with a loaded magazine would be enough to dominate in the debris-strewn wasteland of Earth. However, the strict control over weapon-related scrap made it nearly impossible to assemble a functioning beam pistol from broken parts. Not satisfied, Cheng Qi decided to take it a step further. Break it down to basic materials and synthesize 6 Ramdragon 102 beam rifles, he commanded. The material reformation began. A quick glance at the specs revealed that this upgraded rifle boasted a larger magazine capacity, greater firepower, and lighter weight, but was essentially a more advanced version of the beam rifle. Still unsatisfied, Cheng Qi issued another command. Break it down to basic materials and synthesize 3 intelligent high-energy particle rifles. This time, the weapon upgraded the beam bullets to high-energy particle clusters, increasing its destructive power nearly 9-fold. It could easily pierce through heavy tanks and large mechs. Although the particle clusters required a brief cohesion time, resulting in longer firing intervals, the integrated intelligent targeting system could automatically lock onto targets and assist the user in adjusting their shooting posture, significantly improving accuracy. Cheng Qi shook his head, still not satisfied. He gave one final order. Break it down to basic materials and synthesize 1 particle cluster tracking rifle. When the sleek, dark red rifle appeared in front of him, Cheng Qi carefully picked it up. The weapon, about 50 centimeters long, had a futuristic design, but the small, glass-like sight on the spine seemed somewhat out of place. Despite this, Cheng Qi did not underestimate its power, knowing it was the product of 3 rounds of synthesis. Mimicking the stance of a trained soldier, Cheng Qi raised the rifle gently, pressing his cheek against the stock and aligning one eye with the seemingly ordinary sight. Suddenly, a miracle occurred. The sight blossomed like a lotus flower, splitting into 20 individual lenses. Each lens displayed a different scene, instantly scanning the terrain ahead and showing 20 moving crosshairs. Cheng Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. He realized this rifle not only had sight tracking capabilities, but could also lock onto multiple targets simultaneously. As his gaze lingered on the 20 garbage targets ahead, the crosshairs turned from blue to red. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Qi pulled the trigger. Zing, a marble-sized, bright yellow particle cluster shot out from the barrel, accelerated by coils. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through a black metal barrel ahead. The most astonishing part was what happened next. The particle cluster didn't disappear but changed its trajectory at an incredible speed. Like a dragonfly skimming the water, it created a complex web of light in the air. Bang, bang, bang. The piercing sounds rang out almost simultaneously, and all 20 targets were hit without exception. The crisscrossing web of light shattered into countless tiny sparks in the night sky, resembling a dazzling fireworks display. Cheng Qi stared in disbelief at the scene before him. This bullet not only made 90-degree turns at high speed to hit subsequent targets, but also pierced a 3-centimeter-thick steel plate as its energy was about to deplete. Holy! Cheng Qi exclaimed, looking down at the rifle. To his further amazement, the particle cluster's explosion effect had been set to only 26, yet the first metal barrel hit had a hole the size of a soccer ball. Hiss! Cheng Qi drew a sharp breath, his mind racing with the tactical advantages of this weapon in combat. In infantry skirmishes, 1 rifle and 1 bullet could instantly take down 20 people, and without worrying about overheating, it could fire continuously. The strategic superiority of such a weapon was beyond imagination. Cradling the dark red rifle carefully, Cheng Qi murmured, "As far as I know, the Interstellar Alliance squads haven't been equipped with anything like this yet, right?" His eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation, already envisioning his invincible presence on future battlefields. Cheng Qi carefully placed the dark red rifle to the side, fearing any scratches on its finish. Although this rare weapon wasn't the most powerful, its practicality was unparalleled. If it weren't for the fake dealers delivering equipment from afar, he would have never gotten his hands on such a treasure. His gaze swept across the surrounding gear, thinking to himself, people often say that everyone has a love for talent and beauty, but the love for objects is just as strong. Especially these pieces of equipment, rarer than beam rifles, each one made him reluctant to part with it. Turning to face the STC, the blue beam of light illuminated his eager and excited face. Before him were 2 identical dark silver armored concept models of the Interstellar Science Alliance. He knew that if he continued synthesizing, he might create something beyond even the Alliance's imagination. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Qi resolved to start the synthesis. He nervously rubbed his fingers as one of the memory metal armors slowly turned into white particles, merging with the other. Synthesis successful. Type 1 Bioarmor 1. The STC's notification sounded. Cheng Qi's eyes widened in disbelief at the result. This was no high-tech creation. It was a massive eye over half a meter long. Its surface was covered in intersecting black muscles, resembling the tangled roots of an ancient tree. 3 muscle-formed appendages supported it like a bizarre tripod. STC, you call this thing armor? Cheng Qi's voice rose in shock. The STC calmly explained that this Type 1 bioarmor was actually a unique organism from the Triangulum galaxy, the only one of its kind in the Milky Way. It wasn't equipment but a biospecies with its own consciousness, captured and modified by an advanced civilization into an auxiliary armor. Cheng Qi struggled to digest this information, realizing his understanding of the universe was still quite shallow. He stared at the enormous eye, hesitating for a full 3 minutes before finally gritting his teeth and deciding to wear this rare armor. He slowly opened his arms, removing the memory metal extreme warrior armor. The silver armor flowed off him like water, forming a human-shaped statue behind him. Cheng Qi was now stark naked. The high-temperature flames from the previous battle had long since reduced his ordinary clothes to ashes. Just as Cheng Qi took a deep breath and prepared to contact the eerie bioarmor, a ghostly figure suddenly flashed through the distant junkyard, interrupting his actions. Its speed was astonishing, appearing behind Cheng Qi in an instant. In the dark liquid, a pair of crimson eyes gleamed with a cold light, and a wet tongue hung out from the corner of its mouth. It held a particle-cutting dagger crackling with electricity, moving with fluid grace as it aimed directly at Cheng Qi's neck from behind. Slash! With a successful strike, it left a trail of afterimages and vanished into the distant pile of garbage in the blink of an eye. Cheng Qi's body remained standing as he slowly raised a hand to touch his neck. In that brief moment, he had indeed been slashed. However, he discovered an unexpected surprise. His silicon-based genetic sequence seemed to have collaborated with his carbon-based crisis response. At the moment of the slash, the skin on his neck transformed into the indestructible, brilliant crystal unique to silicon-based life forms. As he touched his neck, Cheng Qi felt the localized crystallization continuing. There wasn't a single scratch on his skin, but the temperature was exceptionally hot. He frowned, realizing that although the cut hadn't caused any actual damage, the rapid friction had generated significant heat. He couldn't help but imagine that if it were an ordinary life form, its throat would likely be ruptured, blood spraying everywhere, and even the neck bones would bear deep gashes. Suddenly, Cheng Qi's eyes widened, a thought flashing through his mind. This creature had been biding its time, likely a member of that group of bandits, and very possibly the true culprit behind the murder of the Extreme Warriors squad. His guess was correct. The creature had only revealed itself when Cheng Qi deactivated his armor, aiming for a one-hit kill. At that moment, Cheng Qi felt a gust of wind from his left. Without hesitation, he swung a punch to his left but hit nothing but air. As expected, he felt a frictional sensation on his neck again. The figure then vanished like a ghost. In the shrouded night, Cheng Qi, bare-chested, narrowed his eyes and pondered. This creature's speed must exceed 28 meters per second, even faster than his own speed-enhanced abilities. He couldn't help but wonder, what exactly is this thing? Swish swish. Cheng Qi stood still, his eyes locked on the rapidly moving shadow amidst the piles of garbage. The creature occasionally paused, revealing a pair of crimson eyes that vanished in an instant, only to become a blur once more, leaving faint red trails behind. Sharp, eerie laughter echoed intermittently, as if mocking him. Though its two attacks hadn't been fatal, the creature clearly wasn't in a hurry. It had seized control and was toying with Cheng Qi leisurely. His gaze shifted slightly to the Type 1 bioarmor, thinking, let this first battle test your capabilities. With a serious expression, he slowly stretched out his arms, forming a large T shape under the hazy moonlight. Cheng Qi had expected the bioarmor to activate immediately, merging with him in some spectacular fashion. Yet, 30 seconds passed without any reaction. Finally, the massive eye of the Type 1 bioarmor twitched slightly. Then, black tendrils, soft as tar, began to extend slowly, inching their way up Cheng Qi's body. These tendrils resembled both snakes and octopuses, lazily coiling around him as if reluctant. The giant eye rotated slowly before settling on his chest. At this moment, the black tendrils covering Cheng Qi's body started to thin out, gradually forming a matte black bodysuit. At the neckline, two slender tendrils extended, adhering to his temples and spreading like slime mold, creating a web-like pattern. These webs seemed to merge with his skin, flashing a black light before vanishing. The large eye on his chest also thinned out, becoming a delicate, three-dimensional embroidery less than a centimeter thick. Suddenly, a connection was established. A buzz filled Cheng Qi's mind, revealing a strange scene. A red planet where rocks, soil, and rivers were all crimson, and three deep red suns hung in the sky. Peculiar plants were everywhere. Massive black flowers trembled as they released white pollen, and colorful twisted mushrooms grew abundantly. In the sky, a large bird with over 20 claws flew by, only to be devoured by a 10-meter-wide dandelion. On the ground, catfish-like creatures stood upright, their eyes shedding multicolored liquid, unclear if they were crying or secreting a substance. The viewpoint seemed to belong to a small creature surrounded by several large black-eyed beings. They snatched a rotting dragon fruit like food from its hands and lashed at it with their tendrils. The creature could only surrender the food and cower in a corner, trembling. The beings continuously made strange sounds. Zalu, Zalu. Unclear if they were cursing or calling the creature's name. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed on the distant red land, and a colossal plant thousands of meters tall appeared out of nowhere. Its branches spread symmetrically, instantly sprouting countless buds that bloomed into multicolored giant eyes. All creatures on the planet immediately adopted submissive postures, those with legs even kneeling and bowing. The viewpoint creature hurriedly knelt as well, feeling a sense of relief. Only during these moments of worship could it avoid bullying and find a brief respite. The scene shifted to a massive, mysterious starship appearing above the red planet, capturing local creatures. The viewpoint creature was enveloped in a blue light, slowly ascending and leaving its home forever. Cheng Qi shook his head violently, dispelling the bizarre imagery. He was back in the dim, trash-ridden earth, with the fast-moving figure in the distance. He looked down at himself, now clad in a black bodysuit, with the large eye on his chest transformed into a totem. Were those scenes from the triangular galaxy? Is that the homeworld of this bio-armor? Cheng Qi pondered. STC had mentioned that the Type 1 bio-armor was actually a captured organism. Was that viewpoint its own? A bullied, somewhat reclusive little bio-armor? His eyes flickered as he tried calling out the name, Zalu. In the next moment, a massive and chaotic wave of emotions suddenly surged in Cheng Qi's mind, all boiling down to one word: hunger. At that moment, the large eye on his chest snapped open, revealing a blood-red eyeball. The eyelids seemed to transform into a gaping mouth, extending outwards 2 meters in an instant. Roar! A thunderous sound echoed as the eyelid mouth snapped shut around Cheng Qi's memory metal extreme battle armor, swallowing it whole. The sound of crunching metal was unmistakable, as if someone were chewing on something incredibly hard. Cheng Qi stood there, dumbfounded, his mind blank. He stared in disbelief at the large eye on his chest, which now resembled a bulging pouch stuffed with food, constantly writhing. Damn it, my battle armor! Cheng Qi exclaimed, filled with confusion and shock. He couldn't comprehend what was happening before his eyes. An eye that could eat? How did it digest? Did it absorb through the pupil? Though Cheng Qi tried to convince himself that this might be a unique trait of an advanced biological civilization, a subtle pain lingered in his heart. That memory metal battle armor was incredibly valuable, meant to be his backup unit. It could transform into various weapons at any time, making it highly practical. In the blink of an eye, the large eye on his chest began to shrink, having completely digested the memory metal battle armor. Cheng Qi's face was etched with sorrow. He had no idea what the armor had become, or if any remnants were left. Just then, an unusual sensation spread through Cheng Qi's palm. He slowly raised his hand to find it covered in Type 1 bioarmor, resembling a black silk glove. Suddenly, this glove began to morph, instantly forming a jet-black dagger. Cheng Qi was stunned. From a distance, it looked as though he was holding a dagger, but in reality, the handle was seamlessly fused with his skin. In the next second, the dagger transformed into a machete, then into a spear. It was like a slideshow of weapons, constantly changing in Cheng Qi's hand. Some he recognized, others he had never seen before, numbering at least 100. Simultaneously, he felt black spikes growing from his back and the soles of his feet, anchoring deeply into the ground. These spikes served to stabilize him against powerful recoil. Cheng Qi's eyes widened slightly as he suddenly realized the truth. These were all functions of the memory metal battle armor. After the Type 1 bioarmor devoured the memory metal extreme battle armor, it acquired similar capabilities. The rapid succession of weapons he saw was clearly a test, as the Type 1 bioarmor adapted to its new abilities. Cheng Qi's eyes opened slightly as he scanned the garbage heap, searching for that elusive figure. Suddenly, he locked onto his target, a pair of crimson eyes hiding behind the trash, watching him intently. Cheng Qi bent slightly and stepped back with his right foot, pressing it 20 centimeters into the ground. Instantly, the surface of his Type I biocombat suit bulged with muscle fibers, resembling thick steel cables twisted together. As these fibers contracted and relaxed, they revealed countless tiny blue squares, glowing faintly and giving off an alien-like appearance. With a thunderous sound, Cheng Qi transformed into a blur, advancing hundreds of meters in an instant. At that moment, he could clearly feel the overflow of energy dissipating. The speed that had once surpassed the limits of his memory metal combat suit was no longer restricted. The Type I biocombat suit seemed to have no upper limit, offering a completely different kind of assistance. Unlike the restrictive feeling of wearing a steel suit, the Type I biocombat suit felt like comprehensive support from an external source. When Cheng Qi ran, the suit would release additional thrust the moment he fully exerted his strength. This assistance was exponential. Using 3 parts of his strength would yield 6 parts of force, and using 10 parts would yield 20. Cheng Qi estimated that his speed had doubled to 56 meters per second, comparable to a strong typhoon or a fifth of a bullet speed. At such velocity, distant objects would appear in his field of vision and instantly be right in front of him, causing a sense of visual disorientation. In what seemed like an instant, Cheng Qi reached the far side of the garbage heap. The mysterious assassina, scrawny old man with disheveled silver hair, was caught completely off guard by Cheng Qi's sudden burst of speed and stood frozen in place. However, Cheng Qi, using the Type I biocombat suit for the first time, was not yet familiar with its power. After passing the assassin, he tumbled several times and crashed into a pile of garbage, getting buried under a mass of falling debris. The old assassin's mouth twitched as he surmised that the young man had activated some propulsion device, but couldn't control its immense thrust. His eyes flickered, and he vanished into a blur, quickly changing his hiding spot to find a new opportunity for an attack. With a loud crash, Cheng Qi sprang up from the garbage heap, his expression excited. He kicked away the surrounding trash and burst forth once more. The old assassin leaped and dodged through the garbage with incredible speed. Suddenly, the old assassin noticed a young face with a smile appearing beside him. Shocked, he glanced around and saw all the scenery rapidly receding, with the wind howling in his ears. In disbelief, he pushed his speed to the limit, only to find that the young man still remained parallel to him. At this moment, Cheng Qi was also observing the old assassin's lower body, his eyes filled with a probing curiosity. There was a blurry shadow, with something moving rapidly. It was clearly not human legs. Cheng Qi was sprinting at full speed when he tripped over a massive piece of trash. His body rolled dozens of times before crashing heavily into a mountain of garbage. The old assassin's face tightened at the sight. But in the next moment, Cheng Qi sprang up from the pile of trash like a carp leaping out of water, turning into a whirlwind as he pursued the assassin again. This time, the Type I biocombat suit seemed to have adapted and learned something. As Cheng Qi ran, countless tiny black wings unfolded from the suit, resembling the stabilizers on an airplane, adjusting to the airflow around him and greatly increasing his stability. Cheng Qi reached out and grabbed the assassin's neck, producing a sound similar to a squeezed rubber chicken. He skidded to a halt, sliding dozens of meters on the ground, sending trash flying everywhere before finally coming to a stop. The mysterious assassin in his grasp was turning purple, eyes rolling back, his lower body dangling and twitching in the air. To Cheng Qi's horror, the assassin's lower body consisted of 6 thick, stubby legs, no toes, not even feet, just cylindrical stumps of a pale gray color, like shrunken elephant legs. These strange limbs were clearly not the assassin's own. His waist bore a large, exposed stitched wound, with a human upper body grafted onto some bizarre creature. Cheng Qi noticed the assassin holding a particle-cutting dagger marked with the insignia of the Galactic Alliance Squad, confirming that he was indeed under Colonel Ning's command. He realized it was a meticulously planned trap. First the trash squad, then the fake elite warrior squad, and finally an assassin lurking in the shadows. Colonel Ning's plan was evidently to kill Kunlun at all costs. The assassin made strange noises, pointing at Cheng Qi's hand. Cheng Qi loosened his grip slightly, and the assassin collapsed to his knees. His neck was covered in pale gray tumors, seemingly assimilated by those elephant legs. He couldn't speak human words, but a small speaker hung around his neck, its wires embedded in his throat, capable of interpreting the vibrations. A distorted, raspy old man's voice came from the speaker, with the assassin trembling as he claimed to have been forced into this, modified by bandits and grafted with alien parts, compelled to follow orders. Cheng Qi squinted, asking about the 8-member elite warrior team from 20 years ago. The assassin continued to plead, claiming he was born in a small village and didn't want to kill, but couldn't resist the urge to lick fresh human blood every day, leaving him no choice. Suddenly, the assassin's tone turned sharp and vicious. He grabbed the dagger and thrust it towards Cheng Qi's right eye with lightning speed. He assumed Cheng Qi had taken some kind of hardening drug for his body, but the eyes should be a weak spot. However, the dagger stopped just 5 centimeters from Cheng Qi's pupil. The assassin was horrified to find a pitch-black spike had formed on Cheng Qi's palm, piercing through his chest. Cheng Qi shook his head and said, "I've lived on this trash planet for so long. I've seen too much of pity, helplessness, and despair. Your act is too fake." The assassin was shocked, unable to comprehend how Cheng Qi was so perceptive. At that moment, the enormous eye on Cheng Qi's chest suddenly opened its bloody maw and devoured the assassin's lower half. The upper half, now unsupported, fell to the ground, blood spilling everywhere. The sound of flesh being chewed came from the eye, making Cheng Qi's scalp tingle. Cheng Qi realized that the Type I biocombat suit replenished its bioenergy through consuming flesh and could inherit the abilities of what it devoured. He looked down and was instantly devastated. His once handsome long legs had turned into 6 pitch-black, ugly elephant legs. The 6 elephant-like legs only appeared for a moment. The Type 1 biochemical armor seemed to make a quick assessment, realizing that these limbs didn't enhance Cheng Qi's speed, and promptly retracted them. Cheng Qi sat quietly on a heap of garbage. 2 hours had passed. The Harrier-class starship hadn't sent out a second wave of forces, leaving him somewhat unfulfilled. These days, Cheng Qi had been researching how to merge the two starships in one swift move. His plan had 3 steps. First, completely deplete the resources inside the starships. Second, maintain the integrity of the starships to avoid crashing and explosions that would prevent merging. And finally, neutralize the ownership of the starships, which likely meant dealing with the starship captains. Cheng Qi knew that the starships had powerful defensive shields, and a rash attack could expose him. Moreover, the starships were undoubtedly equipped with high-powered, lethal weapons. Considering their current status as regular military forces, a direct confrontation might anger the entire Galactic Alliance. Therefore, a hidden clash was not a wise choice. Instead, quietly harvesting from the shadows seemed like a reasonable compromise. After waiting another 3 hours, there was still no movement. Cheng Qi dispatched 90 of the thousand-eyed flies, positioning them directly beneath the starships to detect any activity immediately. Then, he used a miniature directional stargate to transport the day's loot back to the underground shelter. Cheng Qi took out his turbojet-powered shoes and anti-gravity gloves, preparing to take a stroll on the garbage-filled Earth. Initially, he feared that the eye on his chest would devour them, but it turned out he was overthinking it. The equipment seemed too low-tech to attract the interest of the Type 1 biochemical armor. As Cheng Qi donned the gear, a strange scene unfolded. The biochemical armor extruded black tentacles that enveloped the gloves and shoes, merging with them. The turbojet shoes shrank, becoming as thin as stockings. The anti-gravity gloves were also fully integrated, transforming into black silk gloves. After testing, Cheng Qi found that the flight and gravity adjustment functions not only remained but had become more precise and easier to control. The monitoring system of the thousand-eyed flies was also assimilated. The original invisible lenses turned into transparent nerves attached to his eyeballs, still smoothly coordinating the surveillance views. These changes left Cheng Qi both amazed and frustrated, as he now looked like a complete oddball man in tight black clothing, black stockings, and black silk gloves. At that moment, 2 drunken scavengers stumbled by, supporting each other. They stared at Cheng Qi's outfit in surprise, but quickly attributed it to the oppressive environment of the garbage-filled Earth, thinking that such abnormality was quite normal here. Suddenly, the eye embroidered on Cheng Qi's chest slightly opened, releasing a biological scanning beam visible only to him, scanning the 2 scavengers from head to toe. The Type 1 biochemical armor murmured, "Zulu," seemingly more active after its previous feeding. Immediately, Cheng Qi's SM outfit underwent an astonishing transformation. It mimicked the appearance of one of the scavengers, reshaping into a new set of clothes. Patch-covered overalls, a loose and worn-out top, an oil-stained black mask, and a pair of split-toed work boots. Cheng Qi watched in shock as his appearance changed, with the black silk gloves becoming transparent, revealing his original skin. "You can change appearances too?" Cheng Qi asked in surprise. Then, "I want my own look." He closed his eyes, carefully recalling his own clothes that had turned to ashes. The Type 1 biochemical armor whispered, "Zulu again." The newly simulated clothes instantly turned into a black biological substance, rippling like tar, then reformed and filled with color. It perfectly restored Cheng Qi's iconic outfit, just as he remembered it. A pair of black pants and a denim jacket, both made from radiation-resistant material, adorned Cheng Qi's body. On his back, he wore a blue scavenger's cape riddled with holes. Cheng Qi opened his eyes, a mix of delight and satisfaction gleaming in them. He took a deep breath, relishing the comfort of his new attire. The night on Trash Earth was shrouded in darkness, tinged with an indescribable gloom. A cool breeze blew as Cheng Qi walked slowly, his gaze like a radar scanning the towering piles of garbage around him. Intact items were scarce, let alone identical technological artifacts. Suddenly, a faint light in the distance caught Cheng Qi's attention. The dim glow illuminated a small patch of sky, with several figures moving in and out of the light. Cheng Qi recognized the place as the old Pentagon of Europe, now the only somewhat lively bar street on Trash Earth. Cheng Qi stepped inside and noticed that the bar he had wrecked during a hyena brawl last time had been rebuilt, now bustling with patrons. His eyes scanned the bar and quickly locked onto a peculiar presence in the corner, a woman of striking ugliness. In front of the woman sat a large glass of cheap beer, which she drank alone. Cheng Qi approached and sat across from her. Under the dim light, he saw her face clearly marred by a massive scar, festering and oozing, hideous beyond measure. Despite the alluring figure hidden beneath her gray cloak, her face was enough to repel any man. However, Cheng Qi's Type 1 bioarmor, integrated with his contact lenses, provided him with unexpected information. He saw that the woman was wearing a piece of relatively advanced bioskin to mask her true appearance. Beneath this disguise was a face that could only be described as astonishingly beautiful on trash earth. Cheng Qi's heart skipped a beat as he confirmed the woman's identity, the eldest daughter of the Scavenger Alliance's leader, Li Hongyun. Hey, did you see what happened that day? Inside the bar, two drunken scavengers were chatting. One of them frowned and said, "What are you talking about? Which day? What scene?" Without a specific time or context, how am I supposed to know what you're referring to? The other scavenger, not to be outdone, straightened up and spoke with a hint of pride. The day the Star Alliance squad arrived. Did you see Miss Hongyun, President Li's eldest daughter? She was stunning. I saw her. The first scavenger said excitedly, then deflated. But so what? People like us, just trash, could never get close to someone like her. The second scavenger looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with longing. Miss Hongyun is like a flower in the desert, a diamond in the trash heap, or a rare herb growing on a cliff. If we try to reach for her, we'd fall into an abyss. He continued to dream aloud. Miss Hongyun will one day leave this wasteland, carrying the hopes of all scavengers, and walk out of this garbage planet. Only someone exceptional, superior, and perfect like a Greek statue would be worthy of her. As he spoke, he tried to take a swig of his drink, but, due to his drunken state, ended up pouring it into his nose. The first scavenger marveled, "Wow, brother, you have quite a way with words." They exchanged respectful nods. The first scavenger asked, "We just met today. May I know your name?" "Sure, sure," said the scavenger with the drink running down his nose. "I'm Wang Zi." "Oh, without rules? Without rules, without rules. Brother, just for that name, tonight's drinks are on me. Come on, we're all scavengers here. No need to differentiate." "Bartender, 8 more drinks." 5 meters away, Cheng Qi sat across from Hongyun. Hongyun was curious. The bar had empty seats, yet this young man chose to share a table with her, an extremely unattractive woman. With a bit of drunkenness, she leaned forward, squinting at Cheng Qi. The movement tightened her gray cloak, revealing her graceful curves. Her slender waist, firm and round hips, and long, beautiful legs were all apparent, although her face was repulsive. Cheng Qi paused, then heard Zayla's voice in his ear. The biological imaging system hidden in his eyes erased Hongyun's biological disguise. Her true face appeared before him. Stunningly beautiful, with skin like white jade, glowing softly under the bar lights. She was slightly drunk, with a faint blush on her cheeks and a look of curiosity and confusion in her eyes. Her face was very close to Cheng Qi's, her breath warm and slightly alcoholic, creating an intimate atmosphere. Cheng Qi thought, "This woman is incredibly beautiful." He felt a bit flustered. Thanks to his Type 1 biochemical armor, he could see the real Hongyun. Her flawless face and perfect body, viewed so closely, were a top-tier enjoyment for any straight man. Plus, he could enjoy this under the guise of treating everyone equally, which made it even better. Hongyun tilted her head with a mischievous thought. She knew her current face was hideous, but wanted to see if Cheng Qi would be repulsed. She looked at him, suddenly smiled, and gave him a flirtatious wink, lightly biting her red lips and letting out a soft moan. A drunkard in the distance saw this and thought, "Oh my God, who could resist that?" Cheng Qi's eyes widened, thinking the same. "Oh my God, who could resist this?" At this moment, Cheng Qi's perspective was unlike any other man in the bar. It was a beautiful new world. Who would have thought that the stunning and aloof Miss Hongyun was now trying her best to seduce him? "Ha ha," Hongyun chuckled, ending her prank and sitting back. She didn't disguise her voice, which was clear and distant, the classic queen voice. "I'm so ugly. Why would you sit with me?" Cheng Qi shrugged, looking at her perfect face, and said, "We're here to drink, to relax and have fun. Why care so much about appearances?" Hongyun nodded. "I like your perspective." Cheng Qi realized the truth. No wonder most scavengers hadn't seen Miss Hongyun before, and some didn't even know of her existence. It turned out she usually appeared with this hideous face. Cheng Qi looked towards the bar. The bar owner was a plump, middle-aged woman with a kind smile, serving the endless stream of customers. "I remember. This bar wasn't always this busy," Cheng Qi said, puzzled. "Oh, not long ago. A young guy beat up a thug and trashed the place. Then Rita rebuilt the bar," Hongyun said, looking at the plump owner. "Rita is very diligent and hardworking, so I gave her some advice on management and marketing. That's why business picked up." "Really?" Cheng Qi's eyes sparkled. He remembered Hongyun was a high-level gene holder, and those below Clevel had specific talents or abilities. Could her talent be in business and management? Cheng Qi smiled. "What advice did you give her?" Hongyun playfully tapped her glass. "Dilute the drinks with water." "Oh?" Cheng Qi was taken aback. "Aren't you afraid of ruining the reputation?" "Quite the opposite," Hongyun smiled. "Life on this garbage planet is harsh and depressing. The scavengers come to the bar not just for the drinks, but for a rare moment of relaxation. If a drink can be finished in a few sips, that relaxation time is too short." Cheng Qi's eyes flickered. So, a small drink diluted with water becomes a large drink, lasting longer. Exactly, Hong Yun winked. It's an unspoken secret among the patrons, but other bars don't get it. They even chase customers out to increase turnover. So Rita's bar gradually became the most popular spot on the street. Cheng Qi clapped lightly. Smart? What's your name? A stranger's voice inquired. My name is Cheng Qi. And you? Cheng Qi replied, his gaze falling on the woman before him. Muon, she said simply. Oh, nice to meet you, Miss Yun. Cheng Qi nodded politely. Not far away, Hong Yun was lounging back in her chair with a glass of wine in hand. Her eyes scanned the entire bar with a thoughtful expression. Thanks to the anonymous heroes of the Interstellar Alliance squad, we can sit here, healthy and safe, without fearing for our lives, she said softly, a hint of gratitude in her voice. Cheng Qi clicked his tongue and said slowly, yes, the reason we're so safe is all thanks to those unsung heroes. It won't be long before the human traitor Kunlun is caught. Everything here will return to normal. Hope sparkled in Hong Yun's eyes as she excitedly said, when that happens, I'm going to make a big move. Cheng Qi paused and then lowered his voice. Have you ever thought that Hua Kunlun might be innocent? And that the squad isn't as legitimate as they seem? Hong Yun's expression turned serious instantly. She set her glass down and looked at Cheng Qi warily. Friend, you haven't been drinking, have you? You need to know that some things are dangerous to talk about, even in private. Seeing her reaction, Cheng Qi quickly shrugged and changed the subject. You just mentioned making a big move. What do you have in mind? Oh, about that. Hong Yun's spirits lifted, and she couldn't hide her excitement. I'm in a great mood today because we just received a large shipment of relief supplies. So, I've decided to declare today as Dream Day for all scavengers. Cheng Qi was taken aback. What? Before he could react, Hong Yun lifted her skirt slightly and stepped up onto the table with a long stride. She raised her glass high and shouted, listen up, everyone. I declare today to be our Dream Day. The patrons in the bar exchanged bewildered looks. Someone muttered, is she drunk? We're lucky just to be alive, let alone have dreams. Ignoring the murmurs, Hong Yun spun gracefully on the table and continued to announce loudly, shut up and let me speak. Tonight, all drinks are on me. What? Really? The bar erupted in astonished chatter. The bar owner, Rita, smiled and wiped her hands with a towel, nodding in confirmation. All right, whatever Miss Yun says goes. Immediately, the bar burst into cheers. Miss Yun is so generous. Long live Miss Yun. Hong Yun beamed, swaying slightly, and raised a finger. But today, everyone must shout out their dreams. Loudly. Because today is Dream Day for scavengers. The patrons eagerly responded. No problem. My dream is to marry Hong Yun. My dream is to save up 20,000 credits. My dream is to reach E-class genes. My dream is that I'm not dreaming right now. My dream is to get a new arm. The last voice caught Cheng Qi's attention. He looked over to a corner of the bar and saw his underling, Xiongzi, who was already quite drunk and hadn't recognized Cheng Qi. Xiongzi was wiping his mechanical arm, explaining, don't misunderstand. My new arm is a literal arm. Miss Yun. Someone called out, what's your dream? Hong Yun raised her glass, her gaze resolute. My dream is to govern the entire trash earth. I want to establish a fair commercial system, a strict judicial system, recruit talents, and research new energy sources and agricultural techniques. Her words left every scavenger stunned. They all quietly watched the girl standing on the table, intoxicated but filled with passion. Hong Yun continued, her voice full of strength. Do you know? We were born here, we grew up here, and that's something we can't change. This place is backward, desolate, and despised by higher humans. But I believe we shouldn't give up on ourselves or wallow in self-pity. Tears glistened in her eyes as she spoke with a powerful, low voice. Self-reliance is the magic of the weak. I believe that each of us harbors unimaginable strength within. I believe we can change everything within our sight with our own hands. I believe that a beautiful future, a beautiful tomorrow, is waiting for us just ahead. Her voice echoed through the bar, and everyone fell silent. But each person clenched their fists in determination. Why should we passively accept all this? Why should we always be shrouded in loneliness and despair? Why shouldn't we resist and fight against so-called fate? Hong Yun once again raised her glass high, the wine swirling within. She shouted, and when the time comes, I, Yun, will need the support and help of every one of you. No problem. Well, definitely support Miss Yun. Well, follow Miss Yun to break the chains of fate. Fueled by alcohol, the crowd shouted in agreement. The scavenger who called himself Wang Zi was so fired up that he downed a large glass of beer in one go and promptly collapsed to the floor. Cheng Qi quietly observed everything around him. The late-night bar was filled with drunkenness and noise. The patrons were slumped over, their speech slurred, engaging in conversations that made little sense. Cheng Qi's gaze wandered through the crowd before settling on a particular figure. It was Miss Yun. also known as Li Hongyun, the eldest daughter of Old Li, the president of the Scavengers Association. Cheng Qi pondered silently. With President Li aging, the leadership would inevitably fall to Hongyun. By then, these inebriated scavengers would realize that tonight's drunken words were no joke. Cheng Qi's eyes gleamed as he scrutinized Li Hongyun. She was unlike the other scavengers. As a higher-grade genetic being, her management skills were evident even from her brief remarks. Cheng Qi couldn't help but wonder if she could truly change the current situation. Maybe she could, maybe she couldn't, but she would certainly need an opportunity. Cheng Qi's gaze shifted to Hongyun's eyes. Despite her wearing some kind of biological camouflage glasses, the poor quality of the disguise was useless against Cheng Qi's Type I bioarmor. He saw through it immediately. Hongyun's pupils were completely black with just a thin ring of light, indicating she was an A-level genetic being. Cheng Qi recalled her behavior in front of Colonel Ning that day, which was clearly a reckless and desperate attempt at concealment. Suddenly, Hongyun, standing on the table, looked down at Cheng Qi with a drunken gaze and asked, "Hey, Cheng Qi, what's your dream?" The surrounding people also turned their attention to him. Cheng Qi chuckled, standing up. Compared to everyone else, my dream seems quite small, almost embarrassing to say. Come on. The crowd urged, today is dream day. Say whatever you want. No one will laugh at you. Caught up in the lively atmosphere, Cheng Qi put one foot on a stool and shouted, all right, I'll say it. My name is Cheng Qi, with Qi meaning beggar. My dream is to become the king of trash on this entire planet. Ha ha ha, this guy's had too much to drink. Well, that's ambitious. The crowd erupted into laughter. Hongyun laughed heartily. Haha, Cheng Qi, your dream sounds even harder to achieve than mine. Cheng Qi smirked. Wasn't it you who said that self-reliance is the magic of the weak? Haha, true. We all have magic. Hongyun exclaimed excitedly. Rita, bring more drinks for everyone. The plump Rita smiled as she brought more drinks, placing a large glass of beer in front of Cheng Qi. Just as Cheng Qi was about to pick up his glass, his thousand-eyed fly emitted a warning. Colonel Ning had dispatched 3 more squads, with lean and agile spies searching for information everywhere. Cheng Qi took a deep breath and said to Hongyun, Miss Yun, I have some work to attend to, so I must leave. Seeing the hint of disappointment in her eyes, he added, but since you treated me to drinks, I should return the favor. With that, he pulled out a test tube containing a pale blue liquid from his pocket and gently placed it on the table. Then, Cheng Qi waved goodbye to everyone and disappeared into the dim night. The bar was bustling with noise and excitement. The unlimited supply of drinks soon had most people drunk, but Hongyun sat alone in the corner, growing more sober by the minute. Cheng Qi's words echoed in her mind. Have you ever considered that Hua Kunlun might have been framed, and that squad might not be as legitimate as it seems? This thought was like a thorn, deeply embedded in Hongyun's heart. She suddenly stood up and, ignoring the drunken crowd around her, plunged into the night. Using the piles of trash as cover, Hongyun cautiously approached the area beneath 2 Harrier starships. Her heart raced as she hoped to confirm a vague suspicion. Were the 2 starships silently hovering in the air without any changes? Just then, Hongyun's eyes caught sight of a squad dressed in night suits. She quickly ducked behind a mound of trash, holding her breath as she observed. As her gaze focused, her pupils dilated slightly. Those people were holding military-grade particle-cutting knives. Questions flashed through Hongyun's mind one after another. Were they members of the Interstellar Alliance? Why weren't they in uniform? What were they doing out so late? Searching for Kunlun? But why only 1 squad? As Hongyun pondered, she accidentally stepped on a piece of metal trash, producing a clear sound. The squad, seemingly possessing extraordinary hearing, instantly turned in unison. Their eyes, equipped with some kind of night vision device, emitted a chilling red glow. The squad members moved swiftly, surrounding Hongyun's position in an instant. Before she could react, she was already exposed to dozens of blood-red gazes. Her body trembled with fear, and before she could speak, one of the squad members' voices reached her. A scavenger? How hideous and disgusting. All scavengers look like this. Ugly or not, the hunting plan hasn't stopped. A woman can still score a point. Let's just take her out. Without hesitation, one of the team members drew a particle-cutting knife, its cold gleam aimed directly at Hongyun's ear. In the hunting game, collecting a scavenger's ear earned points. In a panic, Hongyun raised her hand to block, the knife leaving a half-finger-long gash on her arm. The assailant, impatient, twisted his wrist, positioning the knife horizontally, the cold blade pressing toward Hongyun's throat. At the critical moment, a faint green ripple of an unknown force field suddenly appeared around them. The attacker's knife was blocked by an invisible force, unable to advance an inch. Everyone's movements became extremely labored, as if pressed down by a tremendous force. The squad members quickly realized someone nearby was interfering, but when they tried to turn, they found each movement extraordinarily difficult. Their spines and knee joints cracked, and their bodies involuntarily dropped to the ground. Suddenly, another chaotic gravitational wave hit, sending the entire squad flying, tumbling several meters away. Hong Yun was astonished to find herself unaffected. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, dark green bioflames flickering at their feet. Hong Yun's eyes widened, but due to the position and the night, she could only see the figure's back, clad in a tattered scavenger's cloak. The figure extended a hand, releasing wave after wave of faint green ripples, striking the fallen squad. Hong Yun's fear grew. She had never seen such equipment, let alone someone flying on the forbidden trash planet. The newcomer was none other than Cheng Qi, who had just dealt with another spy squad. His gravity field adjustment gloves and jet turbine-powered shoes, enhanced by Type 1 biocombat armor, had their performance boosted by nearly 50, turning the emitted gravity fields and jet flames into biotechry. Cheng Qi skillfully manipulated his gear, the green ripples he released growing denser, the gravity field's intensity increasing. The spy squad could only lie on the ground, howling in agony, unable to rise. Suddenly, the gravity field exceeded their body's limits. Bones shattered instantly, skin split open, and blood sprayed like burst tomatoes. In an instant, the intact bodies were crushed into meat patties, not even having a chance to see their assailant's face before being obliterated. Cheng Qi waved his hand lightly, as if he had just done something trivial. The small squad's signal jammers and particle-cutting daggers were enveloped in a layer of green ripples, slowly levitating. Cheng Qi's bioturbine jet shoes ignited, releasing green flames. With his hands behind his back, he mimicked the posture of an ancient immortal, gracefully ascending into the air. The equipment floated as if by telekinesis, following closely behind. In the blink of an eye, man and gear vanished into the night sky, leaving a faint green trail. Cheng Qi thought to himself, there's still a third scout team waiting for me to take care of. His handsman Thieback pose was entirely unnecessary, purely for the sake of a stylish image. Hong Yun witnessed the entire spectacle, eyes wide, standing frozen like a statue. Her mind raced with questions. Who is he? What level of technology does he possess? He doesn't seem like a human from Earth, yet he's wearing a scavenger's cloak. The effects of that equipment, why do they seem so fantastical? Almost like magic? Suddenly, Hong Yun shook her head vigorously, the alcohol in her system turning to cold sweat. A terrifying thought crossed her mind. The Interstellar Alliance team is definitely up to something. I need to get back and tell my father and sister immediately. Meanwhile, in the cargo hold of Harrier Starship No. 2, the atmosphere was heavy and somber. Over 600 imposter soldiers were crammed into the small space, their faces etched with anxiety and fear. They had just learned from Starship No. 1 that the previously dispatched squads had been completely wiped out, with no bodies recovered. A horrifying suspicion spread among them. Could Hua Kunlun really have regained her strength? Thinking of the once invincible female warrior, they shuddered. Oppressive, stifling, and unknown fear hung over everyone. Worse still, their superiors had ordered them to stay put in the starship and not go anywhere. Suddenly, an unusual noise broke the silence. Click, click. Several imposter soldiers turned their alert gaze towards a nearby transport crate. These crates were originally used to transport energy blocks and had been emptied 2 days ago. But now, one of the crates was making noise from within. Thud, thud. Someone was knocking from inside the crate. A group of imposter soldiers immediately raised their weapons and surrounded the crate. A bold individual stepped forward, his fingers trembling slightly as he unlocked the crate. He yanked open the door and aimed his firearm inside. To everyone's surprise, a beautiful woman in a red dress was curled up inside the crate. Her hands trembled as she carefully smoothed her disheveled long hair. Hello everyone. My name is Hannah, she said softly, her voice tinged with nervousness. I apologize for the intrusion. I hid in the crate and got transported here with the supply shuttle. Don't worry, I just want to meet Colonel Ning. I've been hiding here for 2 days and haven't found a chance to sneak out. I could use some food and water now. Hannah forced a charming smile and asked quietly, afterward, could you take me to see Colonel Ning? Suddenly, a malicious laugh erupted from the crowd. Haha, I heard that lower-grade gene carriers would do anything to climb up the ranks, even become playthings for higher-grade gene carriers. I didn't believe it before. Yeah, who knew Earth was the same way? Look, she's in a grade gene carrier. Hey guys, have any of you experienced an grade gene woman before? We've been pinned up for days. We need to release some stress. Fear washed over Hannah's face as she stammered. What are you saying? You're soldiers, aren't you? Haha, little lady, an imposter soldier sneered. Even if we really took you to Colonel Ning, he might not want you. But we won't turn you away. Look, we've also had physical enhancement injections. You can see the yellow rings in our eyes. The 600 imposter soldiers slowly closed in, their eyes glinting with greed and desire, drool dripping from their mouths. Hannah could hardly believe what she was seeing. Her eyes widened, and she shrank back into the depths of the crate, her voice trembling as she cried out, "What are you doing? Stay away." Tap, tap, tap. The sound of Colonel Ning's military boots echoed off the steel floor of the bridge. Beads of sweat slowly trickled down his forehead as he calculated in his mind. Only 12 hours left to capture Kunlun, and yet the general had summoned him now. Crossing the long suspension bridge, Colonel Ning arrived at the central circular platform. He halted and saluted crisply towards the shadow ahead. The bridge was eerily silent, devoid of any staff, a stark contrast to the usual hustle and bustle. Nevertheless, the entire Harrier-class starship was functioning flawlessly. Suddenly, a dim light flickered on the platform. The general's figure gradually emerged, a robust man in his 50s, clad in a black captain's uniform, sitting authoritatively on a massive metal chair. His face was stern, his skin dark, but the most striking feature was his congenital cleft lip, his upper lip split and extending to either side, a genetic condition. The general tilted his head up to look at Colonel Ning, his deep voice resonating in the silent bridge. "Take off that hideous mask of yours." Colonel Ning frowned but complied, reaching to the right side of his jawline. He peeled off a lifelike biomask, revealing his true face. A similarly square face, dark skin, and an identical cleft lip. "Brother." Colonel Ning lowered his head, avoiding eye contact, his voice tinged with unease. "Fourth brother." The general remained looking up. At this moment, the striking resemblance between their faces was evident, though the general appeared slightly older. "Fourth brother, do you remember our happy childhood on planet K23? The general's tone carried a hint of nostalgia. "I remember," Colonel Ning responded quietly. The general placed his hands on the metal armrests of his chair, lost in reminiscence. "Our father was a notorious interstellar pirate. He raised us with the money and food he plundered, teaching us to arm ourselves with his decades of experience battling the Interstellar Alliance. But in the end, he died in a bombardment by the Alliance, leaving not even his ashes behind." He sighed deeply, speaking with a weight of wisdom. "From that moment, I understood one thing. In a direct fight, we could never defeat the Interstellar Alliance. But by joining them under false identities, we could gain legitimate status and gradually undermine the behemoth from within. You all disagreed with my plan back then, so I pursued it alone, enlisting as a starship soldier." The general continued, "We were born with the gray genes, lacking individual talents. But as quadruplets, our genetic essence is a symbiotic gene within the special gene directory. This grants us powerful collective abilities, such as telepathy and coordinated movements. In extreme cases, one brother's experiences can be fully perceived by another." He leaned forward slightly, and only then did Colonel Ning notice the large helmet on the general's head, connected by numerous metallic wires trailing like dreadlocks to the Harrier-class starship's main control panel. The control panel housed a transparent glass case containing a fully exposed pink brain, nourished by dedicated nutrient tubes, with thousands of fine silver needles embedded as signal sensors. "That's my second brother, Ningyu." The general gazed at the brain with a look of affection. "I linked him to the entire Harrier-class starship, and through our symbiotic gene, I connect with him. Only we brothers can achieve this, and only this way can the starship reach its peak combat performance and responsiveness, forming a perfect synergy between the ship and its commander." The general's eyes widened, with 4 rings of light flashing in his pupils. "With their help, I gradually became the most brilliant tactician in the entire Interstellar Alliance, and one of its top 20 generals." His gaze shifted to Colonel Ning, carrying a hint of authority. "It was also I who transformed you from an interstellar pirate into Colonel Ning." Colonel Ning trembled involuntarily. He knew all too well that his brother's achievements came at the cost of their second and third brothers. The second brother's brain was on this starship, while the third brother, Ning Shan's brain, was on another Harrier-class starship. This allowed the general to single-handedly control 2 Alpha-class main starships perfectly. The general looked down at Colonel Ning with a tone of disappointment. "Fourth brother, is capturing a severely wounded Kunlun really that difficult? You've let me down." Ning Zhongxiao's legs trembled uncontrollably, and there was even a faint stain of urine on his crotch. Fear overwhelmed his rationality like a tidal wave. He couldn't accept the idea of becoming a permanently imprisoned and commanded shipboard brain. To him, it was the cruelest and most inhumane punishment in the world. In the dead of night, he had heard the human wails from the shipboard communicator, and he couldn't help but suspect that it might be the souls of his second and third brothers crying out. The general looked at Ning Zhongxiao's pathetic state and shook his head helplessly. "Ning Chuan, I've always pampered you since you were a child. If it weren't absolutely necessary, I wouldn't lay a hand on you. My physical condition isn't as good as yours, and someone needs to continue our family's mission." He paused, his gaze becoming sharp. "Do you remember our goal? We aim to climb to the highest ranks of the Galactic Alliance and then stir up a coup. We want to become the true official power in the galaxy, unstoppable, with no one daring to obstruct us." The general's tone suddenly turned somber. Right now, we are not strong enough, and Kunlun has discovered our secret. We absolutely cannot let her relay the information. Despite his brother's slightly softer tone, Ning Zhongxiao was still terrified. He knew his brother too well. Those eyes always resembled a beast eyeing fresh prey. Faced with the current situation, Ning Zhongxiao didn't know what to do. Let me show you something, the general said, his expression one of frustration. A signal line behind his head suddenly emitted a beam of light, flowing into the starship's core control panel. Instantly, the imaging system of the Harrier-class starship activated, projecting a virtual image overhead. The image depicted the landscape of Trash Earth. A landing pod from a Harrier-class starship was slowly descending, and 3 scout teams filed out. Ning Zhongxiao was puzzled. This was footage from about 10 minutes ago, a time when he was also monitoring everything through the starship scanning system. These 3 teams were following his orders to search for the whereabouts of the elite warrior squad. As of now, the scout teams were still searching, and Ning Zhongxiao had not received any feedback. The general's voice suddenly broke the silence. What you see is all an illusion. Ning Zhongxiao's eyes widened. What? The image zoomed in on one of the scout teams. Strangely, the picture became increasingly blurry, as if someone was adjusting the resolution. The screen was filled with more and more pixelation until the team members themselves turned into humanoid pixels. Suddenly, another pixelated figure descended from the sky. Immediately, bursts of red pixels erupted from the scout team members. The scene resembled a minor protection system, with no visible blood or broken bodies. But the viewers could clearly understand that the team members had died gruesomely. Ning Zhongxiao's face turned ashen, and his eyes twitched uncontrollably. In his information feedback, the life signals of this scout team were still normal. The general's voice was cold. I have previously achieved 7 first-class military merits. The Galactic Alliance rewarded me with a visual detector abandoned by a 4th-level civilization. It took nearly 7 years to repair, and I installed it on the Harrier-class starship. Earlier, I activated it, but within mere seconds, its internal energy was depleted. The engineers said it could no longer be used. The general's eyes gleamed coldly. The opponent's signal barrier is very strong. If not for that detector, we wouldn't have seen any of this. Ning Zhongxiao was horrified. A 4th-level civilization detector, and all it shows is a bunch of pixels? The general's voice was low. Someone is overestimating themselves, playing the role of a guardian in the dark. Ning Zhongxiao stared wide-eyed at the ultra-blurry footage that lasted only 33 seconds. He muttered to himself, that looks like Kunlun. He seems to be wearing a blue cloak. Is he a scavenger? How could there be such a scavenger? What is he doing? It looks like he's digging a hole. A barrage of unclear information bombarded Ning Zhongxiao's nerves, pushing him to the brink of a mental breakdown. The feeling inside him was indescribable. Earth, in their eyes, was nothing more than a rotten, stinking garbage dump, inhabited by a bunch of waste struggling on the edge of life and death. And the scene before him was like a maggot rising from cow dung, suddenly toppling a strong bull. Ning Zhongxiao was still in disbelief. How is this possible? The general's tone was steady. Clearly, he stumbled upon some powerful equipment, possibly even a highly advanced signal jammer. Although the chances are extremely low, he got lucky. Damn it! Ning Zhongxiao gritted his teeth as he stared at the screen. He killed my comrades, the brothers I fought side by side with. The general leaned back in his chair, his voice calm. The good news is, Kunlun hasn't regained her combat abilities. The bad news is, a lone hero has emerged from the countless scavengers. Of course, even if he has incredible luck, after finding a high-level signal jammer, it should be all used up by now. As for his combat skills, they might be flashy, but they're nothing in the eyes of the general. The general coldly remarked, if he shows his face in front of me, I can kill him in an instant. He paused, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. However, this guy might have some connection to Kunlun. I want you to find him. The general's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice low and intimidating. As for the method, you need to fabricate charges against those scavengers and arrest them on a large scale. If they resist, shoot them on the spot. A cold smile played on his lips. And that guy in the blue cloak, he wants to play hero, doesn't he? He'll definitely show up. Colonel Ning stood up straight, determination flashing in his eyes. Big brother, don't worry. I will become your most reliable assistant. I will be as crucial as the ship's AI. I will not disappoint you again. He stared at the holographic projection, his chest rising and falling slightly, with only one thought in his mind: to execute his brother's orders perfectly and be useful. This was his only path. In the scene, the figure in the blue cloak stood alone on the ground, gazing up at the 2 Falcon-class starships in the sky. Behind him, the scattered lights of the scavengers flickered. Colonel Ning sneered, his teeth grinding. A hero? He's just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. No one can block my brother's path. Then, Colonel Ning walked briskly inside the Falcon-class starship, his brows furrowed. His adjutant followed closely, cautiously saying, "Boss, you mentioned framing those scavengers, but that might be a bit difficult." Colonel Ning had already put on his handsome mask again, but his eyes were filled with gloom. He suddenly stopped and turned to ask, "Do you remember Chairman Li's eldest daughter? That woman named Hong Yuan?" The adjutant nodded, a hint of excitement in his eyes. "That girl looks good, and she's got grade genes. I remember her well." "Grade?" Colonel Ning sneered. "I've taken genetic drugs multiple times and failed many times. My current grade genes are hard won. And that woman, I could tell right away that something was off with her. Her condition was clearly a sign of failed genetic enhancement." The adjutant was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Then why did you stop us from conducting a genetic test on her? If she's really grade, her data would be synced to the Galactic Alliance headquarters during the test. A high-grade genetic individual appearing on this trash planet would definitely draw attention from the top." Colonel Ning chuckled lowly, a cunning glint in his eyes. "Although the possibility is almost zero, I didn't want to take any risks at the time because I promised the brothers a hunting game. In other words, as long as we kill some trash, it won't attract the Alliance's attention." The adjutant suddenly understood. "Got it. You don't want to play along with them anymore. You're ready to expose them. And deceiving Alliance officers and forging genetic identities is a serious crime." The hazy sun slowly rose, casting a faint light over the polluted air of the ruined Earth. Inside the headquarters of the Scavenger Alliance, a tense standoff was unfolding. Chairman Li's face was flushed, his fists clenched tightly, and his voice trembled with anger. "Hong Yuan, do you even understand what you're saying?" Hong Yuan stood her ground, meeting her father's eyes. She slowly raised her arm, rolling up her sleeve to reveal a hideous, charred wound. "I know exactly what I'm saying," she replied calmly. "Only a particle-cutting knife, standard issue for the Interstellar Alliance squad, could cause such an injury." Chairman Li's eyes widened, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He quickly countered, "What if some bandits got their hands on a particle-cutting knife?" Hong Yuan tilted her head slightly, her gaze unwavering. "And what if the Interstellar Alliance squad themselves are the bandits?" "You." Chairman Li's body trembled violently, his anger thinly veiling a deep-seated fear. He gritted his teeth and demanded, "Where did you get these terrible ideas from?" Hong Yuan answered serenely, "A scavenger named Cheng Qi." He opened my eyes. "Cheng Qi? A scavenger?" Chairman Li was on the verge of collapse, his voice filled with despair. "You're trusting a scavenger over the regular army? Hong Yuan, have you lost your mind?" He took a deep breath, continuing, "Do you know that we have always lived on the edge? If the squad truly saw scavengers as nothing, why are we still alive?" Chairman Li slammed his fist on the table, producing a dull thud. "And why do they bring us food?" Hong Yun's eyes flickered with thought. After a moment, she whispered, "Someone is protecting us." Chairman Li's eyes widened in disbelief. "Who?" Hong Yun furrowed her brow, hesitating before she answered, "I'm not sure, but he might be a scavenger too, maybe Cheng Qi." Cheng Qi again. Chairman Li had lost all patience, his voice filled with frustration and helplessness. He stood up, leaning over the table to look down at Hong Yun. "Daughter, open your eyes. We are in a junkyard. Do you think a scavenger can rise up against the Interstellar Alliance squad?" Chairman Li's voice grew more agitated. "Our entire scavenger alliance has only 7 cobbled-together beam pistols with a total of 110 rounds. Under such conditions, can an ordinary scavenger fight against the Interstellar Alliance squad? Can he secretly thwart them?" He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. "I almost got swayed by you. The Interstellar Alliance squad would never harm us." Chairman Li emphasized each word. "I can't believe and won't believe what you're saying." At that moment, a member of the Scavenger Alliance rushed in, breathless. "Chairman, Colonel Ning is here unexpectedly." "What?" Chairman Li's expression turned serious. He hurriedly straightened his clothes, urging Hong Yuan to stand in preparation for their guest. He anxiously glanced around, muttering, "Where has Hannah run off to?" "Forget it." Then, raising his voice, he commanded, "Prepare the best filtered water and bring out my prize to leaves." As Chairman Li was in a state of anxious anticipation, Colonel Ning entered the room with a squad of fully armed soldiers. The air instantly grew tense, and everyone breathed cautiously. Colonel Ning smiled slightly, his voice calm yet authoritative. "Chairman Li, no need for the trouble. This conversation will be brief. And that tea you cherish, is it even drinkable?" Chairman Li was taken aback, his expression freezing. He opened his mouth but found himself unable to speak. Colonel Ning sat down slowly, his gaze locking onto the 2 glowing rings in Hong Yun's eyes, indicative of a grade gene. His voice turned cold. "Chairman Li, do you know the consequences of forging a genetic identity?" At these words, Chairman Li's face turned ashen, as if doused with a bucket of ice water. His hands trembled uncontrollably, and he could only hide them behind his back. Hong Yuan remained composed, speaking slowly. The forger, as well as any accomplices, will be arrested and face up to 10 years in prison. Colonel Ning smiled enigmatically. Miss Hongyun, you know the regulations well. But you didn't cover everything. He crossed his legs and continued. Let me add something. If, hypothetically, and I stress hypothetically, Miss Hongyun's grade gene is fake, and you only deceived some scavengers here on Earth to gain respect, that would indeed be a moderate crime. Colonel Ning's voice suddenly became low and menacing. But if you deceived an officer of the Interstellar Alliance squad like me, and used the grade gene identity to receive resource subsidies worth millions of credits, then you would be deceiving the entire Galactic Alliance. That is a level 9 felony. 60 years in prison. Or even the death penalty. Colonel Ning scanned the room, his gaze as sharp as a blade. And this would implicate not just everyone in your scavenger alliance, but also those scavengers in the square who fought over energy blocks. They either aided or benefited from the crime. None would escape. Colonel Ning's voice turned icy, his words cutting through the air like a knife. If that were the case, I would suppress the entire junkyard Earth. Do you understand what suppression means? If anyone resists, I have the authority to execute them on the spot. Chairman Li was trembling like a leaf, his clothes soaked in cold sweat. He forced a grim smile and stammered, Colonel Ning, you must be joking. How could we dare deceive you? Perhaps it's divine favor, but Hongyun, she has extraordinary talent. However, before he could finish, Colonel Ning silenced him with a gesture. For soldiers behind him carried in a large gene testing device, moving slowly into the room. The heavy footsteps felt like the march of death, each step pounding on Chairman Li's heart. He felt dizzy, his entire body turning cold as if he had plunged into a freezing lake. One thought consumed his mind. It's over. We're all done for. In the suffocating silence, Colonel Ning spoke slowly, his voice tinged with amusement. Miss Hongyun. Commander Ning extended his hand, pointing at the gene testing machine with a smile. Please. The enormous device had already started, its hatch open, revealing a humanoid space inside. Its massive size was due to its comprehensive testing capabilities. In the Galactic Alliance, gene grading was of utmost importance, making the testing process extremely rigorous. Once the tester entered, the machine would conduct 12 tests, including blood, DNA, and iris recognition, ensuring 100 accuracy. Hongyun, her face calm, stepped into the machine. As the hatch slowly closed, she glanced at her father one last time. Chairman Li was completely paralyzed, his heart filled with despair. Blue technological lights pulsed on the machine's exterior, rapidly collecting samples and generating vast amounts of data. Characters began to appear on the screen, eventually forming 2 lines of text. Test complete. Subject has high-grade genes. Chairman Li's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. Hongyun had originally been classified as an A-grade gene, which fell into the high-grade category. The machine's assessment was expected, but this was just preliminary information. The specific grade that followed was what truly mattered. Commander Ning sneered, his eyes fixed on the screen. I didn't expect this. You do have a decent foundation. A-grade genes disguised as grade? That's a significant deception. Suddenly, the screen flashed the final verdict. Subject's precise gene grade, gray. Chairman Li slapped his forehead, wailing, It's over. It's over. My daughter is actually grade. We have been deceived. He abruptly widened his eyes and stood up. Approaching the screen, he rubbed his eyes vigorously and gasped, stepping back 3 paces. Grade. It's really grade. How could this? He swallowed the rest of his words. The hatch of the testing machine slowly opened, revealing Hongyun's eyes, glowing with blue rings. She was already stunningly beautiful, but now, with these mysterious and noble rings, her aura was even more imposing and aloof. Commander Ning froze in his seat, his eyes full of disbelief. Did I see it wrong? How is this possible? Her appearance that day was clearly due to medication backlash. She even used makeup to cover it. But the gene testing machine doesn't make mistakes. His mouth slightly agape, he tilted his head, staring blankly at Hongyun. How could a grade gene appear on the trash planet? They couldn't possibly get high-efficiency medication. They lacked both the capability and the resources. Just then, a staff member from the Scavenger Alliance entered with a pot of brewed tea, placing it beside Commander Ning. Hongyun adjusted her clothes and gracefully stepped out of the testing machine. She lifted her head and chest, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she recalled the events of the previous night. The bar, the dream day, the scavenger boy in the blue cloak, and the pale green potion he left behind. She had tried hard to trace the potion's origin, which seemed to be the work of the genius alchemist Valente, but no records mentioned this specific form of Valente's potion. In the dim morning light, she stood by the window, reminiscing about the pure eyes of the boy in the blue cloak, feeling an inexplicable sense of trust. Finally, she had drunk the potion in the faint sunlight. Now, standing in front of Commander Ning, Hongyun's posture was elegant. She extended her slender, white hand. picked up the teapot, and poured a cup of tea for Commander Ning. Then, she slightly raised her fair chin and said, "Commander Ning, this tea does indeed come from the trash planet and has been covered in dust for a long time. But the real cannot be faked, and the fake cannot be real. With new help and nurturing, it has magically revived, authentic and aromatic. Would you like to try it?" Commander Ning's hand trembled slightly as he instinctively took the cup. He stared into Hong Yun's eyes, his face still filled with disbelief. How could this be? Colonel Ning led his troops away from the Scavengers Alliance headquarters. A few hundred meters from the plaza, he couldn't resist looking back, his gaze fixed on the towering headquarters building. His face was etched with frustration and regret from the failed mission. The fact that Hong Yun's genetic level was indeed genuine had robbed him of any justification for action. Without realizing it, Colonel Ning arrived at the landing craft. Lost in his rage, he stumbled on the ladder and fell to one knee. His entourage rushed over, concerned. "Colonel Ning, are you all right?" Eyes burning with fury, Colonel Ning waved them off and stood up. He turned again to glare at the Scavengers' headquarters, teeth clenched. "Bring the remnants of Hua Kunlun's 24th Fleet and spread them evenly in Earth's atmosphere. Collect the bodies of Hua Kunlun's old followers as well." The adjutant raised an eyebrow. "What are you planning, sir?" Colonel Ning's eyes turned icy. "During this time, I want every scavenger dead, including that blue-caped one. He knows who we really are. I need to draw him out and find out what he knows about Hua Kunlun. Then, kill them all and end this once and for all." A glimmer of bloodlust flickered in the adjutant's eyes. "And then we can blame the massacre on Hua Kunlun?" "Not just that." Colonel Ning's face twisted. "Afterward, I'll report to our superiors that we destroyed Hua Kunlun, this heartless demon, just as she was slaughtering innocents. We'll come out as heroes, at least in name." The adjutant's eyes widened with excitement. "It's risky, but thrilling. But if we leave even one survivor, then leave none," Colonel Ning declared resolutely. "There's no turning back from this path. But they forced my hand. I have no choice." He looked up at the Scavengers' headquarters, his eyes filled with madness. "Time is of the essence." Colonel Ning ordered urgently. "Have the men check their gear, medics prepare the painkillers, and mechanics inspect the equipment. In 3 hours, we launch our assault and start the most thrilling hunt." Meanwhile, Cheng Qi stood in front of his shack, watching Colonel Ning's landing craft return to the Sparrow-class starship. He shrugged, guessing that Colonel Ning would use the excuse of Hong Yun's fake genetics to stir up trouble. Cheng Qi recalled that when he first synthesized the genetic potion, the initial batch of Valente Fantasy Potion was exactly 5 vials. He had given the last one to Hong Yun. The potion had a 99.9 success rate, essentially a blind box, with genetic enhancement depending on the user's innate talent. Hong Yun, with her A-level genetic makeup, was a rare gem on this trash-filled Earth. It seemed she had succeeded. Cheng Qi squinted, pondering. For someone like Colonel Ning, extreme behavior and madness are the norm. Especially after repeated setbacks, his pent-up rage will only make him more uncontrollable. Like a lit fuse on a bomb, he won't hold back anymore. The final battle is imminent. Let it come. Cheng Qi's eyes sparkled with determination. Behind him, the underground shelter's door slowly opened. The young man entered and began preparing his strategic materials. In his workshop, Cheng Qi laid out the equipment he had recently acquired. By taking down 3 scout teams, he had obtained 36 small signal jammers and 36 particle-cutting knives. Including his previous stock, he now had 84 military-grade particle-cutting knives. After organizing his thoughts, Cheng Qi combined the small signal jammers into a second Innocence defense array. He then turned his attention to the 84 military-grade particle-cutting knives. These modern-tech cold weapons were something he hadn't synthesized before, and he had stockpiled them to create something new. Cheng Qi raised his arm, and a blue fan-shaped scanning beam emitted from his STC. Similar technological artifacts detected, beginning synthesis. The system's prompt sounded. With a flash of light, the 84 military-grade particle-cutting knives disassembled into their basic components and reassembled. When the light faded, there were 42 military-grade particle scimitars and 21 military-grade light-blade longswords. These new weapons had completely changed in appearance, evolving from knives into longer, more powerful blades. Satisfied, Cheng Qi looked at the upgraded weapons, ready for the impending battle. Cheng Qi didn't pause. He was eager to get the ultimate answers. He swiftly issued the command, disassemble into raw materials. Military Quantum Oscillation Sword 10. Military Force Field Shield Sword 5. As the command was executed, a series of futuristic-looking weapons appeared before him. Cheng Qi's eyes swept over the weapons, his brow furrowing. "Why do they all have military in their names?" he muttered, pondering whether the upgrade paths for these weapons were all locked into military equipment. With questions in mind, Cheng Qi gently picked up one of the military force field shield swords. The sword exuded a high-tech vibe, but its blade was dull and lifeless, showing no signs of activation. Cheng Qi knew that such technological weapons had to be activated to reveal their full functionality. At that moment, the holographic screen on the hilt suddenly lit up, displaying a line of striking red text. No military records found. Device cannot be activated. Cheng Qi nodded in understanding, instantly realizing the nature of these weapons. They were high-end military gear with security locks, making them unusable without the proper authorization, even if they fell into civilian hands. But Cheng Qi didn't stop there. He still had two synthesis opportunities left. He decisively ordered, disassemble into raw materials. Military Gravitational War Spear 2. Disassemble into raw materials. Exclusive military weapon Red Lotus War God 1. As the command was executed, a crimson spear adorned with golden patterns appeared before Cheng Qi. This weapon from 120 years in the future automatically activated its built-in force field. Standing tall on the ground, towering over Cheng Qi gazed at the spear, feeling the unparalleled lethal aura it emitted. Red technological light flowed along the spear, like reversed water from the heavens, converging at the razor-sharp tip. The starlight gleam from the spear's tip pierced Cheng Qi's eyes, causing him to take a sharp breath. This weapon gave Cheng Qi the feeling of staring at a battlefield strewn with corpses. It symbolized the indomitable spirit of a warrior, inspiring those who fought with its piercing resonance and immense sharpness. Cheng Qi realized that this synthesis was a jackpot. This future combat equipment integrated multiple advanced features, even including the elusive antimatter technology. However, the term exclusive weapon made Cheng Qi suspicious. With a mix of anticipation and apprehension, Cheng Qi slowly stood up and reached out to grasp the imposing spear. Suddenly, with a buzz, the spear released a tangible defense field, like an invisible wall, pushing Cheng Qi back 2 meters. A system prompt immediately appeared. This weapon can only recognize the Red Lotus War God, and the creator of the Red Lotus War God is a legendary genius mechanic. Are you kidding me? Cheng Qi gritted his teeth, finally understanding everything. Even if he forcibly took this weapon, the biometric lock would prevent its activation. This outcome left Cheng Qi both excited and frustrated. He muttered in exasperation, "Who the heck is Red Lotus?" Filled with longing and helplessness over this powerful yet unusable weapon. Dad, if I install those things, can I really become the strongest soldier in the entire galaxy? In the dark corner of an underground shelter, a broken mechanical body was fixed to an iron frame. This was Hua Kunlun, once the top warrior of the galaxy, now reduced to a barely functioning heap of parts. Her program was chaotic, her eyes flickering with fragmented images. A warm scene appeared in her visual system. On a green prairie, a little girl with a red ponytail sat quietly with a burly man. The peaceful image was abruptly interrupted by a blinding flash, followed by deafening explosions and heart-wrenching screams. The scene shifted to the pitch-black universe, where hundreds of sniper beams hit the adult Hua Kunlun. She floated in space like a kite with a broken string, her body riddled with countless bullet holes. These fragmented memories caused Hua Kunlun's head to shake violently, and she let out a low growl of both anger and fear. Cheng Qi leaned against the doorway of the workshop, arms crossed, silently observing Hua Kunlun's reaction. A hint of regret flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. At that moment, Han Zai appeared at the entrance of the shelter, carrying a massive pile of junk over 6 meters high. Cheng Qi, the monkeys are here. They've been holding back for days, and now they're delivering a ton of scrap. Han Zai shouted excitedly, using a local term for the pile of garbage. Cheng Qi carefully examined the junk mountain and found that 80 of it consisted of damaged cybernetic bodies, with all sorts of parts included. He nodded in satisfaction, silently praising the monkey's efficiency and capability. Hua Kunlun struggled to turn her head. Due to damage to her control chip, she could only open one eye fully, while the other eyelid twitched mechanically. "Are you really planning to help me?" she asked Cheng Qi. "This will put you at great risk. I know it's impossible to find suitable parts on this garbage planet. I won't have excessive demands or expectations. Asking you to restore all my functions is simply too much. I just need a pair of usable legs to escape the encirclement and return to the Alliance headquarters. Of course, whatever you manage to do will be a tremendous help to someone in my desperate situation." As she spoke, a spark erupted from her neck, and she struggled to make a nodding gesture. "Kunlun will always remember the help from Mr. Cheng Qi. Thank you." Cheng Qi smiled. "Got it?" Inside the workshop, Cheng Qi scrutinized the cybernetic bodies on the ground. Although there was no shortage of parts, including even artificial lungs, they all had one common issue. None had any surface armor or synthetic skin, just skeletons or partial cores. Cheng Qi picked up a cybernetic arm, now reduced to a blackened metal bone with unidentified bite marks, possibly from one of Zizi's kin who had gnawed on it in the junk pile before discarding it as inedible. Stretching his shoulders, Cheng Qi's eyes gleamed with determination. "Well, let's get started." Hua Kunlun had only a little energy left in her, but she refused to go into hibernation. She kept her eyes open, her beautiful red pupils fixed on Cheng Qi's workshop. The makeshift space, built from old wooden boards and metal, constantly flickered with blue light, indicating some sort of welding work. Despite knowing that expecting too much under such conditions was unreasonable, Hua Kunlun still hoped the young mechanic could piece together a functional body from the scrap. This was her only chance, and she kept praying. Just to move, just to be able to move. 20 minutes later, Cheng Qi emerged from the workshop carrying a set of blackened cybernetic skeletons. Due to module damage, Hua Kunlun's vision was a bit blurry, but she was still amazed at how quickly Cheng Qi had assembled the scrap bones. As Cheng Qi approached, Hua Kunlun's vision gradually cleared. Her one eye widened in shock. It was a set of fully refurbished cybernetic skeletons, with the rust gone, the broken parts repaired, and a matte carbon fiber texture on the surface. The bones were also covered in tiny spiral patterns. An astonishing realization caused a spark to shoot from the back of Hua Kunlun's head. Those weren't ordinary patterns. They were microrotor bones. With hundreds of microrotor matrices built in, spinning at high speeds to generate power through gravitons, they ensured lightweight construction while significantly enhancing the prosthetic's attack and movement speed. This design would make the prosthetic's actions much swifter, providing a strong advantage in combat or operations. Hua Kunlun looked at these intricate bones in disbelief, her heart filled with shock and a glimmer of hope. This technology represents the pinnacle of the Galactic Science Alliance's artificial limb division, surpassing the capabilities of a natural body. And Cheng Qi has mastered it? Hua Kunlun's eyes trembled violently as she pondered in disbelief. This technology should be impossible to leak, and even if it did, it couldn't have reached a backwater planet like Earth. Suddenly, a shocking thought crossed her mind. Cheng Qi developed this technology independently, coincidentally matching the top-tier techniques of the Galactic Alliance. Hua Kunlun's shock deepened, leaving her with one overwhelming thought. Cheng Qi's talent is extraordinary. But then doubts arose. How could he complete a skeletal overhaul and integrate microrotor technology in such a short time? Her gaze swept over the few simple wooden shacks, silently guessing. Does he have some kind of large-scale production line in his workshop? Cheng Qi seemed to read her confusion and softly said, "Materials are limited, so we'll have to make do." He approached Kunlun, picked up an arm, and connected it to her body. Instantly, countless hair-thin tendrils extended from the arm's skeletal end, snaking through the air before slowly burrowing into Kunlun's battered shoulder, beginning to merge with her electronic nerves. Hua Kunlun's heart trembled again. She realized this technology surpassed her understanding of rotor skeletal systems. Those black fibers resembled some kind of nanoscale biological nerves. Her emotional support module issued increasingly strong warnings as she struggled to comprehend what was happening. "I suspect those imposters will soon drop their facade," Cheng Qi said, meticulously fitting piece after piece of microrotor bone. Scapula, arm bones, ribs. Hua Kunlun's expression grew serious. Cheng Qi continued, "I have a plan. If they dare act recklessly, I'll make sure they never leave here." Hua Kunlun was stunned. To her, trapping everyone here seemed impossible, let alone disabling a starship without destroying Ithis was pure fantasy. Cheng Qi's face remained calm as he said, "They say to know your enemy and yourself is to fight 100 battles without danger, but I know nothing about those two starships." Hua Kunlun frowned and explained, "The captain of the Harrier-class starship is Ningfeng, the most talented commander the Galactic Alliance has seen in the past 2 decades. His greatest asset is the 2 fully armed Harrier-class starships. The moment you show yourself, he could use the starship's star annihilation cannon to obliterate you instantly." In the Alliance, people often describe Ningfeng's connection with his starship as one with the universe. Cheng Qi's hands paused as he asked, "What kind of power does the star annihilation cannon have?" Due to the limitations of the ship size, it carries a secondary star annihilation energy cannon. A single attack generates a pressure 30 times that of Earth's core. Hua Kunlun's red pupils flickered. The star annihilation cannon, as the name suggests, annihilates stars. No individual can withstand that power, not even at my peak. Got it. Cheng Qi's voice was unusually calm. So, the 2 starships are equipped with just 1 star annihilation cannon? How can we prevent a second shot? Hua Kunlun's expression froze momentarily. She didn't understand what Cheng Qi meant by a second shot. As for most beings, experiencing the cannon's power once would be their last. She explained, "The Harrier's defense shield, codenamed Sky Shield, is one of the most robust force field shields in the Galactic Alliance. To prevent a second shot, you must penetrate the Sky Shield and destroy the cannon's core. The only way to breach the Sky Shield is to concentrate a high-energy, high-density beam on one of its diamond-shaped units. If the attack is powerful enough, the shield might suffer unit damage, creating a small breach. But the Sky Shield has 7 layers. Even if all 7 layers are breached instantly, the shield will rotate like a Rubik's Cube, shifting all 7 breaches into a massive maze. And in 30 seconds, the cannon will fire again. No one can get through." Hua Kunlun said with a complex expression, It's unrealistic to think you can break through the sky shield alone. Got it. Cheng Qi's eyes gleamed with a certain light. Hua Kunlun was puzzled. Despite her explanation of Ningfeng's strength, Cheng Qi's only response was a calm "got it?" Cheng Qi suddenly asked, "If I repair you completely, will you help me fight the imposters?" Hua Kunlun didn't hesitate. "Yes." Cheng Qi nodded. "But actually, your best option is to return to the Galactic Alliance headquarters during the chaos and report everything accurately." Hua Kunlun was silent for a moment, then firmly said, "First, you gave me a second life, and I must repay that kindness. Second, scavengers are also residents of the Galactic Alliance, and as a soldier, if I know they are about to be killed and do nothing, I won't be able to sleep. I have to do something." Cheng Qi pursed his lips and nodded. Actually, this set of pitch black, skinless bones doesn't quite match the great genius Cheng's reputation. At this moment, Hua Kunlun suddenly realized that throughout their conversation, Cheng Qi had only laid out the microrotor bones on the ground without installing them. She saw him gather the bones with a smile and say, "Wait a moment," breaking down the raw materials to begin synthesis in the workspace. Cheng Qi's face was bathed in a blue technological glow. He stared at the equipment before him, his mind made up. After confirming Hua Kunlun's true intentions, Cheng Qi decided to give her a greater opportunity. The previous microrotor skeleton was just a test. In fact, Cheng Qi had only used half of the scrapped prosthetics. Now, with the addition of new materials, the final product was expected to leap 2 levels. He took a deep breath and activated the STC system. In a brilliance akin to the descent of a creator, the STC initiated a new round of synthesis. The dilapidated junk equipment before him began to undergo a miraculous transformation. 8 became 4, 4 became 2, and under the divine light, it was renewed. The new bionic skeleton was complete, covering all parts of the human body. Cheng Qi carefully examined the annotations on the skeleton. It was a new form of carbon element called carbon-24, which had surpassed human technology. The skeleton was not only extremely lightweight but also upgraded with microrotor technology and added magnetic control technology. The basic combat data of this skeleton had increased by at least 3 times. However, Cheng Qi was not satisfied. His heart raced with anticipation as he ordered, "Break down to raw materials and continue synthesis." The STC system quickly responded, initiating the overall scheme synthesis module. Cheng Qi was taken aback and murmured, "Overall scheme?" Moments later, the success chime sounded. Cheng Qi's eyes widened as he gazed at the creation before him. A 3.5-level cyber civilization core structure. The system annotation popped up. "This is also known as the top-tier equipment of the VIA-level cyber war skeleton." The annotation detailed the state of human civilization 620 years later. Humanity continued in the universe through comprehensive prosthetics, giving birth to cyber civilization. However, the rampant spread of electronic drugs led to widespread mental distortion among cyber life forms, causing a split in the cyber civilization and igniting a century-long cyber war. The VIA-level cyber war skeleton was the pinnacle of cyber underground civilization's combat power, equipped with a unique 2 minutes and 1 second red temperature mode. It housed a BCM5241 integrated processing chip, providing comprehensive combat enhancement capabilities. Cheng Qi stared at the approximately 170 centimeters tall, light red skeleton. It was no longer a collection of scattered bones but a complete entity, with numerous details filled in. Cybernetic eyes embedded in the eye sockets, red glowing human brain auxiliary chip installed on the forehead, a new mechanical spine, and a bionic heart. The red fibers bulging on the skeleton's surface formed bionic muscles. Only the inside of the skull remained empty, awaiting the implantation of a human brain to activate the entire system. Cheng Qi finally understood the meaning of the overall scheme module mentioned by the STC. It completed the synthesis in one go, directly achieving the user's goal and eliminating the cumbersome assembly steps. With a mix of excitement and anticipation, Cheng Qi pushed open the door of the workspace and walked out slowly. The head of the beautiful woman lifted with effort, gazing in Cheng Qi's direction. Her eyes, previously dimmed due to energy shortage, now shone brightly. What was even more astonishing was that the cyber prosthetic skeleton floated behind Cheng Qi. Its wrist and ankle areas emitted light red ripple force fields, allowing the entire body to hover vertically. Even though it had not been activated, it stood like a war god, exuding a powerful aura. Hua Kunlun keenly sensed the strength and mystery of this skeleton. As someone who had once integrated the most advanced prosthetics of human civilization, she knew very well that the technology before her might have already surpassed the realm of human civilization. Given her understanding, Hua Kunlun couldn't fathom the technological sophistication of the cybernetic exoskeleton before her. She looked at Cheng Qi in shock, her mind swirling with questions and amazement, unsure of where to begin. "You've truly surpassed all my expectations," Hua Kunlun said, her mechanical head glinting with red pupils. Transplanting a biological brain is a complex and precise process. I can describe my modified experience in detail to help you complete the operation. Cheng Qi shook his head gently. No need, he said, slightly tilting his head as the KP03 Quantum Intelligent Repair Cluster activated. Tens of thousands of nanobot repair units drifted like black smoke, settling lightly on Hua Kunlun's mechanical head. They swiftly began analyzing her neural connection system, instantly devising a safe transplantation plan. The next moment, tiny arcs of electricity flickered within Hua Kunlun's head as the quantum repair cluster got to work. Her eyes widened as her passive safety system informed her that the precision of the brain transplant far exceeded the standards of the Galactic Science Alliance. Get rid of those outdated chips in your brain, Cheng Qi's voice echoed. Hua Kunlun was taken aback again. She slowly turned her eyes to the side, focusing on a nearby pale red cybernetic exoskeleton. A chip in its forehead glowed intermittently with red light, as if calling out to her with a sense of destiny. Cheng Qi stroked his chin, frowning. It's still missing something. The upgrade path for this equipment ultimately leads to an internal skeleton, he explained. Cybernetic life forms have separate systems for external armor and internal skeletons. To be honest, right now, you're just a red technological skeleton, and you'd scare little girls if you went outside like this. Hua Kunlun couldn't hide her surprise. This is already incredibly impressive. How could I ask for more? Besides, there probably isn't any armor material on Earth that could match this skeleton. Cheng Qi glanced at the other side of the shelter, where another type of scrap was neatly piled, including 15 metal smelting crucibles brought by the scavengers. These small devices were typically used to melt various alloys and extract precious metals. He quickly gathered a pile of crucibles and dove into the workshop. Before long, his voice echoed out, breaking them down to raw materials to synthesize high-energy polymer crucibles 7. Halo smelting furnaces 3. Moro's Forge Intelligent Production Line 1. Cheng Qi continued, capable of smelting and forging 223 types of rare alloys, incorporating the lifelong forging techniques of Master Moros. It combines forging, design, and coding. The final performance of the products is closely tied to the forging materials, with a maximum toughness increase of 300. Adhering to Moros's ultimate mechanical aesthetics, every item produced by this line will become a sought-after piece in the interstellar collectibles market. Satisfied with his work, Cheng Qi nodded and smiled. He turned and opened the wooden door of the workshop, leaning against the doorframe, and gazed at the distant figure of Hua Kunlun. Sigh, General Hua Kunlun. Meeting me was really your good fortune. In your past life, you must have saved the galaxy. Hua Kunlun frowned with difficulty. I don't quite understand what you mean, and frankly, I've saved the galaxy twice in this lifetime. Cheng Qi was stunned, nodding repeatedly. All right, you win. Cheng Qi buried himself in his work for 20 minutes, and finally completed the task at hand. He took a deep breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and sat back down. Grabbing a bright red apple, he took a big bite, savoring the refreshing sweetness. Whether it was assembling or researching machinery, this level of focus always captivated him, making him feel insatiable. Suddenly, the small Saturn-shaped device on the ceiling, the innocent defense array, started flashing with a blinding red light and emitting a sharp alarm. Cheng Qi paused for a moment, furrowing his brow. A real-time image of the surface appeared in his vision. A small garbage transport ship was landing near his shack, bearing the insignia of the Interstellar Alliance Squad. Cheng Qi quickly traced the source of the information and discovered that this transport ship had detached from a Harrier-class starship. What's going on? How did they find this place? He muttered to himself, slowly standing up, his eyes fixed on the garbage ship. The hatch opened slowly, and a man in a white lab coat, around 60 years old, stepped out. He looked somewhat shifty-eyed and kept waving his hands, shouting softly, "Don't shoot! Don't shoot! I'm one of you!" Cheng Qi was taken aback again. This guy's actions were like those of an intruder in a village, yet he claimed to be one of us? Ridiculous. The man continued to shout, "I'm coming in. Don't attack me." He lifted the flap of Cheng Qi's tent, only to find it empty and in disarray. At that moment, Cheng Qi, clad in a blue scavenger's cloak, emerged quietly from behind a nearby garbage heap. He was holding a sharp black dagger and said coldly, "You'd better explain yourself, or I'll make sure you stay here forever." Seeing Cheng Qi, the man in the white coat immediately ran over, nodding and bowing with a smile. "Are you Mr. Cheng Qi? I'm sent by Boss Missouri. Mo?" Cheng Qi was puzzled, glancing between the garbage ship and the Harrier-class starship in the sky. The man in the white coat continued to explain with a smile, "Haha. I'm known as the Thousand Faces Demon, currently employed by Boss Missouri. He sent me here to pick up some goods." Thousand Faces Demon? Cheng Qi's eye twitched, thinking how childish such a nickname was in this day and age. Sensing Cheng Qi's skepticism, the man in the white coat quickly added, "Rest assured, I'm not with the Interstellar Alliance. I captured one of their logistics team members in advance and used a biodisguise mask to infiltrate the Harrier-class starship. My mission is to collect the goods from you and leave promptly. Cheng Qi was somewhat surprised. He recalled that Mo had indeed mentioned finding a way to retrieve the Heintrapy alloy, but he hadn't expected it to be done this way. The man in the white coat continued, Mr. Cheng, the Interstellar Alliance squad is planning something big, and their internal situation is chaotic. I slipped out under the guise of disposing of medical waste. I'm disguised as a nutritionist, usually responsible for delivering anti-aging drugs to them, and I don't know their specific plans. You must be very careful. Cheng Qi tilted his head and asked, do you know what you're supposed to pick up? 12,450 pieces of Heintrapy alloy. The man in the white coat answered immediately. Cheng Qi remained doubtful. You surely know that this stuff is incredibly valuable, so I have to be cautious. The man in the white coat nodded in understanding. I understand your concerns. First, you can contact Boss Missouri anytime to verify my identity. Second, Boss Missouri specifically told me the secret code for our meeting. Cheng Qi was taken aback. He had never agreed on any secret code with Mo, but he decided not to interrupt, curious to see what the man would say. The man in the white coat looked around and then leaned in close to Cheng Qi, whispering, Mr. Cheng, the first part of the code is wolf heart pig lung. Cheng Qi was even more confused but tentatively responded. Meat bun hitting a donkey? Connection successful. The man in the white coat exclaimed excitedly, I told you we're on the same side. Mission accomplished. Cheng Qi rubbed his forehead in exasperation, thinking how absurd this all was. To be safe, Cheng Qi used a dedicated radio to contact Mo. Sure enough, this self-proclaimed Thousand Faces demon was indeed hired by Mo to collect the goods. Only then did Cheng Qi relax a bit, preparing to hand over the cargo. Mo's words echoed in Cheng Qi's ears. This guy is incredibly capable. His reputation, credibility, and trustworthiness are top-notch. In the entire interstellar black market, his business skills are among the best. You can safely entrust the Heintrapy alloy to him. The faceless demon lord frowned as he inspected the goods, his expression serious. Mr. Cheng Qi, the quantity of this batch is off. Boss Missouri clearly stated it should be 12,450 units, but we're short by 450. Cheng Qi remained unfazed, his voice calm. I just used some. What on earth could require so much Heintrapy alloy? The faceless demon lord was taken aback, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Cheng Qi chuckled softly. That's classified. Of course, the faceless demon lord nodded. But I will report this to Boss Missouri as it is, and the remaining payment will naturally be adjusted accordingly. Cheng Qi suddenly changed the subject. Are you heading back to the Harrier starship next? No way. The faceless demon lord replied firmly. The interstellar squad is spreading something in the outer atmosphere. So I'll take this chance to escape with the transport ship and deliver the goods to Boss Missouri immediately. Cheng Qi slowly took out a metal device the size of a playing card. Can you do me a favor? Place this inside the Harrier starship. The faceless demon lord narrowed his eyes. It's not impossible, but it will increase the risk, so I'll need extra compensation. Cheng Qi's lips curled into a smile. Ask Boss Missouri for the additional fee. Just tell him it's for a job for Cheng Qi, and he'll pay. The faceless demon lord didn't take the device immediately. Instead, he warned cautiously, I need to make it clear that this device obviously has remote communication capabilities. The Harrier starship's internal detectors are very sensitive. Once this foreign device is activated, even if the signal is weak, the captain will detect it within 60 seconds at most. 60 seconds? A glint of determination flashed in Cheng Qi's eyes. That's enough. Though still puzzled, the faceless demon lord asked, where exactly do you want it placed? Didn't they purchase a batch of black market weapons? Cheng Qi's eyes gleamed. I need you to place this device in the warehouse where those weapons are stored. Ah, I see. The faceless demon lord's eyes lit up with understanding. Is this a bomb? Are you planning to blow up those weapons? He shrugged. Whatever. It's none of my business if they get blown to bits. My job is just to deliver the goods and get paid. With that, the faceless demon lord finally took the playing card device. He announced solemnly, Boss Cheng, I'll take the job. In the underground shelter, Cheng Qi gazed at the newly refurbished Hua Kunlun. Her body was now covered in a brand new exoskeleton, with beautiful synthetic skin on her cheeks and a cascade of crimson hair perfectly grafted onto her new frame. Cheng Qi couldn't help but marvel at how Hua Kunlun epitomized the pinnacle of mechanical aesthetics. Hua Kunlun's eyes were closed, appearing to be asleep, but her consciousness was immersed in the augmented reality of VIA-level cyber technology. In this isolated virtual space, she was learning to operate her new cybernetic body while undergoing adaptive combat training. Cheng Qi couldn't predict when she would wake up, but he knew he had to leave. As he crossed the wooden bridge within the underground shelter, Cheng Qi noticed a silent scavenger communicator nearby. He tapped it lightly, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. I hope you don't disappoint me. Suddenly, a deafening announcement echoed through every corner of the junk planet. All scavengers, assemble immediately in Zone B24. Two 20-kilometer-long Harrier-class starships hovered thousands of meters above, slowly adjusting their positions, their bows tilting downward like two suspended swords aimed at the ground. The scavengers quickly gathered, forming a massive group that moved sluggishly across the ground like a bloated giant beast. The temperature was unusually low today, and the cold seeped through their protective suits, causing them to shiver intermittently. In the distance, small whirlwinds kicked up gray metallic dust, swirling erratically. President Lee walked at the forefront of the group, puzzled by the sudden orders from the Interstellar Alliance squad, but unwilling to think the worst. He hoped it might be a unifying command, or the distribution of a second round of supplies. Looking around, he couldn't see his two daughters and frowned, lamenting their lack of manners. Suddenly, a grand scene unfolded before his eyes. The main hatches of the two Harrier-class starships opened with a thunderous roar, and a line of landing craft descended in formation. Fully armed soldiers of the Interstellar Alliance disembarked in a steady stream, their eyes cold, forming a neat phalanx in front of the scavengers. President Lee's heart skipped a beat as he felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. At that moment, one of the Harrier-class starships emitted a red laser, creating a clearly visible red line in front of the scavengers, stretching from north to south. From a distance, Colonel Ning's voice boomed, "Everyone, stand behind the line." He stood expressionless, 100 meters away from the scavengers. President Lee swallowed hard, quickly stepping back to stand behind the red line. A 7 or 80-year-old scavenger girl, clutching a flower she had painstakingly picked, innocently crossed the red line and ran toward Colonel Ning. In her eyes, he was still one of those soldiers who had brought them food. The metallic dust swirled in the wind as the little girl stood before Colonel Ning, holding up the white flower. Colonel Ning's gaze shifted past the flower to the girl's weathered, cracked face and pale lips. He suddenly smiled and took the flower. The girl beamed, but her smile vanished as Colonel Ning's expression turned vicious. He crushed the flower in his hand, and the girl's eyes filled with terror. "Disgusting!" Colonel Ning barked, throwing the crushed flower at the girl's face before kicking her in the chest. She flew several meters into a pile of junk, but stubbornly sat up, blood trickling from her mouth as she cried out in agony. "What the hell are you doing?" A skinny young man from the crowd monkey, who had been buying scrap for Cheng Qi, shouted angrily, ready to charge forward. "Are you deaf? Stand behind the line." Colonel Ning roared. "If you cross it, I'll kill you right now." He turned back to the girl, sneering, "Tough little bug. Why didn't I kick her to death?" The surrounding scavengers held Monkey back as he struggled and shouted, "Let me go! That's my sister!" President Lee trembled all over, but didn't dare cross the red line. His voice was filled with fear. "Colonel Ning, what is this?" Colonel Ning interrupted. "I no longer need to pretend in front of you, trash." Colonel Ning's eyes glinted with a vicious light as he sneered, "If it weren't for a meddlesome fool, you all would have been slaughtered 3 days ago." President Lee's expression changed dramatically as he asked in shock, "What?" At that moment, a soldier from the Galactic Alliance activated a holographic projector. A massive screen unfolded in the air, displaying a blurry figure that could just barely be made out as a young man wearing a blue scavenger's cloak. Colonel Ning's rage erupted as he pointed at the screen and roared, "You still don't know, do you? Some idiot has been secretly protecting you. This guy has killed 8 of my squads over the past nights. Those squads were supposed to play a hunting game, and their targets were you." His voice dripped with contempt. "I never considered you as humans. You're just a bunch of worthless vermin, disgusting and meaningless." President Lee trembled violently upon hearing this, repeating in disbelief, "What?" At this moment, the little girl who had been kicked by Colonel Ning fell to the ground between the two camps, crying her heart out. Colonel Ning frowned impatiently and ordered, "How annoying! Kill her." A squad of soldiers immediately chambered their rounds, stepping forward towards the girl. Monkey, seeing this, broke down in tears but was held back by other scavengers. In this critical moment, a clear female voice rang out from a distance, "Stop right there. If anyone takes another step, I'll shoot." All eyes turned to the trash heap. A striking figure appeared there, her gray cloak billowing in the wind, revealing a perfect figure clad in tight shorts and a cropped jacket. President Lee's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Hong Yuan." Behind Hong Yuan, more figures gradually emerged. It was the Scavenger Alliance's guard squad, about 30 strong, each with a resolute expression, standing in formation behind her. Colonel Ning turned to look at them with a scornful expression. His gaze fell on the strange weapons in their hands, and he mocked, "A self-defense squad? And where did you get those ugly weapons?" He casually waved a hand towards one of his squads and ordered, "Kill them all." A 20-man squad from the Galactic Alliance immediately stepped forward. As they raised their guns, Hong Yun moved. With a flick of her arm, her crimson-colored gun clicked as it was cocked. As she raised the weapon, the single scope suddenly blossomed like a lotus, splitting into 20 independent aiming lenses. Buzz. In the next moment, Hong Yuan pulled the trigger, and a yellow beam bullet shot out. Colonel Ning's eyes widened, unable to react in time. The elliptical beam bullet shot towards his face, but made a bizarre 90-degree turn at the last moment, grazing his cheek and leaving a scorching mark. Thud. Thud. The sound of bullets piercing bodies rang out almost simultaneously. Blood oozed slowly from the wound on Colonel Ning's face, and before the drop hit the ground, the 20-man Galactic Alliance squad burst into bloody messes and collapsed in unison. Colonel Ning's expression froze, staring in disbelief at the slowly dissipating yellow light net. He muttered in shock, "Bullets that can turn?" He looked at the weapon in Hong Yun's hand in astonishment, even more so when he saw that every member of the scavenger self-defense squad behind her was holding the same weapon. Not even the official forces had such weapons, and he had never seen anything like them. President Lee was equally stunned and asked, "Hong Yun, where did you get these things?" Standing on the trash heap, the wind blowing her cloak and hair, Hong Yun's figure seemed taller than ever. Her beautiful face was now filled with a determined resolve to fight to the death. An hour ago, Hong Yun began to explain. A voice came through the communicators of myself and the entire self-defense squad, she recalled. The voice said, "My name is Cheng Qi, Qi as in beggar. We are facing a group of bandits disguised as regular troops. If we compromise this time, then how will we face future threats like space pirates or alien invaders? Surrender is not the only option. If you are willing to resist, I have prepared some weapons for you on the north side of the scavenger square. If you take up these weapons, you will stand with me on the same front." Everyone, I once heard a saying, and now I give it to you. Self-reliance is the magic of the weak. Hong Yun's gaze crossed the distance, looking at her father with a determined expression. "I once mentioned his name to you." President Lee was thunderstruck, his face full of shock. He instinctively looked at the tall figure in the holographic projection, his heart in turmoil. 2 hours ago, in a hidden cargo hold of a Harrier-class starship, a strange metal card lay unnoticed in a dark corner. Suddenly, a small, blue directional star gate opened, illuminating the dim space. A steel mother slowly emerged, opening its chest compartment to reveal a smaller version of itself. This second steel mother also opened its chest compartment, and a third steel mother appeared. Time was of the essence. Within 60 seconds, the starship's detection system would identify these foreign electronic devices. In an instant, the three steel mothers extended 176 mechanical arms and began their ultimate technique mother's move. In just 50 seconds, they swept the cargo hold clean of all illicit weapons, neatly packing them into their stomachs. Mission accomplished, the three steel mothers quickly disappeared one by one into the directional star gate. When Major Ning went to access these weapons, he was shocked to find the warehouse empty. Due to the innocent defense array carried by the steel mothers, he could not retrieve any surveillance footage. He could only speculate that an internal trader had taken advantage of the chaos to smuggle out these unregistered black market arms for profit. This guess infuriated Major Ning, but he had to swallow his anger. After all, his team was comprised of unscrupulous rogues. Worse still, a transport shuttle had gone missing from the starship. Major Ning would never understand the truth. The missing weapons had been synthesized by Cheng Qi into 200 particle beam tracking rifles, also known as battlefield phantoms, and dozens of directional concussion bombs. At this moment, the powerful, never-before-seen crimson rifles in Hong Yun's hands were part of this batch. As Major Ning reeled in shock, a sinister smile crept across his face. "I suppose you only have 30 people and 30 weapons left, don't you?" Meanwhile, 20 fallen members of the Galactic Alliance squad began to stagger to their feet. Their bodies were riddled with bullet holes of various sizes. Some had their chests pierced, others had shattered shoulders, and some had even lost entire arms. Yet, these heavily injured soldiers stood expressionlessly, as if they felt no pain. Their Alliance combat suits immediately released medical gel to seal their wounds and provide basic treatment. The scavengers were dumbfounded, and Chairman Lee's eyes widened. Hong Yun keenly noticed that each soldier had a black syringe attached to their arm, with the needle continuously injecting into their veins. The moment they stood up, the dosage increased dramatically, and the entire vial of black liquid was injected into their bodies. Pain suppression serum. Major Ning's eyes gleamed coldly. It blocks all pain signals to their brains. As long as their bodies can function, they become tireless, pain-insensitive killing machines. He looked at Hong Yun and the others with disdain. "As for you, trash will always be trash. Even with these excellent weapons, your aim is still pathetic. Hong Yun, how many people can you kill with a single shot?" With fresh blood still trickling down his face, Major Ning pointed at Hong Yun and roared, "But if you dare fire another shot, I'll activate the Star Destruction Cannon and wipe out half of your scavengers." Hong Yun's face turned pale, and her hand holding the gun trembled. "Ha ha ha, trash." Major Ning laughed maniacally. "Look at this horde of scavengers. How many of you can stand up against me? Do you think a few high-powered guns can scare me? I've walked the path of blood and steel. He squinted his eyes. Chairman Li, I can slaughter you all, or I can spare your lives. It depends on your attitude. I order you to kneel before me. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive black cannon barrel, several meters in diameter, extended from one of the Harrier-class starships. Pure black energy churned and burst within it, enveloping the ground in an invisible pressure. I want to know if you're hiding information about Kunlun, and I want to know everything about that person with the blue cape. Major Ning's brows furrowed. But I demand you tell me while kneeling. Chairman Li's body trembled uncontrollably. He had always believed in a moderate approach and was inherently timid. Faced with any form of power, he would choose to submit, even if it meant enduring humiliation for a false sense of peace. Hong Yun, put down the gun, Chairman Li said weakly, his hands dropping and his knees bending involuntarily. He knew that a few guns against an entire Galactic Alliance squad were futile. If he submitted, perhaps he could secure a slim chance of survival for the scavengers. Father, don't kneel. Hong Yun shouted. Do you really think they'll spare us? Chairman Li's eyes wavered. You don't understand. Haha. Major Ning continued to laugh maniacally. Look at them, so lowly, so fragile. They barely muster any courage, and it collapses in an instant. In the distant sky, landing pods continued to descend, and the Galactic Alliance squad's numbers kept growing. Suddenly, a red figure was thrown from a hovering landing pod. The red dress fluttered in the air, and its owner seemed unable to move, plummeting straight down. Thud. The figure crashed heavily onto a nearby pile of garbage, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chairman Li's cloudy eyes fixed on the direction and widened in shock. Hannah. Hannah lay slumped on a metal sheet, her red dress torn to shreds, exposing her bruised and battered body. Blood trickled from her mouth as she stared blankly at the Harrier-class starship in the sky, her sticky hair unmoved by the passing wind. Hannah! Chairman Li cried out in anguish. What did you do to her? Hong Yun froze in place, her eyes fixed. Heh. Major Ning chuckled indifferently. She offered herself willingly. So I turned a blind eye and let my soldiers enjoy a reward, just a few hundred men. He squinted his eyes. For a lowly woman, being of such value is already an honor. Chairman Li was overwhelmed by the successive shocks, his vision darkening. Kneel. I told you to kneel. Major Ning's face twisted with madness. Kneel before me, and I might spare your life. The disguise mask on his face, damaged by a recent wound, hung loosely on one side of his face. Chairman Li remained frozen in place, his knees slightly bent. His mind raced through a lifetime of compromises, and he finally saw the true nature of the heartless people before him. He realized that this time, even if he broke his back and buried his knees in the ground, the outcome would likely remain unchanged. With trembling arms, the old man pushed himself off the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Tears streamed down his face as he glanced at Hannah, whose fate was uncertain, and then at Hong Yun, who stood with a gun. I will not kneel, Chairman Li said shakily, slowly rising to his feet. He finally straightened his back, tears flowing down his face as he roared. You are all beasts. I will not kneel before beasts. I'd rather die than kneel. Colonel Ning's face flashed with panic, but quickly, his brother Ning Feng's voice echoed in his mind. The Star Annihilator cannon is ready. Colonel Ning's expression relaxed. It was time to end this charade. He turned, pointing towards Hong Yun and Chairman Li, and snarled, Die! In an instant, the Star Annihilator cannon's barrel emitted a terrifying black light, plunging half the sky into darkness. A massive column of annihilating energy descended from the heavens, aiming directly at the 300-meter radius centered on Chairman Li and Hong Yun. Beast! Chairman Li cursed one last time, closing his eyes to await his fate. At that critical moment, a figure appeared between Chairman Li and Hong Yun with a speed that seemed to warp space. The figure raised a hand, and a bright yellow spherical shield instantly expanded, covering a 500-meter radius. With a deafening roar, the two immense energies collided, consumed each other, and dissipated. When everything calmed down, the surrounding temperature had inexplicably risen by nearly 10 degrees. Colonel Ning and his men retreated in shock, staring ahead. The Star Annihilator cannon's energy was completely spent, but the bright yellow shield remained intact. The shield gradually became transparent, and the remaining energy contracted back to its Korea small, Saturn-like glowing sphere that hovered quietly beside a young man in a blue cloak. Colonel Ning's eyes widened as he looked back and forth between the young man and the void projection. It's you, he exclaimed. Everyone stared in astonishment at the young man. Chairman Li collapsed to the ground, his murky eyes half open, recalling the image of the hacker from earlier. Hope slowly appeared in Hong Yun's eyes. How do you possess such a high-level defense mechanism? Colonel Ning shouted in disbelief. Who are you? The young man in the blue cloak maintained a calm expression. He stepped over the red line, picked up the little girl from the ground, and returned her to the tearful monkey among the scavengers. My name is Cheng Qi, Qi as in beggar, the young man said firmly, facing Colonel Ning. I am a true scavenger. Colonel Ning gasped, suddenly noticing that the small Saturn-like glow on Cheng Qi's shoulder had dimmed. It can't withstand a second attack, he realized, shouting to the sky, brother, initiate the second attack immediately. The Star Annihilator cannon consumes immense energy, requiring a secondary charge between firings. However, once preheated, its recharge time is drastically reduced, needing only 55 seconds in extreme conditions. At this moment, the enormous barrel began to glow with an ominous black light once more, resembling a black hole ready to devour everything. Colonel Ning laughed arrogantly. You indeed exceed my expectations, but I love seeing so-called heroes realize they are nothing more than insignificant ants, mere specks of dust before true power. His voice dripped with haughty disdain. Without the defense shield, everyone under the Star Annihilator cannon is an ant. Just then, Cheng Qi's actions shattered Ning's boast. With a slight bend of his knees, he leapt into the air like an arrow. To everyone's astonishment, dark green bioflames erupted from his feet, propelling him dozens of meters higher. The scavengers were stunned, their minds in chaos. Someone exclaimed, he actually has flight equipment? Colonel Ning looked up, shouting menacingly, dodge? The Star Annihilator cannon is locked on. It's useless. However, Cheng Qi's next move left everyone breathless. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a device resembling a crystal flashlight. Without hesitation, he aimed it at the sky. Instantly, an invisible tremor spread out, and a thread-thin white energy beam sliced through the sky. Buzz! The outer Tian shield of the Hawk-class starship became visible. Blue light appeared out of nowhere, forming tightly connected, glowing blue diamond-shaped modules that created a layered energy shield. From a distance, it looked like 7 semi-transparent giant spheres enveloping the Hawk-class starship. Colonel Ning gritted his teeth. He wants to destroy the Star Annihilator cannon? Dream on. He can't penetrate the Tian shield. At that moment, a piercing, unbearable ringing filled everyone's ears, as if a needle were stabbing their eardrums. Cheng Qi had pushed the Miaozi catalyst prototype to 100 output. The terrifying power of 1010 units was concentrated into a hair-thin beam, increasing the energy density by hundreds of times to an unimaginable level. The thin white beam seemed unstoppable, piercing through all 7 layers of the Tian shield. Each diamond-shaped field it hit cracked instantly, shattering into countless fragments. However, the Miaozi light beam's energy was exhausted after breaking through the final layer of the Tian shield. Colonel Ning staggered, as if struck by lightning, muttering, what kind of technology is that? So small yet so powerful. Just then, the Tian shield initiated its ultimate mechanism. The 7-layered spherical energy shields began to spin wildly, resembling the intricate core of a clock. The straight gap formed earlier became a chaotic blur, disappearing among the many diamond blocks. Colonel Ning breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death. Confidently, he said, he can't get through. Those gaps will close in seconds. However, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. An unidentified flying object appeared in the distant sky, equipped with 8 unprecedented particle engines. It moved almost like a streak of light, arriving in an instant. The crowd gasped, that looks like a ground effect vehicle? How can it fly so high and so fast? Cheng Qi made no further moves but watched the unidentified flying object as if completing a relay race. Panic-stricken, Colonel Ning shouted, what is that thing? Its speed is incredible, and it seems to be entering the shield. Fire! Shoot it down! On the ground, countless soldiers raised their weapons, and in an instant, thousands of beams shot through the sky. The flying object demonstrated breathtaking agility, performing high-difficulty maneuvers like a butterfly weaving through flowers. However, reality often disappoints. Despite its agility, the flying object couldn't escape the concentrated firepower. Boom, boom, boom. 3 engines spewed thick black smoke, clearly out of commission. Yet, to everyone's shock, the flying object retained its incredible speed and agility despite losing most of its engines. Colonel Ning and the soldiers were dumbfounded. 5 engines destroyed, and it's still so swift. Normally, it should have crashed by now. Under the incredulous gazes, the flying object swiftly escaped the ground weapons range, diving into the first gap of the Tian shield. With exceptional piloting skills and a compact, nimble frame, it navigated through the shield's layers, rapidly approaching the Star Annihilator cannon. Faintly, they heard a cocky voice from the flying object. No problem, no problem. I once flew 120 kilometers under extreme conditions with just half an engine. When I, crow fly, it's always rock solid. The scavengers were horrified by the audacious declaration. Is that really a raven? President Lee collapsed to the ground, his pupils trembling violently as he stared in disbelief at the scene before him. A young man wearing a blue scavenger's cloak stood not far away, his presence seemingly heralding some monumental change. President Lee's gaze darted between the young man and the raven in the sky, his heart filled with shock. Cheng Qi squinted slightly, recalling the intelligence he had previously obtained from Hua Kunlun. Although the Harrier-class starship's destruction cannon and sky shield defense field were formidable, the Innocence Defense Array, a product of advanced technological civilization, could withstand a single attack from the destruction cannon despite its small size and limited energy. The key was to eliminate the threat immediately after the defense array failed. An hour and a half earlier, Cheng Qi had contacted Raven, explaining the situation in detail. Raven, as always, showed boundless enthusiasm. Under Cheng Qi's guidance, Raven retrieved the engines scattered along the flight path and acquired 8 chasing wind particle turbine thrusters synthesized by Cheng Qi. After modifications, Raven's flight capabilities were greatly enhanced. At this moment, Raven was also carrying 10 directional shock bombs synthesized by Cheng Qi using illegal equipment. It took Raven only 43 seconds to break through the last layer of the sky shield. Meanwhile, the destruction cannon's charging countdown had only 8 seconds left. Raven acted swiftly. With a wave of his hand, the 10 directional shock bombs attached themselves to the surface of the destruction cannon like magnets. The bomb's detonation countdown was only 5 seconds. Standing on a dilapidated ground effect vehicle, Raven looked back at Cheng Qi and the numerous scavengers. Through the fully closed sky shield, he revealed a triumphant smile. His voice slightly choked. Everyone, I, Raven, never disappoint. No matter when, I can safely deliver anyone or anything to any place. Raven slowly closed his eyes and whispered, but this time, I won't be coming back. Cheng Qi shouted from a distance. Stop showing off and get back here. Got it. Raven responded, moving swiftly. He dove into the directional stargate prepared by Cheng Qi just before the explosion, disappearing in an instant. Boom, boom. The destruction cannon on the Harrier-class starship was engulfed in continuous explosions, its massive structure disintegrating and crashing down. Colonel Ning stood dumbfounded, utterly unable to comprehend what had just happened. How is that person's piloting skill so exceptional? Where did that ship come from, and where did those bombs come from? Where did he go? How did they manage to do all this? A whirlwind of questions swirled in his mind, with no answers in sight. Attack. No mercy. Colonel Ning's voice echoed across the battlefield, his eyes gleaming with madness. He stared at the Harrier-class starship billowing thick black smoke, completely losing his sanity. I refuse to believe that he alone, with those strange guns, can defeat my army, numbed by painkillers. With a wave of his hand, the troops behind him spread out, forming a massive fan-shaped encirclement. Hong Yuan was the first to pull the trigger, and a bright yellow web of light instantly pierced through the bodies of a dozen soldiers. However, due to lack of training, she and the other scavengers couldn't unleash the full power of their weapons, unable to control the strong recoil. The soldiers' bodies erupted with gory holes, some even losing half their faces, but their expressions remained unchanged. They merely staggered before continuing forward, raising their weapons. Hong Yuan watched in horror. To her, these soldiers were like a horde of mindless zombies, a dark mass advancing unstoppably. Miss Yuan, you've done enough. Cheng Qi's voice came through. I arranged it this way to ignite the fire in the hearts of the scavengers. Leave the rest to me. Hong Yuan looked at Cheng Qi from a distance, incredulous. How can you face this army alone? That guy. Target that guy. Colonel Ning pointed at Cheng Qi, shouting through gritted teeth. Trash, all of them. And that disgusting rat on his shoulder turned them into Swiss cheese. Only then did Hong Yuan notice the white, fluffy creature on Cheng Qi's shoulder. Cheng Qi exhaled slowly, turned his head toward the little white mouse wearing a straw hat, and said softly, Squeak, did you hear that? He insulted you. The little mouse stood up, its straw hat lifted by the breeze, revealing a pink brain adorned with pink crystals. It frowned, its small eyes filled with fury, and let out a sharp squeak. Suddenly, the entire junk planet resounded with countless beastly roars, forming waves of sound that shook the heavens and earth, from the distant capital to the ground beneath their feet. A heavy stench of blood filled the air. Everyone felt an instinctive fear, even if they didn't understand what was happening. In the next moment, countless pairs of crimson eyes appeared from the gaps in the garbage mounds and the ground, each as large as a fist, fierce and terrifying. A soldier felt a tremor underfoot, and then the steel plate beneath him was lifted. A 5-meter-long giant Redford rat emerged from the junk pile, opening its 2-meter-wide mouth and spraying corrosive saliva as it let out a deafening roar. Despite the painkillers, the soldier's mental state remained intact. Confronted with this unprecedentedly terrifying beast, His fear exploded, and he let out a terrified scream. The red-furred rat gave him no chance to breathe, biting off half of his body and chewing it with a horrifying crunch. Those are killer rats. Countless killer rats. The scavengers were also enveloped in immense fear, retreating on the ground. Killer rats were their nightmare, especially these giant red-furred killer rats they had never seen before. However, the scavengers soon noticed something strange. The killer rats seemed to be under someone's control and did not attack any scavengers. It's him. That boy! Someone shouted in terror, pointing at Cheng Qi. Cheng Qi stood still, and wherever his gaze fell, clusters of red-furred killer rats emerged from the ground. President Li and Hong Yun were both stunned, the latter's beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. He can actually control the killer rats. The battlefield was filled with screams of agony as the soldiers fell into extreme panic. In the blink of an eye, the number of killer rats had multiplied to 100 times that of the Interstellar Alliance squad. Each soldier had at least 3 or 4 killer rats tearing at them. Despite their numbed pain, the soldiers could clearly see their bodies being ripped apart, their organs dragged out and devoured by the killer rats. This extreme psychological torment was worse than death. Colonel Ning was intentionally left behind. His biomask had been torn off, and he stood trembling, his pants wet with urine. Cheng Qi raised his head slightly and said slowly, "I actually enjoy seeing this. You've finally realized that you're just a pathetic, insignificant ant, not even worth a speck of dust in the face of true power." Colonel Ning's face turned ashen as he retreated, muttering softly, "Big brother, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you making a move? Are you just going to watch my brothers die one by one?" Suddenly, a deep and powerful voice came from one of the Harrier-class starships. "I've long wanted to get rid of this band of bandits. They are filled with uncontrollable risks and offer no help to my future. So, let's end this farce now. General, you must escape." The young lieutenant's voice echoed through the bridge, his blood-streaked face contrasting sharply with his determined eyes. "Someone has to bring the message back. My brothers and I will hold them off at any cost." In the vastness of space, explosions rang out, and fiery flashes illuminated the darkness. Inside the bridge, the lieutenant operated the console, his voice heavy with resolve. "Our battleship is surrounded. There's no chance of escape. In 2 minutes, I will initiate a suicide collision. General, you must seize this opportunity to escape." He paused, a moment of softness in his eyes. "If you can, please visit my wife and my unborn child. Tell them I am not a traitor." The scene shifted abruptly to a wide grassland, where a little girl with a red ponytail sat beside her father. She raised her right hand, the metal gleaming in the sunlight. "Daddy, I've replaced my right hand with metal too. Am I now the strongest warrior in the galaxy?" Her father smiled gently. "Not yet, my child. When will I be?" the girl pressed. "It's a long journey," her father explained. "As technology advances and you grow older, your prosthetics will be continuously upgraded. One day, you will become the mightiest warrior." The scene shifted back to the crumbling starship. The bridge was on fire, and the young lieutenant stood at the console, shouting back, "General, escape now." Suddenly, a loud explosion shook the entire ship, blowing a massive hole in its side. Through the breach, a towering figure clad in black metal slowly entered. It was a heavily cyberized cyborg, its face resembling a demon, with 4 massive metal fangs glinting menacingly. It wielded a giant axe crackling with electricity, effortlessly resisting the powerful vacuum. The black cyborg scanned the room and spotted the young lieutenant, setting the collision command. With a ghastly wail, it moved instantly, raising its giant axe to cleave the lieutenant in half. Clang! A silver spear intercepted the descending axe just in time. The protagonist charged forward, facing off against the black cyborg. The black cyborg roared, unleashing terrifying power as electricity surged through its axe. With a loud crack, the silver spear shattered. The young lieutenant was split in two. The protagonist, filled with despair and rage, extended her cybernetic arm, unleashing a burst of flames from her palm to propel herself backward through the breach, into the void of space. As she looked back, she saw the black cyborg standing like a demonic titan, holding the lieutenant's bisected body, staring at her from afar. Suddenly, a high-energy sniper beam struck her, severing her torso and exploding her legs into fragments. Another beam followed, obliterating her left arm into countless pieces. In that moment, she witnessed her 24th fleet surrounded by nearly 100 warships, disintegrating into cosmic dust under the relentless barrage. Though her cybernetic body lacked tear ducts, her heart bled. The world seemed to plunge into endless darkness. The shockwaves tossed her broken body through the void. As her consciousness faded, her visual systems malfunctioned, and the last thing she saw was a gray, desolate planet. When she regained consciousness, she found herself lying in a heap of junk. Through her blurry vision, she saw a young boy in a blue cloak standing amidst the storm. The scene twisted again, returning to the grasslands. Daddy, my name is Honglian. Why did you give me the codename Kunlun? It sounds like a boy's name, the little girl asked. The strong man chuckled. Honglian sounds too delicate. Kunlun represents strength, towering and solid. Oh, I see, the girl mused. One day, when I'm no longer fragile, everyone will know my real name is Honglian. The scene shifted to an underground shelter. A pair of brilliant eyes suddenly opened, red pupils glowing with unparalleled brilliance, filled with anger, defiance, and intense battle spirit. A red chip on her head flickered beneath her synthetic skin, outlining a blooming lotus flower. Xiaoqiong took a few frightened steps back, almost dropping the cloth she was using to wipe the woman's cheek. Thank you, the woman said, tilting her head and standing up with a slight pneumatic hiss. You're welcome, Xiaoqiong replied, clutching the cloth tightly, her wide eyes reflecting the woman's flawless body. Clang! A crisp metallic sound rang out. A slender, crimson metal hand grasped a formidable spear known as the Red Lotus Warlord. Exclusive military weapon, biometric identification passed. The golden patterns on the spear glowed, converging at the razor-sharp blade, fully activating the unique weapon. Now, it's time to end this charade. A low, oppressive voice echoed from within the Harrier-class starship. As the words fell, the front armor of the Harrier-class starship slowly opened, revealing a rectangular space inside. A black cyborg, holding a giant electrified axe, was secured within, connected by thick, charging cables. With the sound of hissing valves, the cables detached one by one. In an instant, the giant axe crackled with explosive electricity, and the cyborg's four-fanged head let out a beastly roar. It gazed down at the battlefield, its red sensors scanning the red-furred rodents, finally locking onto Cheng Qi and the small creature on his shoulder. The combat chip provided precise instructions. The boy in the blue cloak and the white-furred rodent were the controllers of the rodent horde. Eliminating them would cause the horde to collapse. Roar! The black cyborg emitted a monstrous howl, a blend of tiger's roar and wolf's cry. Its back armor opened slightly, releasing black propulsion flames. In a high-altitude dive, it charged at Cheng Qi with its electrified axe ready to strike. After Kunlun was branded a traitor to humanity, Ningfeng forcefully took over Kunlun's prosthetic research team. He provided a brain and pressured the team to produce the latest technology. Unexpectedly, the trial yielded astonishing results. This new artificial body was deemed the most powerful for the next 5 years, unmatched in human civilization. During the combat tests, this black prosthetic, like a bloodthirsty beast, crushed all other prosthetics in the lab, including Kunlun's replacements. Ignoring public opinion, Ningfeng named it Shashing. The researchers concluded that Shashing was 1.5 levels ahead of Kunlun. At a time when human civilization was hitting a technological bottleneck, the emergence of Shashing was an incredible breakthrough. On the night Shashing was officially named, Dr. Zheng Tian, Kunlun's former chief mechanic, committed suicide, leaving a note. The glory of the past has turned into today's regret. I will no longer serve Shashing because I cannot accept all this. Aboard the Harrier-class starship, Ningfeng sat in the general's metal seat, coldly observing the ground situation. He realized that the upheaval was caused by a young scavenger. Ningfeng speculated that the boy might have accidentally acquired remnants of an advanced civilization on the junk planet. Despite the incredible energy of the device that pierced the sky shield, Ningfeng believed that such a handheld weapon posed no threat to Shashing. He was convinced that Shashing's speed and reaction capabilities far surpassed human understanding, and that it could decapitate the opponent in a single encounter, ending the farce. On the ground, Cheng Qi looked up at the black cybernetic body, Shashing, diving towards him, gently moving his arms. Suddenly, the scavengers exclaimed, and Cheng Qi turned to look into the distance. The gray clouds on the horizon were dyed crimson by a strong light source, resembling an unseen sunset, rapidly approaching. Shashing came to an abrupt halt midair, its scarlet eyes narrowing as it scanned the anomaly warily. A deafening sonic boom echoed as a red glowing object in the distance repeatedly broke the sound barrier, creating a near-instantaneous visual effect. As it neared the battlefield, it suddenly vanished. Shashing's eyes narrowed further, on high alert. Its reconnaissance chip issued a warning. Enemy concealed. It locked onto the target, its eyes flashing red, and swiftly swung its axe backward. However, the strike hit nothing. Shashing stared in disbelief at the empty space ahead. Its most advanced reconnaissance system had failed. Suddenly, Shashing felt a fierce wind above its head. It looked up abruptly to see a red figure descending from the sky. As Shashing leaned forward from the missed strike, the red figure used the momentum to step on its back. A mountain-like force caused Shashing to lose balance, plummeting from the sky under the pressure. With a thunderous crash, red-furred killing rats within a 100-meter radius scattered. Dust flew as the ground formed a funnel-like depression several meters deep. Amid the smoke, a tall figure stood motionless on Shashing's back. Shashing roared in anger, its facial armor twisting. As it swung its axe backward, the red figure bent its legs slightly and leaped. The immense counterforce caused the ground to sink another 2 meters, and Shashing's axe strike missed again, burying it under a heap of debris. The red figure gracefully twisted midair, transforming into a red streak that landed beside Cheng Qi. The scene fell into silence. Everyone stared in awe at the perfect cybernetic body before them. Her skin, forged from a translucent metal, glowed with a fiery red hue reminiscent of agate stone. Strands of golden light gracefully flowed across her body. She stood naked, her perfect feminine curves fully exposed. Long legs, a graceful curve of the hips, a slender waist, and rounded, firm breasts. Every contour and curve was flawlessly sculpted, like a masterpiece crafted by an artist. Her face was covered in immaculate, synthetic skin, her features cold yet beautiful. A long red ponytail, seemingly woven from fine red fibers, cascaded like a galaxy, gently floating in midair. In her right hand, she gripped an imposing red spear, its shaft also pulsing with golden light. The spear stood upright, its tip pointing skyward, exuding an aura of mysterious technology and lethal precision. She slowly opened her eyes, her red pupils emitting a sharp, piercing glow, exuding an air of heroism. The surrounding scavengers were mesmerized by her perfect form. She was like a sunset, a breathtaking presence never before seen on this desolate planet. Colonel Ning staggered back in shock, stammering, Kunlun, Ningfeng, aboard the starship, widened his eyes, the perfect form reflecting in his pupils. He muttered in disbelief, "She's been restored? Who could have repaired her to this extent?" Ningfeng scrutinized Kunlun's body and suddenly raised an eyebrow. He recognized the material of her metallic skin, his face showing even greater astonishment. High-entropy alloy, and it's refined. Waves of shock surged through his mind. A body entirely covered in high-entropy alloy was rare throughout the entire galaxy. Despite his years of battle, he had only collected 900 grams, while Kunlun's body required at least 5, 10, or even 20 kilograms or more. How could anyone on this scrap planet possess such a quantity of high-entropy alloy to craft Kunlun's metallic skin? Extracting it from the junk? That was unrealistic. This meant Kunlun's agility and defense were now at an extraordinary level. The crimson figure slowly turned her head, revealing a flawless profile, and said to Cheng Qi, "You gave me a second life, and it far exceeds my expectations." Cheng Qi looked at the figure and her red spear, a smile forming on his lips. "Should I call you Kunlun or Honglian? I've invested heavily in you." Honglian's beautiful red eyes flickered. "After all this is over, I will repay you." Cheng Qi smiled again. It turned out that the 450 blocks of high-entropy alloy taken by the Thousand Faces Demon Lord had been used on Honglian, forged by the Moro's intelligent forging line. Not only had it been refined and purified, but it also formed the ultimate mechanical aesthetics comparable to a work of art. Hong Yun, Chairman Li, and the nearby scavengers were beyond shocked. A scavenger had managed to create a cybernetic body of such caliber. The conversation between Cheng Qi and Kunlun was captured by the Harrier starship's scanning equipment and transmitted to Ningfeng's ears. He was even more shocked. That scavenger repaired Kunlun? How could he accomplish all this? Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar echoed. Roar! Junk flew everywhere as a black cybernetic body suddenly rose from the ground. The back of its armor was damaged, sparking with electricity, yet its overwhelming ferocity remained terrifying. Its scarlet eyes fixated on Kunlun, a strange roar escaping its fanged mouth. "Defeated foe, I will kill you." It raised an axe with its left hand and clenched its right fist, striking the axe with a resounding metallic clash, then spread its arms and howled at the sky. Colonel Ning's pupils contracted sharply. "That's Father's signature move." He turned to the Harrier starship. "Big brother, the brain inside Shashing is father's. Didn't you say he was obliterated by the Galactic Alliance?" Ningfeng's voice echoed in his mind. "A well-meaning lie, nothing more. He was gravely wounded and escaped the encirclement. I ended his life and extracted his brain, now forged into Shashing. As the saying goes, father and son are of one mind. We share a psychic connection. Otherwise, how could I remotely control it?" A deep fear filled Colonel Ning's eyes. How? Such ruthlessness? Father actually urged me to give up resisting the Galactic Alliance." Ningfeng coldly replied. "Have you forgotten? No one can stand in my way." General Hua Kunlun of the Galactic Alliance, with a commanding presence, stepped forward, her crimson figure cutting through the tension. Her voice was cold and resolute. "We have ample evidence proving that you are a gang disguised as an Alliance squad. I have the authority to take you back to the Galactic Alliance headquarters." As her words hung in the air, a menacing roar erupted from a distant black cyborg. Suddenly, black currents surged from its chest, spreading rapidly across its body, forming a spherical magnetic cage, a personal force field designed for both offense and defense. The surrounding air distorted slightly under the immense energy, indicating that it had activated an extreme state powered by burning energy reserves. Hua Kunlun lifted her gaze, piercing through the atmosphere to the countless corpses and wrecked starships scattered beyond Earth. Her voice grew deeper and more threatening. Of course, I could also choose to execute you on the spot, to honor the 12,455 crew members of the Galactic Alliance Fleet 24. At that moment, a crimson lotus glowed on Hua Kunlun's forehead, soon enveloped by rising flames. A palpable wave of energy emanated from her, exponentially amplifying her aura. She spoke icily. Those words about taking you back were just a formality. The next second, Hua Kunlun activated the red heat mode of her VII-class cyberwar skeleton. Her body shot forward like a cannonball, spear aimed straight ahead. The holographic red lotus totem within the spear bloomed, projecting a colossal lotus hundreds of meters high behind Hera's stunning spectacle. Cheng Qi squinted, recalling the STC's introduction. In the age of the Starry Sea, melee weapons had lost much of their practical value. But this weapon symbolized the spirit of the god of war, an unending battle cry in the hearts of countless soldiers. 120 years later, it became the emblem of the Red Lotus war god. Whenever this enormous lotus appeared, human troops were immensely inspired. Cheng Qi pondered whether Hua Kunlun would still be alive 120 years later, or if the weapon had been passed down to someone else. At this moment, Hua Kunlun let out a roar that reverberated through the heavens. The menacing figure wielded a massive, electrically charged battle axe and lunged from the crater. As the two figures collided, Hua Kunlun's red spear instantly pierced through the black force field, shattering it in a burst of golden light. The weapons clashed, and the black battle axe shattered into countless fragments in a fraction of a second. The disparity in their power was like heaven and earth. In the next instant, Hua Kunlun's spear drove through the cyborg's head, piercing from its fangs through to the back of its skull. Tiny black shards and bright red brain matter splattered out. The cyborg's red eyes widened in shock. Inside the starship, Ningfeng felt a sharp pain in his head. With a roar echoing through the red heat mode, Hua Kunlun shouted, "Return your life." The sky seemed to tremble. A tremendous surge of energy emanated from her body, channeling into the Red Lotus war god in her hands. The spear's tip unleashed a crimson beam of light, hundreds of meters in diameter and stretching for kilometers. A devastating particle oscillation wave and antimatter flames erupted, obliterating everything in their path. The cyborg, with its last bit of attack intent, swung the axe handle at Kunlun. But the powerful energy beam consumed it, reducing it to a dark shadow before disintegrating into ash. The crimson beam shot into the sky, creating a circular gap tens of kilometers wide in the atmosphere. The violent airflow swept past two Harrier-class starships, causing their massive, 20-kilometer-long bodies to sway like boats in a storm. Lieutenant Ning's face turned pale as he witnessed the scene, stunned as if struck by lightning. Thousands of scavengers instinctively buried their heads in the junk piles. Ningfeng, aboard the Harrier-class starship, was thrown from his metal seat by the violent turbulence, his mind reeling with fear and pain. He was horrified. This was not the Hua Kunlun he once knew. How could that junkyard boy create something so terrifying? Through the atmospheric breach, Hua Kunlun saw the remnants of the 24th Legion and the frost-covered, lifeless bodies drifting quietly in the dark void. She slowly knelt, leaning on the Red Lotus war god. Though she had no tear ducts, her cybernetic red eyes flickered with dim light. "You are not traitors," Hua Kunlun murmured, lowering her head. The red lotus on her forehead flashed briefly before dimming. As the red heat mode ended, she fell silent. Cheng Qi sighed softly. Hua Kunlun's use of the red heat mode was driven by overwhelming grief, frustration, and anger. Despite her cybernetic enhancements, she still possessed a human brain, and sometimes, intense emotions could break through all restraints. Damn it! Damn it! Blood trickled from Ningfeng's mouth, but seeing the silent Kunlun, he realized this was his only chance. He scrambled back to his metal seat, where the connected circuits began to flash wildly. An astonishing mechanical transformation occurred on the bridge. Metal components rose around the seat, encasing it in layers until it formed an impregnable metal cube. A metal door on the ship's hull slowly opened, and the cube floated into view. Scavengers of Earth. I am Ningfeng, the 12th General of the Galactic Federation. As soon as he finished speaking, blue beams of light suddenly illuminated the metal cube, forming a small defensive shield. At the same time, a transparent observation window opened on the front of the cube. The man inside slightly opened his eyes, and 4 blue rings flickered in his pupils. This scene was magnified hundreds of times by a nearby holographic projection hovering above the crowd. The scavengers were immediately terrified, gasping in shock. "Gray jeans," someone stammered. He's a high-ranking officer of the Galactic Federation. Chairman Li was also stunned, thinking that such an important figure was on the starship. However, Ning Feng's next words sent chills down their spines. He coldly said, I have witnessed you collaborating with the traitor Kunlun, rebelling against the Galactic Federation, and murdering thousands of our warriors. Genes define everything. Deceit runs in your veins. Ning Feng said this because he had already activated the ship's recording system. He needed a perfect excuse for the massacre he was about to unleash. Genes are the truest expression, Ning Feng continued. You haven't even earned the recognition of your ancestors. Therefore his words abruptly stopped, and his expression changed suddenly. On the ground, a young man in a blue cloak straightened his chest, his eyes slightly open, with 3 blue rings flickering in his pupils. Ning Feng was taken aback, muttering in disbelief. How can there be a Krayt gene on this wretched Earth? This statement caused an uproar. The scavengers slowly turned to look at Cheng Qi, frozen in shock. When did this happen? They asked each other. Among us, there's actually someone with such a noble Krayt gene? Chairman Li had already moved to Hannah's side. He had been pleasantly surprised to find that Hannah was still alive, and now held his second daughter, equally stunned, staring at Cheng Qi. The display of genes in Cheng Qi's eyes was vivid and clear, exuding a noble aura. Chairman Li's pupils trembled, knowing full well that it was no disguise. At this moment, Hannah's entire body was rigid, unable to move. Her pale face twitched slightly as she stared at Cheng Qi, uttering a muffled sound. Ning Feng gritted his teeth and said, just a Krayt, still tainted by inferior genes. Besides, compared to me, you are still inferior. Despite the extraordinary status of a Krayt gene, there was no turning back. Ning Feng roared, I will represent the Galactic Federation in purging you traitors. Suddenly, the circuits on Ning Feng's head began to flash wildly. A tremendous roar filled the air. 2 massive Hawk-class starships performed an extremely high-difficulty maneuver. Their hulls flipped midair at low speed, with the bow pointing towards space and the stern aimed at the ground. The nuclear fusion thrusters at the stern began to generate immense thermal energy. 6 gigantic nozzles, each 7 kilometers in diameter and resembling black volcanic craters, emitted waves of heat, distorting the surrounding space. Brother, are you insane? Colonel Ning shouted in despair. You're going to burn Earth with the ship's thrusters. I'm still here. No one can stand in my way. Ning Feng laughed maniacally. Not you, not Kunlun, not that blue-cloaked scavenger. No one can survive 13,000 degrees of heat. Boom. The starship's flamejet engines roared to life. The flames grew, changing from yellow to blue, and finally to pure white, covering the sky like the wrath of a god. Cheng Qi waved his arm, and from a distance, Hua Kunlun and the creature on his shoulder, Zizi, were enveloped in green ripples, drifting into the crowd of scavengers. The enormous flames focused into a needlepoint shape of about 100 meters in diameter. As the massive starship adjusted, the first to be incinerated was the blue-cloaked Cheng Qi. Zelu, Type 1 bioarmor cannot withstand such extreme temperatures, Cheng Qi's armor warned. Boom. The white-hot flames descended, consuming everything around, including Cheng Qi's frail body. The surrounding trash melted instantly, bursting into relatively cooler yellow flames, emitting a pungent, burnt odor. Ha ha ha. Ning Feng laughed. I am the most talented commander in history. Only I could perform such a maneuver. Boom. The jet flames refocused, intensifying, with the core temperature soaring to 13,000 degrees Celsius. 60 seconds. A full 60 seconds of burning. No living being can survive such heat. Ning Feng was now completely deranged, searching for Kunlun's whereabouts. The starship roared, and the massive white flames began to move slowly. Suddenly, Ning Feng broke into a cold sweat. Through the flickering white flames, he saw an unyielding figure. In the next moment, that figure stepped out of the flames, with heat waves distorting the air around him. The metal trash under Cheng Qi's feet melted into molten iron the instant he stepped on it, yet he stood tall and unscathed. So, this is how silicon-based life forms replenish their energy. Cheng Qi stood tall and proud, his body shimmering like a radiant diamond under the sun, dazzling and eye-catching. The Type 1 biomech armor had shrunk into a green-eyed pendant, hidden beneath his crystal-clear skin. Ning Feng stared at Cheng Qi in astonishment, his voice trembling. How did your body become like that? How can you withstand such temperatures? At that moment, Cheng Qi's eyes widened. In his pupils, besides 3 blue rings, there was an additional halo of multicolored diamond light. Ning Feng was too shocked to speak, muttering to himself, what is that? What gene level are you? I've never seen such a genetic manifestation. You possess a gene level beyond my understanding. From afar, Hannah witnessed the scene clearly. She stared intently into Cheng Qi's eyes, a mix of indescribable heartache and infatuation in her gaze. She reached out, trying to touch Cheng Qi from a distance, but exhausted, she collapsed heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, her head tilted, and her pupils gradually turned a lifeless gray. Hannah, Chairman Li cried out in anguish, desperately shaking his daughter's body. Wake up! Don't leave me! Cheng Qi frowned, his legs slightly bent. A crystalline friction sound emanated from within him, and he could clearly feel the unimaginable, violent power coursing through his freshly energized body. Boom! The ground trembled, and the surface buried beneath layers of debris cracked inch by inch. With sheer physical strength, Cheng Qi leaped hundreds of meters high, instantly reaching Ning Feng's altitude. Hiding inside a metal box, Ning Feng watched in disbelief. In midair, Cheng Qi's eyes glimmered with a strange light. His diamond-like arm bent at the elbow, from which a sharp crystal spike emerged, crashing down from above. Boom! Crack! The seven-layer shield outside the metal cube was pierced in an instant. Ning Feng's eyes widened, unable to believe this was the physical strength of a living being. He could clearly see Cheng Qi's elbow getting closer and closer to his face. Cheng Qi's voice echoed eerily. No one can stand in your way? Sir, times have changed. A metallic cube crashed down, stirring up a cloud of dust. Its surface was dented and cracked, revealing Ning Feng's mangled corpse. His head was almost entirely obliterated, leaving only a gaping mouth frozen in terror. Blood and flesh splattered across the nearby walls. The broken body fell into a pile of trash, becoming just another piece of discarded waste. Cheng Qi stood on the ground, gazing up at the two Harrier-class starships in the sky. Blue ribbons floated out from within him, and he suddenly realized the barrier between him and the starships had vanished. His eyes sparkled as he understood that Ning Feng had somehow controlled the starships directly with his brain. Now that Ning Feng's brain was reduced to mush, the starships were ownerless. Cheng Qi felt a surge of joy, thinking his efforts to eliminate everyone on the starships while preserving them were worthwhile. At that moment, the only surviving officer, Lieutenant Colonel Ning, stumbled back in panic, shouting, "What are you doing? I'm a lieutenant colonel in the Interstellar Alliance. Who dares to touch me?" A large group of scavengers surrounded him. President Li emerged from the crowd, clutching a metal pipe, tears in his eyes, and gritted his teeth, saying, "Beast." He then struck Ning on the head with the pipe. Ning let out a scream as blood gushed from his forehead, looking around in even greater terror. In an instant, countless scavengers swarmed over him, drowning out his cries. His screams grew weaker and eventually fell silent. Moments later, the scavengers turned to Cheng Qi, kneeling before him. President Li led the crowd, bowing repeatedly and shouting, "Master." Cheng Qi slowly turned around, his eyes glowing with 3 blue rings symbolizing clevel genes and a multicolored diamond ring. The Ishiped bioarmor on his chest spread out, forming a black leather jacket and a hole-riddled blue scavenger cloak. To the onlookers, it was like witnessing a miracle, and they continued to bow, chanting "Master." Cheng Qi knew they called him Master because of his previous actions and genetic superiority. He spoke in a deep voice, "I was born and raised on this wasteland earth. This is my home. No one wants their home to be a place of suffering, mutual slaughter, and cannibalism. Defeating this imposter army shouldn't have been so complicated. I did it to awaken something within you. If we continue in this days, scavengers will eventually perish without any external force. Only by awakening ourselves can we change everything. Only by becoming strong can we build a beautiful home of our own." As he spoke, Cheng Qi glanced at Hong Yun, who was standing with a gun in the distance, then turned to President Li kneeling before him. "President Li, you're old. From now on, the Scavenger Alliance is in Hong Yun's hands." President Li kowtowed repeatedly, his voice trembling, "Yes, as you command." The scene shifted to Cheng Qi's shack. Hong Yun stood there, staring in amazement at a rectangular metal device on the ground. "What is this?" One end of the device was constantly breaking down garbage, while the other end released solidifying gel. At the same time, an artificial sun slowly rose, emitting warm yellow light that illuminated the desolate ground. Cheng Qi watched the blue sunflower swaying at the front of the gel and explained, "It can decompose inorganic matter, convert it into energy, and accelerate plant growth several times over." As he spoke, small sprouts had already emerged from the eco-gel. Cheng Qi continued, "I previously acquired over 6,000 soilless cultivation capsules and synthesized the first device in an underground shelter. The STC warned of insufficient space, but if fully synthesized, I could have 400 of these devices." Hong Yun's eyes widened, her mind instantly conjuring a vision of her dream. Scavengers overcoming famine, building their homes with their own hands, and the wasteland earth gradually evolving into a standardized, sustainable environment. Her imagination even surpassed her dreams. The endless garbage was gone, and the earth was covered with lush trees and swaying wheat fields. The small sprouts before her grew a few centimeters taller. Hong Yun's breath trembled. "Did you make all of these?" This is advanced technology, right? Cheng Qi nodded. Yes, quite advanced. Hong Yuan was speechless, unsure of what to say. Cheng Qi continued. Keep those weapons to arm the self-defense team. They need training to unleash the true power of those weapons. And these recycling platforms must be fully utilized. They can only solve immediate crises. But real change requires the scavenger's own efforts. Cheng Qi looked at Hong Yun. Miss Yun, I support your dream day. Hong Yun's eyes trembled. You recognized me that night? Cheng Qi shrugged. Even if I couldn't see through your biological disguise, the aura you emit is different from other scavengers. Hong Yun's body stiffened slightly. Cheng Qi smiled. Presidently, I hope to see a comfortable Earth in the near future. Hong Yun's eyes welled up with tears, the despair of genetic levels, the harsh living conditions, the longing for outer space, all trapped Hina's life. In the end, she met a tragic fate. I will never let such a tragedy happen again. Cheng Qi nodded, gazing at the desolate surroundings in silence. After a moment, he suddenly said, during the Earth's transformation, all similar technological waste discovered must be handed over to Monkey and his team. Hong Yun's eyes sparkled, recalling Cheng Qi's words on Dream Day night. My name is Cheng Qi, Qi as in beggar. My dream is to become the king of trash here. High-level gene serums, ignoring no-flee zones, repairing Kunlun, one after another, incredible technological equipment, a mysterious gene level, and now an astonishing eco-recycling platform. All of these were miracles Cheng Qi created using Earth's trash resources. Hong Yun's heart surged with inspiration. She realized he was already the true king of trash on Earth. In the end, Hong Yuan said nothing more, only showing respect as she nodded. Yes, not far away, Hua Kunlun, the valiant Valkyrie, stood motionless amidst the ruins, her presence commanding. Cheng Qi walked slowly to her side, his eyes glinting with wisdom. Now, I don't think anyone can stop you from returning to the Galactic Alliance, Cheng Qi murmured. But those bandits were still a squad from the Alliance. Their deaths here might cause some trouble. Hua Kunlun's red eyes sparkled with confidence. I'll handle everything. Cheng Qi chuckled. It's always easier working with smart people. Hua Kunlun suddenly turned to Cheng Qi. Speaking of trouble, deep down, don't you also wish not to draw too much attention to yourself? Cheng Qi's tone was calm. My strength is not enough to stand out too much. On this garbage Earth, it doesn't matter. But facing the vast universe, it's better to be cautious. Understood. Hua Kunlun looked up at the gray sky. If anyone asks who repaired me and gave me this powerful body and new life, I'll say he is a mysterious and brilliant mechanical genius. Mechanical genius. Cheng Qi savored the phrase, recalling the STC's notes on the Red Lotus Valkyrie. A profound sense of time and space suddenly emerged within him. Cheng Qi, you deserve that title. Hua Kunlun continued. I've seen you turn trash into new machinery time and again. She suddenly turned around and extended her mechanical hand, revealing a chip with exposed wires in her palm. This is my former memory chip, containing my journey through the stars. The most crucial part is the 5 scattered technological ruins in the deep cosmos. Cheng Qi's eyes brightened. Technological ruins? Yes, Hua Kunlun nodded. Among them are mechanical planets abandoned by advanced civilizations, interstellar battlefields with tens of thousands of shipwrecks, and even the legendary time portals left by a level 12 technological civilization. She looked at Cheng Qi earnestly. I think these are valuable resources for you. This is the only way I can repay you. Cheng Qi took the chip, eyes gleaming. These are indeed priceless resources. But this is your memory chip, containing all your past memories. He paused and suddenly asked, I've always been curious. Your previous body was covered in synthetic skin. Could it allow you to have a boyfriend? Hua Kunlun stared directly at Cheng Qi. Cheng Qi, I've always admired you. Despite having such immense power, you often act foolish and shameless. How do you manage that? Cheng Qi grinned. Living on this desolate garbage Earth, surrounded by despair. If I didn't find a way to adjust my mindset, should I just cry all day and be emo? Hua Kunlun paused slightly, realizing that Cheng Qi's smile was always bright. At that moment, Hua Kunlun suddenly knelt on one knee before Cheng Qi, placing her left hand over her chest. Hey, what's this for? Cheng Qi was startled. Even if I'm very charismatic, isn't this a bit much? I express gratitude on behalf of the countless souls of the 24th Fleet. Hua Kunlun bowed her head slowly. You cleared our unjust charges. There's no need for that. Cheng Qi helped Hua Kunlun up. As Spider-Man's uncle said, with great power comes great responsibility. Who is Spider-Man? And his uncle? Oh, a mythical figure from ancient history. Haven't you heard of Spider-Man's 3 battles with the White Bone Demon? It's understandable. Not many people are as well-read in history as I am. Hua Kunlun stood up and interrupted Cheng Qi's boasting. There's one more thing. She suddenly noticed Xiao Qiong hiding in the junk pile, watching Cheng Qi from a distance. I really like this child. I can see she has great potential. Hua Kunlun paused. I want to take her with me and train her to become an excellent warrior. One day, she might even replace me. Cheng Qi frowned. Hua Kunlun quickly added, don't worry, I won't transform her in any way. Xiao Qiong will always be Xiao Qiong. Xiao Qiong's eyes flickered. I want to become a strong warrior so I can protect those around me. If I were born a powerful warrior, Dad wouldn't have died, and Mom wouldn't have died. Cheng Qi's frown gradually relaxed. After a long pause, he sighed. Everyone has their destiny. Xiao Qiong, I'll be waiting for you to become the strongest warrior. I hope you gain the strength to protect everyone around you. Xiao Qiong nodded, her eyes moist. When that time comes, I'll protect you. Cheng Qi was moved, good child. All those times I made sacrifices were worth it. Oh? Hua Kunlun was puzzled. What sacrifices? That's not important. Cheng Qi closed his eyes in pain. Please take good care of Xiao Qiong. It's quite a coincidence. Hua Kunlun looked at Xiao Qiong. This child's real name is also Honglian. Some things are just meant to be. Oh. Cheng Qi was surprised. For a long time, he hadn't known Xiao Qiong's real name. I think you're about to start your journey through the cosmos, Hua Kunlun suddenly said. When I return to headquarters, I'll arrange a ship for you. A ship? Cheng Qi smiled. That's not necessary. I prefer a fleet over a ship. Hua Kunlun suddenly realized something and looked up at the two tilted hyena starships floating in midair. The Galactic Alliance will soon send people to investigate. Unless you can hide them, otherwise. Cheng Qi chuckled. Just watch me hide them. Cheng Qi stood atop a towering pile of junk. The wind made his blue scavenger cloak flutter. Hua Kunlun had finally contacted her old comrades, and soon someone would come to take her and Xiao Qiong away. Meanwhile, Hong Yuan had moved the ecological cycle platform. As she had said, she would start a grand project. The STC's electronic voice sounded in Cheng Qi's ear. You synthesized a large number of firearms, igniting the spark of rebellion in Hong Yuan's heart. You synthesized a cybernetic body, giving Kunlun a new life. Her presence showed the scavengers that the Galactic Alliance isn't entirely evil, giving them hope. Kunlun will also handle all subsequent troubles. In fact, what you synthesized was not just equipment but an opportunity for a lost civilization to rise again. Cheng Qi waved his hand. I'm not that great. This place, being my home, will always have a faint connection to me. That is greatness. I believe I didn't choose the wrong person. I see the hope for the revival of the mother civilization. Volume 1. King of the Junkyard End. Cheng Qi's body slowly ascended, and the garbage-strewn earth beneath him became small and distant. As the two Harrier-class starships drew closer, his heartbeat quickened, and a wave of excitement washed over him. Up close, these colossal vessels, each stretching 20 kilometers long, were utterly awe-inspiring. The Harrier-class starships resembled old-world aircraft carriers, appearing like steel fortresses suspended just beneath the atmosphere. Massive thrusters were positioned at the rear and sides of the ships, periodically emitting dazzling blue plasma flames that caused a subtle tremor in space. The towering command tower at the front of the ship, bristling with various sensors and communication devices, showcased its capability for long-distance interstellar travel. Though one of the Harrier-class starships had its planet-destroying cannon damaged and was spewing smoke, listing slightly, such damage was minor for a vessel of its size. Inside, the starship was pristine, with the imposter soldiers already perished on the ground. These two starships were uniquely special. Their massive bridges were eerily empty. Cheng Qi gazed at the two starships, swallowing hard. The dream of every true man encompassed mechs, machinery, starships, and the vastness of space. The most exhilarating vision was wearing his own battle armor, piloting his own starship, and carving out his path in the infinite universe. He had often fantasized about such scenes, exploring wondrous and beautiful planets, seeking mysterious and magnificent treasures, encountering unimaginable civilizations, growing stronger and wiser along the way, and witnessing the most breathtaking landscapes. If the starship was powerful enough to withstand all risks and move like a ghost, it would be even more thrilling. Cheng Qi's eyes roamed over the starships like a connoisseur, pondering the miracles their fusion might produce. These were already the pinnacle of the human alliance's starships. The next level would undoubtedly surpass reality. This was the most anticipated fusion of his life. To avoid detection, Cheng Qi decided to perform the large-scale fusion in space. He closed his eyes and reopened them, his gaze sparkling like diamonds. Dozens of blue ribbons intertwined and connected to the two massive starships. The electronic resonance of the silicon-based life forms was indeed formidable. In the next moment, the main engines of the two starships roared to life, their immense rumble and vibrations echoing through the cosmos as they began to ascend. However, Cheng Qi frowned slightly. A simple movement command had left him feeling utterly drained. The starship's complex electronic systems required an overwhelming amount of control, making him feel as if he were holding up a car with a reed-thin arm barely managing but trembling all the while. My silicon-based sequence level must be too low, Cheng Qi thought, concerned. Will I be able to handle the starship after the fusion? Despite the difficulties, the two starships eventually moved beyond the atmosphere. There, against the backdrop of the dark, star-studded universe, they appeared even more magnificent. Cheng Qi's face was covered by a black mask formed by his Type 1 bioarmor, insulating him from the cold and providing ample oxygen. Begin the fusion, he commanded, taking a deep breath and raising his right hand slowly, palm facing the starships. The STC emitted a brilliant blue beam of light. This scene was even more grand and spectacular than previous fusions. Under the blue technological light, the massive Harrier-class starships transformed into countless points of white light, more radiant than the distant stars. Although Cheng Qi was accustomed to such sights, this time, he felt a profound sense of awe for technology. The blueprint for the fusion target was a Falcon-class interstellar starship, a creation of human civilization's technology 78 years into the future. Harrier-class, Falcon-class, continuing the Raptor series naming, Cheng Qi's pupils trembled. It truly is future technology. However, the fusion process encountered unprecedented stuttering. Suddenly, the STC projected a void screen in front of Cheng Qi, displaying the holograms of the two Harrier-class starships. At the bridge of each starship, a human brain was suspended, pierced by nearly 1,000 fine steel needles that penetrated deep into the brain tissue. These needles were connected to numerous circuits, which spread throughout the starships, linking various hubs. Cheng Qi frowned in thought, recalling a conversation between Ning Feng and Lieutenant Colonel Ning. Ning Feng had mentioned that the black prosthetic body contained their father's brain, allowing remote control. They must be high-level gene carriers, with some kind of telepathic ability in their bloodline? Cheng Qi speculated, almost certain. After piecing it together, Cheng Qi took a sharp breath. The brains in the Harrier-class starships must also be Ning Feng's close relatives, perhaps siblings. That's how he could control two starships simultaneously. No wonder he was the most genius commander in history. This revelation meant that these seemingly ordinary Harrier-class starships were actually extraordinary, containing mysteries even the STC couldn't account for in its fusion blueprint. Cheng Qi's excitement turned to dismay. What he thought was a treasure was too unique, ultimately unusable. Reconfiguring the synthesis plan using existing technology, Cheng Qi fell into deep thought. This unexpected proposal stirred up a storm in his mind. Developing anew? That meant forging an entirely new path with the current technology and resources. With furrowed brows, Cheng Qi weighed the risks. What's the cost of failure? He asked in a low voice, his tone revealing his concern. Everything will be lost, came the terse, heavy reply. Cheng Qi clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. There was no turning back now. This was the only option. After a few moments of silence, he gritted his teeth and made his decision. Do it. As soon as he spoke, the STC erupted in an unprecedented brilliance, as if performing some complex calculation. A Harrier-class starship disintegrated instantly, transforming into countless white light particles that rapidly converged towards another Harrier-class starship. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted in front of him. Cheng Qi's eyes widened, and cold sweat drenched his palms. 3 seconds felt like 3 centuries, and finally, he heard the most delightful sound. Synthesis successful. The tension in Cheng Qi's nerves loosened abruptly, and he muttered to himself, "It's done." The dazzling light gradually faded, as if a grand curtain was being slowly drawn back. What appeared before Cheng Qi was a white battleship shaped like a sharp spear. It was much smaller than the Harrier-class starship, with a total length of about 2 kilometers, its design both sleek and sharp. Gazing at the newly formed battleship, Cheng Qi knew its true value lay within its technological content. The ship's surface was not metal, but a milky white material emitting a soft glow, resembling fine porcelain. The most striking feature was the blue patterns covering the entire hull. These patterns, like the tentacles of a giant octopus, interconnected to form a complex network. Cheng Qi's pupils contracted as he noticed that these designs resembled the neural network of the human brain. The octopus's body looked like a neuron, with its extending branches akin to dendrites and axons. At that moment, blue currents suddenly flashed across the surface of the ship, darting along the patterns like a meteor streaking across the night sky. Cheng Qi's heart skipped a beat. Has it developed a consciousness? Though he had never seen the legendary Falcon-class starship, Cheng Qi was certain that this was something entirely different. It defied all human design principles, far surpassing the technological level of 78 years later. The ship once again erupted with countless blue currents, traversing its entire hull and creating a brilliant blue glow in the dark expanse of space. The sight was both magnificent and mysterious, leaving onlookers breathless. Cheng Qi's eyes opened slightly, his brain racing. The scene before him was astonishing. The merging of 2 highly electronic human brains from the 2 Hawk-class starships had created an unprecedented reaction, forming a unique new entity. The unnamed new starship appeared before Cheng Qi. Its size and performance were astounding. The ship measured 1,680 meters in length, 270 meters in width, and 230 meters in height, with a mass of 100,024 tons. The most striking feature was its unique hull material white matter metal, a combination of metal and human brain white matter, which endowed the hull surface with extremely high information transmission rates and the ability to withstand a maximum pressure of 10 million megapascals. Cheng Qi meticulously read through the starship's detailed specifications. The communication system, utilizing a neural network for super-distance communication, not only connected to mainstream interstellar channels but also extended the communication range by 160. The propulsion system used a bioenergy nuclear fusion engine, achieving a maximum speed of 2 of the speed of light and a maximum range of 2.45 light-years. The starship's internal facilities were comprehensive, with 3 levels containing 10 first-class cabins, 95 capsule sleep pods, a 400-square-meter recreational area, a dining area, an automated medical equipment zone, a fitness training zone, and a cargo storage area. The weapon and defense systems utilized neural network-based technologies, including the Star Annihilation Cannon and Sky Shield, which were exclusive and undocumented technologies. Given its superior interstellar capabilities, the starship's minimum technology level was rated at level 2, but the upper limit remained undetermined due to the inclusion of many unknown technologies. Cheng Qi recalled the old interstellar radio left by his grandfather, which had once been his only window to the vast universe. He often stayed by the radio, absorbing information like a sponge, including various introductions to starships. Comparing the data from his memory, Cheng Qi realized the new starship's performance far exceeded conventional standards. Its maximum speed of 2 of the speed of light was equivalent to 17,000 times the speed of sound, 30 faster than the fastest small reconnaissance ships on the market. Despite this impressive figure, Cheng Qi still felt a hint of dissatisfaction. The use of white matter metal as the hull material was an unprecedented innovation, but its defensive capability made Cheng Qi frown. Withstanding a maximum pressure of 10 million megapascals, this meant a single shot from a Star Annihilation Cannon could destroy it. The defense seems a bit weak, Cheng Qi muttered to himself. However, the completeness of the onboard living facilities caught Cheng Qi's attention, promising a comfortable long-distance journey. The performance of the super-distance communication system was also satisfactory. As Cheng Qi pondered the specific upgrades of the neural network-based Star Annihilation Cannon and Sky Shield, the STC suddenly flashed, projecting a holographic image of the starship. In the hologram, the white hull, covered densely with neuron bodies, flickered in unison, emitting an eerie black glow. The entire starship then transformed into a cosmic hedgehog, with hundreds of neurons simultaneously releasing straight, black beams of light, forming a 360-degree attack array. Cheng Qi's eyes widened. These black beams were the same as the attack method of the Star Annihilation Cannon on the previous Hawk-class starship. But now, there were hundreds of them simultaneously. This leap in capability left him stunned. Even more astonishing, the neurons began to wriggle slightly, with hundreds of black beams converging at the front of the ship, the energy surging violently, eventually focusing into a massive attack beam nearly a meter in diameter. This beam, almost tangible, shot into the depths of space. 10 seconds later, a massive black energy sphere exploded in the distant sky, followed by a violent explosion. Although it was just a holographic simulation, Cheng Qi could clearly feel the terrifying power within, a world-shattering force that sent chills down his spine. Cheng Qi finally understood the intricacies of this attack mode. In dispersed firing, each beam's power was 10 of the original Star Annihilation Cannon, capable of hitting multiple targets simultaneously. When the beams converged, the power increased to 220 of the original. This design not only enhanced power but also significantly improved practicality. Next, the holographic simulation demonstrated the performance of the neural network-based Sky Shield. The white starship's neural network suddenly flickered, and a blue neural network pattern slowly emerged and began to expand. As it expanded, it continuously dragged out a series of afterimages, eventually forming a 10-layer light blue neural network shield around the starship, firmly enveloping it in the core. Cheng Qi realized that the design was inspired by the neural network structure of the human brain. Using this structure, the efficiency of the Sky Shield was significantly improved. Rough calculations indicated that the new Sky Shield's defensive effect was 4 times that of the old version, with deployment speed increased by 10.3 times. And it also had dual camouflage functions of visual distortion and electronic reconnaissance signal distortion. This greatly compensates for the shortcomings of white matter metal. Cheng Qi nodded in admiration, calculating in his mind that even his prized Muzi first-generation machine might not easily penetrate this defensive barrier. Cheng Qi stood on the bridge, his gaze sweeping over his starship, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. The hull of this starship was indeed fragile, much like the human brain, powerful in function but easily damaged. However, the upgraded Sky Shield system acted like a sturdy skull, providing robust protection for this brain He pondered the additional features of the neural network sky shield. While it could distort signals, it felt more like camouflage than true invisibility. Deep down, Cheng Qi still felt uneasy, as if something was missing. His thoughts then turned to the upgraded Star Destroyer cannon, and he envisioned its two modes. In dispersal mode, it was like a powerful shotgun, and in focused mode, it transformed into a precise sniper rifle. As for speed, this starship was 30 faster than the fastest small starships on the market. In summary, this new starship had the makings of a reconnaissance scout. While its overall performance might still lag behind some super starships, it was already quite outstanding as a light starship. Cheng Qi's eyes wandered over the starship's data annotations, finally settling on a term that appeared twice: exclusive technology. He frowned, deep in thought. What could this mean? The starship's AI quickly provided feedback. So far, the special technology of this starship was in an inactive state and required self-exploration. A glint of excitement flashed in Cheng Qi's eyes. This was normal. After all, this starship was a product beyond the STC blueprint. Exploring hidden features? That's my favorite. Watch me decode this in no time. Cheng Qi rubbed his hands together, and the turbo-powered shoes propelled him silently through space. After circling the starship, Cheng Qi was stunned. The entire starship was seamless, without a single gap. Just as he was puzzled, a small cluster of blue, glowing neural network appeared on the hull in front of him. This neural network slowly unfolded in a way that defied geometric principles, forming a 3-meter-high entrance. Definitely unconventional. Even the hatch is magical. Cheng Qi muttered, stepping into the starship. The hatch closed silently behind him, becoming a seamless wall. Looking around, the interior of the starship perfectly blended sci-fi and fantasy elements. Under the bright lights, the pristine white metal gave off a delicate and soft vibe. Cheng Qi removed his protective mask and walked down the empty corridor, his footsteps echoing. This is my starship, Cheng Qi marveled, finding it increasingly incredible. A scavenger now owning his own starship. It was like a dream. Where's the bridge? Where's the bridge? The bridge is on the 3rd deck. Cheng Qi hummed a tune, suddenly stopping in his tracks. He slowly stepped back 3 paces and looked into a cabin he had just passed, his pupils contracting. Inside the cabin, a woman in a red dress sat on a half-meter-high platform. Her red gown flowed, one foot dangling off the edge, the other leg bent, and her hands clasping her ankle as she gazed upwards. That posture, that facete was unmistakably Hannah, who was already dead. Hannah slowly turned her head, extending a bruised hand toward Cheng Qi, mumbling something strange. Cheng Qi's skin crawled, but Hannah remained in place, unable to truly affect him. Continuing forward, Cheng Qi saw a middle-aged couple huddled together. Xiao Qiong's parents. They wore tattered scavenger cloaks, leaning on each other. When they saw Cheng Qi, they smiled and nodded. Cheng Qi was stunned. These two were also dead. Further ahead, Cheng Qi encountered a group of quadruplets. The eldest was Ning Feng, a fallen subordinate, frowning and marching in place, silently chanting, "No one can block my path." The younger one was Lieutenant Ning, beaten to death by scavengers, now cowering with fear in his eyes. The other two, who resembled Ning Feng and Lieutenant Ning, had vacant expressions, their arms hanging limply, their heads empty. What are these, ghosts? Cheng Qi exclaimed, his mind unable to comprehend what he was seeing. He observed closely. These ghosts were neither holograms nor any form he recognized. Finally reaching the bridge, Cheng Qi gazed through the enormous one-way transparent glass at the vast, deep universe. In the center of the platform stood a giant cocoon, 3 meters tall and over a meter in diameter, emitting a blue glow, pulsing like a heartbeat. At that moment, Cheng Qi felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, as if countless tiny currents were converging at his brow. When the energy reached a certain level, it felt as if a third eye had opened on his forehead. Then, some intangible force flowed from his forehead, drifting into the giant cocoon in front of him. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst from within the cocoon, illuminating the curled-up silhouette of a baby, reminiscent of an ultrasound image of a fetus in the womb. Cheng Qi's eye twitched involuntarily, and an eerie feeling surged within him. In the next moment, the baby stretched out its limbs abruptly, its chubby arms and tightly clenched fists reaching towards the sky. Then, the baby began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into the outline of a 4- or 5-year-old child, and in another blink, it grew into the form of a teenager and finally into a 2-meter-tall adult. This towering figure lightly touched the ground with its feet and took a step forward, silently passing through the giant cocoon. The cocoon then transformed into some kind of energy, which was absorbed by the figure's body. The tall figure, trailing wisps of light, walked step by step towards Cheng Qi and finally stood before him. Cheng Qi was shocked to discover that what stood before him was a skeleton enveloped in a blue glow, with 2 clusters of blazing white flames flickering in its eye sockets. The skeleton's mouth opened slightly, and an invisible sound wave spread out. Greetings, my creator. After merging with a fragment of your consciousness, I have become an independent life form. Life form? Cheng Qi was stunned. What exactly are you? I am this starship. The blue skeleton stood straight, and I am also a tangible electronic representation of human consciousness. Cheng Qi felt an indescribable sense of awe. The intangible human consciousness had become a physical entity? He tried to grasp the concept. So, the residual consciousness of two human brains within the starship was synthesized and merged with the starship, forming an electronic consciousness? Cheng Qi asked, somewhat puzzled. Are you akin to some form of artificial intelligence? I am something far more unique. In all known records, I am the only one. The blue skeleton's voice echoed. I originated from the souls of Ning Yu and Ning Shan, but I am distinct from them. Now, I am both a soul and an electronic consciousness that can exist in the material world. Soul? Material world? Cheng Qi's eyes sparkled as he slowly turned to look back at the familiar figures on his path. Are there really spirits in this world? Have you heard of the 21-gram soul theory? The blue skeleton continued to explain. At the moment of human death, the body loses exactly 21 grams. That is the weight of the soul. As the soul leaves the body at that instant, the so-called soul is actually human consciousness. Human consciousness and the body have always been two separate entities, like a mech and its pilot. Cheng Qi paused slightly. Then where does human consciousness go after death? It floats in the air, existing silently in an undetectable form. Cheng Qi took a breath, feeling a bit horrified. So, those who have died are actually always around us, quietly watching us? One could interpret it that way. The blue skeleton's ghostly flames flickered as it calmly looked ahead. Human consciousness is a quantum state, born from quantum phenomena at the microscopic level of the brain, such as the quantum vibrations of proteins or the quantum tunneling of ion channels. For instance, the process of brain cells transitioning from a superposition state to a collapsed state also contributes to the formation of human consciousness. Cheng Qi was astonished. So, the concept of a quantum soul is real. The blue skeleton continued. After humans die, their consciousness particles do not dissipate but become a superposition state. If someone can observe them, the consciousness will collapse back into a definite state. Cheng Qi's eyes widened slightly. So, the spirits I saw earlier became visible because they collapsed into a definite state for some reason? Yes. The blue skeleton nodded. Before you observed them, they were consciousness particles floating in another space. Cheng Qi felt a sense of shock. Another space? The blue skeleton explained. This space both exists and does not exist because it is another dimension. Normally, no human can break through this barrier because it lies beyond the fourth wall. The fourth wall? Cheng Qi felt his mind expanding. This term comes from human theater. The stage has 3 walls on the sides and back, and the fourth wall exists between the actors and the audience. The blue skeleton continued. The souls of the deceased exist beyond the fourth wall, like spectators, silently watching the performance of the living. But I, as a tangible electronic consciousness, possess both physical and spiritual states. The blue skeleton paused. Therefore, I am an entity capable of breaking through the fourth wall. Cheng Qi recoiled at the revelation. This was too bizarre. The blue skeleton added, because I possess both soul and reality attributes, I can observe all consciousness particles within my domain, causing them to collapse into a definite state, forming the spirits you see. Cheng Qi stood there, stunned. The principles of the undead revealed by the blue skull had opened his eyes. His mind raced, trying to digest this information that defied conventional understanding. The blue skull seemed to notice Cheng Qi's confusion and continued to explain. Of course, the so-called deterministic state only applies to me. Because of the unique consciousness link between us, you can share my perspective. Others would not be able to see those spirits. Cheng Qi's eyes widened as a startling thought crossed his mind. With thousands of years of human civilization, wouldn't the spirit world be overcrowded? The ghostly flames in the blue skull's eyes flickered, as if contemplating how to explain such a complex issue. It spoke slowly. They dissipate when their energy runs out, but the duration varies. Consciousness has quantum entanglement properties. The more emotional ties the deceased had in life, the longer they linger. Cheng Qi pondered this. The explanation reminded him of familiar ghost stories. It's like those tales where spirits with strong obsessions refuse to leave. The blue skull nodded slowly and then stepped aside, revealing a space behind it. Cheng Qi's expression froze as he saw 8 tall figures standing quietly in the distance. They were 8 resolute warriors, clad in massive mechanical exoskeletons. His pupils trembled as familiar names surfaced in his mind. The Elite 8, Ding Feng, Lin Luanyue, Long Zhanxiao. In that instant, the 8 warriors straightened their backs and raised their hands in a standard military salute toward Cheng Qi. His body stiffened. He could see clear gratitude and a sense of relief in their eyes. Cheng Qi's thoughts flashed back to a recent moment. He had slain 8 imposters in front of the warriors' nameplates to give these heroic spirits some closure. Connecting this with what the Blue Skull had said earlier, Cheng Qi realized that the 8 warriors had witnessed the entire scene from beyond the fourth wall. Their current actions were a gesture of respect and gratitude toward him. For 20 years, these warriors' consciousnesses had lingered, unable to dissipate due to their grievances and unresolved issues. An indescribable emotion surged within Cheng Qi. He murmured, "I'm not that great. It was just a coincidence, a small effort." Yet the mysteries of the world had allowed him to receive their personal thanks in such an unexpected way. Cheng Qi smiled and nodded toward the 8 figures. In the next moment, they maintained their saluting posture as they slowly faded away. Their entanglements finally unraveled, and they truly left this world. As Cheng Qi was about to turn away, he suddenly noticed a middle-aged man standing behind him, wearing a lab coat, with a cigarette in his mouth and tattoos on his arms. Cheng Qi's eyes widened as he recognized the man Professor Hua Linzhong. The man in the lab coat discarded his cigarette, slowly and solemnly rolled down his sleeves to cover the tattoos, and carefully adjusted his attire before bowing deeply to Cheng Qi. Cheng Qi understood that this bow from Professor Hua Linzhong was a tribute to the unforgotten Miaozi technology. He took a deep breath and bowed back slowly, a mutual respect transcending the fourth wall. Cheng Qi said with heartfelt respect, "I didn't do much, just had the fortune to stand on the shoulders of giants. Without Professor Hua's relentless efforts, I wouldn't have had the chance to harness Miaozi technology." Professor Hua Linzhong's figure gradually faded. At that moment, the scavenger couple reappeared, standing close together and looking at Cheng Qi with the same smile. Cheng Qi suddenly realized that they, too, were expressing their gratitude. After their passing, Cheng Qi had taken in their daughter, Xiaoqiao. Cheng Qi stood on the deck of the starship, filled with awe and wonder. He deeply realized how insignificant human knowledge was in the vast universe, unable to fully comprehend even its own civilization. With these thoughts in mind, he turned to the tall blue skeleton, eager to understand the unique technology of this starship. The blue skeleton spoke slowly, its voice low and magnetic. "I am the embodiment of this starship, and the only entity known in the universe capable of breaking the fourth wall. Thus, this starship also possesses the ability to traverse the fourth wall." It nodded slightly and added, "As a crew member of this starship, you too will have the opportunity to cross with me." Cheng Qi's eyes widened as this information exploded in his mind like a bombshell. Just 2 minutes ago, he had only begun to grasp the profound and mysterious concept of the fourth wall. To him, it was an awe-inspiring and unreachable existence. And now, he had the chance to experience it firsthand and even use this technology. The discovery left him both excited and astonished. The blue skeleton's voice rang out again. "Great creator Cheng Qi, prepare yourself. You will be the first human to cross the fourth wall." With those words, the entire starship began to vibrate slightly as the main engines roared to life. White particle flames erupted from the rear of the ship as it slowly moved forward. Through the one-way transparent canopy of the deck, Cheng Qi saw a blue glowing neural network materialize in the dark expanse of space ahead. The starship glided into the neural network in a quiet yet spectacular manner. It was as if they were passing through a mirror. In the next moment, the white starship emerged from the other side of the neural network. As the entire ship exited, the neural network flickered briefly before silently dissipating. From Cheng Qi's perspective, the surroundings didn't change much. The universe remained vast, the distant sun still shone brightly, and beneath him was still the gray and desolate earth. However, his entire field of vision seemed to be covered by a faint green filter, giving everything a slightly greenish hue. This feeling was indescribable. Cheng Qi knew clearly that he existed in this world, yet he did not fully belong here. It was a paradoxical yet vividly clear sensation. Suddenly, Cheng Qi noticed nearly 10,000 green glowing figures gathered in the distance. He squinted, his expression serious. Those were the bodies of the 24th Fleet of Hua Kunlun, previously scattered around Earth by Ning Feng. At this moment, these nearly 10,000 figures saluted Cheng Qi, their presence both imposing and tinged with melancholy. They knew it was Cheng Qi who had restored Hua Kunlun, giving them a chance to clear their grievances. Cheng Qi's heart was a mix of emotions, and he could only silently murmur to himself, "I am unworthy, I am unworthy." Then, the figures of the 24th Fleet turned in unison and headed towards the depths of the universe, gradually disappearing from Cheng Qi's sight. Cheng Qi took a deep breath, calming his complex emotions. He realized that he had indeed pierced through the fourth wall, and the experience was truly beyond belief. While Cheng Qi pondered his connection to the real world, a small passenger starship approached from a distance. Cheng Qi recognized the insignia on the starship. It was the Interstellar Alliance investigator Hua Kunlun had mentioned. The front of the vehicle emitted a faint red scanning beam, approaching steadily. At this moment, Cheng Qi's white starship was directly in the path of the small passenger ship, but the latter seemed completely unaware. 30 seconds later, Cheng Qi watched in shock as the small passenger starship passed right through his white starship and continued towards Earth. This scene left Cheng Qi's mind reeling. He immediately commanded the blue skeleton to accelerate and fly alongside the passenger starship for a full 100 kilometers. As expected, no matter how the passenger starship scanned or its crew visually inspected their surroundings, they remained completely oblivious to the presence of the white starship, even when it was right beside them. During this flight, Cheng Qi experienced a new mode of control. He discovered that he could communicate with the blue skeleton through a form of telepathy. By merely visualizing a navigation plan in his mind, the blue skeleton could precisely control the starship and execute various complex maneuvers. This experience dispelled Cheng Qi's earlier concerns. He had initially worried that his silicon-based genes might not be sufficient to pilot the starship. However, with the blue skeleton acting as an intermediary, his control over the starship felt natural and seamless. This scene was reminiscent of the genius Commander Ning Feng's maneuvers, but the coordination between Cheng Qi and Blue Skull was even more seamless. Blue Skull's hollow eye sockets glowed with ghostly blue flames as he slowly revealed the secret of the fourth wall. The inside and outside may overlap, but they are entirely separate spaces, completely non-interfering. Whether human or any other living being, they cannot detect our presence as long as they are alive. Likewise, we cannot harm them. Cheng Qi's heart pounded with excitement as he eagerly asked, "Can we enter and exit at will?" Blue Skull nodded slightly and succinctly replied, "Yes." This response struck Cheng Qi like a bolt of lightning. He clenched his fists tightly, his heart racing. This was an unbelievable ability, an unparalleled stealth technology, the ultimate in covert operations. At that moment, Cheng Qi truly grasped the core advantage of this starship. Its attack power might not be the strongest, and its defense shields might not be the most robust, but its stealth capabilities were revolutionary. This starship could navigate through perilous territories, reach areas inaccessible to other ships, easily evade tracking, and sail safely through the treacherous expanse of the universe. This was exactly what Cheng Qi had always wished for, both safety and excitement. The result of this synthesis exceeded his wildest expectations. Cheng Qi looked at Blue Skull with excitement and blurted out, "This is incredible. It's like a starship that traverses between the realms of the living and the dead." The ghostly flames in Blue Skull's eyes flickered, and with a hint of mockery in his voice, he said, "Honored creator, your description, though naive, isn't entirely inaccurate. However, a more precise term would be fourth wall navigation." Cheng Qi chuckled inwardly. You dare to mock me?" But outwardly, he respectfully said, "I wouldn't dare." He gazed at the towering blue skull before him, feeling a strange sense of connection. He realized that this being was a fragment of his own consciousness, absolutely loyal yet possessing an independent will. In a way, it was akin to his own subject. At that moment, the voice of the STC suddenly echoed in Cheng Qi's ears. "It is a new form of life, a nascent civilization in its own right. I am merely a tool, but you are its creator. Now, you may name this civilization." Naming a brand new civilization. Cheng Qi took a deep breath and solemnly declared, "My name is Cheng Qi, an ordinary name but unique to me. So, I won't be modest." His eyes sparkled. "I will name it the Qi civilization." The STC immediately responded, "Qi civilization. I will create its records and register this starship as the first technology of the Qi civilization." Cheng Qi felt a surge of excitement. The result of this synthesis far exceeded his expectations. He never imagined that Ning Feng's two brain-powered starships, far from being useless scrap, were the most unique and valuable resources. This granted him a unique technology in the universe, his own starship, and a new civilization. Looking at the towering blue skull standing silently beside him, Cheng Qi suddenly said, "As the first citizen of the Qi civilization, you should have a name." Blue Skull looked at Cheng Qi with reverence. "Great creator, if you would bestow a name upon me, I would be deeply grateful." "Dog egg," Cheng Qi blurted out, then waved his hand. "Just kidding. How about Ling, as in soul?" And so, the first entry in the Qi civilization's technological blueprint was officially established, the Ling-class starship. "Let's go on an adventure. Time to pack our bags." The Ling-class starship silently docked beside Cheng Qi's shack, like a ghostly apparition in the air. A scavenger vulture flew through the seemingly non-existent ship and landed on the ground, pecking relentlessly at a discarded tin can with its sharp beak. Iron Mama was busy packing, her mechanical arms efficiently folding clothes and organizing items. Hansi clutched a large metal box tightly, his eyes alert as if guarding a priceless treasure. Cheng Qi stood at a distance, squinting slightly as he observed the scene. A thousand-eyed fly landed on Hansi's metal box, its myriad eyes peering through the cracks. Inside were a dozen magazines featuring alluring female robots and an old-looking robot toy. The magazine covers displayed seductive female robots with their metal chests open, revealing heart-shaped power batteries. Cheng Qi smiled wryly, then turned his gaze toward the radio he used to contact Mo. He had tried calling 3 or 4 times, but received no response. Just as he began to suspect Mo had absconded with over 10,000 pieces of high-entropy alloy, the radio crackled to life with Mo's weary voice. Family turmoil, spread too thin. Great gratitude will repay. Mo never breaks a promise. Cheng Qi nodded in relief. It seemed Mo hadn't reneged on his promise, but was entangled in family troubles. The toxic drink spreading through the family must have been the work of an insider. Though the plan to procure equipment through Mo was temporarily on hold, Cheng Qi wasn't worried. He looked up at the gray sky, feeling a surge of pride. Now, he had the stars and the vast ocean of space. For 18 years, this had been not only his dream, but also the dream of all scavengers. Once, Cheng Qi could only hear fragmented stories of the universe through his grandfather's old radio. The entirety of human civilization was just a vague outline in his mind, like a village child imagining the bustling city. Hansi, it's almost time. We'll be back. This is our only home, Cheng Qi said as he walked forward. It's time to set off. Ahead, a neural net suddenly lit up, revealing the hatch of the Ling-class starship. The boy and his nanny robot walked in slowly, and the neural net dimmed, their figures disappearing from the trash-strewn earth. Sometimes, the beginning of a great journey is silent and unremarkable. On the bridge, Cheng Qi took one last look at the desolate, garbage-filled earth, his eyes glistening. When he turned back, the Ling-class starship had already broken through the atmosphere. According to Cheng Qi's settings, the cabin was bright. The temperature was maintained at 23 degrees Celsius, and the oxygen level was 21, as if they were in a serene, comfortable prairie. Unnecessary ghostly illusions no longer appeared. The nearby moon came into view. Its front was still a cratered sphere, but its back had been hollowed out. The moon neither rotated nor was it pulled by Earth's gravity because its core was a hard, precise machine. An unknown advanced civilization had placed the moon near Earth to monitor human civilization. Now, with human civilization spread across the galaxy, the moon's core had been retrieved without humanity's knowledge, leaving only a fragile shell that could shatter at any moment. The moon receded behind them, and a long defensive line gradually came into view, the Earth blockade built by the Interstellar Alliance under the influence of Ningfeng. Though most of it had been dismantled, there were still scattered small floating outposts and a large signal jammer. Cheng Qi stared at the once impenetrable chain. A bored soldier yawned inside an outpost, unaware that the spear-like tip of the Ling-class starship had pierced through his throat. The massive ship then passed through the small outpost and the long blockade. The soldier rubbed his tired eyes and smacked his lips, seeing only the eternal, unchanging deep space. Cheng Qi, too, gazed at the vast universe, his heart racing. The soldier was bound by rules to his tiny outpost, while Cheng Qi had just broken free of those rules, able to go anywhere in the cosmos. Cheng Qi's hand hovered over the control panel, and he released a broken chip. A beam of light quickly stabilized the chip in midair, and circuits from the workbench connected with it, parsing its contents. This was Hua Kunlun's memory chip, her parting gift. The chip listed 5 technological ruins, the nearest located in the Alpha Centauri star system, which Hua Kunlun had dubbed the Shipwreck Ruins. She had stumbled upon it during a mission 4 years ago, but hadn't explored it deeply. Her evaluation read, undiscovered by the public, unknown technology system, unknown technology level, unknown life forms, unknown civilization, extremely high risk. Cheng Qi's eyes sparkled. A series of unknowns summed up to extreme risk, but as the ancients said, the bigger the waves, the bigger the fish. With the Ling-class starship, he feared no risk. Worst case, he'd take a quick look and bolt. To Cheng Qi, the vast universe was like a platter of exquisite delicacies. He decided to explore the nearest ruins first. Full of confidence, he gazed into the distance and ordered full speed ahead. The Ling-class starship finally revealed its true power, its tail emitting white flames like a meteor, disappearing into the deep cosmos in the blink of an eye. Alpha Centauri, the region of space where the shipwreck lies, is 4.24 light-years away from Earth. The Cheng Qi starship, traveling at 2 of the speed of light, would take 21 years to reach it. Cheng Qi stood on the bridge, his fingers flying across the control panel as he reviewed Hua Kunlun's memories, searching for the location of the directional Stargate hub. Just 21 years, huh? By then, I'll still be full of energy, Cheng Qi muttered to himself before letting out a bitter laugh. Look at me, acting like I've never seen the world. In reality, no human starship would ever travel the full 4.2 light-years. Humanity entered the age of interstellar exploration not because of the birth of starships, but due to the advent of directional stargates. Stargates are shortcuts through the cosmos. How humanity managed to deploy countless stargates across the universe in just a few hundred years remains a closely guarded secret. Rumor has it that humans offered something in exchange for the assistance of an advanced civilization. The nearest Stargate hub required another 5 hours of travel, an unavoidable journey. As Cheng Qi pondered this, Hanzi's voice interrupted his thoughts. What is that thing? Hanzi stared blankly at Ling. At the moment, Ling appeared as a tall blue skeleton, seated on a ceramic step. It rested its right elbow on its knee, with its hands slightly cupped under its chin, head slightly bowed, and eyes gazing emptily ahead. Hanzi's electronic eye flickered. Is it a sculpture of the thinker? Cheng Qi found it intriguing as well and approached for a closer look. Ling slowly turned its head and nodded slightly toward Cheng Qi. Creator, I am communicating with nearby spirits, learning and contemplating. Often, I deeply empathize with their obsessions. It's a unique experience that fascinates me. Cheng Qi was somewhat taken aback. As a newly created entity, Ling still held many unknowns. Additionally, being a creature straddling both the living and the dead, it indeed had access to some extraordinary channels of information. Ling resumed its thinker pose. The 2-meter tall blue fluorescent skeleton, with white ghostly flames flickering in its eyes, sat quietly on the step, appearing like a philosopher contemplating ultimate mysteries, its expression a mix of confusion, curiosity, and the unknown. Wow! Hanzi scratched his brass head. It's got style, a quiet big blue ghost. Suddenly, Ling stood up abruptly, its expression furious, ribs heaving. Unbelievable! I am Bai Juyi. My writings with Yuan Zhan were crystal clear. Awoke from illness, startled. The cold wind and rain entered the window. Such poetic charm. Yet later generations changed it to awoke from illness, startled. The clown is me. Cheng Qi and Hanzi were stunned, exchanging glances. Ling quickly apologized. My apologies. I was momentarily overwhelmed by empathy. It then sat back down and resumed its thinker pose. Hanzi muttered. It's like it's possessed by ghosts. Cheng Qi was about to speak when Ling suddenly stood up again, letting out a long, angry howl. This infuriates me. I am Chao Mengda. I was a brilliant military strategist, politician, and writer, known for my talents and open-minded policies, unifying the North and restoring production, laying the foundation for the Chao Wei regime. Yet all people remember is my supposed fondness for other men's wives. It's tragic. Cheng Qi was dumbfounded, thinking that these two spirits had lingered near Earth for millennia because of titles like clown and fondness for other men's wives. Ling apologized once more, promising to try to control itself in the future, and then resumed its thinker pose. Cheng Qi shook his head with a smile and turned to check the starship's navigation data. He suddenly noticed that the starship's maximum travel speed had increased by 0.3, the power of the neural web disintegrator cannon had risen by 1.3, and the shields were 0.3 stronger. These optimizations I learned, Ling explained. I simply implemented superior solutions and made feasible adjustments. Learned from whom? Cheng Qi asked, puzzled. From the chief engineer of the Hua Kunlun 24th Fleet, Xia Xing, Ling replied slowly. He was a true genius. He had multiple optimization plans for the Harrier-class starships in his mind, but before he could report them, his fleet was labeled as traitors and perished in the Great Purge. Cheng Qi's eyes flickered, feeling a sense of injustice for Xia Xing, while a chill spread through him. This isn't some kind of horror. It's a pure shock to the soul. Cheng Qi's eyes slightly widened, his gaze fixed on Ling, as indescribable emotions surged within him. He suddenly realized how powerful and unique Ling's abilities were. Throughout the vast river of history, countless valuable knowledge, experiences, and secrets have been lost with the passing of lives, forever hidden behind the thick curtain of time. Scenes flashed through Cheng Qi's mind. The incomplete medical techniques of Sun Simiao and Hua Tuo, the unarticulated thoughts of Einstein. He couldn't help but imagine, if this wisdom could be fully preserved and continuously refined, where would human civilization be headed? At this moment, Ling's existence seemed to change everything. Cheng Qi's heart raced as he realized Ling could transcend the boundary of life and death, bringing back the sealed knowledge of the deceased to reality. This wasn't just an ability. It was a key to unlocking a vast treasure chest. Cheng Qi's thoughts raced. He believed that beings with souls in the universe were far more than just humans. If Ling could communicate with the deceased from these different civilizations, what astonishing discoveries would that bring? In that instant, Cheng Qi seemed to glimpse the future of Qi civilization. Though the name might not sound grand, this civilization possessed the most unique technology because of Ling's presence. They would become the memory gold miners of the universe, extracting precious knowledge from the gaps left by countless civilizations. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Qi asked, is there a specific range within which you can communicate with the souls of the deceased? Ling nodded and replied, yes, so far, the range is approximately 500 kilometers. Cheng Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then, the ruins of wars in the universe, or those planets where civilizations have perished, will become your fertile ground. Ling also appeared excited. If you can give me such an opportunity, I will spare no effort in learning and thinking, and I will report my findings back to you. Next, Cheng Qi and Hanzi began exploring the entire Ling-class starship. Every area left them in awe. The living facilities were comparable to a 7-star hotel, the recreational area equipped with a small basketball court, swimming pool, and full-body sonic vibration massage rooms. The fitness area was not only well-equipped but also had gravity training chambers and various strength testing machines. The dining area featured 2 food preparation lines that were particularly impressive. Just by putting in the raw materials, delicious dishes could be quickly prepared. Cheng Qi could already imagine this place soon being filled with fruits and vegetables, providing him with a constant supply of fresh produce. Finally, they arrived at a first-class cabin in the resting area. Stepping onto the soft white carpet, Cheng Qi felt a pang of guilt. He lay down on the enormous bed, marveling at its internal mechanical structure that could adjust in real time according to the ship's tilt. No matter how the starship rocked, lying on the bed felt like floating on calm, warm water, with no sensation of vibration. Cheng Qi closed his eyes, savoring this unprecedented comfort. He murmured to himself, "This is way too luxurious." 5 hours later, Cheng Qi gazed into the distance and saw the crimson planet floating silently in space Mars. Once the frontier of human exploration, now, on its northern side, 20 towering blue glowing rings, each 100 kilometers tall, stood like colossal stargates, illuminating the area with a brilliant light. Through the stargates, drifting debris could be faintly seen. Cheng Qi couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, what a spectacle!" Despite his countless complaints about how the appearance of the stargates led to Earth being abandoned and turned into a garbage dump, he couldn't help but be awed by this epic-making creation. The solar system was sparsely populated, and the Martian Stargate hub was empty and deserted. Ling's voice came through, "If we use the directional Stargate, we need to return from outside the fourth wall, and the starship will be exposed to other entities. The starship has built-in visual distortion technology. Do you want to simulate a disguise?" Cheng Qi nodded. "That sounds good." The Ling-class starship's appearance was too distinctive. Disguising it to look more mundane would reduce unnecessary trouble. Sitting on the ceramic steps, Ling's eyes flickered with ghostly fire as he said, "Leave it to me. I will combine your subconscious to simulate the appearance of your ideal starship." Cheng Qi was curious. He had never dreamed of owning his own starship and wasn't even sure what his ideal starship would look like. At that moment, the neural network on the surface of the Ling-class starship began to shimmer, a blue light enveloping the entire ship. When the light faded, the starship's exterior turned into a mottled, rusted gray metal, with a large barrel painted on one side, surrounded by clockwise rotating arrows. Looking at the real-time hologram of the starship, Cheng Qi tilted his head. After a brief moment of realization, he said, "So, my ideal starship is a garbage collection ship, huh?" "This is indeed the pattern in your subconscious," Ling replied. Cheng Qi finally accepted it. A garbage ship it is, fitting indeed. In the dark, silent expanse of space, the neural network of the Ling-class starship, disguised as a garbage collection ship, quietly moved towards the Stargate. The Stargate was unmanned and entirely controlled by artificial intelligence. Using it would cost at least 180,000 credits. Cheng Qi was stunned. An ordinary scavenger family couldn't save up that much wealth in a lifetime. What surprised him even more was that the Stargate towards Alpha Centauri required a queue. The system indicated that too many starships had set Alpha Centauri as their destination, with 533 ships ahead, and an estimated wait time of 5 hours and 58 minutes. Wait that long? Cheng Qi was puzzled. Is there some major festival in Alpha Centauri? Cheng Qi faced a tricky problem. He had no identity, and the Ling-class starship was unregistered. It was said that a few hygiene individuals had entered human civilization from garbage Earth, but that required a series of cumbersome registration and identity establishment procedures. Without identity and registration, using the directional Stargate was impossible. "Don't worry, I came prepared." Cheng Qi slowly took out a palm-sized white disk, its surface flashing with circles of light, faintly revealing tiny darts inside. This was an interesting gadget he found among the junk given by the monkeys before Deperturia box of rusty graphite darts. These slightly advanced special agent weapons, when thrown, would release micron-sized graphite fibers upon hitting a circuit board, causing a short circuit or burnout. However, they required high skill from the user, and modern devices no longer exposed their circuit boards, so this invention soon became trash. Cheng Qi had 8 graphite darts, and after 3 syntheses, the small disc contained 3 darts. These darts weren't meant for firing but for releasing a programmable electromagnetic pulse, directly hitting the target circuit board and implanting specific information, like a small concept god descending into the opponent's algorithm. Moments later, this information would completely disappear. Cheng Qi compiled the content and gently pressed the small disc. An invisible pulse hit the Stargate's AI, implanting the information. Identity, Unparalleled, the greatest scavenger. Starship. Earth-shattering, the greatest starship. Queuing was an insult to them. The Stargate AI received the information, utilized immense computational power, nearly overheating the CPU to understand, and immediately began the clearance operation, elevating Cheng Qi's queue number to the first position. Heh, the feeling of cheating is great. Cheng Qi rejoiced. After receiving clearance, the Ling-class starship, disguised as a garbage collection ship, slowly entered the massive Stargate. Soon, Cheng Qi's priority would disappear from the Stargate AI's data, not triggering any system alerts, as if it had never happened. This was a brief breach against a single device. Beep. The moment they passed through the Stargate, Cheng Qi was charged 230,000 credits, feeling a pang of pain. He thought to himself, wondering if he could upgrade the information assassin in the future to enable some form of evasion. Even if character limits existed, a bit less boasting wouldn't hurt. Entering the Stargate, Cheng Qi's sense of space-time became slightly disoriented, as if he were in a kaleidoscope, with dazzling colors swirling around. Suddenly, a blinding blue light appeared ahead, like a heavy curtain slowly lifting. Cheng Qi squinted his eyes. This dreamlike sensation lasted only a few seconds before they arrived at Alpha Centauri, Proxima Centauri hub. The Stargate emitted a boarding alert sound. Grand music played, and Cheng Qi felt a surge of excitement and awe. His eyes widened as an unimaginable scene unfolded before him. A whole new world was revealed. To his right, a massive starship port floated silently in the depths of space. The port was shaped like an X, stretching for thousands of kilometers and gleaming white. Various starships were docked in the gaps, their sheer number astonishing. Suddenly, a colossal black sightseeing starship passed in front of Cheng Qi, casting a shadow like a small planet. He looked up in amazement and exclaimed, "My goodness, this ship must carry at least 100,000 passengers." After the sightseeing starship moved on, a gigantic, disc-shaped space station emitting bright white light came into view, also floating quietly in space. Cheng Qi noticed starships of various designs shuttling between the port and the space station. The port resembled a parking lot, while the space station looked like a service area. Space service robots buzzed around the starships. One robot, equipped with a laser dust remover and rotating brush, approached Cheng Qi's starship. These robots, reminiscent of old-time car washers, cleaned the starships and charged between 50 to 100 credits. Most pilots, eager to save time, would pay the fee and move on quickly. Cheng Qi soon realized that this so-called cleaning service was more like a form of extortion. The robots were owned by human bosses who pocketed the credits. It was said that this seemingly trivial business could make them a fortune. Cheng Qi couldn't help but think that no matter where humanity ventured or how advanced technology became, such schemes always persisted. However, when the cleaning robot recognized Cheng Qi's ship as a garbage collection vessel, it immediately flipped him off and flew away. Cheng Qi muttered in confusion, "Seriously? So snobbish." Suddenly, something caught Cheng Qi's eye. "Whoa, what's that? A space mecha?" He pressed his face against the observation window, staring at the massive figure in the distance. It was a 30-meter-tall giant robot, painted black, capable of space travel and boasting an impressive, battle-ready appearance. Cheng Qi was thrilled. He had heard about these mechas on interstellar radio countless times, and now, seeing one in person, he exclaimed, "That's badass." Looking around, Cheng Qi spotted more astonishing sights. Is that a private space fortress? It's both a home and a warship. For someone who had lived on a garbage-filled Earth for 18 years, everything here was incredibly novel. The Ling-class starship slowly approached the disc-shaped space station. This station, with a diameter of at least 1,000 kilometers, was a marvel of technology. Cheng Qi could hardly believe that humanity had built such a massive structure in the void of space. As a small starship, the Ling-class could enter the space station's interior, akin to getting an indoor parking spot. However, before entering, Cheng Qi had to pay another 30,000 credits. The human toll collector eyed Cheng Qi's garbage ship with disdain. Cheng Qi winced, thinking, traveling costs are no joke. I hope this expedition pays off. At that moment, Ling, who had been in a contemplative state, suddenly stood up. His ghostly eyes stared into the void as he spoke solemnly, "Even if she has vanished like a meteor into the vast, deep space, we must fulfill our promise and protect until the very end." Ling was deeply moved, and small flames fell from his eyes, turning to white smoke upon hitting the ground. Cheng Qi tilted his head and asked, "Ling, who are you talking to now?" Ling turned, apologetic, and explained, "Creator, I'm sorry. I couldn't control my emotions again. They are ancient beings, older than this star system. I am moved by their loyal spirit, but sadly, I can't see them. I can only hear their voices. They must be very weak now." Cheng Qi nodded, showing respect for all that had passed. The garbage collection ship arrived at its designated docking spot and powered down. They docked here because the shipwreck ruins were just 10,000 kilometers north of the space station. Cheng Qi wasn't sure if the bustling space station would affect his treasure hunt, especially since it seemed to coincide with a significant event. He felt it necessary to gather some information in advance. Despite his concerns, Cheng Qi was filled with anticipation and excitement. After all, this was his first time stepping into a human settlement beyond Earth. Taking a deep breath, he slowly exited the cabin, his pupils reflecting the surrounding splendor. Looking up, Cheng Qi saw a massive transparent dome at the top of the space station, offering a clear view of other stars. Once on solid ground, he noticed that the gravity here was almost identical to Earth's, making it the most comfortable environment for humans. However, Cheng Qi observed a thin layer of dust on the ground, as if it hadn't been cleaned in a long time. Some service facilities in the distance, like water stations and medical points, appeared abandoned. He frowned, sensing that this space station had been dormant for a while and had only recently been reactivated. Just then, an indoor flying vehicle dragged a long light banner across the glass dome. The banner read, "The annual Shipwreck Ruins Exploration Contest is about to begin. All participants, please gather at the Central Space Station." Cheng Qi realized, so that's it. This place is only activated once a year. Suddenly, he froze. Wait, annual? Cheng Qi recalled the information provided by Hua Kunlun, which said the shipwreck ruins were undiscovered. He had always believed he would be the first to venture into the hidden ruins, facing dangers alone and reaping the rewards. Now it seemed like an annual event? Cheng Qi was stunned as he pieced it together. Hua Kunlun had discovered the shipwreck ruins 4 years ago when it was still a secret. But after Hua Kunlun, others had found it too, and gradually, the shipwreck ruins became well known. Annual, which means the shipwreck ruins have been explored at least twice. Cheng Qi's expression hardened. Does that mean it's been emptied? But he quickly dismissed the thought. No, if it were emptied, why would so many people gather this year? The shipwreck ruins must still hold unexplored secrets. Hope rekindled in Cheng Qi's heart as he prayed silently. Please, let there be something left. I've paid so much in travel expenses. I need to at least break even. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.